What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4 Chapter 96 Wanokuni Changes. The most infuriating thing in this world, cheating and betrayal is definitely one of them. Bullet was angry, and rightfully so, but if you really look at it from another angle, they're the intruders. Sit down, Will gave him a flat look, snort. Bullet sat down angrily, but still stared at Shimotsuki Yasui and Leopard Guro unkindly. Will then looked at the two of them. First of all, what you call waiting is actually not uncertain, right? Shimotsuki Yasui and Leopard Guro suddenly looked up and looked at Will in astonishment. Will smiled lightly. Since we've already said it, why doesn't Tien finish his explanation? The two froze, and the horror in their eyes was hard to hide. Will waved his hand, signaling them not to speak. If I'm not mistaken, the retainers of the Kazuki family who escaped should have passed the news to you. Did they say that the Whitebeard Pirates will attack Wanokuni after a while? It's not just the guards who are your dead soldiers, I'm afraid you have gathered a lot of warriors and troops in private, right? At that time, you will join forces with 31 and the others to attack us from both sides. Right? Will's words directly paralyzed the two of them, their faces full of despair. The plan has been completely seen through. Before the battle starts, lose a game first. Shimotsuki Yasui lamented in his heart, sure enough, I was right to worry, this man is really not cheating them. The other party really has insight into Wanokuni's situation, that's why he said that. Jiju is in my hand, Wanokuni, can you really return to Kazuki's house? Temporarily suppress the worries in my heart, how to stop this man from killing is the urgent matter. My lord, those who were summoned by us are only obeying our orders, please see that before things happen and we are frank, let them go. Leopard Guro will also say, my lord, I am willing to take all the responsibilities, please don't hold them accountable. This is not in a hurry, Will laughed and said, before that, let me ask you a question. Do you think the people of Wanokuni are more important, or the Kazuki family? Will's question made Shimotsuki Yasui and Leopard Guro a little unresponsive. Why would the other party ask such a question? However, now is not the time for them to struggle, how to answer this question is the key. Leopard Guro didn't hesitate for long, advertisement. My lord, I think the people of Wanokuni are important. He was originally a member of the underworld, and the people he dealt with were ordinary people, and he had nothing to do with those powerful people. He is even less familiar with the big shots at the top. He could easily make a decision, but Shimotsuki Yasui hesitated instead. The Shimotsuki family has served the Kazuki family for generations, which has already been deeply rooted in the bone marrow. But he is also a daimyo who loves the people under his rule. The weight of these two sides is different, but if he really has to make a choice. Wanokuni people. Saying this sentence, Yasui's whole body is like a deflated balloon. It was as if something had been lost unknowingly. Mentally a little empty, Will was satisfied with the two's answers. He can ignore the previous things, but the premise is that they give up the belief that the Kazuki family ruled Wanokuni. I have since entered Wanokuni, Will slowly said, because of personal grievances, I duel with Kazuki Oden, defeat Kazuki Oden openly, and kill him. Expel Kaido, and kill the Kurozumi Orochi that plagued Wanokuni. Afterwards, I did not implement tyranny in Wanokuni, nor did I wantonly kill Wanokuni people. I said this just to tell you guys. I took Wanokuni from Kazuki Oden, Kurozumi and Kaido rightfully. Even if you don't admit it, it won't change the fact that I brought you Wanokuni back to peace. If you are determined to let Wanokuni and the Kazuki family live and die together. A strong chill emanated from Will's body, his voice was also extremely cold. I grant your wishes, big deal, I'll spend a little more time to relocate the population from other places and rebuild the Wanokuni. Boom. Shimotsuki Yasui and Leopard Goro's minds were like thunder. They looked at the man on the main seat in horror. Cruel and decisive. Will looked at them coldly, my kindness, my patience, only my people are entitled to that. I will not have the slightest tolerance for the rioters who regard me as an enemy. For your sake this time, let them go, remember, Wanokuni will not be named Kazuki anymore. It's Rocks. Its owner is Rocks D. Will, if you still can't recognize this fact, try. Every word Will said was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of Shimotsuki Yasui and Leopard Guro. Advertisement only now did they realize it clearly. What a terrible wrist of the man who killed Kazuki Oden, Kurozumi Orochi. The tricks of waiting for others, in the eyes of the other party, are like clowns. Number 3. The two looked at each other, and both saw the horror in each other's eyes. What if the action of the Whitebeard Pirates is also under the control of the other side? Jin, bring some men and follow them to receive those martial kings. From now on, you will be the captain of the squadron alone, and those warriors will be yours. Jin hesitated, he still wanted to stay by Kaido's side. Kaido waved his hand at him. Just as Will said, our Rocks pirate must grow stronger as soon as possible. It's just me as a team now, it's a bit too shabby. Certainly, Will looked at Shimotsuki Yasui and Leopard Guro. Everything about Wanokuni is still represented by Shimotsuki Yasui. Leopard Guro, as Jin's 970 deputy, assist him in managing the samurai group. Think about my words carefully and don't make a wrong choice. Will waved his hand and let the two back out. Walking out of the general's mansion, Shimotsuki Yasui and Leopard Guro realized that they seemed to be fished out of the water just now. Even the warm sunshine can't make them feel the slightest warmth. The sad look on Shimotsuki Yasui's face grew stronger. Leopard Guro, can the Kazuki family take back Wanokuni? Hearing this, Leopard Guro fixed his gaze on Leichi Yasui. With a low shout, Yasui, don't you give up yet? Wanokuni is no longer the old Wanokuni, and it is impossible for the Kazuki family to take back Wanokuni. I don't care who calls Wanokuni. As long as people in Wanokuni can live a stable and happy life, even the man inside will have nothing to lose. I advise you not to do stupid things. Leopard Guro gave Shimotsuki Yasui a warning look. Shimotsuki Yasui was speechless and silent. The status of the two were different, so their thoughts are naturally different. They were able to cooperate with each other before and fight for the light and family to return to Wanokuni. Now, I have experienced the scene just now. Leopard Guro has completely given up on that heart. Not just because of the facts Will said, still because of his heart, he was overwhelmed by will. Whether it is strength, means, or ambition, they all shocked Leopard Guro. Chapter 97 Unprecedented. Where is Asir? Speaking of which, from just now until now, he hasn't seen Asir. Bullet said without hesitation. It's probably in the lab, messing with his metal bumps? Oh, Will suddenly became interested. What he valued was Ozzy's superb metallurgical technology. This is a scientist who can refine even pure gold, and he believes that the other party will definitely bring him surprises. Go and see. Led by Bullet, they went to the quarry of Rabbit Bowl. Asier's smelting laboratory was built here. Along the way, seeing the situation of the weapon processing factory, Will's brows never loosened. This type of processing plant pollutes the environment too seriously. And the efficiency is too low. Entering the quarry, the sound of knocking rocks can be heard everywhere. The situation here is pretty much the same as Will remembers. Huh? Mr. Will? Walking into Asier's laboratory, the other party was about to come out. When he saw Will, he was stunned for a moment, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. You are back. Will nodded with a smile. Well, the outside matters have been dealt with. How is it? Are you still used to it here? Asier also smiled and said, there is nothing I am not used to. I stayed in the belly of Mr. Lantern for nearly 200 years, it is much more painful than now. Now Oroja can live a happy life, and I can continue to do what I like, which is already very satisfying. By the way, Mr. Will, come and see my results. A look of excitement appeared on Asier's face. Pull Will and go inside. Will also has expectations in his heart. It seems that Asier's research has achieved considerable results. Follow Asier into a display room where miscellaneous things are placed. There are all kinds of ores, finished weapons, metals, semi-finished products. Anyway, as long as it is related to metallurgy, basically there are. Asier picked up a katana sword and handed it to Will. Look at this knife. Will took it and felt the weight of the knife as he held it in his hand. Not light or heavy, very comfortable to hold. Clang. The moment he pulled the samurai sword out of its sheath, a cold light took away his vision. What a sharp knife. Such a thought flashed through his mind for an instant. With the katana fully drawn, Will's eyes became brighter and brighter. Good knife, he couldn't help admiring. Advertisement. Now he is not the same as when he came out of Impel down just now, and he has a basic understanding of knives. Especially if there are people around who know a lot about knives. The knife felt to him much like the Asuka he once got from Spencer. Asuka is made by famous masters, although it is not included in the list of famous knives, it has the truth of famous knives. He looked at Asier. Who made this knife? Asier pointed to himself triumphantly. Ashamed, how about it, isn't it good? You? Will was genuinely surprised. He looked Asier up and down. Are you still working part-time as a blacksmith? Asier said with a smile. Basic practice, metallurgy, isn't it about extracting metals and metal compounds from minerals, and processing them into metal materials by various methods? Bull. Will gave him a thumbs up. He didn't understand the technology of metallurgy, but he also knew that it was not something ordinary people could do if he wanted to forge such a knife in his hand. Asier shook his head. My weapon-making skills can only be said to be a little better than ordinary people. What really makes this knife great is its material. It's got sea stone in it. Will looked at him strangely. Although sea stone weapons are not very common, they are not too rare either. Asier shook his head. It's different. In the past, sea stone was difficult to mix with other metals. Most are inlaid, spliced to make weapons, or just all made of sea stone. It should be the first case of combining sea stone with other metals like this. He points to the katana in Will's hand. The most important thing is, this kind of knife can be gorgeous. Will looked at Asier, then at the knife in his hand, and then his eyes widened. Hiss. Rao was also shocked by his character. This samurai sword is comparable to a bird, comparable to a famous sword, that is, a good fast sword, and it is also mixed with sea stone, a katana sword that can deal with capable people. Can it be mass-produced? How does this not surprise him? You know, how many famous knives are there in this sea? There are 50 jobs for the good and fast knives, 21 jobs for the great fast knives, and 12 jobs for the supreme and fast knives. Although there are still many knives comparable to famous knives, the number will not be too many. In other words, in the future, there will be a steady stream of good sharp knife-level power produced in his hands? Think about it, when the two forces are fighting each other, and everyone's strength is equal, what is it relying on at this time? Weapons are absolutely crucial. If I go down with the knife, your weapon is gone, how can you fight like this? But this knife also has a flaw. Asier reminded at the right time. which made Will's joy pause. What defect? If the defect is too big, it is useless to produce more. Its lifespan is not comparable to that of a real famous sword. Assier said. We have tested it. Most people hold it and chop it with all their strength. If they can persist for 20,000 chops, cracks will appear. Advertisement, that's about 200 battles. Will frowned slightly. This flaw was actually within the acceptable range. It can even be said that this is not a defect at all. Because even a famous sword has a limit. For example, the Asuka, even with the blessing of the arm color, finally shattered in the confrontation with Oden. As for ordinary knives, if you slash fiercely, it is estimated that it will break within 100 strokes. Assier thought Will was dissatisfied, and explained, actually, this knife can be improved. Just give me a little more time, I can find the most perfect ratio of metal components and improve their service life. Will waved his hand. I didn't mean that, this knife is enough to meet the needs now. If you want to improve, you can try slowly. Assier nodded, and took down a longbow and bow and arrow from the shelf. This is also made with sea stone, using Sea King's animal tendons as bowstrings. The range is 3 times that of ordinary bows and arrows, and the power is more than 5 times. Will tried it, and it was indeed much stronger. Are there gun improvements? Assier said. No, no one in Wanokuni uses firearms, and no one understands, and neither do I. Then don't be in a hurry for now, I'll find someone in this field and come back to talk about it. After spending half a day in Assier's laboratory, Will came out. My lord, are you looking for me? Shimotsuki Yasui, who was summoned by Will, was already waiting outside the door. Will asks, where is the downwind of Wanokuni? Shimotsuki Yasui wondered why Will would ask this question. After thinking about Kaido, it should be Hime Township in the north. Our Wanokuni blows south wind all year round. Hime Township? Will was somewhat impressed. It seems to be the most desolate place in Wanokuni. The wilderness is everywhere, and there are basically no people. Shen Nuahao. From now on, all the weapons processing factories in Wanokuni will be moved to Hime Township one after another. This, Shimotsuki Yasui, is a bit difficult, because it will consume a lot of manpower and material resources, and will make those workers miserable. My lord, is there any problem with the current weapon processing factory? Will saw Shimotsuki Yasui's appearance, and knew what he was thinking. Now I explained to him why the weapons processing plant was built in the downwind area. After thinking about it, he explained, when a new processing plant is built, a wastewater pool should also be built. Don't let the wastewater that flows out be drained into the river. Shimotsuki Yasui was amazed by what Will said. Will is also very speechless about this. These are just common sense, but people in this world don't know about them. It was already night when we returned to the general's mansion in the capital of flowers. My lord, this is your room. The servant brought Will to the door of a room, smiled ambiguously at himself, and left quickly. Baffling. Will muttered something, pushed the door open, went in, and closed it again. Huh? Someone? Chapter 98. How am I different from that sow and someone? After closing the door, Will suddenly noticed that there seemed to be other people in this room. It's just that a screen separated them and blocked his sight. Who will be in there? Will frowned and walked over. Hayo, where were you just now? A soft female voice came, which made Will startled for a while. Hiyori? Kazuki Hiyori? Isn't it the daughter of Kazuki Oden and Amatsuki? Since the other party said so, then the woman inside is Tianyue? Will's heart skipped a beat when he thought that the person inside was Tianyue. The reason why Bullet was allowed to control this woman was because the other party's ability was too incomprehensible. Fruit of time. This kind of ability is almost like a bug. I don't know how Wei Tian arranged for it to appear. Moreover, Tianyue has traveled through 800 years to come to the present time period. Maybe I also think that this ability is too changeable, because it is written to death because of the time of the month? But, just like the ephemeral fetish of pure gold. When the world becomes real and these bugs appear in front of Will, he will also be moved. When Will passed through the screen and saw the scene in front of him, he was also stunned. The scene in front of him almost blinded his eyes. He only felt that the flow of blood all over his body suddenly became much faster, and his heart also jumped violently. Throat rolls involuntarily. Since that time with Dominique and Stussy with Helen. Will often asks Helen to study the abilities of Zone, Phantom Beast, Dog Fruit, and Ninetales Fox form. It's the moon time, 117, playing with water in a big wooden barrel? Tianyue was also stunned. The person who came in was not Rihei? But she reacted quickly, angrily said, who let you in? Get out. As the wife of Kazuki Oden, she has a respectable status. Even if she is a prisoner now, not everyone can covet her. Will touched his nose, and only then did he know why the man had that look in his eyes. Bullet. It must have been arranged by this guy again. But, he glanced at it out of the corner of his eye. What a mermaid. Get out of here. Seeing that Will didn't move for a while, Yin Yu yelled again. The pretty face was frosty, and the anger in the eyes was about to burst out. Will, who was about to go out, frowned. The footsteps that had just moved also stopped. He looked straight at Tianyue. At the same time, he also noticed the collar on the other party's fair neck. It should be a bomb collar made of sea stone. Will looked at her indifferently. When is the sky and the moon? Tianyue frowned, and Will gave her a very uncomfortable feeling at this time. Especially the eyes of the other party. Under his current situation, there was no hope in the other party's eyes. Advertisement. She suppressed the anger in her heart and said coldly, "Who are you?" Ah. The corner of Will's mouth curled up, and his smile gradually became weird. "Who I am? Rox D. Will, your husband killer." Tianyu was startled for a moment. Immediately his eyes widened. She looked at Will, who was smiling weirdly in horror. Next moment. Wow. Tianyu in the U-bucket suddenly stood up, causing a splash of water. Completely disregarding your own situation at the moment. "It's you." The anger that Tianyu had suppressed just now broke out again, and it was even more turbulent. This sudden scene caught Will off guard. Is this woman really disregarding the situation? "I kill you." When Will was in a daze, Tianyu slapped down the hairpin on his head. He jumped out of the U-bucket and threw himself on Will. I was really dazzled by hatred. Will grabbed Tianyu's hand that was holding the hairpin. No matter how hard the other party tried, he couldn't move an inch. She also wanted to use the other hand to grab the skyfeather cut at Will's waist. As long as she can get the weapon, she will definitely kill the opponent. But how could Will let her get away with it? Flipping, turning, and twisting, the whole movement flows smoothly. There is no resistance in Tianyu. Turned by Willfan with his back on his back, his hands were also fixed behind his back. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't move. "Let go of me. You be asterisk 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 D. You murderer." Tianyu kept cursing, hating Will, the man who killed her husband, to the bone. Snapped. With one palm, it is crisp and pleasant to the ear. Tianyu also stopped struggling, her body was frozen, and her expression was also frozen. Will looked at the white and red palm print. "Gulu. You, what do you want to do?" Tianyu's voice trembled with panic. "What are you doing?" Will's voice is slightly hoarse. "You're already like this, and you still ask me what I want to do. Do you really think you are not a man?" The voice from behind made Tianyu's face change instantly, and then he struggled desperately. It's just that no matter how hard she struggles, she's just a piece of fish on the chopping board. Next moment. The sky and the moon were frozen, and 2 lines of tears flowed from the eyes, DBEI, dripping into the water. She clenched her lips tightly. Because of too much use, blood flowed from the chink. The body is like a violent storm. She is like a lonely boat in the sea. Squeak. Advertisement. Suddenly, the door was opened again. "Mom, I'm back." A soft and cute voice came. Will pause. "Hiyo." Tianyu became even more terrified, and said anxiously, "Rihei, don't come over." There was a cry in her voice. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you crying?" Rihei heard something wrong with Tianyu's voice, and became even more worried. "Don't want." However, Hiyori still bypassed the screen. "Mom, what are you doing?" Hiyori looked at his mother strangely. And the man she didn't know on her mother's back. Why do they look so strange? Ooh, don't watch, Hiyori. Will kept moving, and took the time to observe Sha Rihei. As expected of Kazuki Oden's daughter, she is only about 3 years old and can already walk normally by herself. Although the person is still small, even smaller than Yamato. But definitely comparable to those 4 or 5-year-old children. "Uncle, who are you? Are you mother's friend?" Seeing her curious little eyes, Will nodded. "But there is a kind of feeling in my heart. Yes, your mother and I are good friends." "Are you guys playing games?" "Well, your mother and I are playing a game only grown-ups can play." Will feels like he's fallen. Rihei Yao pointed his fingers, and there was hope in his eyes. "Uncle, can I play too?" Will could feel Tianyu's body trembling. Of course, wait for the day and long da. Ah, Tianyu suddenly let out an abnormal scream. Although the division of New World's regions of influence is not very clear, they also have their own spheres of action. Especially for the powerful pirate group, generally they will not easily set foot in each other's territory. Once a dispute arises, if it is not handled well, it will be an all-out war. Start with entering the New World. The section of the entrance belongs to the active range of Marine. The G5 branch is also in this area, as well as Punk Hazard, which is also Marine's site. Further back, there is a buffer zone. Generally, it belongs to the place where newcomer pirates are active, that is, the sea area before Dressrosa. Next, is the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. And the Whitebeard Pirates want to attack Wanokuni. If they don't take a detour, they must pass through Charlotte Linlin's 10,000 Kingdoms domain. If it was before, Charlotte Linlin wouldn't care. But it's different now. The Whitebeard Pirates already have the strength to kill the Big Mom Pirates. In case the opponent suddenly turned around and attacked Wang Guo when passing through her sphere of influence, she would not be able to stop it. What's more, she still has a feud with the Whitebeard Pirates. Especially when Charlotte Linlin received that the forces under the Whitebeard Pirates had assembled and were about to go to Wanokuni, she was even more restless. Just in this kind of dilemma, the arrival of the two gave her a better choice. "Linlin, we meet again." Charlotte Linlin looked deeply at the man in front of her, who had a refined temperament and a gentle smile. The other party doesn't look like a pirate at all. Chapter 99. We are different. Mad Dragon Will. She called out the person's name. It was Will who came, and with him was Capone Beeg. Charlotte Linlin looked at him with long eyes, with a look of surprise on her face. "At this time, why don't you stay in your Wanokuni? Come to me, what to do?" Now in this sea, who doesn't know that the Whitebeard Pirates are about to fight the Rocks Pirates? Even Marine has assembled a large number of troops in the G5 branch. If the two sides really go to war, those Marines will rush to take a bite without hesitation. Other forces are also waiting. waiting for the results of the battle between the two sides. When the time comes, they will pounce on the fallen side like sharks smelling blood. If both sides suffer, the pattern of New World will change again. Even Charlotte Linlin expected this in her heart. Of course I'm here to warm you up, Linlin. Will's words made Charlotte Linlin narrow her eyes. Send warmth? This is really a new word, Will. You are not trying to tell me that you are going to send me a big gift? Will held out his palm. Beeg at the side quickly took out a booklet and put it in his hand. Will shook the booklet. Linlin, do you still recognize this one? Translation. Of course she does. Back then, she got nothing from the West Blue Gabby Sea area. No, there should still be some. She gained the hatred of the Whitebeard Pirates. If it didn't happen that the Roger Pirates merged into the Whitebeard Pirates, it would be nothing. Whitebeard wouldn't, and didn't dare to start a war with himself easily. She looked at the translation in Will's hand meaningfully. I didn't expect this thing to end up in your hands. Yeah, I didn't expect it either, Will also sighed. I originally expected it to flow out, so as to attract the attention of the world's ZF. Not long ago, Whitebeard crushed Raftel's permanent pointer under the watchful eyes of everyone. Now, the translation in my hand is the key to find Raftel. Advertisement. Linlin, are you satisfied with this gift? You want to give me the translation? Charlotte Linlin was full of surprise. As Will said, this is the key to unlocking the historical text, based on the two currently known translations. With it comes a natural pass to Raftel. She looked suspiciously. You will be so kind? Will laughed and said, I'm not doing charity. Charlotte Linlin feels relieved now, isn't that right? Everyone is a pirate, they are all selfish people, how could they give up such important things for no reason? What do you want to Yao? Will said slowly, alliance. Alliance? Charlotte Linlin chewed on the two words. Afterwards, she said solemnly, you want me to deal with Whitebeard with you? Can't you? Will asked back. Charlotte Linlin sneered and said, why should I help you? Wouldn't it be better to wait for the two of you to fight to the death and lose both? Linlin, why are you kidding yourself? With my current strength and influence, let alone whether the Whitebeard Pirates can take me down, but taking you down is absolutely no problem. How can you guarantee that before that, he really won't shoot at you? You know, that man is an extremely defensive guy, but you killed several of his sons. Besides, how can you guarantee that Whitebeard and I will be as we think, and we will both lose? Will's question after question made Charlotte Linlin's complexion gradually ugly. Why is she restless and in a dilemma? Isn't it the things that Will said, can't be guaranteed? Whitebeard was not one to compromise easily, just like now. The other party dared to fight the Mad Dragon for revenge. It would have been hard for his Whitebeard Pirates to fight, but he did it anyway. Seeing Charlotte Linlin's constantly changing complexion, Will didn't continue to speak, just waiting quietly. Beeg on the side listened to the conversation between the two, and his heart beat extremely fast. What I am participating in now can determine the future meaning of New World. He had never even thought about such a big scene before. His father insisted on following the captain himself, and he was a little repelled at first. Only now did he realize how stupid his initial thoughts were. Only when you walk out of West Blue, you can understand how magnificent the sea is. Advertisement. Asking for flowers, he looked at Will with admiration. What I saw and heard during the time I followed the captain. This man really turned his hand into clouds and his hands into rain. Will has been paying attention to Charlotte Linlin's expression, and seeing that the other party has moved a little bit, but he can't make up his mind, he decides to add fire. Linlin, think about it, if you and I join forces this time and defeat the Whitebeard Pirates, are you still afraid that Whitebeard will come to trouble you in the future? And, I've heard of it. Charlotte Linlin stared at Will. What did you hear? Whitebeard got a signpost on the Fishman Island. What? When will press the last straw? Charlotte Linlin couldn't sit still. If the road sign is in Whitebeard's hands, with the opponent's current strength, she will definitely not be able to grab it. In this way, Raftel has nothing to do with himself anymore. On the contrary, it is the piece in my hand, and I will definitely not be able to keep it. Charlotte Linlin paced back and forth, her mind racing. After a while, she stared firmly into Will's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said, I agree with your cooperation, let's form an alliance. Will grinned. Smart move. As he spoke, he threw the translation in his hand over. Charlotte Linlin held it in her hand and began to look through it. She has a road sign in her hand, and she is naturally familiar with ancient characters, so she is sure that it is true immediately. She looked at Will meaningfully. You are really willing. Because even if Will didn't come up with the translation, the words just now were enough for her to agree to the cooperation between the two. Will chuckled. I'm not interested in Raftel. Charlotte Linlin's eyes fell on the ring on Will's hand, and greed appeared in her eyes. You got the ring of eternal life, of course you don't care. We are different. To this, Will just smiled and did not respond. Charlotte Linlin also knew that it was unrealistic to snatch the ring of immortality from Will's hand. Now change the subject. So, what are you going to do this time with the Whitebeard Pirates? At this, Will laughed. Charlotte Linlin saw Will smile, and for some reason, felt a little chilly. Chapter 100 Rocks Pirates vs. Whitebeard Pirates, located in the Morguard Sea area near Wangguo. This is the only way to go to Wanokuni if you don't pass by Wangguo. Of course, you can get to Wanokuni from other places if you are willing to spend a few days detouring. In the Moriguard waters, the most common thing is not the endless ocean. Nor is it an island, it's an endless ice sheet. Here it is, the Moriguard Glacier. On the distant sea level, a black spot emerged from the shoreline. Then the second, the third. After a while, more than 20 black spots appeared, rapidly approaching the glacier. Soon, the black spot gradually enlarged, and its true face was also revealed. Hash Bay, the banner of the Whitebeard Pirates. The leader is the Moby D*K. Walking side by side with it is a big ship with big red sails. Gold Jackson, after 380. It is the pirate group under the Whitebeard Pirate Group. Each ship represents a pirate group. This is the current lineup of the strongest Whitebeard pirates. Newgate, Morgard is ahead. On the Moby D*K, Rayleigh and Whitebeard stood side by side, looking at the endless glacier ahead. Passing there, one day's journey away, it's Wanokuni. Although Whitebeard is now the captain of Rayleigh and others, everyone is still used to calling him by his first name. But they can't call the name Whitebeard, Wanokuni. There was deep sadness in Whitebeard's eyes. If Oden had asked himself for help, how could it have become what it is now? It can be said to be a wrong step. A wrong step. Immediately afterwards, a violent and fierce light flashed in his eyes. Mad Dragon will. He hated the owner of this name almost to the extreme. This time, no matter what, the opponent will die. The large fleet braved the wind and waves, galloping past the glacier. Newgate. Rayleigh was about to speak when suddenly a little summer flashed out of the corner of his eye. He turned his head and looked over, his expression suddenly changed. Beware of enemy attacks, pay attention to protection. He had just yelled these two sentences, and before he could make any other moves, the bright light instantly magnified in his field of vision, almost covering his entire field of vision. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, followed by a strong air current. Advertisement. Everyone on the Moby D*K was stiff and their foreheads were covered with cold sweat. They watched in horror at the huge white beam of light passing by the Moby D*K. Boom! This beam of light lasted for half a minute before dissipating slowly. They stared back stiffly. Behind the Moby D*K, under this beam of light, 3 pirate ships were directly penetrated and smashed into pieces. 2 ships were affected and severely damaged. This sudden situation caught them off guard. When you react, look along the source of the light. A silver-white pirate ship is making a U-turn without haste. Drive into channels formed by cracked glaciers. B. Rocks Pirate. Whitebeard was the angriest. He felt like he was being tricked by that dragon again. Mad Dragon. Follow me. Rayleigh frowned when he saw the Thunder Dragon's unhurried appearance. Newgate, will the other party have an ambush? Whitebeard paused when he heard that. Then he said in a deep voice, Rayleigh, the purpose of our trip is the Mad Dragon, and he is here now. Whether the other party has an ambush or not, we will go there. He said to Marco, order to go on, be on guard with all your strength, and don't let the other party sneak attack again. But on the Thunder Dragon on the opposite side, there was a flutter of chicken and dog jumping. Come on, run on, lower the sails, woo woo. Hina turned the rudder quickly, and her anxious little face was about to cry. On the railing a few steps away from her, little Yamato is tying himself to the railing with a rope to stabilize himself. The big eyes were flickering, and there were tears in the eyes. The energy cannon just now scared her. Below, Enel just came out of the energy cannon in the bow, looking exhausted and collapsed. Oroja climbed up the mast with a small face excitedly and folded the sails. Ha ha ha, we destroyed 5 ships, oops. She was so proud that if she didn't pay attention, her foot slipped and she was about to fall from the top. Single round flower. A crisp sound sounded, and a hand grew from the mast, catching Oroka who was about to fall. Be careful. Robin warned. Hee hee. Oroja used his strength to turn over and return to the mast. With the help of Robin, the sails were quickly put away. The enemy is coming. Oroja, who had just climbed up to the observation deck, reminded him aloud. Woo. Hina cried anxiously to Enel. Enel, hurry up and charge the battery, turn on the outer wheel and sail at full speed. The thruster is ready to start at any time, hoot. Advertisement, she's going to regret it now. What are you doing? Why did you sneak out after listening to a few guys? He even took a shot at that horrible Whitebeard. She followed Will to the Gabby Sea and saw Whitebeard make a move with her own eyes. Maybe Whitebeard wouldn't have thought of that either. It wasn't Will himself who attacked them, just a few brats who sneaked out. And the so-called no rush. It's just that they're not manned enough, so it seems slow. On the glacier not far from here, Will and others who were waiting for Whitebeard to pass by also saw the movement there. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Then the gaze on Will became hot. The captain is amazing. Before the battle started, he killed 5 pirate ships of the opponent. That's 5 pirates. Kaido looked at Will. Do you have other plans? Will. There are, but definitely not including this one. The nations that he and Beeg went to first did not sail on the Thunder Dragon at all. However, seeing the one shot just now, it really hits Hun. Stand up and see that the Whitebeard Pirates are going off course. Sighing lightly, why can't I let you go astray? Clang. Yan Mo slowly unsheathed, and Will exuded a faint sword intent. His gaze also sharpened. The faces of everyone behind were full of excitement, and the captain was about to attack again. Every time the captain makes a move, it is earth-shattering, and I don't know what kind of swordsmanship will be sold in 1.0 this time. We'll watch the Whitebeard Pirates chasing the Thunder Dragon in the distance. Yan Mo slashed hard towards that side. Buzz. His movements are not very complicated, it's just such a simple swing of the knife, and then retract the knife. But the eyes of the people behind them widened. In front of them, a giant slash hundreds of meters long took shape instantly, and then attacked the Whitebeard Pirates' fleet in the distance. Amazing. Such thoughts popped up in their hearts. They don't know swordsmanship, but they have a feeling of ignorance. But for those real swordsmen, this knife made their eyes shine. What a neat knife. What a terrible knife. The road is as simple as it gets. Such a word came to their minds. Where did the captain go on the sword path? Have you already reached the level of the great swordsman? Chapter 101 Rayleigh vs. Mad Dragon. That is, naturally, the Whitebeard Pirates would not fail to notice the momentum created by Will. When they saw the huge slash, many people were almost scared to pee. The huge slash came mightily. Before it arrived, the terrifying coercion had already descended on them. If it falls on them, where will there be life? It's a mad dragon. Rayleigh had never fought against Will, so he was naturally not familiar with Will's swordsmanship. But Whitebeard has fought fiercely with him, so he is certainly familiar with his swordsmanship. Rayleigh wondered, it's him? How is he there? But the moment is not the time to think about this, the slash is coming in an instant. I'll try his sword skills. There was a gleam in Rayleigh's eyes. It wasn't once or twice that he had heard how powerful the opponent's swordsmanship was. But never really saw it. Don't be careless, Newgate reminded. He is the one who knows best how powerful Will's swordsmanship is. Even he suffered a lot from the opponent's hands back then. Whitebeard's reminder made Rayleigh's expression a bit dignified. Clatter. Rayleigh took a step forward, exuding a fierce power from him. His hand had already grasped the handle of the knife at his waist. This is his favorite knife that he had already planned to seal up, a weapon similar to a Western knife. Despair. He jumped up lightly, and stepped on the side of the Moby D*K with his left foot, using this height to rise into the air again. Looking at the huge slash attack. Clang! A flash of coldness flashed, and Rayleigh instantly struck out. A nearly 100-meter white slash appeared as his knife slashed down, facing the huge slash. The two slashes were powerful, and in the eyes of everyone, they collided fiercely. Boom! There was a loud thunder that made people's tinnitus tremble. Accompanied by a strong impact, the continuous frenzied air swept across the four directions. How can it be? Rayleigh's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face was a bit ugly. Will's huge slash of hundreds of meters suppressed Rayleigh's slash, moving forward slowly but firmly. And although his slash did not collapse, he could only resist it with difficulty. Although this wasn't his full blow, it was absolutely devoid of moisture. Rayleigh is down. All the discerning people present could see that in the first round of competition, it was Rayleigh who lost by half. Boom. There was another bang. Rayleigh's slash finally couldn't hold on after resisting 10 breaths, and collapsed. Advertisement, but Rayleigh is a powerful swordsman after all. Will's slash still consumed a lot of power, and the momentum was not so amazing. Seeing that it has shrunk a lot, the slash with much less power is pressing on him. With the scene just now, Rayleigh still didn't dare to be careless. Drink. He gave a low cry, and the knife in his hand became pitch black. Then he swung his knife vigorously towards the slash. Boom. The third boom sounded. Everyone was staring there intently, especially the Whitebeard Pirates. They were afraid that Rayleigh would not be able to withstand the blow. After all, the Mad Dragon is really too strong, even if Rayleigh is second only to Roger, Whitebeard this level of powerhouse. Nor can it give them absolute confidence in Rayleigh. Boom. Suddenly there was another roar, and then a dazzling silver-white light erupted, directly capturing everyone's vision. The shock came again, but this time it was more violent. Many people were almost thrown away by the shock. They tried their best to stay in shape. The impact didn't last long, and the light was also shrinking. They looked at Rayleigh for the first time. I saw Rayleigh drawing an arc in midair, landed on the deck of the Moby D*K, and stabilized his figure after taking 2 steps back. But, those with good eyesight could see that Rayleigh's arms were trembling slightly. Calm was restored soon. Rayleigh The eyes of the former Roger pirates on the side flickered slightly. Especially Jabba, who has a better relationship with Rayleigh, couldn't help but look more dignified. Is that crazy dragon so powerful? Are you all right? Newgate asked softly. Rayleigh shook his head, his voice was a little low. His sword skills are indeed very powerful. At least in this point, I am not as good as him. He stared at the figure standing proudly on the opposite glacier again. Is this man a monster? For him to say such a thing, it is estimated that if others know about it, they will also be shocked. On this sea, who doesn't know that Rayleigh is super powerful, and his swordsmanship is even more extraordinary? Even Roger himself didn't let Rayleigh say that himself. Today, Rayleigh takes the initiative to admit that he is not as good as the dragon. This is something that has never happened before. Whitebeard said with a heavy face, that's why I'm going to start a full-scale war with him regardless of the consequences. This man is horrible. Now he is only in his early 20s, and his overall strength is almost the same as ours. He has the potential to be the most terrifying person I've ever seen. Advertisement, in the future, he is destined to surpass the rocks of the year. The more he talked, the more serious Whitebeard's face became, even a little gloomy. Rayleigh, you mean it? How terrible the rocks were. Rayleigh is also focused, he also dealt with the rocks back then. So, if you let him grow up like this, it will be difficult to find a chance to kill him in the future. Boom. Whitebeard slammed Kong Yunki on the deck, then pointed to Glacier Will. Turn. Land on the glacier, take the rocks pirate. Kill the dragon, Will. Following his command, the fleet of the Whitebeard Pirates turned again, heading in the direction of Will and the others. The atmosphere on Will's side also began to become dignified. Anyway, the Whitebeard Pirates are also the most powerful pirates in this sea, not one of them. They would be somewhat terrified of fighting Whitebeard. They're coming. Kaido also had a serious expression on his face. He's dealt with Whitebeard not once or twice. Of course, he has a deep understanding of the opponent's powerful 510. In previous battles with Whitebeard, most of them were single-handedly killed by him, and he ran away if he couldn't beat him. But now it's different. I don't know how many people can go back here alive today. Cannon ready. We'll whisper the order. This is one of the plans. It is to wait for the Whitebeard Pirates' fleet to pass in front of them, and to give them a surprise. Now it can only be displayed openly. Jin walked over and said softly, "Boss Dragon, the target is within range." Will laughed and said, "Then what are you waiting for, F*K him." Jin also grinned. Yes. He looked behind him. All gunners aim at the Whitebeard Pirates' fleet. Fire. Boom boom boom. In an instant, 100 guns fired. The glaciers under his feet were trembling. If the glaciers were not strong enough, they might have cracked at this moment. Hundreds of shells flew through the air and fell towards the fleet of the Whitebeard Pirates that was about to dock. There was a sudden panic over there, turning and turning, avoiding and avoiding. Some exploded the shell directly before it fell. However, there were still one or two unlucky ships hit by two shells, and the flames on the ship suddenly shot up. Boom boom boom. The next moment, the Whitebeard Pirates' fleet also started shelling. Boom boom boom. After the third round of bombardment, the fleet of the Whitebeard Pirates docks. Landing battle, begin. Chapter 102, a clean break. Kill. Facing the artillery fire, the Whitebeard Pirates jumped off the boat, rushed up the glacier, and headed towards the High Rocks pirate. Will watched all this with a calm expression. On the opposite side, Whitebeard, Rayleigh and others also stood at the bow of the Moby D*K, looking at the battlefield ahead. Neither side's advanced combat power was dispatched. However, there are too many people in the Whitebeard Pirates. Rocks Pirate has less than 1/5 the number of opponents. Looking down at the Whitebeard Pirate group that is densely packed like a colony of ants. Will said softly, "Send the order, the sharp blade strikes." Hey hey. Hearing Will's words, Kaido grinned with excitement in his eyes. To the left of the Rocks Pirate line, a samurai regiment of 500 men is ready to go. Each of them is equipped with a brand new samurai sword, which is exactly the one Asi researched, and it is comparable to the sharp blade of a famous sword. And the leaders of this samurai group are Jin and Leopard Guro. But Jin is now with Will, led by Leopard Guro. He looked at the rushing Whitebeard Pirates with a solemn expression, and a trace of complexity flashed in his eyes. But soon he was suppressed again. Will's order came to him, shaking his spirits. He is not tall, standing in front of the samurai group, but like a general, he is looked at by those samurai with admiration. Leopard Guro looked at these people. At the beginning, they all responded to his call and followed him to maintain the stability of Wanokuni. Their enemy was Will, and now they have to fight for each other. Everyone, some people may be confused, but please understand that now, our lord is General Will. Everything we do is for Wanokuni. Leopard Guro pointed to the center, like Will standing there like a pinnacle of the sea. The general has an order, send a letter, kill kill kill. The samurai held their samurai swords high, and their eyes glowed with hot light. Leopard Guro turned to face the direction of the Whitebeard Pirates. Kill, he rushed out first, followed by 500 warriors. The samurai soon meet the Whitebeard Pirates. A cold light flashed in Leopard Guro's eyes. Kill. This killing word seems to have completely cut off his thoughts on the return of the Kazuki family to Wanokuni. The knife in his hand had a cold glint, and he slashed down with all his strength. Clang. A crisp sound of gold and iron sounded. The weapons in the hands of the Whitebeard Pirates on the opposite side are cut in two. The knife in Leopard Guro's hand slashed across the opponent's chest without any hindrance, and blood spurted out immediately. The same scenario happened to the rest of the Whitebeard Pirates. 500 samurai, meet the enemy, use the sword. Then cut it in two. In this round of fighting, the other party lost at least 300 people. Or the head rolled off, or the arm was cut off, or the body was split open. Advertisement tragic. The scene has never been more tragic. The surrounding Whitebeard Pirates were momentarily stunned, with frightened expressions on their faces. Even the fellow Rocks Pirates were taken aback, so fierce. It's brutal. Cut in two with a single knife, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and there were bruises all over the place. If things go on like this, there won't be enough people in the Whitebeard Pirates to kill them. Kill, Leopard Guro shouted again, like a tiger entering a herd of sheep, beheading several members of the Whitebeard Pirates in an instant. Not to be outdone, 500 warriors followed in his footsteps. Because of the killing just now, they exuded a strong murderous aura. Hands up and down. Another piece fell. Gulu, on the battlefield, those who noticed the movement here couldn't help swallowing. They all looked towards the warrior group in horror. Many members of the Whitebeard Pirates began to deviate from this side, wanting to avoid this battlefield grinder. Above the glacier, Kaido's eyes sparkled. This is simply too powerful, is there anything? Cutting melons and vegetables is nothing more than that, right? If all his squadrons are also equipped with this kind of samurai sword, who can stop it? When will the next batch be built? Tell me in advance that the next batch must be mine. Kaido couldn't hide the fire in Kaido's eyes. If he had had such a weapon in his hand back then, he would have killed all directions with the beast's pirates long ago. How could he have become like this today? Will looked at the samurai group below like a receiver, and was also very satisfied. If only the entire Rocks pirate was fully staffed. Who is the opponent in this sea area? Wait for a while, building these 500 has almost consumed the ore in the inventory. If you want to build another batch, you have to wait for the ore to be mined. After mining, it needs to be refined and forged. In short, it is not an easy task. Boom. Whitebeard punched the side of the boat. Even with his heart, seeing such a scene can't help but chill him. His own people fell down so easily. That guy, where did you get these weapons? That is, Momonosuke and his party, who escaped from Wanokuni, stared at the samurai group with wide-eyed eyes. Uncle Leopard. When Kinemon saw Leopard Guro, he immediately exclaimed. Why is he here? Whitebeard frowned at them. Who is he? Jinwyman explained. Guro, the soldier of flowers, is called Guro of Flowers. Advertisement. It was him and Shimotsuki Yasui who helped us escape from Wanokuni. This time, it was even more puzzling. Then why did he appear here, still fighting with our people? Whitebeard felt annoyed as he watched his people being killed like chopping melons and vegetables. Even if they have a huge advantage in numbers, but let the opponent continue to kill like this, even if they win in the end, how many people can they take down? Maybe he has some last resort? Kinemon said uncertainly. Whitebeard said coldly. I don't care what his reasons are, since he appears on the battlefield, he is the enemy. This is no child's play. Everyone who died here is his family. He won't joke about their lives. Go and stop them. I'll go. Beasta stood up immediately. People from the 5th Division, follow me to kill them. I'll go too. Lakio from the 7th team also stood up. The two jumped off the Moby D*K with their men and rushed towards the warrior group. Kinemon and the others were a little worried. After all, Leopard Guro was the one who helped them, so he was somewhat worried that the other party would die here. Is that Vista from the Whitebeard Pirates? On Will's side, Gion saw the wave of troops rushing into the battlefield, and his eyes fell on Vista, the leader. It is said that the other party is also a person who is about to step into the realm of a great swordsman. Foil's sword in one hand is unpredictable, and few people in the same realm can beat him. Will looked at Gion, seeing the emotion in her eyes. He couldn't help laughing and said, Go if you want, just take a look at the results of your practice during this period. Gion didn't hesitate. One jumped off the high ground and fell obliquely towards the distant battlefield. At the moment when he was about to land, his feet lightly touched the air, and his body, Zhao Qian's, rose again, flying towards Vista. Vista, who had just cut a samurai to the ground, was about to stop Leopard Guro. A piercing sound came from the side. There was a sudden warning in my heart. He turned around almost subconsciously and placed the two knives above his body. Clang. A long knife was chopped on top of the two knives, and the force from above made his arms numb slightly. Look up. Momosagi Gion, this former Marine Rear Admiral, Rocks pirate cadre. He is also a top swordsman. According to rumors, she was trained as a Marine Admiral, which shows that she has extraordinary potential. Unexpectedly, such a person actually betrayed the Marine and became the crew of the Mad Dragon. With the force of the shock, Gion jumped back slightly and landed on the ice. Foil Vista. The two were both swordsmen, and they both saw the hidden fighting spirit in each other's eyes. How difficult is the road of swordsmanship? Hard work will not go far. Only war. Go duel with countless swordsmen on this sea, defeat them, and make yourself stronger. Step by step to that swordsman's dream realm of pure. Chapter 103. Compared with him, you are far behind. The two moved at the same time. Beasta's double knives swung quickly, forming a net of knives and rolling towards Gion. Gion's expression was slightly stern, and he didn't dare to be careless towards Vista, a top swordsman. The gold vira in his hand was chopped out again and again, bringing up an afterimage. Ding ding ding. The rapid offensive of the two brought forth bursts of dense metallic sounds. Ordinary people can't see their movements at all, let alone the trajectory of the knife. You can only see sparks bursting out in the air. Suddenly, a gleam flashed in Vista's eyes. Taking advantage of the strength of the opponent in the confrontation again, while the body leapt back high, the two knives slashed quickly, bringing out a cold glow. Rondo. In an instant, a large number of red rose petals appeared in Gion's sight. These rose petals are all formed by sword lights. If you accidentally touch it, you will be injured. Regarding Vista's famous stunt, Gion did not show the slightest panic, nor did he show any suspicion. Just show a faint smile. But Beasta still noticed the touch in the depths of the opponent's eyes. Disdain. Yes, just disdain. This made Beasta slightly startled, and immediately anger rose. They are both peak swordsmen, and the other is a woman. How dare they look down on themselves? This is courting death. Thinking of this, a sharp look flashed in his eyes. The strength in the hand increased sharply, and the speed increased by several minutes. Immediately, this space seemed to be enveloped by Dian Wei Ha. Chi. As the rose petals swept past, traces appeared on the ice. Looking at the sea of roses that swept across, Gion still looked calm, and took half a step back with his left foot. Sakurchin opened slightly. Compared with his broken Sakura dance, your Rose Rondo is nothing short of a difference. After seeing Will's sword skills, her vision became very high. If it was before, she would still think that Beasta's move is very powerful. But now, just right, let me confirm now whether my future path can continue. Although I look down on Beasta's swordsmanship, it doesn't mean that I can ignore it. Even she has to go all out to deal with it, as in the original book, Koshiro said. In Kendo, women are doomed not to be number one in the world. Because their strength cannot compete with men after all. Gion also had this experience before, but after meeting Will, her mind changed. Maybe the number one in the world can't do it because of that man. But under him, I still have a chance. Thinking of this, Gion's breath became a little illusory, and even her whole body seemed to become illusory. Advertisement. This is the swordsmanship I realized based on his broken Sakura dance, and I will use it on you today. Phantom Sword, DBEI, Art Sakura Colorful. Instantly, the illusory Gion became even more unreal. In Vista's eyes, the Gion in front of him seemed to have become countless at once, and then those countless Gion drew their swords at the same time. Numerous Jinpaluo fell. Clatter. It seems that there is a gentle wind blowing the leaves. Immediately, besides the red rose petals, another color appeared in Vista's eyes. It was a pink Sakura flower, then came the second piece, the third. Clatter. Obviously this is a cold glacier, but he felt the spring breeze blowing on his face. Then, countless Sakura flowers fluttered down. In this space, rose petals are intertwined with Sakura flowers. The red gradually fades, and there are more and more pinks. There is no great momentum, except for the gentle wind blowing from time to time. Soon, the pieces of Sakura flowers came to Vista with Schwenner. Spinning and dancing around him, it seemed to make him the most beautiful boy in the world. I haven't waited for him to enjoy this beauty. Suddenly, a huge force struck, and he was pulled uncontrollably. His mind also returned to clarity. Chi. The place where he was standing just now was cut by countless Sakura flowers like blades. After a while, the ice slag splashed in all directions, and the ice surface also cracked one after another. When the scene returned to calm, the ice surface was directly cut off a thick layer. Vista, are you alright? Rakio's voice came from next to his ear. Vista looked down, and it was Lakoya who pulled himself out with his chain hammer. But even so, there were still many scars on his body. He looked up blankly at Lakio, and then at Gion. Why didn't I feel the pain just now? Shua, suddenly, his eyes widened suddenly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Terrible swordsmanship. Silently, kill silently. If it wasn't for Lakio, would he be dead already? But Gion shook his head in disappointment. It's not that I'm disappointed that I didn't kill Vista. But to yourself. If this move was performed by Will, the opponent should have died quietly by now. Compared with Will, I still have a long way to go. But then she smiled again, because, advertisement. She is on the right track. She defeated Vista, who was also the pinnacle swordsman. Vista, let's fight together, we must get rid of her as soon as possible. Lakio scanned the surrounding battlefield. Although the samurai group was blocked because of their arrival, without the leadership of the two of them, they still couldn't take down those samurai. Vista took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the frustration in his heart. Shen Sheng said. Okay, the two rushed to Gion at the same time and besieged each other together. For a while, Gion was forced to retreat again and again, several times in danger. Lakio saw the right time, and when Gion's old strength was exhausted and new strength was not born, the chain hammer hit her in the back. Gion didn't seem to notice it. Jinpura sighted Vista's waist at a tricky angle. Vista stared at him. Is the opponent planning to trade injuries for injuries? How could it be possible for you to succeed? There was a mocking smile in his eyes, and he forcibly turned his body, barely avoiding the stab. Behind Gion, the chain hammer has already been dropped. If this is implemented, Gion will definitely be injured. There was joy in the eyes of the two of them. Boom. At this critical moment, the sound of gunshots spread from day to day. Even though they were on this chaotic battlefield, the two of them still heard it clearly. A bullet hit the chain hammer, and the impact from above almost made Lakio unable to hold the chain hammer. The chain hammer was deflected and hit heavily on the ice beside Gion. Laugh. Vista's complexion suddenly changed, but Ziyuen's stabbing failed, taking advantage of the opponent's relaxation. Jinpiro's blade pressed against his body and pulled back hard. Suddenly blood spattered. He, you two big men bully my sister, do you think I don't exist? A laughing voice came from above. Vista and Lakio looked up. I saw a cloud floating in the sky above. A woman with a sniper rifle is poking her head out of the clouds. Gion grinned. It was precisely because of Guy Li that she made such a bold move. I am not alone. She has a partner too. On the Moby D*K, Bai Mo was a little depressed. Under the premise that the high-level combat power of both sides has not been dispatched, the Whitebeard Pirates are far more numerous than the Rocks Pirates, but they still have not won the opponent. Now, the captain is dispatched. Not only failed to stop the opponent, but also almost lost his life. The morale of the Whitebeard Pirates plummeted. It can't be done like this again. Rayleigh looked serious. Let's push up too. Whitebeard didn't object. Having suffered a lot from Will's hands, he didn't dare to underestimate him in the slightest. Good. Immediately, Whitebeard, the leader of the pirate team, and all members of the former Roger pirate team. Join the war. Chapter 104 Kill the danger ahead of time. Will, sitting in the center, also saw the changes of the Whitebeard Pirates. A smile appeared on his face. Can you bear it so soon? I thought you'd be waiting a while longer. Kaido is not as relaxed as Will. Except for Whitebeard, the opponent is all on top. This will make the situation that was still somewhat stalemate suddenly tilt to the side of the Whitebeard Pirates. He said in a deep voice, "What are you going to do next?" Will glanced at him. "Your Majesty always stays until the critical moment. Go ahead, don't let those people get too complacent." Hey, that Rayleigh is mine. Bullet didn't think so much. He walked out with his fists clenched, and looked at Rayleigh, who rushed into the battlefield, his body filled with a strong fighting spirit. That's the famous Pluton Rayleigh, One Piece Roger's right hand. It must be very fun to fight with such a person. Boom. Bullet's feet were slightly bent, and he suddenly exerted force, and his whole body burst out. What a fighting maniac. Kaido curled his lips and rolled his eyes looking at Bullet's back. Some time ago, when I just returned to Wanokuni, the opponent would pull me to compete every now and then. That rascal. It's simply a fighting machine that doesn't know how to get tired. Jin, let's go meet Jabba and the others. As he spoke, he also squatted down with both feet, and then exerted force suddenly, causing the ice surface to shatter directly. Boom. The person jumped directly into the air and threw it to the battlefield below. Who? Jin also flapped his wings, his body soared into the air, and flew over there. You go too. Seeing that Mox didn't move, Will said to him. Sometimes, you need a kick in the back before Mox knows what to do. Then I'll go. Mox patted the back of his head with a silly smile. As Mox also rushed into the battlefield, besides the messenger, only Helen was left beside Will. He first took a deep look at Whitebeard on the Moby D*K opposite. The other party was also staring at him. The eyes of each other met in the air, as if there was an electric-like collision. Whoever moves first on both sides means which side can't hold on. When the time comes, it's time for them to act. Will withdrew his gaze and scanned the entire battlefield. At this point Bullet was on Rayleigh. Kaido versus Jabba. Jin and Marco are fighting together, Mox and Joes collide. The top combat forces of both sides have their own opponents. But the Whitebeard Pirates are not limited to Rayleigh and the others. There are quite a few members of the original Roger Pirates in the 2nd Division alone under Rayleigh Jabba. Advertisement: these are not weaker than captain-level powerhouses. The situation on the field is also tilted because of them, and the balance of victory will fall to the Whitebeard Pirates. Will pressed his right hand on Yanmo's handle, the fingers tapped lightly one after another. The scene is not out of control, but if it goes on like this, it won't be too long. Order. Everyone retreats in an orderly manner. As his orders were conveyed, the entire battlefield moved from the coast to the inland of the glacier. What the hell are you thinking? Whitebeard frowned. Of course he noticed the changes on the battlefield. Whenever Will makes a change, he will carefully ponder the intention of the other party. I am afraid that I will suffer the loss of Gabi Searegion again. Although he doesn't want to admit it, Whitebeard does have a psychological shadow on Will. After more than half an hour, the battlefield has shifted from the coast to the inland glacier, and the scope has also expanded several times. Whitebeard also left the Moby D*K and boarded the glacier. The two looked at each other across the battlefield. The corners of Will's mouth curled up slightly. Notify Bede, close the door and beat the dog. It's finally time to net. Now, he wants to see if the Whitebeard Pirates have the courage to fight them to the death here. On the other side of the battlefield, only a few hundred meters away from Whitebeard. From the beginning of the battle to the present, Bede has been obscene, hairy, and nurturing. He didn't dare to rush too hard, and he didn't dare to find those strong men, and even had to be careful to avoid them. Dozens of lives are on his back. If there is a good or bad, it will really be a big deal. Porp. Suddenly, the phone bug in his arms rang. But he didn't answer, but quickly scanned the situation on the battlefield. Especially after seeing where Whitebeard was, the group breathed a sigh of relief. Is it finally time? I can finally let go of the human life I have carried? After all, the pressure is not ordinary. Thinking of it this way, his body grew rapidly, and his shape changed at the same time. Under the surprised eyes of the people around, Shanji turned into a castle. Then, the gate of the castle was opened. Mommy. A laugh that terrified the entire Whitebeard Pirates spread across the battlefield. They looked in horror at the direction from which the laughter came. I saw a huge figure slowly walking out of the gate of the castle. Charlotte Linlin. As Charlotte Linlin walked out of the castle, people came out one after another behind her. Parasparrow. Advertisement category. Daifuku, Owen. Ask for flowers every time a person walks out, their hearts are heavy. Gulu. The atmosphere of the scene became quiet and eerie. Call. After all the Big Mom pirates left, Bede quickly returned to his human form. The human life that was carried was finally released. Even if the other party agreed to form an alliance with their Rocks pirate, when he thought about the strength and identity of these people, he always had the feeling that he would be blown away by the people inside at any time. Linlin. There was anger and concern in Whitebeard's voice. His face became extremely ugly. Why are you here? He knew that this question was a bit redundant, but he still couldn't help asking. Mommy. Charlotte Linlin laughed out loud at first, then her expression became serious. Newgate. Why am I here? Isn't that obvious? There was a fierce gleam in her eyes. Of course I left you, the Whitebeard Pirates, here. Whitebeard's heart sank, the last sliver of luck broken. Linlin. Do you really think I dare not kill you when you hit me again and again? His tone became extremely cold. Of course you dare, but I won't sit still. So, I want to kill the danger in the cradle in advance. Whitebeard took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. He knew that if Charlotte Linlin really teamed up with Quanlong, their chances of winning would not be much. What agreement did you reach with the Mad Dragon? After a pause, he said in a deep voice, if it's because of the past, I can stop pursuing it. As long as you take your people out of the battlefield. As soon as these words came out, the entire audience changed color. Whether it's the Rocks Pirate or the Whitebeard Pirates. One side worried that Charlotte Linlin really agreed with Whitebeard. On the one hand, because of the grievances between the Big Mom Pirates and them, Dad actually chose to let go. Charlotte Linlin was visibly moved. In this way, Whitebeard will not trouble her again, and she can also sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, watching the two fight to the death. Just the next second, her expression became firm again. Newgate, that's not enough. If you want me to withdraw from your war, you have to get something in exchange. What? Whitebeard had a bad feeling in his mind. Will on the other side also stared slightly. My thoughts turned sharply. Then sneered. He stuffed something into Helen's hand and quickly explained a few words. Then, I looked at the two of them as if they were watching a play. Chapter 105 The Dumb Eats Coptidus, A Feast of Slaughter. Signposts and the Ring of Immortality. Charlotte Linlin's words changed the face of the audience again. Of course they will never forget the Ring of Eternal Life. This is a magical thing that can make people live forever. And among the people present, there are many people from the original Roger Pirates. For a while, some people looked at them with greedy eyes. Rayleigh and the others also changed their faces drastically. After they were merged into the Whitebeard Pirates, this kind of coveted eyes have rarely been seen. Whitebeard himself also refuted rumors in the pirates. But now, old things are brought up again. Even the Whitebeard Pirates looked at them a little differently. Teach can kill Sage, the captain of the 4th team for Dark Fruit, so it is hard to guarantee that others will not have such an idea. Whitebeard said with a gloomy face, Linlin, whether you believe it or not, Rayleigh and the others don't have the Ring of Eternal Life. There's no Ring of Immortality in Raftel either. Mommy, Charlotte Linlin, 930, laughed wantonly. Then the smile subsided, and he stared at Whitebeard with a gloomy expression. Newgate, do you think we'll believe it? In this sea, how many people will believe it? Linlin. Newgate shouted. If Roger and the others really got the Ring of Eternal Life, Roger wouldn't die. Charlotte Linlin frowned. What do you mean? Rayleigh said at this time. Roger has a terminal illness. If there is a Ring of Eternal Life, it will not be what it is now. As he spoke, he looked in Will's direction. Will didn't panic at all. Instead he was so calm that Rayleigh was uneasy. He chuckled and said, are you trying to say that I stole you? Or do you mean that Raftel has nothing? Rayleigh said coldly. You framed us, we don't have the Ring of Eternal Life at all. All eyes turned to Will. With so many eyes on him, Will just shrugged. If you want to say that, I can't help it, but how can you prove that you didn't? Yes, how to prove it? Anyway, the public says that the public is right, and the mother-in-law says that the mother-in-law is right. But the party that cannot prove itself will never escape. Hey, are you from the Roger Pirates? In this quiet atmosphere, a voice sounded. Everyone followed the sound and saw that it was Bullet. A man who can fight Rayleigh on par. At this moment, he was staring at a jungle female warrior with long unkempt hair holding a spear. What are you holding in your hand? What did you just take off your fingers? Is it the Ring of Eternal Life? The jungle female warrior hurriedly covered her hands, as if she was afraid that others would see her. That's Yaman from the Roger Pirates. Someone recognized the identity of the jungle female warrior. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the field became weird again. Call out. Advertisement with a flash. Bullet appeared in front of Yaman. Violent fists hid her face. Yaman's expression changed drastically, and while he hurriedly backed away, he blocked with his arms in front of him. Boom. It was as if Yaman had been hit by a battering ram, and it was difficult to resist. In full view, she was directly blasted into the air, spitting out a mouthful of blood at the same time. A ring shining with golden light flew out of his hand. It was about to fall. Yaman forcefully turned around in midair and grabbed the ring back into his hand. That is, the Ring of Eternity. Immediately, the expressions of all the people in the audience changed. The next moment, a white cloud stretched out a cloud-shaped hand in the sky and grabbed Yaman in his hand. Take her up to the sky quickly. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful momentum erupted. Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard, Rayleigh and others are going to chase after them. Call out. In the next moment, a figure flashed in midair, blocking their way. It's Will. Clang, clang. He instantly pulled out Yan Mo and Tien Yu Zan from his waist. Swish, swish, swish. Several slashes knocked back the few people who had just vacated. Will chuckled and said, everyone, this road is dead. Mad dragon. Mad dragon. Mad dragon. Several people's faces were ugly, and after such a short time, the cloud holding Yaman had already risen into the sky. I am afraid that only those with the ability to fly can catch up. But Will stands in the way, who dares to ignore him? He smiled and said, my people have snatched it, so naturally it is mine. However, there are still many members of the Roger Pirates here. Shua. In an instant, all eyes were on Rayleigh and the others. Even Whitebeard is no exception, not because of how interested he is in the Ring of Immortality. But at the beginning, the other party said that he didn't have it in his hand. What's going on now? The faces of Rayleigh and others were extremely ugly. Not to mention those people, even they themselves didn't understand what was going on. Mommy, Charlotte glanced Rayleigh, Jabba et al. Advertisement. It's just her smile, it's so penetrating, as if it wants to swallow Rayleigh and the others. Finally she looks at Whitebeard. The smile turned into sarcasm. Is this what you said? There is no thief of eternal life. Whitebeard didn't know what to say at this point. As the so-called catching the thief and taking the stolen goods, now that the stolen goods have appeared, it is useless for them to deny it no matter how much they try. And Whitebeard glanced across the room. Some members of the Whitebeard Pirates avoided his gaze as if dodging. A heart sank to the bottom. The hearts of my own pirates. Changed. One can imagine what the future Whitebeard Pirates will look like. The captains are all right, but how many people below can resist the temptation of immortality? Perhaps things like Teach will continue to appear in the future. The Whitebeard Pirates will also become panicked. Kill. Will didn't give them time to think, and he uttered the word heavily. The scene was quiet for a moment. Next moment, boom. Shocking shouts erupted from the audience, and a new round of fighting started again. Mommy, Charlotte Linlin smiled and waved. Immediately, under the leadership of Perispero, Katakuri and others, the Big Mom Pirates rushed to the Whitebeard Pirates. The focus is on the members of the Roger Pirates of the second team. Linlin, Whitebeard roared. Kong Yunki in his hand turned quickly, and his tall body rushed towards Charlotte Linlin. Napoleon. Charlotte Linlin was not afraid at all. With a move of the hand, Napoleon turned into the shape of a knife, and was held in her hand. Crackling. Countless black and red lightning flashed around the two of them. The powerful aura made the surrounding people flee from that area one after another. If you stay there forcibly, you will only end up in pieces. Boom. After counting breaths, the two collided together. Kong Yunki and Napoleon clashed in the air, and between them, their conquerors collided fiercely. The people around are retreating and retreating. Will looked over there solemnly. Both of them were extremely strong. It is almost impossible to tell the winner in a short time. Although Charlotte Linlin's strength is slightly inferior to Whitebeard's. But her terrifying talent also made it difficult for Whitebeard. What is a steel balloon? Charlotte Linlin's physical defense is slightly inferior to Kaido's racial talent plus fruit ability. Will withdrew his gaze and glanced at the battlefield below. Now, it's time for your show, Killing Feast, start. Chapter 106. Here I come, you can die. Captain Mulian is an elite combatant of the original Roger Pirates. At this time, he was also being watched by many people. However, looking at the group of newcomers in front of them who don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. How dare you attack yourself? Do you really think you can handle anyone? HMPH, if you want my life, you are still alive. He slashed down a Rock's pirate member, the anger in his eyes hard to hide. He stepped heavily on the opponent's chest. Immediately, the man's bones were broken, his chest collapsed, and it seemed that he could not survive. He vented his anger against the Mad Dragon on these Rock's pirates. Damn Mad Dragon. That B******************. I'm going to kill him sooner or later. In line with his words, his big bald head reflected a bright light. Yeah. There was a faint question in his ear. Which B********************? When Captain Mu Lien turned his head suddenly, the knife in his hand also slashed out. Unexpectedly, when the knife went down, it cut nothing. His body staggered. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Will appeared behind him. Now here I come. Cold sweat broke out on Captain Mu Lien's forehead. Gulu. His throat rolled, and his heart beat violently. Anyone can speak harshly, but if caught by the 31 Lord, the end will not be so wonderful. Especially this person can crush himself to death. Shua. He turned around quickly again, and at the same time raised the knife in his hand, about to chop it down. It's just that he hasn't waited for him to finish the chopping action. A cold light took away his vision. His terrified expression was frozen on his face. Mad Dragon. He struggled to say Will's name, but a lot of blood poured into his throat, blocking his words. Thump. Clang. Captain Mu Lien fell on the ice with unwillingness, and his weapon also fell. First, Will looked indifferently at Captain Mulian, who fell to the ground. Slowly raising his head, looking at the battlefield ahead, a member of the Roger Pirates broke into his sight. Sickle. The biggest guy in the Roger Pirates. It is also a cadre second only to Rayleigh and others, and its strength is even stronger than Spencer. Advertisement Will looked at the big guy like he was looking at someone dead. In his hand, Yan Mo swung down vigorously with his killing intent. Extreme Kanglongpo. Roar. In an instant, a huge black dragon appeared amidst the roar. The Kanglong rushed towards Sickle, who was on the opposite side with violent power, and wherever it passed, all those who stood in the way were smashed to pieces by the sword intent carried by the Kanglong. Roar. There was another roar, and the dragon chant burst out, causing the people nearby to flee here in fear. Sikar, be careful. Sika, who was fighting with Owen of the Big Mom Pirates, heard the reminder from his companions, but couldn't react for a while. The next moment, a powerful coercion enveloped him. Immediately, his hair stood on end, and his whole body was cold. Danger. Such thoughts popped up in his mind. Turning around quickly, he saw a ferocious giant dragon rushing and biting, which made his heart skip a beat. It was too late to avoid it. Gritting his teeth, he urged armament hockey vigorously, covering his arms and ministers. With a low shout, the big axe slashed down on the ferocious dragon's head with all its might. In the next second, his face changed suddenly. Can't stop. Just as the big axe came into contact with the dragon's head, this idea appeared in his mind. Hey! He let out a loud cry, resisting with all his strength. Crackling. Seekar's face instantly became extremely ugly. The sound was nothing else, but the result of him forcibly resisting Will's slash. His arm bones couldn't support this huge force, and were slowly breaking apart. The skin was also cracking, and blood flowed out like a stream of water. The severe pain came, making his face turn pale, but what is even more frightening is the process of watching one's own arm slowly disintegrate. Crack. The voice was extremely clear, as if it sounded directly in his heart. Sickle, over there, Jabba shouted loudly, and he was rushing this way quickly. Seekar reluctantly turned his head and gave Jabba a tragic smile. Jabba, I can only go so far. The next moment, a dazzling white light engulfed him. Roar. The blue dragon directly crashed into Seeka's body and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, from his shoulders to his waist, a ray of light burst from his body, and large swaths of blood gushed out, like a rain of blood. Sickle. Jabba watched Seeka's huge body slowly fall down with a face full of despair. Boom. Original Roger Pirates Seeka, dead. Jabba stopped beside Sickle's body. Just now will slash cut open the opponent's heart as well. Advertisement: there is no possibility of salvation anymore. Sickle. Jabba called Sickle's name sadly. It's just that this time, it's not like before, getting the other party's response. Mad Dragon. Jabba raised his head, these two words squeezed out between his teeth. He was like a volcano at this moment. The anger in the heart is the magma that is about to erupt. Mad Dragon. This man has caused more harm to the Roger Pirates than they have spent in the sea for many years combined. This is absolutely unforgivable. Jabba G. Jabba. Will stared at the man who was on the verge of berserk. He didn't care much about the opponent's anger. Angry? What right does he have to be angry? He is the one who should be angry. Very good. Will looked at him calmly. As a person involved in the Valley of the Gods incident, you don't have to leave alive today. Mad Dragon. Jabba suddenly took off the sunglasses that 327 had been wearing. His eyes were already bloodshot. The killing intent and anger on his body were intertwined, forming a terrifying aura. I am going to kill you. Hey, Will showed a mocking look. If it was Whitebeard who said it, there is some chance. As for you, Will disdainfully said, you are not qualified yet. If it was when he came out of Impel down just now, the other party might indeed be able to do it. After all, at that time, I had no strength at all, and I didn't have much combat experience. But now, he has mastered and used his abilities proficiently, and he has fought so many strong men one after another, and he is no longer that fighting rookie. Die to me. Jabba doesn't care so much, he wants to kill Will now and avenge everyone. Boom. A wave of violent air rose from his body, his feet stomped on the ground, and he rushed towards Will quickly. The two big axes instantly became pitch black. Clang. Will also holds Tnu Zan in his hand, and also covers it with armament hockey. Although they despise the opponent in attitude, they cannot deny the strength of the opponent. This is a powerhouse on par with Rayleigh. Crackling. Thunder and lightning surrounded Will. Boom. Will took a hard step with his left foot, causing the ground to tremble and splashing countless ice cubes. Boom. The next moment, the right foot kicked suddenly, and the whole person shot out violently. It turned into a streak of light and charged towards Jabba. Advertisement Chapter 107 shocking the audience. Boom. The lightning-fast ultimate speed brings a series of air explosions. During the flushing process, layers of silver-white dragon scales appeared on the surface of Will's body. The two were already strong, and at such a speed, they crossed a distance of more than 100 meters in an instant and came in front of each other. There was a cold light in one person's eyes. One person's eyes were blood red, like a bloodthirsty beast. Jabba slashed down with a pair of big axes. Will was happy and fearless. Yanmo and Tnu chopped out with bursts of cold light. Clang. Clang. At the same time as two huge impact sounds sounded. Boom. A violent shockwave erupted when the two collided, instantly sending everyone around them flying. Crack. Under the impact of this force, the glacier under his feet cracked a gap. What a violent power. Jabba was taken aback. His own strength is extraordinary. Even Rayleigh and Roger, they dare not say that they surpass themselves in strength. However, in this confrontation with Will, he did not take advantage of the slightest advantage. It was almost knocked back by the huge counter-shock force. What kind of terrifying power is contained in this seemingly ordinary body of the other party? Bang bang bang. The two of them pushed hard, and took a few steps back at the same time with their strength. Deep footprints were stamped on the ice under their feet. In the next second, the two rushed towards each other again. Clang clang clang. The collision between the big axe and the long knife was short and rapid, bringing out afterimages. Countless sparks splashed in the air. The two people moved around. As the battle continued, the momentum on his body became more and more prosperous, and the aftermath of the battle became more and more violent. They are now like meat grinders on the battlefield. Wherever they fight, they will be affected. Those who are too late to escape will either be seriously injured or die directly. Soon, within a few hundred meters of them as the center, no one dared to approach them again. Boom. Jabba's jumping slash slashed heavily on Yanmo and Tnu Zan. Will's body remained motionless, but because the ice layer under his feet couldn't bear the huge force, it cracked layer by layer around him and spread out. Drink. He gave a low snort and stretched his arms. Clang. The friction between the long knife and the double axe made a piercing sound. Jabba was pushed out and landed on the ice in the distance. Call. His breathing was a little erratic. In the confrontation just now, he has always been the offensive side. It seems to have an advantage. Actually, it didn't work at all. He didn't hurt the other side in the slightest. The opponent's physical fitness is too strong. Advertisement difficult. Thinking of this, Jabba's eyes flashed, and the aura on his body became thicker and more imposing. Crackling. A streak of black and red lightning suddenly appeared around his body. Conqueror's Haki? Will is a bit surprised that Jabba has Conqueror's Haki, but accepts it. Just like that sentence, in New World, there are countless people who own Conqueror's Haki, and it is no longer a rare thing that there is no one in a million. Boom. A small crater exploded in the ground beneath Jabba's feet. His figure jumped into the air in an instant. At this moment, the aura on his body was condensed to the extreme. The black and red lightning bolts were as dense as thunder. His eyes flashed a strange red light. Boom. Suddenly a wave of air exploded around him, and then he fell towards Will in midair like a meteorite. Twin axes held high above their heads. Unparalleled tomahawk. Jabba let out a loud shout, and that majestic momentum changed completely. The whole person in the double axes seemed to be integrated. It turned into a sky-opening giant axe that can break through everything. Click. Before the giant axe fell, the glacier under Will's feet could no longer withstand the boundless pressure, and cracks spread. Feel the power of Jabba's blow. His expression also became a little dignified. He is indeed a man who can be called Roger's right hand with Rayleigh. But, crackling. Will's figure is getting taller, and the human features are quickly disappearing, and the dragon form appears. At the same time, the black-red lightning intersected with the violent white thunder. It flowed across his body, and finally covered his body in white, forming a layer of lightning armor. Black and red are wrapped around Yan Mo and Tnu Yuzan. Facing the giant axe that was about to fall, his pair of dragon eyes shone white. Dragon God / Ascending Dragon Strike. The originally divergent momentum gathered in an instant, gathered on the body, and condensed a silver-white giant dragon. Follow Yan Mo and Tnu Yuzan to slash upwards. Roar. The resounding dragon chant resounds everywhere. The ferocious dragon head opened its mouth wide, biting the blade of the giant axe that opened the sky. All the sounds disappeared at this moment, and the scene fell into a brief dead silence. Moments later. Boom. An earth-shattering boom exploded. The entire Morgard Glacier was shaken, and countless cracks appeared on the glacier. Boom. As the center of the two, it was as if a super earthquake had occurred here. The huge glacier, which was originally connected as one, broke apart and fell off from the main body of the Morgard Glacier. Immediately, a shockwave swept across the audience, and frantic air currents raged. Advertisement, but the two people who caused all this are still fighting fiercely. Black and red lightning flashed between the two of them like a thundersnake. With the strength of the two, Haki is constantly colliding. Click. In this furious force field, thunder and lightning flash, the air roars. But the sound of a slight crack was clearly heard by the two of them. Kacha. There was another sound, firm and decisive. Jabba's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. The sky-opening giant axe he slashed, under the bite of the silver-white giant dragon, with the two sharp fangs as the starting point, cracks appeared one after another. The crack spread slowly at first, and then becomes faster and faster. Soon, there were cracks all over the giant axe every day. Next moment. Wow. Like a shattered mirror, the sky-opening giant axe turned into dots of light and scattered in the air. Roar. The silver-white giant roared, and the dragon's head bumped into him. And Yan Mo and Tnu Yuzan also swung Jabba's double axes at this moment, and slashed towards each other's chest. Puff. The sound of a sharp knife piercing his flesh came, and two long and narrow wounds suddenly appeared on Jabba's body. Immediately, a large amount of blood was spilled. Jabba flew upside down in midair and hit the distant water heavily. After rolling for more than 10 meters, it barely stopped. Boom. Will also landed heavily on the ice, making two small craters. Hiss. A gasp sounded around. Those who followed the battle situation here were all shocked by the scene in front of them. No one expected that the well-known Jabba K. Jabba would be fighting against the Mad Dragon. Lost. Lose so simply, pity, Will sighed softly, with a little regret in his eyes. Jabba is worthy of being a character who has followed Roger across the sea for many years. The blow that should have caused fatal damage to the opponent just now. At the critical moment, he was forcibly staggered by the opponent. Let the other party escape. Cough. On the opposite side, Jabba climbed up with difficulty and just stood firm. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, forming a bright blood flower on the ice. First, he looked down at the two scars on his chest. The gurgling blood flowed out, but fortunately, there was no damage to the main or bad parts. This little injury will not make him lose his fighting power. He looked at Will opposite him with a solemn expression. Terrible swordsmanship. What a terrifying amount of power. Woe. Advertisement Chapter 108 Raging Monster. You are indeed qualified and capable to kill Oden, kill Roger and them. Jabba looked at Will sullenly. Will said indifferently. The facts are right there, what's the point if you admit it or not? Jabba paused, staring deeply at Will's face. After a while, as if he had made up his mind, he dispersed with an ugly expression. A smile appeared on his face. A relief. This demeanor was familiar to Will. However, now he is a little confused about the other party's thinking. Soon, Jabba solved the problem for him. He held the big axe and pointed at Will. Do you know? Will watched him quietly, waiting for his next words. Jabba's voice is calm. When a person looks away from life and death, his state of mind will become different. His expression became a little dazed again, a little sad. He remembered that year, when Roger brought him out of that hellish place. That wonderful feeling on the day I regained my freedom. Later, I wandered in this sea with Roger and others, and that scene flashed in my mind. At the beginning, I didn't understand what kind of mood Roger was in at that time. Why does he still smile so happily when he knows he is about to die? Now I know. Will frowned. What do you want to say? Jabba withdrew all expressions, staring into Will's eyes indifferently. His tone was flat. 523 I'm going to kill you. Hey. Will sneered. You're not the only one who said that. Oden said it, and then he died. Roger also said that he died too. Whitebeard also said not long ago that although he didn't die, he lost countless sons. Now, a faint smile appeared on Will's face. It's like saying, you're going to die too. Jabba paused again, then nodded. Yeah, I'm going to die too. Will's frown deepened. It seems that something extraordinary is about to happen. For Roger's understanding of left and right hands, he is limited to Rayleigh. For Jabba, I don't know much about it, but no matter what, he doesn't think Jabba is much better than Rayleigh. Now, things seem to be getting interesting. Mad Dragon, let's go find Oden, Roger and the others. Jabba's voice is flat, without much fluctuation, but what he said made Will's heart skip a beat. The next moment, Jabba's breath became different. Evil, violent, darkness that seems to swallow everything. His body was shrouded in a black arrogance, and his aura was also rising rapidly. Advertisement vast as an abyss. Will's pupils shrunk slightly, feeling relieved in his heart. He has only seen this level of aura in two people. One is Roger. At that time, the other party was enraged by his behavior, and the momentum that erupted at that moment also made him tremble. One is Whitebeard. The other party's power as deep as the sea made him feel his inferiority. Now, Jabba's powerful aura like an endless abyss gave him the intuition to face Roger and Whitebeard. Crackling. There was a popping sound coming from Jabba's body. Then, under Will's gaze, his muscles bulged in circles. While the color of the skin changed to black, it also became less human. His eyes gradually became blood red, the kind of red that only left red. Even the red pupils are gone. He's growing in size. 3 meters, 5 meters, 1,000 meters, Jabba. On the other side of the battlefield, Rayleigh, who was fighting Bullet fiercely, saw this scene, and his face changed drastically. Jabba, stop, no more Roger. He couldn't imagine what Jabba would become in this state. However, his shouting didn't make Jabba stop at all. He wanted to go over to stop him, but was stopped by Bullet. Get out of the way. Rayleigh's face was frosty and his tone was urgent. Hey. Crackling. Bullet grinned, twisted his neck, and squeezed his knuckles. I can't let you interrupt Will's battle. Get out of the way, Rayleigh snarled. However, what responded to him was Bullet's violent momentum. His body was shrouded in a gust of flames, and the original pitch black arm color also changed. When armament hockey merged with that arrogance, what appeared in front of Rayleigh was the real descendant of the devil, Bullet. He hooked his palms to Rayleigh, full of fighting spirit. Either you step over my dead body, or, DBFA. The corner of Bullet's mouth grinned, with a playful expression on his face. I will beat you to death, or watch your companions die. When Jabba's final form is revealed to everyone, Gulu. Tun swallowed his saliva one after another. Everyone in the audience stared at the huge monster in front of them. The faces of the people were either solemn, fearful, worried, or excited. Will looked at the 40-meter tall monster in front of him, and there was faint excitement in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Jabba, who has been famous for many years. There is such a side hidden. At this time, Jabba has no human characteristics at all. Advertisement, but it is similar in size to humans. The skin is pitch black, and the body is filled with evil and violent breath. A pair of fleshy wings grew out of its back, like the wings of a bat. Fangs grew out of its mouth, and a single horn grew on its head. Overall, give the feeling of Will. It's like a demon. Will there be a race of demons in One Piece? Will isn't too sure, but there's a high probability it won't happen. Jabba is more likely to be genetically modified of some kind. Or maybe he is a special race, of course. It could also be a special devil fruit, but he has never heard of the ability to hide the scorpion. Will watched Jabba go berserk, as if losing his mind. It really is. Finally he shook his head regretfully. I don't know what kind of experience Jabba has, and how did he get on Roger's boat? Roar. Jabba in monster form roared like a beast. He lowered his head, his blood-red eyes fixed on Will. At this moment, even if he loses his mind, in his eyes. Only Will. Killing Will is the last obsession in his heart. Will also met Jabba's blood-red eyes, indifferently said, even if you become a monster, become stronger. You can't escape the fate of being killed by me. Want me to be buried with you? You don't have that qualification yet? Boom. Will slammed his right foot on the ice. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone in the audience, his figure also began to rise. Hey hey. Kaido saw this scene with a playful smile on his face. As someone who has witnessed and personally experienced that trick, Kaido knows how scary Will is in that state best. Jabba, even if you become like this, so what? Compared to him. That guy is a monster, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Everyone who had just experienced a visual shock was shocked again. They just watched Will's size continue to grow, at last. When he stopped, he was even taller than Yuanba, and their eyes flicked back and forth between Will and Jabba. Whether it is in size, power, or shape, Will absolutely crushes Jabba. Roar. Jabba let out a snarl of rage. He doesn't care what Will looks like at this moment. The only thought in my mind is to kill this person. Chapter 109 Reversal of Poles. Call. Jabba's huge hand slapped Will with a whistling sound. That hand was covered with a disgusting ominous aura. Will frowned. He raised his foot and kicked suddenly, stepping heavily on the opponent's body. Jabba staggered backwards. Boom boom boom. Every step he took made the glacier tremble. Run. Run. Jabba, more than 40 meters high, was shaky, as if its huge body was about to fall down in a second, and everyone was frightened. If it falls down, they can't stand it. It's their fate to be meatloaf. Jabba, who was kicked, became even more angry and violent. The black mist on his body became more intense. Tang. He raised his palm, and a sphere made of black mist, like a black fireball, quickly condensed in his hand. The moment he took shape, he slammed into Will hard. Watching the black ball whizzing towards it, Will didn't choose to hard connect, but moved sideways, avoiding it. The black ball brushed past him. Will suddenly felt a strange aura from above. Before he could take a closer look, the ball hit the water behind him. Ah! Help! Those who didn't have time to escape were enveloped by the black ball, and immediately let out screams. Will frowned. The blood of those people is being eaten away by the black mist. Will's heart trembled slightly. What exactly is this ability? No matter what it is, he must be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't know what the consequences will be. Looking at Jabba again, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He doesn't want the current situation to get out of control. Boom. Raising his right hand, thunderbolts several meters thick exploded in his hand and converged. Soon a thunderball with a diameter of several meters was formed. The dense thunder snakes are still pouring in, making the thunder inside almost turn into liquid thunder slurry. He looked at Jabba, who was about to rush over from the opposite side. A pair of huge dragon eyes glowed brightly. The thunderball in his hand was thrown towards the midair ahead. Timing cage. Boom. The thunderball flew over Jabba and exploded instantly. Thunderbolts several meters thick shot out from the thunderball, surrounding Jabba, forming a cage made of thunderbolts. Boom. Jabba's forward body collided with the cage, and the whole cage suddenly became thunderous. Reflect this side of the world into a bright white. A more violent thunder surged out from the thunderball, making it difficult for the opponent to break through the blockade. Almost everyone watched this scene in horror. This kind of miraculous scene made them almost unable to bear to worship. Advertisement too strong. This crazy dragon is like a god. The people from Rock's Pirate looked at the huge Will, and the sun was hot in their eyes. Your own captain is really amazing. As for the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, apart from being shocked, there is nothing left but fear. Especially the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, doubts inevitably arose in their hearts. Against such people, do they really have a chance of winning? Will his father really be the opponent of Kwanlong? Said Jabba hit the cage. The violent thunder not only blocked his way, the lightning on the cage also climbed onto his body in an instant. Suddenly, he began to tremble. The black mist on his body rolled and rolled. The creature's bend allows him to immediately move backwards. But the next moment, a dazzling light entered his field of vision. Opposite him, the guy who was taller than him opened his mouth wide. In the other party's mouth, violent thunder and lightning condensed into a thunderball. That blazing pale light came from there. The terrifying power is constantly exuding. Danger. His intuition told him that the gathering thunderball was very dangerous. So, he also has a move. He also opened his mouth wide, and a black sphere gathered. The black mist that originally enveloped his body was absorbed into tea. The thunder dragon's roar. Boom. The huge roar like a sky crash made people dizzy and tinnitus. In the next moment, a thunderbolt shot out from the thunderball in Will's mouth. Boom boom boom. The huge momentum seemed to shatter this space. Boom. The glacier under Will's feet crumbled again, spreading away in a network shape centered on him. On the opposite side, Jabba's black ball also released a black energy pillar at the same time. Although there is not much momentum, the terrifying pressure on the energy column shows that this is not simple. The black energy column broke through the thunder cage. The pale and fiery pillar of thunder and the black capable person approached in an instant. Boom. Two beams of light, one black and one white, merged together, making a sky-shattering roar. For a time, there were only two colors left in this world. Jabba. Rayleigh and the others looked over there worriedly. I hope that Jabba will not lose to Kwanlong. The Rock's Pirate also prayed for their captain. Only the members of the Big Mom Pirates looked at the two behemoths and the two beams of light with inexplicable expressions, not knowing what they were thinking in their hearts. Under everyone's gaze, the pale thunder pillar suddenly showed a tendency to shrink, and its power also weakened. Asking for flowers. The black energy column pressed against the thunder column and moved forward. Everyone was breathless. Advertisement, is this about to lose? The black energy column continued to move forward, less than tens of meters away from Will's front door. A distance of tens of meters is not much. With the opponent's current size, it is only a distance of 1 or 2 steps. Seeing that Will did not follow up, many people sighed in their hearts. Mad Dragon. I'm really going to lose. A look of joy gradually appeared on the faces of the Whitebeard Pirates. In particular Rayleigh et al. Seeing the black energy column was about to hit Will, his heart beat a little faster. Jabba. It's about to succeed. He's going to kill the dragon, avenge Oden, Roger and the others. The joy on their faces froze and their expressions froze. Open your eyes slowly. There's horror in the eyes. The thunder pillar that was about to be buried originally shrank a bit. Boom. The thunder column exploded suddenly, its volume rapidly increased, and it overwhelmed the black energy column all at once. Then, with a destructive force, it broke open the black energy column. The people from Rock's Pirate, the worries on their faces disappeared, and the surprise was beyond words. Boom. The huge thunder column quickly annihilated the black energy column. In Jabba's astonished complexion, only pale white was left in front of his eyes. The pale thunder light enveloped his upper body, and this world is no longer black. Only dazzling white remains. When the light dissipated, the airwaves gradually subsided and the scene returned to calm. Everyone's vision returned to clarity. They looked in Jabba's direction. Hiss. Everyone only felt that their throats were blocked by something and they couldn't speak. I saw Jabba standing there, his entire upper body was scorched black, and there was a rudder faintly floating in the air. The blood red in his eyes had dissipated, replaced by dead whites. Under everyone's gaze, Jabba's massive body fell backwards. Boom. The whole glacier shook. Jabba, dead. Someone whispered. Following Oden, Roger et al. The third member of the Roger Pirates also died in the hands of the crazy dragon Will. Rayleigh and the others looked sad and clenched their fists tightly. Will's figure was shrinking, and he returned to his normal human form after a while. Looking at Jabba opposite, he frowned slightly. It's actually burning life. Shua. The next moment, everyone looked at Will Wren in unison. Chapter 110. You are the one who killed, old man. This man is terrible. Jabba in that state has nothing to do with him. In this sea, who else can kill him? Whitebeard? Maybe it's possible, but everyone has a wait-and-see attitude towards this. Because Whitebeard has suffered losses in the opponent's hands twice in a row. In the first West Blue Gabby Sea area, several captains, more than a dozen elite crew members, and countless ordinary crew members died. Finally fled back to New World from West Blue in embarrassment. Now, after the Roger Pirates merged into the Whitebeard Pirates. Come again to trouble the Mad Dragon, but what about the current situation? Most of the people in the second team were killed or injured. Captain Mulan, Sika, and now Jabba again. I won't talk about these. Now, the Whitebeard Pirates are still facing a great dilemma. That is under the cooperation of Rock's Pirate and Big Mom Pirates. At stake, 387, this is no longer a question of whether or not you can kill the Mad Dragon. It's about whether they, the Whitebeard Pirates, can safely evacuate. Or, many people's eyes turned to Whitebeard again. Whitebeard's face was gloomy at the moment. Or, ever since the Big Mom Pirates came out, his complexion has never been better. Jabba's death will definitely have a great impact on this war. They all want to know, what choice will Whitebeard make at this time? To evacuate immediately? Or stay here and fight the dragon, Charlotte Linlin? Whitebeard was also depressed. This is one of the few frustrations he has experienced in his life. Or, since he founded the Whitebeard Pirates, the only 2 setbacks have come from Kwanlong alone. He is also in a dilemma now. If you retreat, you can indeed retain your strength and reduce casualties. But next time we fight against the Mad Dragon, how far will the opponent grow? How strong will his power be? The other party came out of Impel down, but just over 2 months. One of the most powerful forces in the New World. The strength is even more visible to the naked eye. Will they still have a chance of winning in the future? Do not retreat, choose to die. He doesn't know how many members of the Whitebeard Pirates are left today. It's even possible. The destruction of the Whitebeard Pirates is today. Call out. A figure flashed beside him. It's Rayleigh. He grimaced and looked towards Will. He said in a deep voice, Newgate, get out. Advertisement. Our main purpose is to kill the Mad Dragon and not give the other party a chance to continue to grow. Now that Charlotte Linlin and her pirate group are here, our goal has been defeated. Even if you and I go to surround and kill him at all costs, there is little hope. His analysis is factual. Whitebeard knows this too. Charlotte Linlin might sit back and watch him and Rayleigh stalk Will. But the rest of the Whitebeard Pirates will not be spared. Especially the people from the second team. But even if Charlotte Linlin doesn't move, the Rock's Pirate has someone else. Kaido and Bullet. Any one of them can block rain. The remaining one, combined with the Mad Dragon, Whitebeard is very difficult to take. Seeing that Whitebeard was silent, Rayleigh knew he was not reconciled. Newgate, I know you are not reconciled, and we are not reconciled. But right now, we can't let other people be buried here just for a moment's sake. Let's withdraw first. At that time, I can always think of a way to get rid of the Mad Dragon. Whitebeard's eyes flickered for a while. He nodded heavily. Okay. Kong Yunky held up high in his hand. Whitebeard Pirates. Retreat. The audience was silent for a moment. Daddy. Father, we can still fight. That's right, Dad, we won't withdraw. We haven't avenged Saki and the others yet. Many people roared angrily, all of them with unwillingness. But there are also many people who are really scared. They don't want to fight with Rock's pirate, Big Mom pirates anymore. Because this kind of battle with no hope of victory is the most desperate. All retreat. Whitebeard roared back into the sky. Everyone could hear his unwillingness and anger when he shouted these words. Retreat. Retreat. Listen to Daddy and retreat. WWW. Similar voices came and went. The Whitebeard Pirates began to leave the battlefield and retreat towards the coast. Will knew that too. The Whitebeard Pirates wanted to leave, but they couldn't stay. Unless you take your life to pile it up, but no leader of any force would do such a stupid thing. Neither will, although there is an inextricable grudge with the Whitebeard Pirates. But it would be no fun if you want to lose the family property that you have developed with great difficulty here. But, Will first looked up at the sky over the coast. No one knew what he was thinking. After a few breaths, looked back. His eyes scanned the audience, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Advertisement. How could you easily escape the situation I had set up with great difficulty? Not to scratch you Whitebeard Pirates. How can I be worthy of you sending people thousands of miles away? Linlin. Will yelled at Charlotte Linlin. Siege Whitebeard with me. His words were heard clearly in the ears of everyone present. The Whitebeard Pirates naturally heard it too. The pace of their retreat could not help but stop. Others, stop the Whitebeard Pirates, he issued another order. Kill. The people of Rock's Pirate raised their weapons one after another, and killed the Whitebeard Pirates. And Will, his sharp eyes fell on Whitebeard, Tang. His momentum soared, and his human form reappeared. Crackling. The dense thunder and lightning gathered a thunder armor on his body surface. Boom. The foot stepped on the ice, and the person disappeared instantly. Will turned into a stream of light and shot towards Whitebeard. Mommy, a fierce light flashed in Charlotte Linlin's eyes. Will was willing to besiege Whitebeard with her, of course she would. If she succeeds, she will not only lose a major enemy, but also carve up the power of the Whitebeard Pirates. And the signpost she coveted, as long as Whitebeard is dead. She can hunt and kill the original Roger Pirates as much as she wants, and snatch the ring of eternal life from them. At the same time, Kaido and Bullet also moved 1.5. They rushed towards Whitebeard from different directions. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates wanted to help, but were blocked one after another. Want to surround and kill me? Whitebeard had a cold look on his face, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Kong Yunki spun a few times in his hands. Marco. Take everyone to evacuate. He gave the order again, and strode up to meet the oncoming Will. Since the mad dragon wants to fight, let's fight. In this sea, there is no one who wants to keep him Whitebeard. Buzz. Kong Yun cut the body of the knife was shrouded in a glimmer of light. Facing Will who is approaching in an instant, it is a knife to the head. Boy, you are too arrogant. Who do you think this old man is? This old man is Whitebeard. The light in Will's eyes brightened, and he let out a loud shout. It was you who killed, old man, Dragon God Slash. Chapter 110. She can't make waves. There was a flash of lightning on Will. The thunder and lightning on the thunder armor converged towards Yanmo and Tien Yu. In an instant, the two knives turned into two thunderblades. The next moment, black and red lightning also wound up. It made Yanmo and Tien Yu's power stronger by a few points. Through strong inertia and S**X. Boom, Will took the last step, and the ice collapsed tens of meters. The whole person greeted Whitebeard's overwhelming knife. Dragon God Slash Comet Horn. Boom, the air around Will exploded. In an instant, he turned into a comet like a comet, crashing towards Whitebeard with terrifying power to destroy the world. Whitebeard's heart had odd. He didn't expect the power that Will exploded at this moment to be so powerful. But it was too late to escape now. Yao gritted his teeth, the muscles in his arms swelled, and the veins protruded, like earthworms all over his arms. Drink. Accompanied by his low shout, Kong Yunki slashed down with all his strength with black and red lightning. Die to me. Crackling. Countless black and red lightning raged into space where the two of them were. Their conqueror's hockey are intertwined, forming an absolute field. If other people 31 forcefully stay here, they will only be impacted by this energy, smashed, broken. Boom. Kong Yunki, Yanmo, and Tianyu Yuzhan haven't come into contact yet. Between them, the two conquerors' hockey were already fighting fiercely, forming a crimson ball of light, bursting out with dazzling red light. Boom boom boom. The confrontation between the two forces is like thunder. The turbulence caused by the continuous power swept across the quartet. Even the clouds in the sky have evolved into a strange phenomenon because of the confrontation between the two. Click. The ice surface first cracked cracks and crevices, and then became bigger and bigger, and finally turned into gullies. Drink. Sensing the terrifying power coming from Kong Yunki, Whitebeard's face changed. The power of the opponent's move is beyond his imagination. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. This guy. The last time I fought against myself, I still retained my strength? The last time I had several confrontations with Will in the Gabi Sea area. The opponent has not used this trick. He thought that the strength of Quanlong was basically the same. But now, here at the Morgard Glacier, Quanlong refreshed his cognition frantically. The attack that he fought against Jabba before, even if he wanted to resist it, it was very difficult. Now, the same is true for this attack. How much strength does this guy hide? Mommy, Charlotte Linlin looked at the two people who were fighting fiercely, her eyes flashed. Advertisement, Tang. Napoleon's shape changed, from a sword to a broadsword, and on its body, hot flames lingered. At the same time, the breath on Charlotte Linlin's body rose sharply. It's now. The gun of Elbaf. Napoleon raised her head high, and her aura reached to the peak. Widewo. The moment Napoleon swung down vigorously, a Jew-shaped slash flew out, attacking the two people who were fighting. Charlotte Linlin's attack, even Will is counted. Although most of them are headed towards Whitebeard, but according to this trend, Will definitely be affected. Sure enough, there is no one who can become one of the overlords of the top forces in the New World. I also complied with the saying, if you are not ruthless, you will not be able to stand firmly. When the current situation has not yet settled, Charlotte Linlin's actions are bound to anger Will. But she did it anyway. Call out. Two figures flashed in front of this slash at the same time. It's Rayleigh and Kaido. The two looked at each other, didn't say much, and looked at the giant slash in unison. Kaido's face was gloomy, with monstrous anger in his eyes. Crackling, black and red lightning flashed continuously and entwined around his mace. Linlin. He roared the name in a low voice, held the mace high above his head, and his arm muscles were knotted. Do you want to die? With a loud shout, he smashed down with all his might with his violent mace. Thunder 8 trigrams. Rayleigh on the side also slashed down with the Conqueror's hockey in his hand. The long knife and mace slammed into the giant slash. Boom. A terrifying power erupted. Where Rayleigh and Kaido were standing, the ice crumbled, and their bodies sank a bit. But that huge slash was also directly shattered by the two of them. The next moment, clang, the long knife collided with the mace. The two who had fought against Charlotte Linlin's slash at the same time just now had their blades facing each other. There was a strong murderous intent in each other's eyes. Hey, Kaido laughed, you can't escape today. That's not necessarily the case, Rayleigh retorted, your alliance seems unreliable. Kaido didn't get angry, but said disdainfully, she can't make any waves. No one knows better than him what a man Will is. That's an insidious guy who takes 3 steps at a time. As shrewd as he is, isn't he a younger brother under Will now? Charlotte Linlin, that crazy woman who only knows how to eat, can't beat Will at all. Boom. Advertisement at this time, the confrontation between Whitebeard and Will finally came to fruition. The two violent forces exploded, and instantly, the crimson light flourished. Whitebeard flew backwards and landed in the water far away. And Will fell back to the ice, backwards. Ice cubes splashed on the ice under his feet, and he didn't stop until he slid tens of meters. The scene fell silent for a while. Boom, Whitebeard straightened up again, cutting S*X from the cloud to the ice. His arm was visibly trembling with the naked eye. Blood trickled down his arms. Whitebeard, hurt, mad dragon. Whitebeard stared deeply at Will opposite, with lingering fear in his eyes. Whitebeard, dread Will. Will doesn't know what's going on in Whitebeard's mind. He twisted his neck and shook his head, turning to look at Charlotte Linlin. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. This smile made Charlotte Linlin's scalp tingle. It was as if he was being targeted by a terrifying monster. Not even Whitebeard brought her that sense of crisis. Linlin, do you want to go down and be with Roger and the others? Charlotte Linlin's eyes widened. She looked at Will in disbelief. How dare he? How dare the mad dragon threaten himself like this? Aren't you afraid of turning your back on yourself and teaming up with Whitebeard to attack him? The reason why she dared to do that just now was because she thought she had settled for Will, and under the current situation, she didn't dare to turn against herself. But now, what I thought was impossible, happened. They looked at each other for a long time. Charlotte Linlin smiled awkwardly. Will, I just accidentally slapped my hand just now. Snort. Will snorted coldly. I don't want it to happen again. Otherwise, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Charlotte Linlin stopped making a sound, but she was extremely angry in her heart. In fact, it was she herself who dared not turn her back. With the current situation, it is impossible for her to join hands with Whitebeard to attack Will. But, the other party actually threatened him like this, how can he not be angry? Will saw Charlotte Linlin's face changing constantly, but he was sneering in his heart. Such a threat, you dare not say a word, wait. Wait until I finish off the Whitebeard Pirates. You and your pirate group are useless. Too bad Charlotte Linlin didn't know what was going on in Will's mind. Otherwise, it is estimated that you will regret your current choice. Chapter 112A. Big Gift, for Whitebeard. Overlooked the entire battlefield from above the Morgard Glacier. You can see that the ant-like people gradually divided into 2 groups. Like the tide, flocked to the coast. The Whitebeard Pirates are evacuating. The Rocks Pirate and the Big Mom Pirates are chasing after them. From the Whitebeard Pirates menacing landing on the glacier. Now hastily evacuated. Their battle lasted more than 5 hours. Numerous casualties occurred during this period. On the way to evacuate, many members of the Whitebeard Pirates who were alone were caught up and cut down directly. Whitebeard glanced around. The people who saw the Whitebeard Pirates had almost left the battlefield. No longer hesitate, the two quickly evacuated with Rayleigh. Aren't you going to stop them? Kaido walked up to Will, staring at the backs of the two, frowning. There's a good chance Whitebeard can stay, if he's willing to pay the price. Will shook his head. It's not that simple. If we force Whitebeard to stay, we, the Rock's pirate, will have a hard time. Those of the Whitebeard pirates who have evacuated will return to the shit. Don't underestimate Whitebeard's place in those people's hearts. Our goal has been achieved. The Whitebeard pirates have lost a lot today, haven't they? And the corners of Will's mouth curled up slightly, and there was an inexplicable smile on his face. I also prepared a big gift for them. Kaido's eyes lit up, and he turned to Will eagerly. What gift? He just knew it. With Will's character, how could he let the Whitebeard pirates go so easily? Don't peel them harshly, then he is not Will the dragon. Will didn't answer Kaido's question, but said, let's go, let's give him a gift. As he spoke, he chased after Whitebeard and the others. Kaido hurriedly followed Will as if being scratched by a claw in his heart. Charlotte Linlin looked at the backs of the two, pondered for a moment, and followed. She wants to see what Will wants to do, over the coast. I don't know when it has been covered with dark clouds, and there are thunder flashes in the clouds from time to time. Come on, guy, they're coming, advertisement inside the clouds, poke your head down. It's Helen, and beside her, it was Guy Lee, she's making thunderclouds. Don't rush, I'm busy. Guy Lee's forehead was sweating, and his face was a little pale. Creating this large thundercloud caused her physical strength to be consumed rapidly. For her who just ate yin fruit not long ago, the amount of work is a bit too big. Okay. The captain has given the signal. When she saw the flare from the glacier, Helen hurriedly stopped Guy. Call. Guy Lee stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Not daring to stay here for too long, he manipulated the cloud under his body and led the two of them to escape from this thundercloud area. Looking back at his masterpiece, a proud look appeared on his face. Do you think you have contributed a lot this time? Suddenly remembered something. Whispered in Helen's ear and asked, Helen, your ability can change into someone else. Tell me, when you and the boss. She pursed her lips, a little embarrassed on her face. Whispered. Have you ever become like me? Helen's face suddenly turned red. I'm going to die. Say this at this time. Guy Lee knew it clearly, but her heart beat wildly. Will hadn't told them before that he still had the ring of eternal life in his hand. Maybe it's because they've only been on the crew so recently, not enough to be trusted. But now, after Helen turned into Yaman and poured dirty water on the Whitebeard pirates, she noticed something strange. Eternal life. Guy Lee caressed her cheeks. Her current age is the most beautiful moment for a woman. Thinking of this, Tien licked his red lips. There's already a calculation in my heart. Boom. The thundercloud below suddenly exploded with the sound of thunder, which brought her back to her senses. The two looked back. Find out that thundercloud is changing shape. They looked at each other, and Guy speeded up. Boss, it's time to start. On the glacier coast below, Whitebeard and Rayleigh finally arrived. After they boarded the Moby D*K, they looked back in the direction of the glacier. On the high ground of the glacier, several figures stood there. The leaders who caused heavy losses to the Whitebeard pirates. That guy. Advertisement. Whitebeard pondered for a moment before sighing. We must be careful in the future. Rayleigh also let out a long sigh. Yeah, this kind of person is too difficult to deal with. Thinking of Jabba, Sika, Captain Mulian and others who just died at Will's hands, their faces were sad. The new world in the future is destined not to be peaceful. The battle between us and him has just begun. Suddenly, the two eyes fixed. They saw Will on the other side of the glacier move. A thunderball of more than 10 meters was quickly formed in the opponent's hand, and dense thunder kept blending into it. Within the thunderball, the lightning almost turned into a minefield. You can feel the powerful force from here. Whitebeard snorted coldly. Quanlong, you still don't give up. This level of attack can only cause trouble for him. Not deadly enough. Whitebeard and Rayleigh were both ready to defend. However, Will didn't attack them directly as they thought. Instead, he threw that terrifying thunderball into the air. Everyone's eyes followed the thunderball. All I saw was that the thunderball had submerged into the large thundercloud above his head. Then the thick thundercloud was shrinking, forming a spherical thundercloud with a radius of several thousand meters, and the thunder inside it was full of light. Shocking thunder can be heard endlessly. Whitebeard suddenly remembered something, and his face changed drastically. Sail the boat. Hurry up and sail the boat. Get out of this area. He ordered loudly, and at the same time shouted to Rayleigh and others. Scatter that thing, moneylords. Don't let it fall. He remembered the time of the last trip to Gabi Sea area. Will also used a similar trick. Although it didn't affect him, the people below couldn't stop it. If you let this spherical thundercloud fall, the consequences are unimaginable. Will on the glacier looked at his masterpiece and showed a satisfied smile. Move your gaze over to the Whitebeard pirates. Saw Whitebeard in their actions. There is a hint of sarcasm in the smile. Is it so easy to refuse my gift? Whitebeard, just accept my gift obediently. He raised his right hand. The eyes of everyone behind him fell on him. Looking at the man in front of him, he looks like a godlike man. Slowly press down with the palm of your hand. The moment he made this action, the huge thundercloud sphere suspended above the heads of the Whitebeard pirates moved. Lei Ying. Chapter 113. One ring within one ring, so many that you will go crazy. The thundercloud sphere with a radius of several thousand meters sank downward. It seems to be slow, but in fact, it only takes 10 breaths of time before it will fall to the sea below. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates couldn't help trembling in their calves when they saw the huge sphere covering the sky and pressing towards them. Especially the giant brontosaurus swimming in the thundercloud sphere. It's like the end is coming. Shoot! A terrifying roar woke them up from their panic. When he saw the figures on the bow of the Moby D*K. Gradually, joy appeared on their faces. It's Daddy and the others. Father and the others, take action, we will be fine. Yes, our father is Whitebeard. Similar voices kept ringing, and they didn't know if they were comforting themselves, or if they really believed that Whitebeard and the others could intercept this thundercloud sphere. Tang! A huge blue flame rose from Marco's body, enveloping him. After standing more than 10 meters tall, the wings of the phoenix flapped vigorously. Phoenix seal. The flames of the phoenix condensed into a huge blue fireball in front of him, and then rushed towards the thundercloud sphere like a shockwave. Boom! The blue shockwave bombarded away, reaching under the thundercloud sphere in an instant, and then submerged into it. Boom 897. The thunderlight inside the thundercloud sphere was full of thunder, and the pale light almost reflected the thundercloud sphere into white. The continuous flames of the phoenix rushed inside. However, compared to this thundercloud sphere with a radius of several thousand meters, Marco's shockwave is like a rope tied to a balloon. The thundercloud sphere was not hindered in the slightest, and continued to sink unswervingly. I come, seeing that Marco's attack didn't have much effect. Rayleigh's expression was solemn, his eyes flashed. The next moment, he stepped on his feet and jumped into the air. Clang! A cold light suddenly appeared, and a huge slash nearly 200 meters flew out. Boom! The giant chop broke through the thundercloud sphere, submerged into it, entangled with the huge thunder dragon, and then exploded. Shua, shua, shua! Rayleigh's offensive didn't stop. It wasn't until dozens of slashes were sent out in a row that it floated back to the deck. Who? Sending out so many slashes at once, even with all his strength, is also a huge waste for him. Boom! Above, dozens of slashes sank into the thundercloud sphere. Suddenly, a DBFD thunderstorm exploded. Dazzling white light shines through the black clouds, illuminating the sea area. The thundercloud sphere also stagnated for a few breaths under this wave of attacks. Advertisement: the size has also shrunk by nearly half from the original several thousand meters. Rayleigh et al. Could not help the pupils to shrink. Looking at the thundercloud sphere that has shrunk severely, its power has become even larger. No, at this time, it should no longer be called a thundercloud sphere. That was clearly a lightning ball, a thunderball 2/3 composed of lightning. Really, as soon as Whitebeard's heart sank, he knew that the opponent's method would not be so simple. Boom! He clubbed Kong Yunky heavily on the deck. The tall figure took 2 steps forward. Looking at the huge thunderball that continued to sink, a fierce look appeared in his eyes. With his low drinking, the whole body grew a little bit, the muscles all over his body swelled, and the blue veins bulged. Shock fruit ability activates. The fists were shrouded in a glimmer of light. Next moment, his fists slammed into the air beside him. Crack! A crisp sound came to everyone's ears. Crack! The crackling sound became more urgent and intensive. The surrounding air is shaken by the shock fruit ability. At the same time, in the direction of the thunderball in the sky, amidst the bursts of thunder, there was also a sound of shattering like a mirror. Boom! Click! The 2 voices are intertwined, and the thunderball is also distorted under the ability of Whitebeard. Those streaks of thunder seem to have a tendency to be shaken away. Drink! Seeing that his attack was effective, Whitebeard continued to activate the shock fruit ability. Clatter! The fluctuations of the surrounding waves have a tendency to increase. The waves piled on top of each other, getting bigger and bigger. If this continues, a tsunami will form. Glaciers in the distance were also affected. Feeling the vibration and movement coming from under their feet, the people of the Rocks Pirate and Big Mom Pirates were a little uneasy. I am afraid that this glacier will collapse in the next moment. In their worried eyes, the corner of Will's mouth curled up, and he raised his right hand again. Then, under their gaze, the 5 fingers of the raised right hand clenched into a fist. Their eyes widened and their hearts skipped a beat. Advertisement: boom! The thunderball that is about to collapse is rapidly shrinking. Kilometers, hundreds of meters, hundreds of meters. Gulu. No one expected that a thunderball with a distance of over 1,000 meters would shrink to a size of tens of meters in just a few breaths. Neither did the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard was even more surprised. Boom! A roar resounded like a sky crash through the world. Many people have ringing ears and dizziness. Some people even suffered cardiac arrest under the bang and fell down. Will stared at the thunderball tens of meters away, showing a satisfied smile. Extreme Thunder Luan Xing collapse, the next moment. Boom! Countless thick and large thunderbolts burst out from the thunderball, as if stretching out countless tentacles, slapping towards the Whitebeard Pirates. Boom boom boom! In an instant, that area turned into a thunder domain. Dao Razor is raging in it. Many members of the Whitebeard Pirates were unable to dodge and were directly bombarded by Razor. Severe injury, severe death, boom. This is not the sound made by the thunder, but the explosion caused by the thunder snake igniting the opponent's shells when it ravaged the Whitebeard Pirates. Several pirate ships were on fire. Mad Dragon. Whitebeard's face darkened. I thought the opponent's attack was just the thundercloud sphere. Unexpectedly, there is a ring of rings among them. Boom! Whitebeard leaned down slightly, his feet exerted force, and his whole body was ejected, rushing towards the thunderball in midair. His eyes were sharp, and the thunderball reflected his face pale. Holding Kong Yunki tightly with both hands, he raised it behind his back. At the same time, the shock fruit ability is fully activated. Kong Yunki's blade trembled as if it could not bear it and collapsed. Crackling. Rows of black and red lightning flashed around him. Conqueror's Haki runs to ultimate. Open it for me. Whitebeard yelled angrily. Kong Yunki moved forward and slashed down with all his strength. Boom. In an instant, a dazzling light enveloped the area. Everyone was blinded by the light. Before they could make the next move, a berserk shock had already descended upon them. Chapter 114 Above the Great Swordsman. No one knew what was going on at this time. They can only feel the rolling momentum in this dazzling light. I don't know how long it has been. The light finally dissipated. The violent airflow gradually calmed down. Everyone looked up immediately. Seeing this, his eyes widened immediately, that is. I saw Whitebeard's tall body falling from the sky, with white smoke rising from his body. Luo's exposed skin has many scorched black spots. Daddy, many people exclaimed. Just then, the falling Whitebeard has moved. Stabilizing his figure, he slammed heavily on the deck of the Moby D*K. Boom. The water level of the Moby D*K sank a little, and sawdust splashed on the deck, but fortunately it was not disconnected. Whitebeard stood up slowly under the eyes of everyone. Daddy. Newgate. Whitebeard shook his head slightly, turned to look in the direction of the glacier, and his eyes fell on the leader Will. The other party is also looking at him. If eyes could kill, perhaps Will would have been torn to pieces by Whitebeard at this moment. Mad Dragon. The voice was low and hoarse. This is already unknown how many times he called out this name with full of anger. Today, the Whitebeard Pirates, including the Moby D*K, a total of more than 20 large ships came to attack the Rocks Pirate. Now, it's only half a day. His Whitebeard Pirates suffered more than a third of their casualties. Close to half. It also includes Jabba, Sika, Captain Mulian, and several captains and other advanced combat forces. As for Jabba, it is the presence of Rayleigh's shoulder. This battle is definitely the worst since the establishment of the Whitebeard Pirates. Listening to the screams that kept coming from around, Whitebeard suppressed the urge to rush up and fight Will. Sail. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates steered the ship in fear. Seeing that Will didn't attack again, he was secretly relieved. Before leaving, many people looked back at the proud figure on the glacier. There is indelible fear in the eyes. Mad Dragon Will. Terrible. To be an enemy with such a person is to feel that there is no hope of victory. Above the glacier, Will quietly watched the Whitebeard Pirates leave. Just let them go. Bullet walked over to Will's side as well. His fighting spirit was still high. Thinking about it, I haven't had a good fight yet. Will squints at him. Bullet scratched his head, a little uncomfortable being watched. Only then did Will explain softly. The war between forces is not determined by a simple victory or defeat. It's not like one side has to fall to stop. Advertisement. Even if we keep the Whitebeard Pirates here today, how many people can we have left? Maybe even, we will be buried for them. As he spoke, he glanced at Charlotte Linlin. Bullet also looked over, and muttered, just find a chance to kill them. Will didn't speak, but slowly closed his eyes. There was a vague aura exuding from his body. A sort of, very ethereal atmosphere. Warning, Kaido suddenly shouted. With a big wave of his hand, the people of Rock's Pirate immediately surrounded Will, centered on Will. He looked defensively at the Big Mom Pirates. Kaido and Bullet stood beside him. In front of them are Gion, Jin, Mox and others. At this time, Will seemed to have entered a strange state, and he couldn't tell what it was. But that kind of mysterious experience gave him a different understanding of the way of swordsmanship. The Big Mom Pirates also gathered around Charlotte Linlin, staring at the Rocks Pirates defensively. And Charlotte Linlin herself was staring at Will. The aura on the other party was obviously very peaceful, and she didn't feel any threat. But why? Does she feel that the other party has become more terrifying? Is it an illusion? She really wanted to try it out, but looked at the crowd in Rock's Pirate. Especially Kaido and Bullet who guard Will, still dismissed the idea. After a long time, Will's breath disappeared. He also slowly opened his eyes. That moment, Charlotte Linlin seems to see a world. She thought it was an illusion, blinked her eyes, and when she looked carefully again, it was clearly the same as usual. It seems that it is indeed an illusion. A small smile appeared on Will's face. Open the system panel. This system, which has never had a strong sense of existence, has been silently improving his strength. After such a long time, I still pull the system out for a while, so that everyone will not forget that the protagonist is also a person who is hanged, and at the same time I will summarize the ability information of the protagonist. Open black lens bracket Rocks D will close black lens bracket, basic physical skills. Perfect level 93%. Basic swordsmanship. Perfect level 99%. Open black lens bracket observation hockey. Advanced 95%. Open black lens bracket armament hockey. Advanced 72%. Open black lens bracket conquerors hockey. Advanced 24%. Open black lens bracket Brontodragon fruit. Primary awakening 60%. Close black lens bracket. Skills. Dragon claw. Super electromagnetic cannon. Sand iron sword. Lightning spear. Thunder Dragon Roar, Thunder Chaos Star Collapse, Dragon God / Comet Horn, Thor God / Meteor Horn, Illusory Sword Art Spiral Vientiane, Dragon God / Double Swordsmanship Shinue Exile, Dragon God / Dual Swordsmanship Kensakura Dance, Extreme Kanglong Break, Timing Cage. The feeling just now is a sign that swordsmanship has reached the peak of the perfect level and is about to enter the next level. That is the realm above the great swordsman. It is a bit similar to the realm where everything can be a sword. At the same time, it also made Will's sword intent more pure and natural. It has a kind of meaning that the state of mind is as good as water, and the artistic conception of heaven and man is one. Finish the door. Will looked at the 99% progress, a little funny, but also shook his head helplessly. There is a kind of big prize in front of you, and it is definitely yours, but you have to wait for a while to receive it. But at this stage when 99% of the perfect level swordsmanship has been transformed to the next level. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. From time to time he will have this phenomenon of perception. It was very helpful for him to comprehend new sword skills. VR. Kaido looked Will up and down, the other gave him a little different feeling. Bullet said, "Fight with me." He looked at Will expectantly. In the past, he generally wouldn't compete with Will. Because when I was a child, I was taught the principles of being a human being many times by the other party. But now, he feels that playing against Will improve him a lot. Gion and Mox, who are swordsmen, are more sensitive. Will, have you gotten there yet? Gion eagerly stepped forward to grab Will's hand, with excitement and curiosity on his face. Mox watched expectantly, too. That is the realm above the legendary great swordsman. In today's sea, they have never heard of anyone who has reached that level. Seeing the anxious looks of the two, Will first nodded and then shook his head. I have already touched that threshold, and it will take a while to comprehend and adapt before I can truly reach that level. Fight me. Let me experience it. Gion and Mox spoke at the same time. Will couldn't help laughing and said, let's talk about it when we get back to Wanokuni. These guys, one by one, have to compete with themselves. Are they not afraid of being suppressed when the time comes? He looked over to Charlotte Linlin. The eyes of the two intertwined. Charlotte Linlin stared deeply into Will's eyes and said meaningfully, Will, have you become stronger again? There was some certainty in her tone of hesitation. It's a little gain. To this, Will only responded vaguely. Do you need me to send you back to 10,000 kingdoms? Seeing that he was unwilling to speak, Charlotte Linlin couldn't ask further questions. No, I have already notified my people to come. Now that she has just finished the war with Whitebeard, although she is an ally, she will not be so stupid as to let Will and the others enter her kingdom. After thinking about it, he said again, after a while, I will hold a tea party at Cake Island, and you will appreciate it then, right? Will, tea party? Will was taken aback for a moment, then responded with a smile. Okay, I will definitely go then. Then I will send someone an invitation card. Charlotte Linlin took another deep look at Will and led them away. Will watched them go, holding back his smile. This is really interesting. Charlotte Linlin's tea party has been held several times so far. However, they are all from the Big Mom Pirates and invited some partners by the way. People like Will, Kaido, and Whitebeard are not invited. You actually invited yourself now? What is she trying to do? Turning around, looking at the sea in the distance. There, the fleet of the Whitebeard Pirates gradually turned into a black spot and finally disappeared on the horizon. Whitebeard. The time for the next full-scale war. It won't be 5 like today. Chapter 115 changes. The king is coming. Porp, tens of nautical miles away from the Morgard Sea area. A marine fleet is anchored here. On the leading command ship, Sengoku, Garp and others are all here. The battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Rocks Pirate touched the hearts of countless people. Marine is certainly no exception. They even care more than anyone else. They were planning to go to Wanokuni, but the Rocks Pirate ambushed the Whitebeard Pirates at the Morgard Glacier. This accident forced them to turn around and rush to this side. What's up? Sengoku answered the phone. War, Sengoku, Admiral. The voice over there stuttered. Sengoku could hear the tension and fear of the other party at this time. Can't help but my heart sank. What's the situation now? Gulu. The sound of swallowing made the tension of Sengoku and others increase by 537. Whitebeard Pirates, fight. The person on the other side seemed to be strangled, unable to say the word behind it. Sengoku's heartbeats quickened and the atmosphere grew tense. Especially Sengoku, who was already cursing secretly in his heart. Mada, you can create an atmosphere like this, why don't you become a drama actor? Moses. A strange voice came, and Sengoku and the others changed their expressions. Hello? Moses. Seeing that there was no response from this side, the other side repeated it again. Is that Mr. Sengoku over there? Sengoku's mind exploded. He finally remembered who the owner of this voice was. Mad Dragon. Oh, so Mr. Sengoku is here. Will's words were full of sarcasm, and he glanced at the cowering Rocks pirate crew at his feet. This person turned out to be a small captain of the Beast's pirates. In fact, it was an undercover agent placed by Marine. He sighed softly in his heart. It's an undercover agent again. Sengoku said in a condensed voice, Mad Dragon, what do you want? Will looked at the phone bug amusedly, as if it's Sengoku. Mr. Sengoku, you put nails in my shoes and ask me what I want. Let him go. Knowing the odds were slim, Sengoku spoke up anyway. If you have any conditions, as long as they are not excessive, you can talk about them. Advertisement. Will's face turned cold, so cold that even the surrounding temperature dropped a bit. I am a person who can tolerate most things. The only thing about being an undercover agent. This is a thorn in his heart. Anyone who dares to touch this thorn will seek death. Hold out your palm. Jin on the side respectfully put a revolver in his hand. Don't kill me. The undercover was scared to pee, really scared to pee. In a panic, he was about to crawl over and hug Will's feet to beg for mercy, but Jin stepped on the ice. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. Will slowly raised his revolver and aimed it at the undercover's head. When Guillaume saw this scene, his body trembled. He was grabbed by Guy Li on the side. She shook her head slightly at Guillaume. Guillaume pursed his lips and swallowed the words he was about to say back into his stomach. Mad Dragon. Sengoku whispered. Boom. His answer was a gunshot, and the begging for mercy that stopped abruptly. Boom. Sengoku punched the side of the boat. Mr. Sengoku, I have a present for you, Marine. You will love it. Leaving this sentence, Will directly threw the phone bug under his feet. Stomp on it. Sengoku stared blankly at the phone bug that had returned to its original appearance. Boom. It was another punch, and his face was full of anger. This B************* D is too arrogant. Crane Vice Admiral is full of worries. During this time, she has studied all of Will's actions. It is definitely a difficult opponent to find that the opponent's actions are premeditated. Sengoku, let's think about the meaning of the other party's words. The other party's gift is not so easy to receive. And, judging from the circumstances of this call, the battle between the Rocks Pirate and the Whitebeard Pirates is over. Sengoku nodded heavily. Well, but for now, let's find out the outcome of this battle. Someone will be in touch soon, after a few minutes. When Sengoku and others looked at the information in their hands, they all fell silent. Open black lens bracket. New World Sky Change. The Emperor is coming. Close black lens bracket. This is an eye-catching headline, comparable to the execution of One Piece last time. Every time, as long as such a page appears on the newspaper of the World Economic News Agency, the content is absolutely shocking, and it will definitely make your soul tremble. When countless people saw the content in the newspaper, they were really shocked. Indeed, their souls trembled too. The Rocks Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates fought on the glaciers of the Moriguard Sea. The Big Mom Pirates joined the battlefield halfway. Advertisement. The war ended with the Whitebeard Pirates fleeing in panic. They looked at the content above, which naturally included the information that Jabba and others were killed by Will. Everyone was horrified. Another strong man has fallen in the hands of the crazy dragon Will. Since the opponent's debut, how many superpowers have died in the opponent's hands? Hild, Kazuki Oden, One Piece Roger, Jabba K. Jabba. There are other records, defeating Kaido and subduing it, and fighting Whitebeard several times without losing the wind. It all adds up. Brilliant, it's almost blinding eyes. Makes your scalp tingle just thinking about it. Let me ask, is there anyone in this vast sea who has a record comparable to him? And the contents of the newspaper also reached the key point. The situation in New World is gradually becoming clearer. Rocks Pirate, Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and Flying Pirates occupy one side. The rest of the forces can only retreat in front of them. These four big pirate groups will be the masters of the New World from now on. And the four people standing at the top of New World are the uncrowned emperors of New World. Rocks D. Will, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Auntie Charlotte Linlin. Golden Lion Shiki. New World, the king comes. When seeing this, countless people's brains roared, and their minds went blank. How long has it been since One Piece Roger's execution? 4 pirate kings appeared in this sea again. For ordinary people, this 1.8 is tantamount to bad news. Panic, fear spread in their hearts. And for those who are ambitious, the 4 emperors of the New World are their goals. Either defeat them and become the new emperor, either surrender to them and follow them to that throne. However, everyone who cares has noticed a problem. That is, Morgans puts Will, the dragon, on top of Whitebeard. This discovery made many people's hearts jump wildly. The World Economic News Agency of Morgans is very authoritative. What does this represent? Represents Will the dragon and his Rocks Pirate, at the head of the 4 emperors. At this time, everyone was shocked. Whitebeard, who used to keep pace with One Piece, fought against the dragon twice, and lost twice, and was severely injured in both times. Hiss. Era. It's about to change. Chapter 116 Hiyori. Uncle, are you here to play games with Mom again? When the outside world is changing, Will has returned to Wanokuni with the Rocks Pirate crew. In the general's mansion, Will took the main seat. In the center of the hall, several people stood there for punishment. Enel, Hina, Oroka, Robin, and Little Yamato. Who would have thought that the first battle of the Moriguard War was started by these brats? It also bombarded 3 pirate ships of the Whitebeard pirate fleet and disabled 2 ships. This record, let the outsiders know, it is estimated that the eyes will pop out. Will's face was flat, showing no emotion. Tell me, who will take the lead? TTE. Will's face darkened. Good guy. Didn't you discuss it in advance? Orochia points to Hina. Enel points to Orochia. Hina points to Enel. And Robin. Pointing at Little Yamato. Black belly started at a young age? Yamato bit his finger and saw Robin pointing at himself before the other little hand could make an identification. There was some confusion in the flickering big eyes. Suddenly I don't know who to refer to. After a moment of hesitation, there was a mutual identification with Robin. Seeing this, Will didn't feel like scolding him anymore. Waving 31 hands, he said, "Enel, stay here, you guys, go to Lucy to receive the punishment." The little girls hurried away as if they had received an amnesty. Master. Enel was slightly ashamed. Needless to say, I know it has nothing to do with you. Enel is a bit brilliant, although it wasn't his idea, he enjoyed it. Will's face turned serious. Enel, I have something for you to do, if you don't want to, you can refuse. Enel immediately restrained all his emotions. Seriously said, no matter what it is, as long as the master tells me, I will do it. Go be a marine, Enel. Will's words made him a little confused. It has been a while since he came down from Sky Island, and he has also learned about the general situation in Shanghai. They are pirates, and now will actually let himself be a marine? Will explain patiently. Marine is now conducting a global conscription, and will make an exception to recruit capable and strong men. Although your strength has just started, Thunderfruit can make you highly valued by Marines. They will train you as Admiral. I need you to go undercover in the Marine and climb up step by step until you reach Admiral, or even the Marine Marshal. Enel felt his scalp go numb. My master's thoughts are too sensational, right? Make him a pirate to be Admiral, or even Marshal. Advertisement, are you sure you can do it? And Enel frowned and reminded, Master, many people know my identity. Will motion him to take it easy. You have only been in Shanghai for a long time, and you usually hide on the Thunder Dragon, researching and transforming it, and rarely show up. Except for the cadres in the pirate group, everyone else has only met you once, and they don't even know your name, let alone your information. When the time comes, you change your attire and adjust your appearance a little. Who will recognize you? Will thought of Enel in the original book. If it becomes like that, few people will recognize it. Back in Burka, he didn't recognize Enel. Enel is a big gift to Marine. Don't you like planting spies? I will play a big game with you. Enel hesitated and said, Master, is this important? If he hadn't had to, he still wanted to stay with Will. Will thought for a while. I don't have to do it, but if this thing is successful, it will be of great help to my future plans. If you don't want to go, I'll find someone else. As he said, Enel didn't have to go. It's just that he is indeed the most suitable candidate at present. His qualifications are not bad, and with the potential of Thunderfruit, he will be a proper admiral in the future. At the right moment, Will's side takes out an admiral and puts Enel in his place. Contest with Marine later. An admiral of the opponent is one of his own. Before the war started, the opponent lost half of it. Isn't that how you want to play? Enel struggled there, and Will didn't push. Even if Enel chooses to stay with him, it will be of great help to him. After a long time, Enel looked up at Will again with a determined expression. Master, I am willing to be a Marine. Will looked serious, are you sure? Once you make this choice, there is no chance of regretting it. Enel nodded. Yeah, since this plan is of great help to the Master, it should be done by me. Okay. Will heaved a sigh of relief. Then I started explaining to Enel what needs to be paid attention to. While Will and Enel were discussing the undercover Marine, the entire Wanokuni set off a wave. After Will settled in Wanokuni, the policy of closing the country to the outside world has been abolished. The news bird of World Economic News will come here every day to deliver the latest newspapers. It is no longer like before. What I learned is all outdated information. The people of Wanokuni have gradually deepened their understanding of the outside world. With the return of Rock's Pirate, they know the outcome of the battle between the Rock's Pirate and the Whitebeard Pirates. Those who still have fantasies about the Kazuki family will be somewhat disappointed. But there was still a glimmer of hope, however, when the latest newspaper enters Wanokuni. Advertisement, their last hope was dashed with it. The current General Wanokuni is already one of the 4 emperors of Satoshi Shinshi. Existence alongside Whitebeard. Shimotsuki Yasui also got a newspaper in his hand. Looking at the above content, after being deeply shocked, there was a wordless silence. Finally, he rubbed his stiff cheeks. Invite confidence. Order to go on, do your best to publicize the deeds of General Will, build momentum for the general, and make the general the belief of Wanokuni, while weakening the influence of the Kazuki family. His orders are issued one by one, all of which are policies that are beneficial to Will. Just like Will thought, if he were to manage Wanokuni, it would take less than 20 years. 3 to 5 years can make Wanokuni forget what the last owner was called. Now, maybe 3 to 5 years will not be needed. In the general's mansion, Enel has been taken by Helen for a makeover. The next time you appear in everyone's sights, you will no longer be a member of the Rock's Pirate. Looking at the contents of the newspaper in his hand, the corner of his mouth mocked slightly. Unexpectedly, another unexpected thing happened in 987. The title of 4 emperors was born ahead of schedule. And 2 of the positions have also changed. I can be regarded as replacing Kaido. Golden Lion is also honored to be one of them, Morgan's. Chewing the name faintly, an inexplicable light appeared in his eyes. Then he stood up, took the newspaper and walked into the backyard of the general's mansion. Uncle, are you back? After entering the room, Hiyori saw him while playing. The little face showed a happy smile. Dian ran to his feet and grabbed his trousers. Tianyueshi's face changed. Rihei. Regarding Will's identity, after that incident, she dared not tell Hiyori. What are you doing here? She stared at Will vigilantly, afraid that the other party would do that kind of thing to her again. Will picked up Hiyori, walked up to her, and handed her the newspaper. Tien Yueshi took the newspaper suspiciously. When she saw the content above, her eyes widened and her complexion paled a lot. How so? She fell back on the bed in a daze. Tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. The loss of the Whitebeard Pirates and the rise of the Rocks Pirate indicate that Wanokuni will be controlled by this man for a long time. What should I do? What should Hiyori do? What should the people of Wanokuni do? Hiyori, go play first. Uncle and your mother still have something to talk about. We'll put Hiyori down. Hiyori tilted her head, her eyes full of curiosity. Uncle, do you want to play games with Mom again? Chapter 117. Mom and Aunt are playing games with Uncle. Hey, do you really want to grow up quickly? Hiyori sat on the steps in the yard, the melancholy of a grown-up for the little man. Da da da. X-Phil. 10. There was a sound of footsteps, and Guy Li's slightly excited voice. Rihei Zunsheng looked over and saw Guy Li running in with a reward list. Hey, little girl. Why are you here? Did you see Will? Hiyori blinked and pointed to the room behind her. Uncle is inside. Before she could finish speaking, Guy had already passed her and pushed the door open without saying hello. Old. Big. When she saw the situation inside, the following words stuck in her throat and she couldn't speak. She stared wide-eyed at the table over there. Will and Tianyue in Guild War also stopped fighting. Will. Tianyue was almost ashamed at this moment. It is embarrassing enough to be bumped and broken by a daughter, and now there is another one. Struggling to think, to get up, but was held down by Will. Hey, boss. Guy Li smiled. You go on, you go on. She is about to leave. The beating frequency of the heart is a little frighteningly fast. Will gave her a meaningful smile. Guy Li, since you're here, let's go together. Just right, I have some experience with Yin fruit. Today I will teach you how to develop Yin fruit step by step. Just kidding, it's all like this, and you still want to get out of your body? Hearing this, Guy Li felt her cheeks getting hot. This so-called development is definitely not that kind of development. She is both excited and hesitant, without waiting for her to make the next move. Will has raised his hand and the force field is activated. Guy Li's figure was pulled over uncontrollably. Boom. The door closes automatically. Will puts Guy on top of the sky and moon. The two women looked at each other with an inexplicable meaning in their eyes. Outside the door, Hiyori's door has been closed again. Sitting back on the steps again, holding his chin with his little hand. Hey, why can Mom and Aunt play games with Uncle? Hiyori also thinks about it. When will you grow up? A warship sails into Marineford Harbor. QG, plus, %. Advertisement. The Marine on duty greeted him immediately. Hey, Sally, it's you again. How many times is this? Have you found any good seedlings? The officer named Sully grinned and said, who told me to run Sabadi Archipelago? It doesn't take much time to go back and forth. Okay, it's important, I'll see you when I'm free. As he spoke, he waved to more than a dozen people dressed in different clothes on the warship. Come with me, you will be selected later. A group of people followed Sally off the boat. And among these dozens of people, there is one person who is the most conspicuous. Without him, just because his attire is too eye-catching. Wearing a white headscarf, the earlobes are a bit long and with earrings. The upper body is bare, and there are 4 big drums engraved with 3 hooked jade on the back. There are several gold rings on each of the 2 arms, and a gold stick in his hand. The lower body is wearing bloomers, and the feet are stuck. This is what Enel looks like in the original book. The only difference is that he is only a teenager now. Even Gion, Hina and the others wouldn't be able to recognize Enel if he didn't show his fruit ability. He looked at the majestic Marineford with an inexplicable expression. Is this naval headquarters, Marineford? Thinking that I will live here for a long time in the future, and I will not see my master and companions, I feel a little sad. Inside the marshal's office, Kong is working on the file, and sitting across from him is Sengoku. I don't know what kind of psychology. Kong had already involved Sengoku in the Marine Admiral's office routine in advance. Click. In the office, apart from the sound of 2 people processing documents, there was also the sound of eating. Also unusually loud. The veins on the foreheads of the 2 of them were throbbing. Turning his head, he looked at Garp, who was sitting on the sofa, eating donuts non-stop with a happy expression on his face. There was a mammoth in my heart. Mud. Garp is a B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Even the work that should have belonged to him was thrown to Bogard, who was under him, and he came here all day to dawdle. Garp. Kong let out a cry of anger. Garp was stunned for a moment, and then he looked stunned. Ah, old man, do you want donuts too? Boom. Kong slapped the table and pointed to the door. Get out of here and do something. Don't want. Garp picked his nostrils, as if a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Marshal, something serious happened, Marshal. A soldier broke in from outside. Kong suppressed his anger and said seriously, what happened? The soldier panted heavily, pointing to the door. The martial arts field, the martial arts field. Here comes a Thunder Fruit capable user, wow. Kong and Sengoku stood up suddenly, and the chairs were knocked down by them. Advertisement. Garp froze as he ate the donut. Kong said in a deep voice, say it again, what ability user? The soldier was startled by the eyes of the three, but he replied immediately, Thunder Fruit is capable. Go and see. Kong got the exact answer, so he couldn't sit still. Immediately walked towards the martial arts arena. When they came to the martial arts field, they found that many senior generals had already arrived. Crane Vice Admiral, Sakazuki, Paluzolino, Kuzan, such as Marshal Zephyr, who was in charge of this conscription, greeted the three of Kong when he saw the arrival of the three of them. Is it really a Thunder Fruit ability user? Zephyr's expression was filled with joy that couldn't be concealed. Pointing to Enel in the center of the arena below, he said, "That's him." Below, around Enel, are all the people who have just been sent to participate in the selection. There are 20 or 30 people. There are many famous people among them. What's the situation? Kong wondered. Zephyr explained. He wants to challenge everyone at the same time. Crazy. Kong and the others had this idea at the same time. Zephyr laughed, but he does have mad capital. While they were talking, the battle below started. Boom. A burst of dazzling thunder reflected the martial arts arena pale. There were screams one after another. The Marine executives who came to watch the battle narrowed their eyes. Under their observation hockey detection, one by one the breath of life is weakening. When the thunder light subsided, the scene returned to calm. Hiss. Wang Zhao. Many people gasped. Except for Enel, there is no one else standing on the court. Oh, it's really scary. Paluzolino spoke his own catchphrase, but thought more than anyone else. Thunderfruit. I am a sparkling fruit. Good, Kong praised. Even though he was as calm as him, he couldn't help but feel ecstasy in his heart. As long as they cultivate with their heart, the new generation leader of Marine may be the one in front of you. However, some things still need to be clarified. Is his identity clear? Zephyr nodded. He's from Sky Island, just came down from there. Our intelligence has not found any traces of him in the sea, so it should have nothing to do with other forces. Yeah, Kong was even more satisfied when he heard that. Marine, I found a treasure. While Marine was secretly having fun, Will was not idle. His next goal has been determined to fly. Stussy sent information. The guy who is suspected to be John has appeared. Chapter 118. This is my ultimate goal. The world ZF started experimenting with the enlargement of the human body hundreds of years ago. But for hundreds of years, not much progress has been made. Until they arrested a group of illegal scientific research team MADs. Vegapunk. The wisdom of this man is beyond their imagination. Human body enlargement experiments have made great progress. The study of lineage factors unlocked the transmission conditions of the devil fruit ability and allowed the object to have the devil fruit ability. Create the world's first artificial devil fruit, and various other technological research. Vegapunk can be said to be a scientist who is 500 years ahead of today's technology and 500 years beyond human wisdom. Several years ago, Kaido was captured by Marines several times. He was not sent to Impel down. Instead, it was sent to the world government's laboratory for research. Jin was also rescued by him at that time. Vegapunk is intrigued by Kaido's special qualities and... So, what is our Captain John doing now? Stussy looked a little serious, and pointed at a position of 930 on the chart on the table. He went to Elbaf. Will paused. Elbaf? In the original book, there are quite a few giants playing, but in terms of strength, most of them are at the General Vice Admiral level. But he knew that Elbaf was not as simple as he imagined. Because of those giants who went to sea, almost all giant warriors from the warrior village of Elbaf. That's just the tip of the giant iceberg. In the data, Elbaf is called the #1 power in the world. And, there's more to Elbaf's mystery than that. In that kingdom of giants, there is a towering giant tree called the God Tree. It is a towering giant tree in the true sense. Even Ohara's omniscient tree is humbled before it. It is said that a big secret is hidden above that sacred tree. It involves God and the kingdom of God. Not the kind of gods on Sky Island, but real gods. Stussy patted Will on the shoulder, pulling him back from his contemplation. Advertisement, continue. Only then did Stussy say, the experiment of maximizing human body size has encountered a bottleneck. Currently, the genes of ordinary Japanese humans cannot meet the research needs. Vegapunk asks the world ZF to provide more perfect giant genes, that is, the royal gene of the giant race. Hiss. Even though Will was used to seeing big scenes, he couldn't help being surprised. You mean? Stussy nodded. That's right, the purpose of that, John, is to go to Elbaf and seize the gene of the giant royal family. Will was speechless. This is really, he didn't even know how to describe it. There is no such thing as death, right? But, we'll push those unnecessary thoughts to the back of his mind. The brain is running fast. Giants, experiment, Vegapunk, artificial devil fruit. The information is arranged in his mind one by one, and then connected in series. Stussy watched his face quietly from the side. Seeing the light in his eyes made his heart beat hard. This man is really attractive, after a long time. A smile spread across Will's face. Stussy asked, an idea came up? Let your people fully assist, Captain John, and help him complete this operation. Stussy was a little surprised when he heard this. Why? Will laughed and said, only if he succeeds, the giants will be furious. And I will extend my hand of friendship when the time is right. Stussy's eyes lit up. At that time, you can snipe and kill John to gain the gratitude and friendship of the giants. In this way, we will have a solid and reliable ally in the future, DBFE. On this sea, the most reliable, undoubtedly, are the warriors of the military clan. They have all kinds of shortcomings, irritable, they will strike at a disagreement, they can eat. In the same way, they are simple, direct, loyal and reliable, and they have absolutely no complaints about the people they recognize, even if they sacrifice their lives. Will shook his head, and his finger first touched Elbaf's position. Then draw an arc across it. It ended up falling to Punk Hazard. Elbaf's friendship is just a bonus. Here is my ultimate goal. Elbaf's largest city, that is, within their capital. Advertisement in the direction of the palace. There was a loud roar that shook the sky. After a while, hundreds of giant warriors walked out of the palace. The whole Elbaf fell into a commotion and rage. Prince Rocky's 1-year-old child was kidnapped. This is something Elbaf has never done since its establishment. This is undoubtedly a challenge to them. All of a sudden, all the giants started to act and carried out a blanket search. And somewhere on the coast of Elbaf, a group of people boarded the boat with a big baby. The leader was a man who was more than 3 meters tall, wearing a weird tiger head mask. Behind him, there are 2 people who also wear masks. The rest are dressed in suits. The man with the tiger head mask looked at the billowing smoke and dust in the distance, swallowed, and there was lingering fear in his eyes. His own strength is already very strong, but facing this country that has fallen into madness, I still feel my scalp numb. The boat sailed away quickly. Then the man said to those black suits, "This operation can be successful, thanks to you. Stussy over there, I'll say hello, and you guys follow me to Mariajoy." He had to make some gestures. There were nearly 100 low-level agents who came to assist him. Now there are only a dozen people left. The rest are unlikely to escape Elbaf. Then thank you, my lord. More than a dozen agents showed excitement. Mariajoy, that's where the celestial dragons live. Once you go there, your status will be different. The man nodded and looked back in the direction Elba was going. Many giants appeared on the shore, and they roared furiously. Then the giant parted, revealing a passage, and a mighty hockey giant stepped out. He looked at the ship that was about to become a little black dot. His expression was extremely cold, raised the weapon in his hand. It was a ritual move by Elbaf. The warrior representing Elbaf will fight you forever. Set sail and chase the enemy. As soon as his words came out, hundreds of giant warriors shouted loudly, resounding through the sky. Chapter 119. The most beautiful boy in the audience. Near the Dressrosa Sea area, dozens of extremely huge boats broke through the waves, and the waves that lined up were layered on top of each other, enough to overturn a small sailboat. Prince Loki. A giant warrior walked up to Loki with an ugly look on his face. We lost track. Boom. Loki punched the mast with an angry punch, leaving a deep fist mark. These bastards, I can't spare them. The fertility rate of the giant family is not high, and the royal family is even more pitifully low. It was the happiest thing for him to have such an heir. Now it has been kidnapped, still within the royal city. This is simply a disgrace to Elbaf. After Loki vented fiercely, he calmed down. Turn. Go to Dressrosa. The fleet has been chasing at sea for several days, and the supplies are seriously insufficient. Now that the traces of the enemy have been lost, the first thing to do is to replenish supplies. The giant fleet began to turn, heading towards Dressrosa. When they arrived in Dressrosa, King Riku was also alarmed. With such a huge fleet of giants, if the opponent has any ideas, their Dressrosa can't stop them. After learning about the purpose of the giant clan, the king was relieved. Hastily arranged for help. He wanted to take the opportunity to make friends with the giants. But Rocky had just lost his beloved son, so he couldn't be in the mood to play political games with him. With that skill, why not study where the group of people fled to with your subordinates? Just when they were at a loss, a very windy boat slowly approached Dressrosa. That is, many people looked over there. Even Loki was attracted by the noise and looked in the direction. When he saw the pirate flag, his eyes narrowed slightly. 4 Emperor's Mad Dragon will. Elbaf is not a closed country, and is also very concerned about the situation on the sea, especially the situation in the New World. The battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Rocks Pirate not long ago also surprised them. Who would have thought that the Whitebeard Pirates were all the rage? Suffered a big loss in the hands of the crazy dragon will one after another. The position of the head of the 4 emperors fell directly on this person's head. Hiss. Many people's eyes suddenly widened, and they quickly rubbed them again, and when they looked again, they found that they were not dazzled. No, I'm going to be blind. Holy crap, is this bigger from the 4 emperors? Similar exclamations abound. Advertisement I saw an extremely luxurious throne on the approaching Thunder Dragon. It's almost blinding in the sun. There are also exquisite carvings, the gems, and the 2 pearls that are as big as the head. And Huanglong himself was lying on that throne, enjoying the service of the beautiful women comfortably. The Thunder Dragon slowly sailed into the port, next to Rocky's car. Comparing the 2 ships is the difference between a goshawk and a sparrow. But no one can ignore the presence of the Thunder Dragon. Bullet looked at the tall giant warrior with excitement on his face. If Will hadn't told him specifically, he would have gone up to fight now. Will patted Guy and Helen's hands, signaling them to stop. Sit up from the throne. His eyes fell on the big boat next to him. On the side of the ship, many giants were looking at him. He finally set his sights on Loki, 4 Emperor's Mad Dragon. Loki looked at this gentle-looking man with refined manners. Did not feel the power of the 4 emperors from the opponent. But he didn't dare to underestimate anything in his heart. Will nodded at Loki. Prince Rocky? I didn't expect to meet you here? As for why Loki appeared here, he was naturally clear. After all, he still has a share of the credit. Loki smiled wryly. If possible, I don't want to get out of danger so soon. His age is less than 40 years old. For humans, it has entered the prime of life. But for the giants, they are just adults. His trial is not over yet. Before that, he cannot go to sea. It's just that now that something like this has happened, I can't control it anymore. Oh, Will looked interested. It seems that Prince Loki is in trouble? Loki nodded. It is indeed trouble, and it is not a small trouble. His heart moved. Perhaps, I can seek help from the four emperors. Call out. Will's figure flashed and disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already on the side of the giant ship. So fast, Loki's heart trembled slightly. He didn't realize how the other party appeared. Will's sudden move. Let the giant warrior next to him pull out his weapon instantly. The opponent is the four emperors' mad dragon. If they do something to Prince Rocky, they can't afford the consequences. Advertisement, put it all down. Loki waved his hand. Not bad, Will said appreciatively, asking for flowers. Loki deserves to be the prince of Elbaf. Compared with other giants, he is less fierce and more wise and calm. Rocky sat cross-legged on the deck, eye level with Will. This is respect for the strong. Elbaf respects the strong. Can you tell me, maybe I can be of some help? Loki's eyes lit up, and he wanted to ask for help, but he didn't expect the other party to ask for help first. The famous mad dragon is so easy to talk to, is such that. Loki told the story from beginning to end. In the end, he sighed deeply, with a sad face. I have no choice. If I can't find that group of people, my children don't know what will happen. Then he looked at Will expectantly. Mr. Will, can you help me find the group? If you can help me find them, Elbaf will always remember your kindness. Will naturally grasp the whereabouts of the group. But you have to do a full set of acting. Prince Rocky, don't worry, I'll ask my people to find out for you. In front of Luo Ji, he made a phone call and explained the matter. Regardless of the outcome, your help is greatly appreciated. When Will hung up the phone, Loki said gratefully. I hope I can help you. Loki also knew that things couldn't be resolved all at once. The two chatted while waiting. At this time, a giant stepped forward and said, Prince Loki, your excellency Will, King Liku is visiting. Loki frowned. Didn't you see it just now? Seemingly thinking of something, he looked at Will. It seemed that he was not visiting himself specifically, but the Will in front of him. After thinking about it, Will smiled and said, let them come over. After a while, King Liku, an upright man in his prime, took several people onto the boat. Prince Rocky, Mr. Will. King Liku didn't dare to put on airs in front of the two of them, and saluted slightly cautiously. As the king of a country, his behavior has already given the two of them a lot of face. But this is just his one-sided view. Will and the two just looked at him and didn't speak. But, Will's gaze fell behind King Riku. It was a young man with a long sword on his back, exuding a wild aura. He is Cyrus, who experienced the 3000th battle in the bullfighting arena not long ago, and is now the king and captain of the Riku. The reason why he asked King Liku to come over was because he wanted to see this Cyrus v. Chapter 120 Loki. My scalp is a little numb. Cyrus was a little uncomfortable being watched by Will. It seems that in front of the other party, he has no secret at all. The hostility that had not dissipated made him instinctively grasp the hilt of the sword. Will exudes a coercion, enveloping towards Cyrus. Cyrus on the opposite side suddenly shuddered, clang. He drew his weapon and stared at Will defensively. This action made King Liku swallow back the words he was about to say, and broke out in a cold sweat. Hastily pressed Cyrus' hand, whispered, don't mess around. He said respectfully to Will again, Mr. Will, if there is any offense, please forgive me. I feel a little regretful in my heart. Originally, I wanted to build a good relationship with the four emperors. After all, in the new world, the four emperors are the sky. But things seem to be going awry now. Seeing this, Will withdrew his pressure from 250. Looking at Cyrus with interest. Are you interested in hanging out with me? His words made King Liku suddenly embarrassed. It's inappropriate to dig your own walls and feed in front of your own face, right? Fortunately, Cyrus was not a perfidy after all. Sorry, I have sworn allegiance to King Liku. Will nodded, what a pity, Cyrus is definitely a talent. But the future is still long, and things in the future can be uncertain. He looked at King Liku. I am very interested in your bullfighting arena. I will come to Dressrosa again when I finish my work. It's not clear why Will would be interested in bullfighting arenas though. But isn't his purpose just to have a good relationship with Will? Immediately replied. Then look forward to your arrival. At this time, behind the few people brought by King Liku, a small head poked out. She first looked at Will curiously. Then he made an, okay, gesture with his hands and placed them above his eyes. Feeling the peeping, watching Will, he turned his head and looked over. Ding ding ding. Violet's face was pale. She stepped back again, and fell to the deck all of a sudden. Her actions caught the attention of those present. Violet, King Liku exclaimed. He didn't expect his little daughter to follow up secretly. Sorry, Prince Rocky, Mr. Will. Advertisement. He didn't help Violet up immediately, but apologized quickly. Will waved his hand, signaling him not to be nervous. Fun lil guy. Paramecia staring fruit. It can see through, detect lies, read the thoughts of the target, and detect situations thousands of meters away. This is also a talent. It seems that Dressrosa, I still have to serve snacks. When this happened, even if Will didn't care, King Liku didn't dare to stay any longer, and left in a hurry with his people. Will and Loki continued their conversation. Porp porp. The phone bug rang. Loki's heart tightened suddenly. Under his nervous gaze, Will picked up the phone. Captain, someone spotted the boat you mentioned headed towards Punk Hazard. Tang. Loki stood up all of a sudden, with a fierce look in his eyes and a murderous look on his body. Punk Hazard? Will hung up the phone. Punk Hazard, Marine Scientific Research Base, is not very far from the G5 branch of Marine Fortress. Loki paused, frowned and said, how did you get involved with Marine? Decades ago, after losing 2 captains, Dory and Brogy, many members of the giant pirates were captured by Marine and executed. It was later stopped by the nun named Carmelite. From then on, the relationship between Marine and the giants has been relatively harmonious. Through the Carmelites, many giant warriors became Marines. But now, why does the kidnapping of his own child have anything to do with Marine? Speaking of which, I do know a secret. Will spoke at the right time. Secret? Loki was a little puzzled. Does this secret have anything to do with the giants? Otherwise, why would Will choose to speak out at this time? Will nodded. That's right, it is said that a long time ago, the world ZF started the research on the enlargement of the human body. Boom. Loki felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his mind was buzzing. If so, then this thing makes sense. Only he, who is a royal, knows that there was a lot of filth when Elba went to fight with the world government hundreds of years ago. They are afraid of the giant race, and they also covet the giant race. Because giants are born warriors, the ZF of the world must want to make ordinary people become giants by studying the genes of giants. Advertisement and the genes of ordinary giant warriors are different from those of their royal families. The other party should have found nothing on the ordinary giants, so they turned their finger on the royal family. Loki is still analyzing there. Will spoke again. By the way, I have another message here. Upon hearing this, Loki looked at Will stiffly. Intuition told him that the news was not good news. Do the Carmelites know? Loki nodded. Yes, since that's the case, you should know what happened back then. Will looked at Loki strangely. If I tell you, the Carmelites are actually traffickers. All of that was a play put on by Marine and Carmelites in order to cheat your giant's friendship. In this way, send the giant warriors to the Marine side. Will's words were like a bolt from the blue. How is it possible? Loki couldn't believe it. The news is horrifying. If all this is true, the behavior of ZF and Marine in the world is undoubtedly that Elbaf played it like a monkey. Nothing is impossible. Will seem to try to provoke Loki's nerves. He continued to speak. One more piece of news for you, Yila and Brogy are still alive. What? Rocky still hasn't recovered from Will's shocking 1.8 news. Then I was surprised by another news. Not only him, even other giant warriors surrounded Dory and Brogy when they heard the news. You say they're not dead yet? Dory and Brogy are really alive? Will laughed. I don't have to fool you with this. Then where are they now? Duel in Little Garden in the first half of the Grand Line. The look on Loki's face no longer knew whether it was joy or sadness. These 2 bastards are still alive. What a failure. A duel has been fought for decades without ending. The other giants were also cursing, but they all had happy smiles on their faces. As long as people are okay, nothing is more important than that. But Will still has no intention of stopping. Loki only felt his scalp tingling. 5 Co Chapter 121 Oops, it's a heartbeat. If I remember correctly, after Dory and Brogy disappeared for a while, 2 giants went out to sea to find them. Loki's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something happened to those 2 guys? It's Guy West and Oimo. Oh, it seems to be these 2 names. Will only remembered the general deeds of the 2 giants, but not the names. After they went to sea, they were deceived by the world ZF, saying that Dory and Brogy were caught by Marine. As long as they guard Eni's lobby for 100 years, they will release Dory and Brogy. What? The giants exclaimed, their faces full of unbelievable expressions. They just found out about Dory and Brogy from Will. The 2 are dueling in Lil Garden. How could it be in the hands of Marine? Damn it, the world's ZF is so shameless. I'm so p********* d off. Prince Loki, let's trample the Eni's lobby down. That's right, how could they lie to Guy West and Oimo? 100 years, even if our 31 giants have a longer lifespan, there are not many 100 years. The giants are furious and want to kill Eni's lobby now and bring Gaizy and Oimo back. Loki's face was also extremely ugly. This is simply the greatest insult to Elbaf fighters. Not only deceive them, but also let them guard the door. Elbaf's warrior honor has been trampled by the world's ZF. Will was satisfied to the extreme. Be angry, giants. Go vent your anger. Punk Hazard is the best choice for you to vent your anger. Loki temporarily suppressed the anger of the giants. After taking a deep breath, Your Excellency Will, thank you for your information. Elbaf will remember your kindness. If you need it in the future, please feel free to ask. Even if we sacrifice our lives, our giant warriors will not back down. Now, please forgive me for not being able to accompany me. I need to get my baby back. He turned and shouted to the giants, get ready to sail. Go and wash away the shame they brought on Elbaf with the blood of those bastards. Roar, the giants raised their weapons high and roared to the sky. Rocky smiled apologetically at Will. Your Excellency Will, I have a chance to drink with you again. Will patted Yan Mo and Tian Yu Yuzhan on his waist. Since Elbaf considers me a friend, advertisement. My friend is in trouble, how can I treat it as invisible? Please let me join, maybe I can help, this, Loki hesitated. It's not that he is worried about Will, but that he doesn't want to cause trouble for the other party. Will frowned, feigning anger and said, why, when did Elbaf's fighters become mother-in-law? Have fun. Loki grinned when he heard this, okay. Will, let's kill those bastards, that's right, Lou. The two looked at each other and smiled, the words were less polite and more sincere. At this time, Punk Hazard was still a complete experimental base. Marine has stationed a strong guard force here. At any time, there will be at least 3 vice admirals or 1 admiral combat force sitting here. The G5 branch even set up an emergency response fleet for this purpose. When needed, Punk Hazard can be supported at the first time. It can be seen how much the world ZF attaches importance to this place. When the giant fleet and the Thunder Dragon approached the sea area, the patrolling marine immediately issued a warning. Is that Punk Hazard? Loki stared at the island in the distance, his calm face was restored, and he became angry again. When I think of Marine's deception, I think of my own child being used as a test product. Thinking of the human body enlargement experiment being carried out on the island. The anger in his heart was like a raging volcano. He didn't even bother to negotiate with Marine. If he doesn't step down here, the anger of him and the giant warriors will hardly be appeased. Raise the spear in your hand and point it at Punk Hazard. Loki roared, travel this island. Dozens of large ships began to charge, and the giant warriors raised their weapons one after another. Boom boom boom. Punk Hazard started shelling. Dozens of shells flew towards them rapidly. For them, the giant's ships are living targets, and it is not difficult to hit them. However, the giant warriors on board are not vegetarians either. Before the cannonball fell, it was either chopped off or swung away by them. On the Thunder Dragon, Bullet twisted his neck, his knuckles creaking. He glanced at Will, grinned and said, I'll go first. With a kick, the whole person leapt into the air and flew towards Punk Hazard on the air. This time when he came out, Will didn't bring many people with him. Advertisement Gion, Guy, Mox, Hina, Helen, and Bullet. Kaido and the others stayed behind at Wanokuni. That is my base camp, and nothing can go wrong. Will. Gion came to Will's side, hesitant to speak. Marine was her former colleague, if possible, she would not want to make a move. Will knew what she was thinking, watching Punk Hazard in the distance. Softly said, Gion, I know you have justice in your heart. I admire you for that too, but, he pointed at Punk Hazard across the way. In there is absolutely no justice that you want to protect. Believe me, when you see the situation inside, you will understand how dark the ZF world is. The world has 2 sides, light and darkness coexist. Will knows this better than anyone, but no matter how dark it is, it cannot destroy people in S**X. Even if death row prisoners and villains were used as experiments, Will would not feel much rejection. It's just that the world's ZF actually used babies and children as experiments. This is definitely what he hates the most. Gion pursed his lips, his expression became firm. She believes in Will, ahead, after Bullet made a forced landing. Marine's artillery fire died down, and the giant fleet rushed to Punk Hazard without any hindrance. More than 300 giant warriors landed on the island. Suddenly, the scene became very shocking. Can you imagine the scene of 320-meter-high giants charging with mountain-shaped weapons? The whole Punk Hazard was shaking. Countless birds and beasts fled in panic. Those marine soldiers fled in terror, not daring to confront these giants at all. Will's eyes glowed. Oops, it's a heart-wrenching feeling. If you have such a giant team in your hands, isn't that sweeping around? This is equivalent to more than 300 vice admirals. Even the average vice admiral. No wonder the world ZF cares so much about giant warriors. He looked at those giant warriors, rubbed his chin, and his eyes wandered. I don't know what else I'm thinking about. Chapter 122. If you hurry up, you can collect the body for me. In the base laboratory, several scientific researchers gathered. Arrive at Punk Hazard's CP one step earlier, and put the giant child brought back from Elbaf in front of them. The man with the tiger head mask said, this child is the heir of the giant royal family. The ZF of the world needs you to achieve results as soon as possible. I hope you don't disappoint the people above. His words made the faces of all the researchers extremely ugly. Although engaged in this career, they view the essence of life somewhat differently from ordinary people. But for this human body enlargement experiment, is extremely repulsive. Because, among the subjects to be tested, there are babies and children. When they see those children in pain, their hearts are also suffering. Because this is a great test of people and nature. It's just that they all understand. I have no right to refuse, not only that, even if they don't do it, the experiment will not stop. Therefore, the only thing they can do, it is to achieve results as soon as possible, so that this experiment can be successful as soon as possible. The man with the tiger head mask said to a scientific researcher, Dr. Vegapunk, you are the person in charge of this experiment. We have satisfied all your needs. If there is no progress, all consequences will be borne by you. The people known as Vegapunk came out. The eyes looking at the tiger head mask are not very friendly. You don't need to worry about these. If there's nothing else, you should leave. If possible, he would like to study blood factors, technology and other things, not this damned experiment. For Vegapunk's attitude, Tiger Mask doesn't care much. He just wants results. As long as the experiment is successful, he can get a lot of credit. Farewell, then, looking forward to your good news. As he spoke, he was about to turn around and leave when suddenly he felt a tremor under his feet. Immediately, the laboratory trembled slightly. What happened? Many people raised their voices in surprise. I don't want this kind of situation to be created in their laboratory. Not good, backquote. This is, 2CP0 broke in. It was the two who followed the man in the tiger mask to Elbaf. What happened? One of them looked terrified. It's the giants, they're coming. What? The tiger-headed masked man exclaimed, with panic in his voice. It's true, more than 300 giants have come outside, and the wild dragon will has also come. Advertisement, why is he here? How can two CPOs answer this question? The man with the tiger head mask trembled a little. Almost paralyzed to the ground. It's over. The consequences of those giants appearing here are unimaginable. It's no longer a question of whether Punk Hazard can be kept. How to appease their anger is the most important thing. Because the world's ZF dare not provoke Elbaf easily. And no war with those giants, no, you must find a way to redeem yourself. His eyes fell on Vegapunk. By the way, it is a great contribution to protect Vegapunk. Now the marine generals guarding Punk Hazard are 3 vice admirals. And Paluzolino is one of them. It's really scary. Looking at the more than 300 giant warriors, Paluzolino's temples throbbed. A face almost wrinkled together. It is true that I am called a monster, and I am a sparkling fruit ability user. But you want me to fight and kill more than 300 giant warriors. Wages and salaries are a bit inadequate, and he looked at the berserk figure that was shattered in all directions. Devil's Descendants bullet. Since the other party is here, does it mean that the raptors will also appear here? Paluzolino's gaze pierced and past the juvenile warrior. Fell on the far shore. A silver-white ship has already parked there. His heart sank to the bottom. Isn't this embarrassing? Can this kind of monster be handled by himself? It's almost as good as having Mr. Garp. With this in mind, he took out a phone bug from his pocket and dialed. Marshal Kong? Paluzolino? What's the matter? I want to ask for a leave of absence. I don't know if it's okay or not. Huh? Kong's puzzled voice came from over there. You, what, fake? Polusali said with a confused face. Work, injury, leave. Of course, it may also be mourning, vacation, my own. Kong. Advertisement. When did Paluzolino become so skinny? Here, Paluzolino said in a low tone. Marshal, more than 300 Jew people, tribe warriors and wild dragons are attacking Punk Hazard. If you have time, maybe you can collect a corpse for me. Kong is in a bad mood right now. My little boy here is about to get up, red, hot, and get up. Why did something happen to Punk Hazard? What's going on? CP0 has brought back the son of the Jew family, Prince Loki, and the matter has been revealed, and he has come to find him. As for the mad dragon, I don't know what the opponent's purpose is. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of the empty table sounded from the opposite side. Another table died tragically. In his hands. Persist, hold on, and I'll take people there right away. Paluzolino. Aren't you afraid to embarrass me? Fortunately, Kong added another sentence. If that's out of the question, retreat with Vegapunk. There is absolutely nothing wrong with him. Paluzolino felt that Marshal Sora was still embarrassing himself. He has already seen the mad dragon coming towards him. What a coincidence, Paluzolino, I didn't expect to meet here again. Paluzolino's face twitched. Last time in Logue Town, he still remembered the thunder and dragon roar of the opponent. Quanlong, what are you doing here? Zhao Lahao, Will pointed to Loki in the distance. My elder brother's child is lost. Come here to look for it. Is there a problem? God, special, big, brother, Paluzolino said embarrassingly, maybe you can look elsewhere. This is where Marine should be, maybe there is no one you are looking for. Clang. A cold light flashed, and what answered him was a slash from Will. Paluzolino's hairs immediately stood on end. The other party is obviously just an ordinary knife, why does it give me such a dangerous feeling? He chose to trust his intuition. In an instant, it turned into a ball of light and shot to the side. Laugh. Just like cutting beans or tofu, the wall behind him was sliced into a slanted, long, thin line. The upper half slides and falls obliquely. Boom. Cold sweat broke out on Paluzolino's forehead. My heart beat a little faster, brother. Or, should I run away first? Chapter 123 The Power of Wind, Kamikaze? Tisk. Will looked a little jealous. Sparkling fruit, Paluzolino, do you want to hang out with me? This fruit ability is really cool, and the key is not weak. Paluzolino looked uncomfortable. It's still not necessary, Marine's treatment is also very good. What a pity. Will looked regretful, but he just said it casually and didn't really expect the other party to agree. Then he said, unfortunately, I don't have dark fruit in my hand. Paluzolino. Gulu, he felt that he should just run away? This guy actually stared at his fruit ability, scratching the back of his head. That's really a pity, ha ha. The corners of Will's mouth turned up slightly, and the tip of Yan Mo's knife pointed at him. Paluzolino, are you trying to stall for time? That's not a good idea. You blocked me, but your people can't stop those giants. And, Will looked at him with a half smile. You said how long it would take for me to get rid of you. Paluzolino's heart sank. Oh, it's really scary. There was deep helplessness in his tone. Immediately, the whole person turned into a ball of light and flew into the air. After recondensing into a figure of 160, cross your arms in front of your chest. Dazzling light flickered in his hands, 8-foot Chong Guyu. In an instant, countless dazzling light bullets were launched. But his target is not Will, but those giants, shish. Dense light bullets attacked the giant warriors, it caused them a lot of trouble. Will turned cold. Paluzolino, how much do you look down on me? Shua. His figure disappeared instantly. Paluzolino, who was attacking the giants, never stopped paying attention to Will. He knew very well that the other party was his worst enemy. The moment Will disappeared, my heart became extremely vigilant. Danger. A strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in my heart, and all the hairs on my body stood on end. Advertisement not daring to attack the giant anymore, his body turned into a ball of light. Never stay where you are, want to go? Have you asked my opinion? Will's faint voice sounded behind him, it made Paluzolino's scalp tingle for a while. The next moment, there was a sharp piercing sound, DBFD, didn't wait for him to make other responses. Peeved. The pain is coming, call out. Paluzolino under the light group fell to the ground. Boom. The ground shook, stirring up countless dust. Paluzolino regained his figure, and a deep wound appeared on his back. The gurgling blood was flowing out, and soon soaked a large piece of clothes. His face paled a little. HMPH, I really don't know how to live or die. Will's cold voice came from midair, leaving Paluzolino speechless. The strength of the two sides is not at the same level. Attacking those giants in front of the other party is undoubtedly a bit of a face slap. But if you don't do that, this base will soon be breached by those giants. Your own procrastination plan will not have any effect. While complaining about Marshal Kong, he was also cursing those CP0s. Great, why bother? No direction, no trace, never stay, and never know what the next moment will be. Soft and silent, quietly invisible, but it's pervasive. Paluzolino is a little confused at the moment. Why would Will in midair say these words at this moment? Just looking at the other party's expression at this time, for some reason, he felt faintly uneasy. Will held Yan Mo in front of him, stroking the blade with his fingers. Paluzolino, feel the power of the wind, Kamikaze 1 style Bamo. Yan Mo swung lightly in Paluzolino's direction. There is no momentum, no exaggerated slashes, and no visions. It was as if Will was just a random gesture, there is no tendency to attack. Pure white is empty, silent, for by Mo. When these words reached Paluzolino's ears, for some reason, all the surrounding voices disappeared. Even if the flames of war are raging around, the earth is shaking and the mountains are shaking. He couldn't feel the slightest movement, advertisement. It's as if my own space has been isolated, obviously there's nothing in front of him. But instinct told him that something was quietly approaching him. Without any hesitation, his body was about to turn into a ball of light and escape from this area. Next moment. Call, he seemed to hear the sound of the wind flowing, which was inaudible. Then, it seems that there is something invisible, stroking on the body. Chi 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 chi. In an instant, his eyes widened. A streak of blood suddenly appeared on his body, and the pain rushed into his brain in an instant, making him almost faint. Deng deng deng. After staggering back a dozen steps. Puff. Paluzolino spat out a mouthful of blood, and with an unbelievable look in his eyes, knocked down to the ground. There were dozens of wounds on his body. Some are superficial, but skin trauma, some are deep, and the bones have been seen. It looked terrible, although not dead, but seriously injured. Under Will's blow, Paluzolino actually lost his action. He stared wide-eyed at Will in midair. There was nothing but horror in my heart. How so? How could he actually not be able to take even one move from the other party? Is it that you have become weaker, or has the opponent's strength reached an unimaginable level? The growth rate of the Mad Dragon is too scary. I am a monster, so what is the other party? Will didn't know what Paluzolino was thinking. Even if you know it, you won't care. This move of my own is a blow that contains half a step of the strength of a great swordsman. Although Paluzolino was very strong at this time. But it is far from reaching the admiral level after more than 20 years. Compared with myself, there is still a big gap. Too bad I don't have dark fruit. Looking at Paluzolino below, he sighed again. If there is, it can deprive the opponent of the fruit ability. Forget it, if you don't have it, then you don't have it. If you are solved, it can be regarded as one less competitor for Enel. He's going down to deal with Paluzolino. Suddenly, two figures broke into his line of sight. Chapter 124 beat you to death in the most violent way. Will looks over his shoulder. It was a man wearing a tiger head mask. On his shoulders was a scientific researcher in a white coat. At this time, the other party was running wildly outside the island. The chosen route just avoided those giant warriors. Will glanced across the battlefield. It was found that there were two CP0s also wearing masks, carrying a child of the giant family, and breaking out in another direction. His eyes narrowed. Does this mean you know you can't keep it, and you want to run away? He looked to the side of the tiger mask man again. The corner of the mouth curled up. The crowd looked for him thousands of times, and when I suddenly looked back, the person I hated the most appeared in front of my eyes. It's so ruthless that you let your subordinates act as bait? HMPH, let me see if you are that Captain John. The appearance of the man with the tiger mask made Will no longer have the mind to deal with Paluzolino. Immediately flew over there. A strong killing intent permeated his body. The tiger-headed masked man who was running wildly was startled suddenly. He felt as if he was being targeted by a raging monster, and the tyrannical gaze of the other party was firmly locked on him. Before he could make any move, in his line of sight, a berserk figure slammed into his path heavily. Boom! The ground shook violently, and a cloud of dust exploded in front of it. He could clearly see a figure slowly straightening up in the dusty sky. Who? The uneasiness in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. Through the dust all over the sky, he could feel the strong killing intent on the opponent. The visitor is not good. Call. A gust of wind rolled up the dust and drifted to other places. The face of the figure inside was also revealed in front of his eyes. In an instant, his eyes widened. The dragon rocks D. Will. How could he fail to recognize the identity of the other party? At the moment the other party appeared on the sea, I had paid attention to all his news. What I didn't expect was that the other party would stand in front of me here today. Will grinned lightly at the corner of his mouth. Can you take off your mask and let me see it? Straightforward, without any disguise of purpose. The man with the tiger head mask was stiff and his pupils shrank sharply. The other party really came for himself. Advertisement. B. His mind was buzzing. Crazy Dragon Will seems to know his identity. Why? Why would the other party know? The series of questions brought out from this made him more and more confused. What? Is there something unspeakable? Seeing that the opponent did not move for a long time, Will took a step forward. Or do I need to do it myself? The tiger-headed masked man shook his body, took 2 steps back, and stared at Will vigilantly. Sorry, I can't agree to your request. Will chuckled with sarcasm. I think it's shameless to face people. Captain John, officer of the Rock's pirate. The scene suddenly became quiet. After a long time, the man in the tiger mask put down the person who was carrying him. Dr. Vegapunk, you get back to 10,000 first. Hearing the man's words, Will looked at the white coat with a little surprise. Are you Vegapunk? Vegapunk straightened his clothes, and looked at Will with interest. Pay no attention to the current situation. Are you Rock's D. Will? I've heard about you, and I'm curious about you. Why can you grow to such a strength in a place like Impel Down? Your fruit ability seems to be a little different. Dr. Vegapunk. Seeing Vegapunk regardless of occasion, the man with the tiger head mask reminded. Vegapunk raised his hands and apologized. Sorry, you guys continue. As he spoke he backed away a distance. The tiger head masked man looked at Will. Stretching out his hand, he slowly took off his mask. Will's eyes snapped open, and then he smiled wantonly. Ha ha ha. After a long time, the laughter stopped. Crack, crack. He clapped his palms lightly, admiringly. Amazing, I didn't expect it was really you. It is rumored that Captain John died in battle in the Valley of the Gods, and the whereabouts of Silver Axe and Ochaku are unknown. I see, the one who died in the Valley of the Gods was Silver Axe Wada Dun, right? And you, Captain John, are the ones who survived. No, it should be an agent of CP0, Mr. John. John's face was very solemn. He was an undercover agent in Rock's pirate back then, and the strong impression Rock's gave him has always been imprinted in his mind. Now, Will's growth potential is even greater than that of Rock's. How do you know my identity, and how do you know that I'm not dead yet? Advertisement. Seeking Flowers 0 Will sneered. Guess. As if thinking of something, John's face changed suddenly. Staring at Will in disbelief, he exclaimed, It's her. Is she yours? He finally realized why this series of events was so strange. This operation is absolutely secretive. In the entire CP0, only his boss and Stussy, who is in charge of New World Intelligence, know about this matter. Originally, the other party was only responsible for providing information. This time, he was uncharacteristically, and actively helped himself to complete his task smoothly. He felt a little unbelievable that it went so smoothly. But the accident that happened now is also very inexplicable. In addition to the fact that his identity was leaked. The connection of all these things can only explain one thing. There is a traitor in CP0. In CP0, only Stussy has a direct connection with Will. Will exclaimed. As expected of working undercover. Thinking is different. John looked at Will in horror. How is that possible? He still couldn't believe it. Stussy is a senior agent in CP0, and his loyalty should never be questioned. Over the years, the other party has made innumerable contributions. Why did you rebel after contacting the Mad Dragon? This doesn't make sense at all. Nothing is impossible. When all factors are excluded, the final impossibility is the answer. Like you, everyone thinks you're dead. I also thought that you couldn't be the one who betrayed Rox, our mother and son. But the reality is so cruel. Speaking of this, Will's expression became extremely grim. The killing intent on his body became stronger, crackling. Thunderstorms suddenly appeared beside him, and his appearance also changed to that of a dragon man. Dense lightning quickly gathered on the body surface. A pair of thunder armor appeared. The breath on his body is no longer violent. But Tyranny, Longmu, which was shining with blazing thunder, stared at John. He didn't even pull out Yanmo and Tianyu Zan. He wants to use the most violent way to let John feel the anger in his heart. Immediately, he showed a smile that made John's scalp tingle. Captain John, are you ready for 2? Chapter 125 Godlike Figure? Shave. Without any hesitation, John took the lead. The prestige that Will has gained during this period is too great for him to dare to despise him in the slightest. Call out. The figure disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of Will. Buzz. His arms instantly became pitch black, especially his fingers, which were already like black ink. Finger pistol heavy cannon. Boom. Before the finger pistol touched Will, there was a pop in the air. This finger is enough for a city wall. See, Will doesn't make any evasive moves. A gleam of joy flashed in John's eyes. If this blow is carried out, no matter how strong the opponent is, he will be seriously injured. Die to me. He let out a low cry, urging all the strength in his body. Since Will despised himself so much, he wants the other party to have no chance to regret it. Did you stay in Mariajoy for a long time, and your strength has declined? Will's faint, 020, sounded, making John startled. What? Before he could react, the next moment, a dragon claw entered his line of sight. Dragon claw. The pitch-black dragon claws carried terrifying power, and they came first and pressed on his chest. In an instant, John only felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. The joy that had just risen in his eyes froze. Instead, a painfully distorted expression appeared on his face. Boom. The sound is dull. John was directly blasted out. Cough. Flying in the air, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom. It hit the ground heavily and rolled for a distance before barely stopping. Boom. When Will stepped on the ground, earth and rocks immediately flew. The whole person shot out, bringing up a piece of remnant towards John. He said that he would use the most violent force to ravage John. John, who had just got up from the ground, suddenly changed his face when he heard the roar of the breaking wind. In the next instant, Will was already in front of him. Without even thinking about it, he punched forward. Boom. John was stunned for a moment by the real touch. He looked intently, and his fist was imprinted on Will's body. The opponent didn't move at all. Gulu. He raised his head with difficulty, and met Will's playful and tyrannical eyes. Advertisement, the famous Captain John, is this his strength? It's not enough to tickle me. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of John's mouth. Is he weak? Who dares to say that he is weak? When I was in Rock's Pirate, I was also one of the cadres. In CP0, it is also ranked first. Boom. Will's fist hit him hard in the face, interrupting the chaos in his heart. John flew upside down again, only this time, he was not so lucky. Before he landed, Will's figure had already caught up with him. One grasped his ankle. Next moment, Will in the form of a dragon, picked up John and smashed it to the ground. Boom. The body turned slightly, the arms were raised, and even John was brought up. Grab it again. Boom. John was like a broken sack, being smashed to the ground by Will over and over again. The ground shook and dust flew up. Under Will's constant bombardment, it began to crack. In this violent scene, there are large swaths of blood spilled. John tried to break free several times, but to no avail. Call out. As if tired from smashing, Will threw John in his hand into the air vigorously. John, who was already extremely embarrassed, finally regained his freedom. In midair, forcefully stabilized his figure, and set moonwalk on his feet. However, he did not wait for his next move. Above his head, there was a roar like a sky crash. His face twitched, and he looked up with difficulty. Suddenly, a pale white enveloped him. A huge pillar of thunder poured down from above, washing his body continuously. Unable to maintain his figure any longer, his whole body hit the ground with the thunder column. Boom. Vegapunk, who was watching the battle not far away, had a flash of light in his eyes. Back then he studied Kaido's body and fruit abilities. But the feeling Will gave him was very different. They are all top-level phantom beasts, dragon-type devil fruit. Why is there such a big gap? What kind of secret is hidden in the other party? As for Will, he became more and more curious. I don't know how long it has been. Everything is finally settled. Will return to his normal human form. His breathing was a little urgent, and drops of sweat were dripping from his forehead. At his feet is John, who has taken in more air and less air out. Advertisement. He was almost smashed to pieces by Will. There are not many intact parts of the whole body, and even the bones in the body have almost been smashed. Boom. He stepped on John's chest. Will looked down at the weak John at his feet. The expression was inexplicable. If you say you are an undercover agent, you will be an undercover agent, and if you take down the Rock's Pirate, you will be considered as completing the mission. Why do you have to do anything extra? Look, isn't this just finding an enemy for myself? It's not worthwhile to lose your life because of this. There was already death on John's face, and he opened his mouth with difficulty when he heard Will's words. At the beginning, I shouldn't have kept you. The world's ZF shouldn't leave you as a hidden danger for that little treasure. Hey. He smiled lowly. As expected, the surname is Rocks. You are scarier than rocks. Future technology. Crack. Will kicks hard, and John's sternum caves in. His eyes widened suddenly, his expression froze, and the words he hadn't finished speaking were also stuck in his throat. What will happen in the future has nothing to do with you. Boom. He kicked John's body away. Call. With a long exhale, the violent breath dissipated from his body. The person I hate the most is finally dead. He didn't go through any battles that were close to death, and he just crushed the opponent all the way. He easily and violently beat the other party, and die. There was a moment of silence. Turning to look at Vegapunk, a smile emerges. Dr. Vegapunk. Vegapunk didn't panic at all, and smiled calmly. How are you going to pay me back? Kill me? How could that be? Will shook his head. I have admired you for a long time. if you want to say that in the world of pirates, Vegapunk is definitely one of the people who make Will most confused about 1.4. How terrible is the wisdom that is 500 years ahead of the world? In Will's opinion, it is no different from a god. He didn't know if there was any exaggeration in it, but judging from what he knew, Vegapunk is definitely the most intelligent person in the pirate world. None of them. Think about it, devil fruit has existed for so many years, who can research its essence and successfully manufacture artificial devil fruit? There is also the discovery of the lineage factor. Vinsmoke Judge relied on the blood factor to create replica soldiers and remodelers, and revived the kingdom of Germa. And future pacifist plans for objects to have devil fruit abilities. The known, the unknown, all prove that the other party is really a godlike figure. Why'd I want to plan Punk Hazard? Isn't it just for the Vegapunk guy? Chapter 126 Anger needs to be vented. The entire Punk Hazard was in chaos. The guarded marine died and fled. The rest are huddled in the base, hoping that these giant warriors can retreat by themselves, or that the G5 branch will come to help as soon as possible. If it weren't for the 2 CP0s that attracted the attention of most giant warriors. The base has already been flattened by now. When Will took Vegapunk back to look for Paluzolino, he found that he had disappeared. It is estimated that either he ran away by himself, or he was picked up by a passing marine. Although a little regretful, he didn't take it to heart. Anyway, we will meet again in the future. If I can defeat him once, I can have a second time. Walking into the gate of the base, a white coat bumped into him head-on. Oh, don't kill me, don't kill me. The man almost knelt down and begged for mercy almost like a conditioned reflex. Didn't even see what Will and Vegapunk looked like. Guys. Vegapunk was a little speechless. Huh? The man froze for a moment, looked up, and found that it was Vegapunk with a look of color on his face. Ah, it's you, Vegapunk. I thought it was the thugs. I heard that the giants are coming, and the 4 Emperors' crazy dragon is also coming, is it true? There was no respect in his tone and demeanor, but a little arrogant. Is he Geisa? Will was a little surprised, looking up and down at the boy kneeling on the ground. But at the age of 16 or 17, his complexion is slightly pale, and the horns on his head are extremely eye-catching. It is indeed 7 points similar to the future guy. Who would have thought that this young man was actually the second only to Vegapunk in the scientific research team? And who are you? I haven't seen you, kid. Seeing Will calling out his name, Guy approached arrogantly. Walking around Will like a puppy, sniffing his body. He is the 4 Emperors, the dragon Will, Vegapunk's slightly playful voice sounded. His words made Guy's movements freeze, and he turned his head stiffly. Forced to smile. You're joking, right? The one on the right is Vegapunk's half-smile expression. Plop. The next moment, he immediately knelt down again, pitifully begging for mercy. Master 4 Emperors, you, hello, I was just joking with you. My lord, you don't remember the faults of villains, please forgive me for my impoliteness. Are your legs sore? How about I rub them for you? Advertisement Will has black lines all over his head, this is really a guy. This guy is a cruel, conceited, cunning, insidious scum. It is his instinct to bully the weak and fear the strong, to be greedy for life and fear death. Stand up, yes, do you have any orders? Guy got up quickly, with a compliment all over his face. Follow obediently. Huh? Guy's smile froze. He originally wanted to wait and take the opportunity to slip away, but now his plan fell through. He took the 2 into the base laboratory. Bullet, who came 1 step ahead, has already controlled the scene. Almost all the researchers and Marine were driven into the hall, waiting for Will's fate. Sister, can we go home? Yeah, can we see Mom and Dad? Hee, we finally don't have to stay here for treatment. Noisy, immature voice sounded from a channel. Will followed the sound, and saw G and Hina walking out with a dozen children of different sizes. These children, ranging from 10 meters in size to infants, fell asleep in the cradle. They had a happy smile, but also a little uneasy. These kids, before coming here, it is no different from an ordinary child. After being transformed by the experiment, a mutation occurred. Guillaume kept reassuring them, trying hard to squeeze out a forced smile from his ugly face. Anyone can feel the anger suppressed in her heart at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, Loki entered here with several giant warriors. When they saw those children, they were taken aback for a moment, and then anger rose in their hearts. This is obviously the subject of the human body giant experiment. Marine is really studying the DNA of giants. There was an evil spirit emanating from him. Let the captives be terrified, for fear that these giants will attack them. Even those children hid behind Guillaume in fear. Loki. Will whispered, don't scare the kids. Loki's body paused, the turbulent breath restrained, and he sighed deeply. What a crime. He can also see that these children are victims. Will asked, is your baby okay? It's all right? Speaking of his child, Rocky said gratefully to Will, it's really thanks to you this time, otherwise my child would not know how to be treated by these people. After seeing the situation at this time, he was really a little scared. The child being studied is one, and the second is that City 1 World has really completed the research on the enlargement of the human body. Advertisement for Elbaf, it is definitely a big disaster. Thinking of this, the eyes of those prisoners became unkind. The fierce light in his eyes seemed to pierce these people. What are these people going to do? Saying this, he was already a little moved. Will shook his head and said, I'll keep the scientific research staff, but as for the Marine, you can do whatever you want. Rocky asked strangely. These guys, what are you keeping them for? Of course I saved it for my own research, but Will didn't say this, after all. Now Loki hates these scientific researchers to the extreme. Let's go, the Marine from the G5 branch should be here. Gion, you and Guy, Mox, Hina, and Helen stay here, don't let them cause trouble. Bullet, hang out with me and meet those Marines. Will looked at the captives again warningly. You guys better take it with me honestly, don't make any small moves. Snort. This last sound made the prisoners tremble with fright. Will looked at Vega 957 Punk again. Dr. Vegapunk, please forgive me. Vegapunk knew what Will meant. It's nothing more than reminding myself not to think about running away. He shrugged indifferently. I'm just a prisoner now. Will glared again and Guy said, and you, look at what you said, Lord Will, I am your most loyal subordinate now, why would I do those things? Guy made a doggy gesture. Will gave him a meaningful look. Come to the Punk Hazard Pier side. Sure enough, on the sea level in the distance, many black spots have appeared. Can come here at this time, except Marine, there will be no one else. Hey, here comes another group of people looking for death. Bullet exudes a strong fighting spirit. This guy's belligerent temperament is getting worse and worse. When he sees a strong man, he wants to fight. If it is an enemy, he wants to rush to fight. Wait a moment. Loki stopped suddenly. Will and Bullet looked at him. Loki looked at the fleet in the distance with a grim expression. Will, Bullet, let's do it. He pointed to the giant warriors behind him. Let them vent the anger in their hearts. Will and Bullet turned their heads, and all they saw were menacing giants, with angry faces and eyes that were about to burst into flames. It seems that the battle just now not only failed to appease their anger. Instead, they were even angrier because of the situation in the laboratory. Chapter 127 I will go down this round of Hikoku, and I will ask you if you are afraid. After watching the approaching marine fleet for a few breaths, Loki turned around, looking at his fellow clansmen. Warriors of Elbaf. A few days ago, the running dogs of the world ZF sneaked into Elbaf and took my child away. This is a provocation to Elbaf, and a trample on the dignity of Elbaf's fighters. They also tricked us into treating our compatriots as thugs, gatekeepers, which is a disgrace. Not only that, they also study our genes in an attempt to artificially create giants. These shameless guys, what do you say? Kill them. Kill them. The roar of more than 300 giant warriors broke through the sky. Their anger rose, and their murderous intent was also boiling. His eyes are bloodshot, he can't wait to level naval headquarters and attack Mariajoy. Use the blood of those people to wash away the shame they brought to Elbaf. Loki raised his right arm, and immediately, more than 300 giant warriors fell silent. Seeing Will's heart burning, I really want these giant warriors so much. Loki turned around again, looking at the fleet that had broken into sight. Both sides are almost within attack range. Warriors of Elbaf. Array. Swim. Do. More than 300 giant warriors started to run, lined up on the shore. We never show mercy to our enemies, go all out. Let them see that Elbaf's anger can burn them to death. Loki's voice became louder and more imposing. Prepare. Wow. More than 300 giant warriors faced each other 2 by 2. Will's heart skipped a beat, his eyes flashed. Could it be? Thinking of that possibility, I became more and more looking forward to it. There are more than 300 giant warriors in pairs, but Loki stands alone in the center. The spear in his hand was thrown back aloft. Stand up. Following his roar, each pair of giant warriors exuded a similar aura. Their aura gradually merged together, as if forming a whole. But Loki was alone, and the power exuding from his body was not weaker than them. 18. Loki let out a low growl, and almost at the same time, all the giant warriors roared. Their momentum is getting stronger and stronger. Advertisement. When reaching a peak, a point. The gun of Elbaf. Will and Bullet watched excitedly, and at this moment, they both held their breath. In their expectant eyes, the next moment, Loki shouted loudly. Hikoku. The spear in his hand fell forward. At the same time, every pair of giant warriors swung down their weapons at the same time. Hikoku. The whole Punk Hazard shook violently. Then, boom boom boom. Nearly 200 huge slashes, like shockwaves, charged towards the marine fleet. The momentum is mighty, resounding through the sky. Wherever it passed, the waves were annihilated directly, and the sea surface seemed to have been cut off a layer. That marine fleet didn't even have a chance to evade. Under these nearly 200, Hikoku, but with a few breaths of effort, the ship was destroyed and everyone died. Not even a chance to resist. Will and Bullet were trembling and their scalps were numb. This is really powerful, Will is sure, even if it is him, if he stands in front of these nearly 200, Hikoku. It is estimated that the end will definitely not be much better. Elbaf, giants, worthy of the world's most powerful country. However, the more this happened, the more he looked forward to it. After releasing Hikoku, the breath of the giant warrior faded away. So is Rocky. Seeing Will's searching gaze, he explained, the requirements for casting Hikoku are very high, strength, power, understanding of Elbaf's spear. I can only barely use it now, they need special means and cooperate with each other to do it. Having said that, his expression became a little yearning. It is said that each of the 4 captains of the giant soldiers pirates can freely use Elbaf's gun. This is also very powerful, after all, if you continue this round, there are probably not many people who can survive. Frail or not, what does it matter? Will, I really want to thank you for today's matter. Among friends, don't be so polite. I believe that if I encounter difficulties, you will do the same. Loki looked firm. That's natural. For friends, Elbaf fighters will never back down even if they sacrifice their lives. Then he smiled and said, okay, it's time for us to leave here. Let's find a place to drink. Will shook his head and refused. Sorry, Loki, I still have some things to deal with. You and your companions go first. Advertisement. Do you need help? He didn't ask Will why he stayed, just asked if he wanted help. No need for now. Loki nodded. Okay, then I will go back to Elbaf with my tribe, and I need to inform my father and the king about the things here. But, he looked at Will with a smile, and then waved his hands again. Forget it, it's all right. He wanted to say that he planned to go to sea in advance for training, and he would go to Will when the time came. But he wanted to surprise Will. Then he shouted to the giant warriors, board the ship. Back to Elbaf. The giant warriors moved in unison, and when they passed in front of Will, they all showed good-natured smiles. All of them look a little silly, they're so simple and direct. Not long after, the giant fleet slowly left Punk Hazard. Will didn't go back to the experimental base, just stood there quietly. About half an hour later, he looks up at the sky. In the distant sky, there is a black spot, which is approaching quickly. That's a pirate ship flying in the air. This is exactly the flying pirates of the Golden Lion. Gee ha ha ha, Will, I didn't expect you to actually shoot Punk Hazard. Before the boat arrived, the unique laughter of the Golden Lion had already been heard. When he got above Will, the Golden Lion jumped down and landed in front of him. He looked around curiously. It's over so soon? Looking at the messy Punk Hazard, Golden Lion was secretly startled as if he had experienced some kind of disaster. Will laughed and said, based on me alone, of course Punk Hazard can't be won so quickly. It's Elbaf's giant who strikes. Will briefly explained what happened. Hearing this, Golden Lion was dumbfounded. Finally, he looked at Will enviously. Why don't I have that kind of luck? In the eyes of these powerful forces, Punk Hazard is a piece of fat. Those scientific researchers, various technologies, advanced equipment. If one of them is obtained, it will make their power stronger. Unexpectedly, it is now cheaper. Will just smiled at Golden Lion's words. Luck? It is indeed a bit, but it is more of my own careful planning. Hurry up and try it out. If there is no way, I can only take people away. Golden Lion nodded, and his expression became serious. This is a big job. If it does, we'll be settled. Chapter 128 Sengoku. Marshal, let's strike first. Will knew what the Golden Lion meant by cleansing. If it worked out, the Golden Lion would have paid Will back for saving him from Impel down. Good. Golden Lion nodded. He took 2 steps forward, knelt down on one knee, and pressed his palms to the ground. An invisible force field takes him as its starting point and spreads towards the entire Punk Hazard. Wherever it passed, the ground trembled. As the range expanded, Golden Lion's expression gradually became serious. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Boom boom boom. Punk Hazard's trembling became more and more intense, and his voice became louder and louder. In the end, it was like an earthquake. The whole Punk Hazard was shaking. When the invisible force field enveloped Punk Hazard completely, Golden Lion's back was completely soaked. Even his face was a little pale, and he was breathing heavily. Drink. In his low voice. Punk Hazard is shaking and starting to float. This is why Will bring me the Golden Lion. He wants to relocate the entire Punk Hazard. Not only does he want Vegapunk, Guy sprinkles these researchers 243 people. He wants even the facilities and equipment here. You know, these things were built by the world's ZF and Marine with countless manpower and material resources. But for Will, these are secondary. After all, what he lacks the most is manpower and material resources. He cares more about time. It will take a long time to rebuild such a large and complete experimental base. For this reason, he found the Golden Lion to help. Under the full force of the Golden Lion, Punk Hazard slowly rose to the sky. Call. He stood up again and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It is indeed a challenge for him to let such a huge island float free of the shackles of gravity. The consumption of that moment is a bit big, but after success, there will not be so many troubles later. Shiki, amazing. Will is full of admiration. This ability has great strategic significance. It's just a pity that it's impossible for a person like Golden Lion to surrender himself. When Kong led the fleet to the Punk Hazard waters. Seeing the scene in front of me, I was a little dazed. What unfolded in front of him was the endless sea. Advertisement. What about Punk Hazard? Where's Punk Hazard, old man? Finally, after many investigations, the collected information is summarized. He came to a conclusion that made him even more confused. Punk Hazard ran off by himself, but of course he didn't think so. The one who can make Punk Hazard float into the air, on this sea, is currently only the Golden Lion. He rubbed his temples with some headache. Elbaf, Mad Dragon, Golden Lion. The 3 forces were mixed together, which had an unpredictable impact on the situation in the sea. This is still secondary. His headache now is that Vegapunk is lost. He doesn't care if Punk Hazard gets sunk. Nothing can happen to Vegapunk alone. However, it happened like this, which caught him off guard. Marshal, over to the 5 elders. Sengoku reminded softly from the side. When Kong heard this, his eyelids twitched wildly. Sengoku said softly, Marshal, the cause of this incident is very important. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows at Kong and gave a meaningful wink. Kong chewed on the meaning of Sengoku's words. Gradually, his eyes lit up. He patted Sengoku on the shoulder appreciatively. Immediately his face changed, serious and full of anger. The first step, preemptive strike. He took out the phone bug from his pocket and dialed it. Moses, Moses. Moses. Moses, what? Kong yelled at the phone bug. The person on the other side was stunned for a moment. Immediately, the voice over there became gloomy. Kong, watch your tone of voice. Tone. Kong. DBFD's tone suddenly became a little higher. Punk Hazard is gone. Good job you guys, 5 elders. I was a little confused over there, and it took 5 elders a while to react to this news. He snapped. What the hell is going on? Why is Punk Hazard gone? Where's Vegapunk? Where is he now? As Kong thinks, Punk Hazard is gone, but Vegapunk must not be lost. The 5 elders are clearly more concerned with Vegapunk's whereabouts. Kong described what happened. Then he said angrily, your private actions, if you don't know what to do, let me just let it go, and now it has caused irreversible consequences. How did Vegapunk come back? Next, how do you calm down Elbaf's anger? Advertisement. The second step is to characterize this matter. Anyway, the Marines just don't take the blame for it. There was no sound from the 5 elders over there for a long time. After a long time, search for the whereabouts of Vegapunk first, and rescue him no matter what the cost. Let's do this first. 5 elders hung up the phone. Kong let out a long sigh of relief. It's just that he didn't feel happy about it. Marine, you can't stay out of it. After thinking about it, he said to Sengoku. Find a way to contact Huang Long, or Jin Jizi. I want to negotiate with them. Over there, after the 5 elders hung up the phone, they all saw each other's ugly faces. What should we do about this matter, be it Vegapunk or Elbaf's wrath? It's not a small thing. The former is indispensable to the world's ZF, and many studies need to rely on Vegapunk to complete. And the latter, if not handled well, that's a big fight. Going to war with Elbaf is definitely not within their consideration. Go ask for instructions. This matter is no longer in our hands. The 5 looked at each other. Their expressions were a little dignified. I don't know if this incident will make that adult angry. 5 elders got up and walked towards the depths of Pangu City. After walking through a long corridor, the front is between the flowers. Squeak. The giant door opened slowly, and inside was an extremely spacious hall. The 5 of them finally arranged their appearances before stepping into it with solemn expressions. Go all the way down the red carpet. Except for the light coming in from outside the gate, the surrounding area was completely dark. The only light is enough for people to see the situation inside. When they came to the end of the red carpet, they stopped. In front of them, dozens of steps stretched up. Until a buffer platform, there are all kinds of weapons. Above is another high platform. On the high platform is a majestic throne. Void throne. On the throne sits a half-hidden figure in the darkness. This person is I am, the true master of ZF in the world. The 5 elders knelt down in unison, bowing their heads. See Lord I am, chapter 129. Brother Shiki, you are so right. When the entire Punk Hazard appeared above Wanokuni, it caused quite a stir. The people of Wanokuni are afraid that the island will fall, and Wanokuni will probably be over by then. In their terrified eyes, Wanokuni continued to tremble for half an hour. Punk Hazard landed offshore Wanokuni. That is the place where Kaido's Ghost Island. But Punk Hazard is a big island after all, bigger than a township in Wanokuni. It is placed here, occupying almost 2/3 of the area of this sea area. Where did you rob? As soon as Punk Hazard stabilized, Kaido took Jin and the others to the island. This is, when he saw the appearance of the experimental base, shock appeared on his face. Punk Hazard. Good guy. After only one trip, they brought back the largest research base in Marine. Should it be called Will? Will couldn't help showing complacency about this. The harvest this time can be described as huge. If you really want to calculate, the value of the whole Wanokuni can't compare with Punk Hazard. Not to mention the complete scientific research facilities. The value brought by Vegapunk and guys spreading these scientific researchers is far beyond what Wanokuni can match. And he also gained the friendship of Elbaf. As long as he needs it, Loki and the others will come to help with giant warriors. See you again, Kaido. Behind Will, 4+ Punk walked out of the hospital slowly. His appearance made the fearless Kaido freeze. Turning his head stiffly when he saw Vegapunk, a look of horror flashed in his eyes. You, why are you here? His voice trembled a little. Vegapunk casually said, Punk Hazard has been relocated here, why can't I appear here? While talking, his eyes looked up and down on Kaido. It's like looking at a little white mouse. Will, I still have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Kaido suddenly turned around and left. No, it should be running. Will looked speechless. Dr. Vegapunk, what did you do to him? Vegapunk looked at Kaido's back and said with a smile, it's just a small experiment on him. This so-called small experiment is probably not small, right? Advertisement otherwise, with Kaido's personality, he would never have such a reaction. Kaido ran away, and Will could only look at Jin. Jin, you go and transfer all the elites of the first team in the samurai group to Punk Hazard's side. There must be no accidents here, understand? Jin also knew the seriousness of this matter. I'll arrange it now. Will still feels uneasy, and Kaido must be stationed here in the future. No need to guess, he can imagine it all. Marine and the World ZF will never let Vegapunk in their hands. Will. Golden Lion came over. The matter has been settled, let's settle the matter. But this guy, when he was talking, looked at Vegapunk from time to time. He leaned in front of Will and said in a low voice, should you consider selling Vegapunk to me? While talking, he still frowned at Will. You're satisfied with the price. Will rolled his eyes when he heard this. How stupid I am, or my head was kicked by a donkey. Selling Vegapunk to you? If it's okay, I won't let you eat. Will started to drive people away. The Golden Lion was also the 4 emperors after all, and he still couldn't be left on his own territory. Do not, Golden Lion quickly said. Vegapunk can't do it, other people can do it too. I think that kid named Geisa is arrogant, ignorant, shameless scum. Staying here with you is also a disaster. Why don't you throw it to me? I like scum the most. Will looked at him and fell silent. Guy is a scum, yes, but that's a gem. Seeing that it was really a dead end, Golden Lion could only sigh helplessly. Good things happen to this guy, Will. Why don't you have such luck? Suppress the resentment in your heart. Looking at Will, the eyes are a little complicated. Will, when I came out of Impel down, I knew you would be a big hit. But what I didn't expect is, you will grow so quickly, and the things you do will become more and more sensational. In just a few months, you have jumped from a kid with no influence to the leader of the 4 emperors. Suppress this, guys. Even the guy Newgate suffered a lot from your hands. Asking for flowers. Advertisement, that's a guy that even I can't beat him. Speaking of this, he was a little bit embarrassed. Will looked at him strangely. So, what do you want to express? Because it is different from the experience in the original book. Golden Lion's attachment to Roger had already been let go in Logue Town. He also lost his obsession with the East Blue place. But this guy's behavior style is even more unpredictable. Even Will doesn't know what the Golden Lion desires most right now. Is it still the same as before, wanting to rule the world? Golden Lion's expression became serious. Will, your goal is the World ZF, Celestial Dragons. After a series of behaviors after coming out of the opponent, Golden Lion believes that Will never just be content with the position of 4 emperors. 0. The opponent's ambition may be even greater than that of the Rocks back then. This time you attack Punk Hazard, you will surely offend the ZF of the world and Marine. They will definitely take action, so. The Golden Lion looked at Will with hope in his eyes. Let's join forces. First unify the new world and get Raftel's treasure. Then overthrow the World ZF and kill all the Celestial Dragons. Together we rule the world. If Kaido is here, Will was indeed a little moved. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future. However, when it comes to teaming up, let's work together to overthrow the World ZF, kill the Celestial Dragons, and rule the world. Brother Shiki, you are right, it's a pity that the Golden Lion doesn't know it. Mada. Are the ideas of these pirates so weird? Maybe they will point at him and beat him up, shameless. Then, Will was speechless. As soon as he grabbed Golden Lion's hand, he looked excited. It's really that simple. In the past 800 years, someone has already done it. For Will's insidiousness, he has a deep understanding of it. Must have scoffed at Will's words. Golden Lion is indeed a good fighter. Still excited for Will agreeing to join forces, excited for. At this moment, countless ways of using the Golden Lion flashed through his mind. Chapter 130 Men made devil fruit after all the chores are done. Only then did Will have the time to visit this experimental site. This is the Bloodline Factor Laboratory. Vegapunk took Will into a huge research room. The facilities and equipment here are complicated and many samples and books are displayed in it. Almost most of the research is carried out based on the Bloodline Factor, including human body enlargement experiments, devil fruit research, life factor research, area. Vegapunk names a whole bunch of projects. Will was secretly speechless. This Bloodline Factor is probably one of the greatest discoveries in the world. Vegapunk finished his explanation and looked at Will. I'm very interested in your G, can you let me study it? As if afraid that Will would not agree, he explained first. I don't need to study you, I just need a little blood sample, or skin, hair tissue, or tissue from you. Let's talk about this later. For Vegapunk's proposal, Will, 593, did not immediately agree. After all, it is better to be more cautious when it comes to your own genetic issues. To this, Vegapunk just nodded, not particularly disappointed. Then take Will to other labs. When they passed by a room, they were attracted by the movement coming from inside and stopped. Here it is. This is the place to put some items that don't really work. Vegapunk's tone was casual, but he was also curious about who would be inside at this time. The two looked in at the door. There were people inside. It's a little blonde girl, Oroka, Will called out suspiciously. Oroka, who was rummaging through things inside, froze, turning his head stiffly as if he had been found out for doing something wrong. Wait, boss Will? What are you doing here? Will and Vegapunk entered the room and found it a mess. It's like being robbed. Boom, ouch. Oroja covered his head and looked at Will pitifully. Boss Will, why are you hitting me on the head? Will said angrily, who told you to rummage through things? And make such a mess here. You damn girl is really not afraid of death. This is a laboratory. Some things are not to be touched randomly. For this, Oroja said with an unhappy face, you don't take me when you go out, I'm almost tired of Wanokuni. I just want to see what's interesting on this island. Will warned. If you want to go to sea, there will be opportunities in the future. Now, what you should do is to learn, enrich yourself, and make yourself stronger. Look at Robin, aren't Yamato and the others also studying? I know. Orojaw was a little depressed. Advertisement Vegapunk on the side picked up a bitten fruit from the ground. Look at the glass jar that was opened aside. His expression was slightly startled, and he was silent for a moment. Holding up the fruit, he asked Oroka, have you eaten this? Orojaw looked at it, and suddenly showed a disgusted expression. That food doesn't taste good at all, it's disgusting. Will frowned, and was also stunned when he saw the fruit in Vegapunk's hand. Does this fruit look familiar? This is. Vegapunk pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose. The look is inexplicable. This is artificial devil fruit. Artificial devil fruit? Will suddenly remembered? Isn't this fruit the devil fruit that Momonosuke eats? Kid, seems like this artificial devil fruit is a failure. Anyway, before Will came to this world, this hole was not filled. As for whether it is, or directly ask Vegapunk. That's right, this is the world's first man-made devil fruit. Will saw Vegapunk's expression was a bit strange, and there was obvious pride and complacency in the other's eyes. I heard that this is a failure? Huh? Oroka's eyes widened. I'm going to die, it's a devil fruit, and it's still a failure. Scratching his hair frantically, spinning in circles. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at Will pitifully. Boss Will, help me, woohoo. Will glared at her before looking at Vegapunk. Vegapunk waved his hands, with a sad expression on his face. This devil fruit is the first devil fruit I successfully made after researching Kaido. Actually, strictly speaking, this is not a failure. The expressions of Will and Orojaw changed suddenly. It's not a failure, B. A Vegapunk, however, made their hearts go up again. It wasn't even a success. Oh, I'm dying of anxiety, can't you finish talking all at once? Orojaw was a little mad. Don't worry, Vegapunk laughed, that's why you say that. It's because this devil fruit has undergone changes during the manufacturing process. Its final data is a little bit different from what I originally envisioned. And its origin come from Kaido, so its ability is also a dragon-type devil fruit. But because of the mutation, whether it has weakened or strengthened its ability, no one knows if it has not been eaten. It is precisely because of this uncertainty that when I reported it to the World ZF, it was said that the experiment had failed. This devil fruit is also designated as a failure. Advertisement will looks at Oroka, usability to see? Oh, Oroka blinked, under the gaze of the two. After posing a series of poses, he shouted, transform. Right Will Vegapunk. Are you a tease invited by the monkey? Boom. He mercilessly rewarded her with a head-scratching blow. Will looked at her with black lines all over his face. After eating the fruit, didn't there be anything extra in your mind or instinct? Orojaw shook his head aggrievedly. No. Will and Vegapunk looked at each other, eyebrows raised. Strange, if he remembers correctly, after Momonosuke eats it, there is no problem in transforming, right? Orojia's small face was also a little sad, and he moved his chin as if thinking. Suddenly, Will grabbed her by the collar and threw her up. The height of this room is not low, and Orojaw was directly thrown to a height of more than 10 meters. Ah! She yelled in horror. Boss Will, help! Boom! Amidst the screams, a ball of flames exploded under Orojia's body. Then her body changed too. Dragon scales, dragon horns, dragon claws, dragon heads. In the end, what appeared in front of Will and Vegapunk was a pink cute, lovable, and dragon. Huh? Can I transform? The other party already knew that this man-made devil fruit was a success? Will suddenly looked at Vegapunk with strange eyes. But, Orojia's surprised voice came from the young and the dragon. With his research on devil fruit, it seems that Vegapunk still has reservations about the World ZF. Even surpasses Kaido's fruit abilities, it's a bit of a sense of deja vu. Her 4 dragon claws are stepping on a ball of flames, 1.5. Maybe, this artificial devil fruit is not what Vegapunk says it is. That's why Vegapunk made an excuse not to turn in this artificial devil fruit. Also take this opportunity to tell ZF to the world that artificial devil fruit technology is not mature yet. He knows very well that the lower limit of this man-made devil fruit is very low. So low that even ordinary zone devil fruit is not as good. The upper limit is also high, full of uncertainty, S**X. Then she writhed in the room excitedly. Chapter 131 Sea Circle Calendar Early 1499. Sea Circle Calendar Early 1499. It has been more than half a year since Will came out of Impel down. The current situation in New World is not chaotic. Because the 4 Sea Emperors currently have no intention of going to war. But the petty disputes never stopped, especially as more and more pirates enter the New World through the Fishman Island. Either they wantonly go to war on their own, or it was a challenge to the 4 Emperors. But most of them don't end well. Either they were annexed, or they were directly wiped out. Only a few of them can continue to make their way in New World. Will's influence is also developing steadily. Many pirates with good strength joined him. Today, his Rocks Pirate has established 5 teams. The captain of the first team is Kaido. The men are all from the original Beasts Pirates. The captain of the second team is Jin. The leader is the Samurai group, and the deputy is Leopard Goro. Leopard Goro's strength is not weak. If taken out alone, he is also at the level of a captain. The captain of the third team is Mox, and his deputy is Capone Bead. Currently in charge of the pirates who have newly joined Will. In terms of overall strength, it is weaker than Kaido and Jin's team. Gion, the captain of the 4th division, this is also the most popular team in Rock's Pirate. Without him, Seductive, 31 joining Rock's Pirate, not only male pirates, but also many female pirates. Those who dare to go to sea, become pirates, or aspiring women. They are all unwilling to be inferior to men and become vassals. After they joined Rock's Pirate, they spontaneously united together. We'll simply let Gion lead them to form the 4th team. People from the other 3 teams can be said to be hopeless for the 4th team, and they wish they could also join the 4th team and become a member of them. As for why it is said to be 3, not 4, because there is another one, the scientific research team. Led by Vegapunk, with Aesir as deputy. Their members are all scientific researchers. If they don't enter the battle sequence, they basically stay in Punk Hazard. Apart from research, I basically don't care about outside things. As for Bullet, he has little interest in building his own team at the moment. We'll just let him. At this time, all the cadres gathered in the general's mansion in the capital of Flowers. Wanokuni executives including Shimotsuki Yasui came. Advertisement on Will's desk, there's also a phone that's talking. On the other side of the phone are Capone Jean and Quinn at West Blue. Will sat on the main seat, looking at the thousands of talented people below, his heart was filled with zoo. In more than half a year, I went from being penniless to now becoming the head of the 4 emperors. Lay down this huge family business. In holding this plenary session, Will has 3 purposes. One is to make a summary and follow-up arrangements. The second is to increase the cohesion and sense of belonging of Rock's Pirate. The third is to cultivate the awareness of everyone. Many people here are pirates. He has the strength, but he doesn't know anything about management and development, but it's really not good. We'll look to Kaido first. Kaido, you come first. Kaido looks as calm as a dog on the surface, but in fact he is a little nervous inside. Although he used to be the boss, but compared with the current Rock's Pirate, it's really incomparable. Previously Own Beast's pirates were nothing more than first-rate forces. Now, I am the first team captain of Rock's Pirate. The top of the top of the 4 emperors. The stride is a bit too big. The first team now has a total of 5,300 people. 35 people with a reward of more than 100 million, and 3 people with a reward of more than 300 million. The strength of a team is the strongest. Will looked at Kaido and saw him looking at himself. Gone? Kaido was a little puzzled. What else? Will was speechless. With so many people, isn't it divided and managed? After thinking for a while, he said, for the first team, I'm going to give them positions according to their strength. Positions are divided into Big Kanban, Real Hitter, and Numberer. More than 300 million, for a Big Kanban. More than 100 million and less than 300 million, it's real. Those below 100 million are numbered. As for how to allocate management, you can see for yourself. These are the positions of the Beast's pirates in the original book. But it is also suitable for dividing management now. As for the position, there is no need to recover as before. Kaido's eyes lit up when he heard that. It's a good idea. Will then looked at Jin and Leopard Guro. Jin got up and said, the warrior regiment originally had 680 people, but 124 people died in the last battle, and 22 people quit the warrior regiment because of their injuries. During this period, 246 people have been added, and there are currently a total of 780 people. Advertisement, there are 600 katana swords equipped. That's it for now. Will thought for a while, replenish to 1,000 people as soon as possible. In the future, the establishment of the samurai regiment will be maintained at this number for the time being. As for the rest of the samurai, a reserve will be established. After a while, I will research a set of military swordsmanship as soon as possible, and then let the warrior group master it as soon as possible. Since seeing the giant warriors all using Hikoku last time, Will has some experience with Elbaf's gun. There are also some thoughts about that formation. If the samurai group also has a similar collective attack, it will definitely be a great weapon. It's the third team's turn. Mox sat there as steady as an old dog, not intending to speak. However, everyone has been getting along for a long time, and they have long been clear about his essence. Beeg stood up and reported the situation of the third team. The third team currently has a total of 2048 people, more than 100 million, and there are 12 people with less than 200 million, and 20 people with more than 50 million. Although it is not as good as Kaido's first team. But the data is really good. You know, when the Straw Hat Boy went to sea, there were only 11 supernovas, and most of the rewards were 100 to 200 million. 373 and here, it's almost a supernova cluster. Although the strength is not as good as them, the reason why there are so many is because the age of great navigation has just begun. There are too many people going to sea at once. Not only Will, but the other 3-4 emperors also recruited a lot of people. Will motioned Beeg to sit down. Those who exceed 100 million, let's train them as the backbone. As for the position, you can refer to the first team, of course, you can also think of one yourself. He looked towards Gion, since the last Punk Hazard incident. Gion's mentality has changed a lot. There is still justice in her heart, but her attitude towards Marine and the world's ZF is no longer what it used to be. The fourth team, a total of 446 people. I request the next batch of samurai swords to be distributed to us first. Simple and direct, without the slightest politeness. Of course, our third team has no objections. We have no objection either. Several teams of people responded in unison. No way, the fourth team is Rock's Pirates Baby Bump, who dares to neglect? If they say no, the people below will not agree, but there is one thing to say, although the fourth team is all women, the number is small. But their strength is not weak at all, after the fourth team. Next, it's the main event. Everyone looked at Vegapunk, Geisa, and Ozzy from the research team in unison. There is green light in the eyes. Chapter 132 Development Plan and Big News. If we say that the fourth team is the baby bump of Rock's pirate, then the scientific research team is their real father. Aesir and Vegapunk exchanged glances. Aesir said, I'll come first. Currently, the improvement of samurai swords has almost reached its limit. Further up, unless more precious metal materials are incorporated, the quality can be improved, but there is a high probability that it will not be mass-produced. At the same time, it also needs to be made by a famous craftsman. The same goes for other weapons. The improvement of firearms is already in progress, but it still needs a lot of time for testing. In terms of artillery, Aesir eloquently talked a lot, but everyone present listened with gusto, for fear of missing something. This is all related to their future team development, who dare not care. In the end, Aesir said, the biggest difficulty at present is not the technical problem, but the lack of material supply. When it comes to materials, that is Wanokuni's internal affairs. Will looked at Shimotsuki Yasui. When the topic came to himself, Yasui was a little nervous. There is no way, the people here are either extremely powerful, or they are extremely powerful in a certain way. General, ore mining, smelting and processing are already the limit of what manpower can do at present. If we deploy more manpower, it will hurt the foundation of Wanokuni. There are also many minerals, metals, and materials that Wanokuni does not have, and need to be purchased from outside. All in all, Shimotsuki Yasui said it all. No one, no money, no channels. This is also a sequela caused by too much strength development. It hasn't been long since Wanokuni lifted the closed door, and many things are waiting to be done. Rock's pirate is developing too fast, there is no buffer time. Shimotsuki Yasui just wants to be fast, but he can't get up fast. Will naturally wouldn't blame the other party for this. I will find a way to solve these, and keep it like this for the time being, without deploying manpower. Will's words led Shimotsuki Yasui's heart drop. He was really afraid that Will would desperately recruit the people of Wanokuni to mine. This general is exactly as he said at the beginning. His tolerance and kindness are only for his own people. After Asie's report, it's Vegapunk's turn. There are 3 studies currently in progress. The first is the production of artificial devil fruit, backquote. All the people present were engrossed, man-made devil fruit. If it is produced on a large scale, Rock's pirate will have the only army of capable people in this sea. Currently the technology we have mastered can only produce zone man-made devil fruit. Advertisement will has understood this. The reason why zone can only be made is because of the blood factor involved. Vegapunk they extract certain genetic characteristics from animals. It is fused into the special substance for making devil fruit, which is the raw material named sad by Guy. After being processed by special means, devil fruit can be manufactured artificially. And like Logia, Paramecia and so on. With the current technology, it is impossible to extract that kind of characteristics, and it is impossible to integrate with sad. However, due to the lack of raw materials for sad, it is currently impossible to continue manufacturing. Will looked at Shimotsuki Yasui again. How about sad raw material cultivation now? Because of the lack of manpower, the progress is a bit slow. Shimotsuki Yasui felt that he was a little too useless, and none of the things he was asked went smoothly. Then let's buy from outside first. Will made a decision right away. He knew that such an action would definitely attract the attention of the world's ZF. But it doesn't matter now. Anyway, I even snatched Vegapunk. Vegapunk continued. Then there is the continuation of research on bloodline factors, and the current direction is to transform human T. Through genetic modification, people's physique is strengthened, their skin is firm, and their resilience is strong. It's still in its infancy, this is also an important item. A modified person similar to Vinsmoke Judge, but does not need to undergo blood modification at the embryonic stage like Judge, and will lose his emotions. With the research team of Vegapunk, these are not problems. Next is the research and development of the mechanical soldiers. This project was originally assigned by the world government, and it is currently being prepared to start. The research on making objects have the ability of devil fruit has already begun, but now there is a lack of devil fruit. He looked at Will, a little helpless. Funds, materials, personnel, replenish me as soon as possible, many studies have to be suspended. Will can't do anything about it, the financial matter is easy to solve. But there are some things that really cannot be rushed. I am not like the world's ZF, who have a big family and a big business, and they can provide what the other party wants immediately. So, it is still necessary to establish channels. The research and development of mechanical soldiers is temporarily suspended. Speaking of mechanical soldiers, Will remembered it. Isn't there a mechanical army on the infinite land, that is, the moon? Those are the best hands. It seems that I have to find a way to go to the infinite land. Drop by Sky Island and bring some Sky Islanders down to show Vegapunk if you can get them to fly. Will looked at the phone bug on the table. Jean, what about West Blue? My lord. Everything here is developing steadily according to your instructions, and the remaining small forces have almost been cleaned up. Advertisement, in another month, the underground world of West Blue will be unified. Will nodded. As soon as possible, West Blue is very important to the development of New World. After the West Blue integration is completed, it will be able to continuously provide supplies for New World. For example, the manpower, materials, supplies, etc. that are in short supply now. The whole meeting lasted half a day before it came to an end. Then, of course, it was party time. When everyone was drinking, a newspaper was delivered to Will. When I saw the above content, I was taken aback for a moment and then laughed a little weirdly. Open black lens bracket Elbaf issued a call to recall all giants. Close black lens bracket. This is a convening order issued by Elbaf through the World Economic News Agency. It is estimated that as long as the giants see this news, they will basically return to Elbaf. This has a lot of influence on the situation of the whole sea. Especially Marine, there are quite a few giant vice admirals in it. But come to think of it, Marine won't let them go easily. Open black lens bracket Elbaf, King of Giants, leads the fleet to sea, aiming at naval headquarters, close black lens bracket. This is both reasonable and unexpected. Will thought that it would be the elders of the giant clan, or Rocky himself, who would come forward. Unexpectedly, it was the giant king himself. It seems that this time Elbaf is not going to let it go. But also, the world's ZF and Marine are not only playing with giants and deceiving them. He also secretly studied other people's genes in an attempt to artificially create giants. For this reason, he sneaked into the Giant King's city and kidnapped the royal heirs. That child is the eldest grandson of the Giant King, Lee's. In the future, he will take over Loki's position and become L's main computer. However, whether the two sides can fight or not is still up for debate. After all, as Will once said to Bullet, wars between great powers have never been so simple. Marine and the world ZF will most likely choose to let things go. Therefore, it still depends on the decision of oneself. Open black lens bracket Marine Super Rookie, Future Admiral, Thunderfruit Enel, close black lens bracket. This is where Will's face looks weird. Perhaps Marine chose to drop the bomb Enel in order to eliminate the bad influence brought by the giants. Not only praised Enel fiercely, he also made an exception to appoint him as Marine Rear Admiral. First just joined Marine, so I'm Rear Admiral. I don't know if I am stronger. Will I become Vice Admiral? I have to say that Marine's trick really works. After all, Thunderfruit's name is too loud. At this time, a younger brother hurried in. Boss Will, someone wants to see you. Chapter 133. Are you flying to New World to hit me? When Jiaji appeared in the general's mansion. Haha, brother Jiaji, long time no see. Come on, let's have a drink. It's been a long time since you told us a joke. In addition, do you not plan to be a Marine anymore, and come to seek refuge with Boss Will? Many of you here know Jiaji. The last trip to the Gabi Sea area because of the family mixed for a while. Haha, I didn't expect you to be having a banquet. It seems that I came at the right time. Jiaji was not polite, took the wine handed over, and drank it all in one gulp. Good, only then did he greet Will. Boss Will, we meet again. Will laughed. Yeah, we meet again. Find a seat and sit down. Someone will make room soon. Jiaji sat down without hesitation. However, when he was pushing glasses and changing glasses with everyone, he kept looking at other people. When he saw Guillaume, his face lit up with joy, but I found that Guillaume's face did not have the joy of meeting his former colleagues. Just talking to Guy with a calm face from time to time. Immediately, he saw another person. Can't help the pupils to shrink. Vegapunk. This is the goal of my trip. Will was in the main seat, looking at Jiaji with a smile. The opponent's every move did not avoid his sight. However, by guessing with his toes, Will can also guess what the other party's purpose in coming to Wanokuni is. Drink 3 rounds. Seeing that Will has never asked himself why he came. Jiaji couldn't sit still. Well, Boss Will, I'm here to visit you today because I actually have something to do. He said it casually, but his heart was already too nervous. He was really afraid that Will would get angry at 860 and detain himself as a pirate. Is there something wrong? Jiaji, I thought you were here to catch up with old friends? Jiaji scratched his head in embarrassment. He also heard the teasing in Will's tone. Immediately, he calmed down and his expression became serious. Boss Will, I am here at Wanokuni this time. I am entrusted by Marshal Kong to negotiate a deal with you. Will put on a look of interest. Tell me, what deal does Marine have? You want to talk to a pirate like me? Jiaji's previous predictions flashed quickly in his mind. Slowly said, not long ago, the giant warriors who went with Elba attacked Punk Hazard. This incident, whether it is Marine or the world's ZF, is extremely angry. HMPH, so what about anger? If you have the ability, let them call you. That is, are we still afraid that you will fail? It was only here that Jiaji said, and the other people in the hall immediately yelled and cursed. If the edition has just started, it will be interrupted directly. Will waved his hand. Let Jiaji finish talking. Advertisement. Jiaji touched his nose. He could already imagine that if he continued on this topic, he would probably still be scolded. Anyway, that's the thing, that's what it is. The matter of Punk Hazard, Marine and the world ZF do not plan to pursue Rock's pirate. However, for those scientific researchers, they hope that Boss will let them go. Especially Dr. Vegapunk, DBFC, that's who they named. At this moment, many people looked at Vegapunk. As the person involved, Vegapunk just smiled and said nothing, as if the person mentioned was not himself. This confused Kaka a bit. I came to save you, why didn't you say anything? Will asked. Tell me, what price are you willing to pay to redeem Vegapunk? Let it go. Definitely won't let it go, he is not short-sighted. But he wants to hear how much Marine and the world's ZF are willing to pay to redeem Vegapunk. After pondering for a moment, Jaji spoke slowly. 2 billion Baileys, 3 devil fruits, 1 Logia, 1 Paramecia, 1 zone, and the legal right to plunder. Hiss. All the people present widened their eyes. This handwriting is not small at all. They looked at Vegapunk with bright eyes, didn't expect each other to be so valuable. Rao was Will, and he couldn't help but be secretly dumbfounded. If he didn't know something about Vegapunk, he probably would have agreed immediately when he heard about this bargaining chip. Moreover, this is the starting price. Negotiations, of course, it is impossible for the other party to throw out all their chips at once. In other words, Will can still increase the price. He looked at Vegapunk with a smile. Dr. Vegapunk, you are quite valuable. It seems that the ZF of the world attaches great importance to you. You said, should I consider sending you back? Vegapunk glanced at Will. Jean has been observing Vegapunk's addition, and he clearly saw the other side's flashing eyes. Eyes? What kind of strange reaction is this? Just listen to Vegapunk say. You're the boss, you can do whatever you want. Will made a thought, and then said, Gia, we are old acquaintances, I don't make it difficult for you, I will report my bottom line to you directly. Asterisk 10 billion Baileys, 5 Logia Devil Fruit, 10 Paramecia, 20 Zone, and the World ZF will permanently grant me the legal right to plunder and be eligible to participate in World Summit. Count. Asterisk gad, are you afraid you are not kidding me? Don't say it's an extra plan, even the people from Rock's Pirate looked dumbfounded. My boss can understand even if the lion speaks loudly. But the mouth is a bit swollen, right? Is this going to swallow the sky? It was Vegapunk instead, with a smile on his face. Jaji let out a long sigh. Boss Will, it seems that you are not going to agree to this deal? Will looked at him in surprise. Why do you think so? My price tag is displayed, which means that I am willing to make this deal. In my eyes, Dr. Vegapunk is worth the price. Advertisement. Gage rolled his eyes. For him who doesn't know the true value of Vegapunk, it is of course impossible to understand the weight of Will's words. He took out the phone bug from his pocket and dialed the number. Moses. Marshal Kong, the thing is like this. Gia explained the ins and outs of the incident. Then placed the phone bug on Will's desk. Talk to yourselves, I will. He turned back to his seat. Come on, brothers, let's not get drunk today. Haha, this is the extra plan. Come on, keep talking, your powgirl is 36 gauge, I think it's still useful. Nonsense, you obviously dismissed it last time. They had a lot of fun, but on Will's side, the atmosphere was a bit serious. Mad Dragon Will. Kong's voice came from over there. Will looked silent. Marine Commander Kong, he didn't know much about the Marine Marshal. But this is definitely a superpower. He once fought with Baloric Redfield for 10 days and 10 nights, and only lost half a stroke. As a result, Redfield was extremely weak and was picked up by Garp. Who is Redfield? The Lonely Red, the Red Earl. This is a legendary pirate, unbeatable at its peak. He is alone, on par with Roger, Whitebeard. You know, there are pirates behind those two. Being able to sit on an equal footing with these two shows how strong he is. Although Redfield claims to be inferior to Roger and Whitebeard, who dares to underestimate him? As for Kong, who is on par with him, his strength can be seen as Madara. I didn't expect that the first conversation with you would be in this situation. The phone bug was quiet for a few breaths before a voice came. If possible, I would rather not talk to you. Will chuckled and said, you are the Marine Marshal after all, why would you say such angry words? Kong snorted coldly. Kwanlong, your appetite is too big. 10 billion Baileys are fine, 5 Logia Devil Fruits? Why don't you grab it? Will curled his lips, isn't he just robbing? 10 billion belly remains the same, 1 Logia Devil Fruit, 3 Paramecia, 5 Zone. This is my bottom line. Will didn't even bother to pay attention to Kong's offer. That's a pity. My previous quotation is also my bottom line. It seems that we can't negotiate this deal. Son, Kong yelled angrily, you really don't intend to. Do you know the consequences of angering Marine and the world's ZF? Will said indifferently, what consequences could there be? Are you flying to New World to hit me? Bang, the sound of the table breaking came from the phone bug. One table died tragically in Kong's hands. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Chapter 134 Empty Glove White Wolf, arrogant. Will chuckled, I'm just stating a fact. New World is not your Marine's territory, here, we pirates have the final say. Vegapunk said that it is impossible to return to Marine. For this reason, even going to war with Marine would not hesitate. And now he has formed an alliance with Golden Lion. For the threat of Marine and the world's ZF, I will not take it seriously. Kong was obviously very angry, panting, the sound of breathing is rough and heavy. Kwanlong, are you determined to fight Marine and the ZF of the world? Let me tell you, if Vegapunk is not released, this matter will definitely not be left alone. When the time comes, Marine and the world's ZF will try their best to encircle you, and you should know what the result will be. What's more, the Whitebeard Pirates have a lot of grudges against you. Do you think they will take advantage of this to deal with you? Kong's threat silenced Will. The sound of the entire banquet also stopped. Everyone turned to Will. After half an hour, Will sighed for a long time and said helplessly, okay, you win. Send over 10 billion Baileys and Devil Fruit, don't fool me with trash. Once you have the item, Vegapunk will return it to you. Kong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Will's words. Although the price is a bit high, but it's all worth it. What's more, Bailey and Devil Fruit are not produced by Marine himself. Okay, I'll get things ready as soon as possible. I hope you don't play tricks. Kong hung up the phone and sat back in his chair. Marshal, why don't you go to war directly? Sengoku was a bit confused. Didn't the higher-up tell us to fix Rock's pirate as soon as possible? Kong heard this and sighed deeply. Those old guys, it's just a matter of one sentence to order them down. It's just, how can it be so easy to destroy the Rock's pirate? And the most urgent thing right now is to find a way to appease Elbaf's anger. Before this matter is resolved, where's the Jing power to deal with Rock's pirate? But the Vegapunk thing can't be delayed. If he stays in the hands of Kwanlong for one more day, it may bring unpredictable consequences. So, the safest way at present is to redeem the person first. Sengoku frowned, but the price is too high. 10 billion Pele is fine. But 9 devil fruits, isn't this an enemy? Kong sighed again. So, this matter needs to be carefully planned, and see how we can minimize the loss. And on Will's side, after the call ended, Will glanced at everyone present, and everyone's expressions were serious and puzzled. Vegapunk looked even more disappointed. Kaido frowned, and said in a deep voice, "You really want to hand over Dr. Vegapunk to Marine?" Advertisement, although he is also very tempted by those conditions. But after seeing Vegapunk's abilities, I still have reservations about it. The other party is here. How much devil fruit do you want? Will glanced at him and just gave him a meaningful smile. Kaido's brain exploded. This smile, this look, he is too familiar. He knows it, this insidious and cunning guy is smarter than himself. How could he obediently hand over Vegapunk, Marine and the world's ZF? This wave is about to lose blood. As for threats, does Will seem like someone who cares about threats? Wasn't the Whitebeard Pirates a big threat back then? For the first time, he took a little girl and confronted the Whitebeard Pirates, causing them heavy losses. The second time, although the Beast's pirates joined, they faced the more powerful Whitebeard Pirates. Did he back off? No, not only defeated the Whitebeard Pirates, but also took the position of the first of the 4 emperors in one fell swoop. The more Kaido thought about it, the more anxious he became. His heart seemed to be scratched by claws, and he really wanted to ask Will about his plans right away. However, since the extra plan was still there, I still cheated and endured it. The banquet lasted for a while before everyone dispersed. Still, some remained. Bullet, Kaido, Jin, Gion, Guy, Helen, Mox, Beeg. And the party Vegapunk. What on earth are you thinking? Kaido couldn't help asking first. Everyone else looked at Will as well. Vegapunk has a complex look on his face. No matter how intelligent he is, he can't grasp people's hearts. Will smiled at Vegapunk. Don't worry, Doctor, I've said it before. If you want to redeem you, unless you take 10 billion Baileys, 5 Logia Devil Fruit, 10 Paramecia, 20 Zone, and the World ZF permanently grants me the legal right to plunder, and I am eligible to participate in World Summit. Without these things, how could I possibly agree? Everyone is puzzled. Guillaume Lu frowned slightly. Then didn't you agree just now? 10 billion Baileys, 1 Logia, 3 Paramecia, 5 Zone. Here I can only buy fake Vegapunk. Fake? Everyone was surprised. Immediately, he thought of something, and looked at Helen from the light. All came to a sudden. Yes, Helen has the ability to transform into other people. Even clothes and height can become exactly the same. Marine doesn't know Helen's abilities. Not to mention Marine, even in Rock's Pirate, few people know about it. Because Will had put a gag order on everyone early on. Several people looked at Will in unison. The eyes are strange. It's like saying, "You are so insidious." Will shrugged. Marine rushed to give me something. Why didn't I bite it off? Advertisement. Although I don't lack Bailey, I lack devil fruit. Asking for flowers. Devil fruit is indeed a rarity, something that has a price but no market. I used to have a dispensable mentality, not anymore. In the research of Vegapunk, there are many places that need to use devil fruit. By this time, Vegapunk understood Will's plan. To put it bluntly, I just want to be a white wolf with empty gloves. Pit Marine in the world's ZF. After figuring this out, he shook his head helplessly and a little funny. I was really worried too much. However, he saw once again Will's boldness. Will restrained his smile, and looked at them with a serious expression. This plan, if it succeeds, it will be a big profit. We don't lose money if we don't succeed, but there is one thing that cannot be avoided. As long as Dr. Vegapunk is still with us, Marine and the world ZF will not let it go. It's a matter of time before war starts. Even if the plan is successful, the other party will be completely irritated by us. Everyone, our war with Marine is coming. The complexions of several people became heavy. Fighting Marine will definitely not be much easier than fighting Whitebeard Pirates. Even, the crisis they're facing is even greater than then. Our enemies this time are not only Marines but also the ZF of the world. Perhaps before the war started, the world's ZF agents sneaked into Wanokuni first. One more thing, Kong is right. Once we start a war with Marine, the Whitebeard Pirates will definitely watch us from the sidelines. As long as we show a slight flaw, they will jump up and bite us without hesitation. Having said that, Will looked around at everyone. His tone became extremely serious. Bullet, during this time, you will stay by Dr. Vegapunk's side and keep him safe. The reason why he dared to blackmail and defraud Marine and the world ZF. Now the Giant King is at naval headquarters with a giant fleet. Will pulls out the phone bug. Marine doesn't have extra manpower to deal with himself. Just get this done before then. Vegapunk waved his hand. As long as it doesn't affect my work. Borrowing is Elbaf's shareholder style. From now on, enter the road war state. Only then did Will sit on the main seat, revisiting his plan. Before the matter of the giants is settled, after discussing some things, the crowd dispersed. After explaining the matter here, Stussy also needs to remind me. Afterwards, no matter how angry Marine and the ZF of the world are, he will not be afraid of Chi. Once Marine makes any movement, he needs to respond immediately. Block all entrances to Wanokuni, wait until everything is arranged. Will apologize to Vegapunk. Dr. Vegapunk, I have wronged you for a while. Chapter 135. Please drink this glass of sworn wine. Time flies, and half a month has passed. During this period of time, the most eye-catching thing. It was the Giant King of Elbaf who led the giant fleet to naval headquarters Marineford. From the day the giants landed in Marineford entered a closed state. No outsiders are allowed to enter. No one knows what happened inside. But that oppressive atmosphere gradually spread to the sea of the film. Many people are worried that a big battle will break out in Marineford in the next moment. In this tense atmosphere, many giants who wandered abroad returned to Elbaf one after another. Even Dory and Brogy duel in Lil Garden. Without the figure of the giant, it made many people uncomfortable. Not long after, there is another news that the giant soldiers pirates are coming back again. This time, many people didn't react too quickly. The result of 763, Marineford has not yet come. What does the comeback of the giant soldier pirates represent? Moreover, when they learned about the members of the giant soldier pirates, this doubt is a little more serious. Giant soldier pirates, a total of 30 people. 3 captains. They are Blue Ogre Dory, Red Ghost Brogy, Elbaf Prince Rocky. The first 2 were the original captains, but that's fine. But no one expected that Luo Ji, who was a prince, would become with them, and he was also the captain. Does this represent Elbaf's attitude? And the following members also have many famous guys. Pans Fry, the famous volcano chef in New World, has a bounty of 180 million. He often takes his daughter Lily Ernst Mark, a person with many fruit ability, to rob the government, marine and pirates of food. Cook for those who are hungry. The father and daughter are very popular among the New World people. Besides them, there are quite a few giants, all of whom are well known in New World. Of these 30, 10 were from the royal city of Elbaf. The implications are obvious. Many people are paying attention to the actions of the giant soldiers pirates. However, it was discovered that the giant soldier pirates disappeared not long after they sailed. Confused many people. Inside Wanokuni, no one expected that the giant soldier pirates who had just come back were here. Will, we meet again. Advertisement in front of the general's mansion, Lu Ji greeted happily. Will was also a little surprised by the arrival of the giant soldiers pirates. Why are you here? As he spoke, his eyes swept over the 30 giants one by one. He knew Dory and Brogy. There is not much difference from the original. Lily, a mini fruit ability, and his father, Pans Fry. The other giants were faces they had never seen before. However, he did notice that there were a few interesting figures at the end of the giant team. The future captain of the new giant pirates, giant mercenary Helding. At this time period, he hadn't gone to sea yet, but in the warrior village of Elbaf, it is the outstanding young generation. Statham, Rhodes, Goldo Bagger, Gerd and several other members of the future new giant soldier pirates are also among them. Loki smiled and said, I wanted to tell you last time, but I plan to give you a surprise. How about it, surprise? Will shook his head helplessly. As for it, but I'm very happy that you can come. At this time, Dory behind Loki said, Loki, is he our Elbaf's benefactor? All the giants had their eyes on Will. They all have curiosity in their eyes, and they also have kind smiles. Loki nodded and said, that's right, Senior Dory, Senior Brogy, he is Will. Immediately to Will, introduce. When introducing them to Herding, Loki smiled and said, they are all the outstanding figures of the new generation of Elbaf warrior village, and they will be trained as the future backbone of the giant soldiers pirates. How about it, it's not bad. Will laughed a little and said, you are much younger than others, don't act like you are an adult. Counting, except for Lily, Loki is indeed the youngest of the giant pirates. But his strength ranks among the top 5 in the entire giant soldier pirate group. From this we can see the extraordinariness of the royal family of Elbaf. After saying hello, the entire giant soldier pirate group suddenly suppressed their smiles. His expressions became extremely serious. Liquor. Loki shouted. Suddenly, one of the giants behind him stepped forward with a huge wine jug and a big bowl. Bowls of wine were poured out, and the atmosphere on the court gradually quieted down. Everyone in the Rocks Pirate watched this scene. It seems that something big is about to happen. Will takes the large bowl of wine that Loki hands over. Some puzzled. Loki, this is... Advertisement. Loki looked serious, sitting cross-legged in front of Will, following his movements. The giants behind him also sat down. Loki raised the wine bowl with both hands. The head of the 4 emperors, Your Excellency Rocks D. Will the Crazy Dragon. The giant soldiers pirates consist of 30 people, 3 captains. On behalf of the entire Elbaf, please drink this cup of sworn wine. From now on, Elbaf will be your most reliable ally. The giant pirates will always follow behind you. After Loki said this sentence, the audience held their breath for an instant. They can clearly hear the sound of their own heart beating. It's because Loki's words are too scary. Under the bombardment of recent news, everyone present understands what Elbaf stands for. That is the most powerful country in the world. Even Marine and the ZF of the world are afraid of 3 points. Now, Loki actually made such a promise in public. That means, Elbaf will be tied to the Rocks Pirate. Giant Soldiers Pirates has become an affiliate of Rocks Pirate. Before that, who would have thought? Originally, even their Rocks Pirate wanted to see what kind of name the Giant Soldier Pirates would make. Will watch the scene before him, although very excited, but did not agree immediately. Instead, he said seriously, Loki, do you know what this means? That's all for the sake of it. Loki and the other giants sighed in admiration, looked at each other, and drank the bowl in one gulp. And, this is what the father agreed to, immediately raised the big bowl. Boss Will shouted loudly to the surroundings, congratulations to the Giant Soldiers Pirates, and also to the establishment of the 5th Rocks Pirate team. He raised the 1.9 bowl in his hand and looked at Will expectantly. Have a banquet today, the giants shouted in unison, with happy smiles on their faces. He let out a long breath, and turned the big bowl upside down without a trace. No matter how hypocritical Will is, it will appear too hypocritical. Heroic said, okay, then I will drink this glass of sworn wine, and from now on, Rocks Pirate and Elbaf will share weal and woe. Boss Will, after drinking this cup of sworn wine, my father still has something to convey. Good, Loki grinned. Soldier of Elbaf, say no. After finishing speaking, he gulped down the wine in the big bowl in one go. Chapter 136 Ragnarok. Whose Twilight? On the square outside the general's mansion, a grand banquet is being held. Everyone in the Flower City participated in it. Rocky sits with wool and drinks. He looked at the singing and dancing Wanokuni people with some surprise in his eyes. Because the expressions of these people are all happy. This shows what? Explain that Wanokuni is doing well under Will's rule. This is a bit of a surprise. As a prince, Loki knows how rare this is. Will asked, Loki, you said your father has something to convey, what is it? Loki put down his wine bowl. Will, you know that there is not a huge tree in air? Will nodded. No, it was a giant tree like an Optimus pillar, and its degree of mystery was no worse than that of Raftel. That's Elbaf's sacred tree, father said. If you have a chance in the future, please go to Elbaf. When the time comes, I will show you a different world. Will wondered. A different world? Loki scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, after I finished the trial, I was entitled to know. But now, Will knew it well, that is, he went to sea ahead of time, so this matter was postponed. But from this, we can roughly know that the so-called different world has something to do with the sacred tree. He is also full of curiosity about Albaf's sacred tree. Many places and exotic customs of One Piece correspond to many places in the real world. And Elbaf, before he came to this world, didn't have much introduction. However, the things and characters that have appeared all have a lot of instructions. That heavenly tree. In the original book, Kalding shot Mahabas into the sky with the gun of Elbaf, and what he thought in his heart was, fly me to the kingdom of God. In Little Garden, Dory mentioned, a big snake covered in blood. Rocky's name. All of this has a lot to do with Norse mythology. But One Piece is not a Norse myth after all, and there is not a big difference between the two. However, these alone are enough to prove one point. Elbaf is definitely not as simple as a kingdom of giants, it must be hiding some great secret. Even if Elbaf really corresponds to Norse mythology, then Will thought of a legend. Ragnarok? Ragnarok? Whose twilight will it be? Elbaf, celestial dragons, pirates, or this world? Thinking of this, he wondered, why not now, but sometime in the future? Loki paused, with a serious expression on his face. Advertisement, I don't know the details, but my father said that when that day comes, the world will change drastically. The world will usher in a big change. Will repeatedly chewed on the meaning of this sentence. All he could think of was 20 years later. After a long time, he laughed and shook his head. Why bother? As long as you move forward at your own pace, even if there are major changes in the future, what fear do you have? The day after the giant pirates became the 5th division of the Rocks Pirate. The Morgan's newspaper carried the news in good time. Will couldn't help but curse secretly. Is this guy a dog? It's really pervasive, but at this time, Will received a call from Kong. 10 billion Baileys, 1 Logia, 3 Paramecia, and 5 Zone Devil Fruit are ready. Get Will to trade in Dressrosa with Vegapunk. There is no way, their marine can still cover the first half. In the place of New World, after Dressrosa, the forces of the 4 emperors are behind. Under the current situation, even their marine will not easily enter the 4 emperors' territory. Tisk. After finishing the call, Will smacked his lips. Marine is so eager to send money to himself, but he also knew why the other party was so anxious. During the time he stayed in Wanokuni, he didn't do nothing, and he still got a lot of news. Like growing sad ingredients, this is one of the materials for making artificial devil fruit. Kong can't imagine how much technology Will get from Vegapunk after a little longer. Will ordered Kaido and Jin. Send a summoning order. Everyone gather except Bullet. With his orders, the whole of Wanokuni went into action. When the Thunder Dragon sailed out of Wanokuni's dark harbor, the larger ships followed closely behind. There are nearly 10,000 people in Rock's Pirate, and more than 5,000 people were dispatched this time. A team of 2,000 people, the second squad has 500 people. 2,000 people in the third squad, 500 people in the fourth squad. The 5th division has 30 people, a total of 15 large ships. Although the naval headquarters side was restrained by the Giant King, a lot of troops. But Will didn't dare to be careless. After all, this plan. But it was enough to make Marine and the world ZF furious. Rock's Pirates' big move made many forces in the entire New World nervous. Especially the Whitebeard Pirates. As long as the Thunder Dragon is wandering in the sea, Whitebeard will definitely know the first time. Father, what the hell is that mad dragon going to do? Advertisement Marco and others surrounded Whitebeard. Since successively experienced Gabby Sea Area, Morgard Glacier incident. After eating Will's big loss, they have a psychological shadow. I'm afraid that when the other party will bully them again. This time the other party dispatched so many people, including the newly joined Giant Soldier Pirate Group. It can be seen that what the other party has to do is certainly not small. After all, the last time the other party dispatched the Thunder Dragon, it wandered around Dressrosa for a while. Marine's largest scientific research base, Punk Hazard, is gone. It's still the kind of nest, Whitebeard pondered for a moment. I feel that my brain is not enough, still haven't figured out what Will is going to do. Looking at Rayleigh, what do you think? After Rayleigh pondered for a moment, a gleam flashed in his eyes. Actually, our thinking direction is wrong. Oh, everyone became interested. 983 Rayleigh explained. We don't have to think about what the dragon is going to do. Just know that he is our enemy. What the enemy wants to do, we will interfere with him and stop him. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's right, just don't let him do what he does. But soon someone raised doubts. But what if that's a plot against us? Forehead. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, and the question seemed to come back again. Rayleigh laughed. We don't need to rush up and fight the Rock's Pirates in the first place. Just get in at the right time, even if there is no suitable time, retreat at worst. Anyway, we have nothing to lose. The calculations of the Whitebeard Pirates were crackling. On the other hand, the Big Mom Pirates are also pondering. Also because of every action Will makes, the final result is sensational. Charlotte Linlin became wary of Will's big move this time. For this, she also called Will directly. Unfortunately, how could Will tell her about his plot? 10 billion Baileys, 1 Logia, 3 Paramecia, 5 Zone, a total of 9 Devil Fruit. Everyone will be tempted, and as Will's ally, the Golden Lion is equally curious. He even vaguely offered to help. He no longer had the slightest doubt about Will's ability to act. Perhaps, this conspiracy is not small. Follow along, you can always mix it with soup, right? Chapter 137 Who is the Fool? When the Rock's pirate fleet arrives in Dressrosa. Marine's side arrived almost at the same time. This time their leader is Sengoku. Accompanying him is Kuzan. And the new generation of Marine, Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Huashaoshan, Stallo Berry and others. There are more than 10 large warships and nearly 10,000 soldiers. And the ZF side of the world. 5 CPs, 10 CP9s, and many low-level agents were directly dispatched. CP9 will not talk about it, but in CP0, the average strength is between Vice Admiral. Grade, comparable to Fall, it's just a deal. The two sides dispatched so many people. It can be seen how much attention has been paid to this. Or maybe, besides trading this time, they also have other purposes. When two big forces appeared in the Dressrosa offshore at the same time. Let King Liku, the owner of Dressrosa, fall into extreme anxiety. I am afraid that the next moment, the two sides will start a big battle here. At that time, even if it is only the aftermath of the battle, both can cause Dressrosa to suffer serious losses. To this end, he began to make the people of Dressrosa do a good job of protection. Pity. King Riku doesn't know what Schrodinger's cat is. When he made this choice, that means something is bound to happen. At this time, the Rock's pirate and the Marine fleet met, and the distance between the two sides was less than a kilometer. It has entered the range of the artillery, aboard the Thunder Dragon. Will looked a little dignified. The manpower dispatched by the other party this time, he got the information from Stussy earlier. Let's not talk about Marine here. Most of them are his old acquaintances. But CP0 here. According to Stussy's information, among the 5, 3 have the strength of Vice Admiral, and 1 is Admiral. The remaining one, although not strong, is a person with special ability. As for what ability, Stussy didn't find out either. Advertisement, but presumably it was for Vegapunk. They seem to be prepared. On the side, Kaido watched the Marine fleet opposite with a telescope. Judging from this lineup, it is definitely not as simple as wanting to trade. Will laughed. Don't we too? At this time, whoever thinks it's just a transaction is a fool. Kaido nodded. It seems that today is not so easy to end. Porp. The voice of the phone bug rang. Opposite, Sengoku gestured with a phone bug. The corners of Will's mouth curled up slightly, which is really interesting. The two can see each other thousands of meters away, but communicate with each other on the phone. Mr. Sengoku, we meet again. Yeah, we meet again. There was some exclamation in Sengoku's tone since we left Logue Town. Meet again. First I'm still Marine Admiral, but the other party has gone from being alone to the current leader of the 4 emperors. It's only a few months. If this is put in the storybook, it is not dare to write it. Kwanlong, you brought a lot of people this time. Mr. Sengoku is twice as good as me, haha, isn't this just in case? I'm also afraid Mr. Sengoku has ideas for me. The two chatted for a long time here, but they just didn't get to the point. On Sengoku's side, a CP9 walked up to him, whispered, Sengoku Admiral, it's ready. The news has been released, the Whitebeard Pirates have already started their operations. The Big Mom Pirates are also gathering, but they haven't acted immediately and are still waiting and watching. A lot of other forces are rushing here. Sengoku nodded, looked over at the Rocks Pirate, and grinned sinisterly. Will sighed. Jin also walked up to Will and said in a low voice, I have already told the Golden Lion about our deal with Marine. He's on his way now. It will probably arrive within hours after we complete the transaction. Will asked, didn't tell him that our Vegapunk is fake? Jin nodded. No, that's good, let everyone get ready. When the transaction is completed, it's time to start the war. Okay. Jin turned to get ready. Advertisement will then look towards Marine. He and Sengoku held up the phone bug in perfect harmony. Mr. Sengoku, let's start trading. Crazy Dragon will start trading. What the two of them said made the already solemn atmosphere a bit more murderous. Kuzan came out from behind and came to the side of the ship. His body began to emit a cold air, and he pointed at the sea in front of him. An ice thorn spread out from his hand, the moment it touches the surface of the sea. The seawater quickly condensed into ice and stretched forward rapidly. Moments later, between Marine and Rocks Pirate, when he stows his frozen fruit ability, there has been an extra thick ice road more than 20 meters wide. The transaction between the two parties has officially begun. Will winked at Kaido. Soon, Vegapunk and Gage were brought up. Is it time to part again? With a face full of reluctance, Jiaji said to the Rocks Pirate behind him. Brothers, I will come back to see you when I have time. Brother Jiaji, let's talk about it. Remember to visit us often in the future. Jiaji, let's drink together next time. Thank you for the Pow Girls 36 tricks, I've already won Ellie from the 4th team. Yeah, I also took Fen, haha, me too. Huh? Jiaji suddenly, Qian Zhao, petrified. Looking at the drinking buddies who have benefited a lot from Pao Niu's 36 tricks. I just feel that my heart is pierced by countless arrows. All the reluctance disappeared. Will patted him on the shoulder. If you don't want to give up, just stay. Jiaji forced a smile. Forget about it. Will looked at Vegapunk and nodded to him. Let's go. He took the two of them, Kaido and Jin, onto the ice and walked towards the opposite side. And opposite. Sengoku took Kuzan, 2 CPs with masks, several CPs, and several big boxes to the ice road. The distance between the two groups of people is getting closer. The atmosphere on the court became more and more oppressive. Those of you at Marine and Rocks Pirate feel sweat on your palms. Under their gaze, Will and the others stopped a few meters away from Sengoku and the others. Chapter 138, 9 Devil Fruits. Will's eyes were on Sengoku and the others, looking at them, focusing on the 2 CP0s. Among these two people, there must be one with the strength of the Admiral level. Man I brought, what do I want? Back, Sengoku yelled. Cake from the side walked back to Sengoku, whispered in his ear. During this period, Sengoku kept looking at Vegapunk, nodding from time to time. It should be to confirm the authenticity of Vegapunk with Jiaji. Subsequently, Sengoku waved his hand, and the CP behind him lifted several large boxes up. Place on ice in front, cover, open, it was stacked full of Baileys. It's 10 billion Baileys, you can take an inventory. Sengoku had no expression on his face, as if what he sent out was not 10 billion Baileys, but a pile of waste paper. As for whether his heart is not disturbed, only he himself knows. If it weren't for Will and Kaido, they would also have seen big scenes. Seeing these 10 billion Baileys, it is estimated that they will not be calm. Despair. Will snaps his fingers. The lids of these large boxes close automatically. There is no need for this, Mr. Sengoku's character, I can still trust it. Kaido rolled his eyes at Will's words. Is this a question of believability? But there is no need to test at all. The nature of this transaction is not an equal transaction. It was set by Will. Even if there are fakes in the 10 billion, they will just pretend they didn't see it. Devil fruit is their target. Snort, Sengoku was not at all happy about Will's praise. Although it didn't happen to Marine, it still hurts. Those bastards of ZF and celestial dragons in the world, if they are willing to use these resources to arm Marine, how can there be so many things? Despair. Will snaps his fingers again. The big boxes floated up and floated behind him. Advertisement. Then he looked at CP with burning eyes. Next is the main event, in the opponent's hand, carrying a box. Judging by the size, there is no doubt that it is used to hold devil fruit. Then, take out the devil fruit. I want to inspect the goods. Will looked at the box with burning eyes. The 2 CP0s looked at each other, then at Sengoku. Sengoku waved his hand. Let him test. The CP carrying the box walked to the middle and opened the box with a bang. Immediately, the contents inside were presented in front of Will and the others. It is devil fruit, and it's 9, Gulu. There was the sound of swallowing. Kaido's eyes were glowing green. Even though I have seen many big scenes, but seeing 9 devil fruits at once, my heart still beats and accelerates. Among them, there is also a Logia. That's enough to take Rocks Pirate to the next level. Although Will looked calm on the surface, he was actually excited in his heart. His thinking is similar to that of Kaido. He resisted the urge to go up and check. Jin took a deep breath and walked in front of the box. He took out a booklet from his pocket. It is the Devil Fruit illustrated book. He first checked the devil fruit carefully, but didn't see anything unusual. Then, I looked at the illustrated book, compared with it, and conducted a second inspection. The two sides just waited quietly, after a long time. Jin closed the illustration book. Go back to Will and whisper about the abilities of those devil fruits. Boss Will, those 9 devil fruits are real. Logia devil fruit is an aurora fruit, which can create aurora, phantom, lightning, magnetic field, etc. He obviously looks very powerful, but Jin's expression is not happy at all. This devil fruit is a bit useless. Aurora's attack power is not very strong. The phantom fall, DBFE, is comparable to phantom fruit. The power of the lightning it creates is also average, and the magnetic field is not very strong. Will understood immediately. In short, it is a little bit of everything, but it can't produce much power. Light, can't compare to sparkling fruit. Phantom, can't compare to phantom fruit. Thunder and lightning, can't compare to thunder fruit. Even thunder dragon fruit's thunder and lightning. Magnetic field, can't compare to magnetic fruit. Advertisement. There may be other abilities, but this is probably the case. However, when he heard that it was the aurora fruit, Will was not as disappointed as Jin. He immediately thought of the most suitable candidate. The corner of the mouth slightly raised. Continue. I hope there will be surprises waiting for me in the future. Jin looked startled. He thought Will would be disappointed. After all, for their plan this time, what they expect the most is this Logia devil fruit. In his opinion, even the gas fruit ability cast by Guy is more useful than this aurora fruit. But think of all the things Will has done. Can't help but move in my heart. Perhaps, this aurora fruit is not as simple as described in the illustrated book. Next is 3 paramecia. 1 is cage fruit, which can create fences from anywhere in the body to imprison people. The hardness of the fence is even stronger than steel. 1 is a lush fruit, which can manipulate plants and speed up their growth. 1 is a sweet fruit, which can increase the user's charm and make others obsessed with themselves. Will froze for a moment. What the hell is this? How did the cage fruit originally belong to Hina appear here? Could it be that she didn't pick it up by herself, but ate it after joining the marine? There is also lush fruit, which seems to be the ability of Zephyr's student Bins, right? Maybe it's the previous eaters, and it hasn't been developed, or there are other reasons. Rather, no surprises. He sighed lightly, not saying he was disappointed with these devil fruits. Here these familiar devil fruit names, appearing here now makes sense. The inspection is over, then, let's start trading. It must have been collected by Mariajoy. However, Bins and Ain had more than 10 years before they joined Marine, entered the recruit camp, and became students of Zephyr. Moreover, the introduction of sweet fruit is not complete. In short, if Marine knew the specific ability of the sweet fruit, it is estimated that he would not trade it. Except for the first aurora fruit, I know the rest. Even if it was a worm fruit, in the form of a trilobite, he would not be in this mood. In an instant, Will understood the origin of these devil fruits. Elephant fruit, oxen fruit giraffe form, snake fruit cobra form, snake fruit python form, salamander fruit hexagonal form. Will. This is Hancock's fruit ability, right? Seeing that Will didn't say anything, Jin continued, as for the remaining 5 zone devil fruits. Finally, there are sweet fruits. Chapter 139. My waist almost disappeared. Will puts a hand on Vegapunk's neck. The two walked forward slowly. Every time he took a step, the expressions of Sengoku and others became more dignified. Nervous, watching his every move. As long as there's anything wrong with Will, they will immediately take action. Will can see Sengoku's little movements and expressions. To this, he chuckled, Mr. Sengoku, there's no need to be so nervous. We're dealing, not going to war. Sengoku wouldn't believe a word of Will's words. But until Vegapunk is safe, he won't do unnecessary things. But still warned, Mad Dragon, you'd better not play any tricks. Come to CP0 with Vegapunk. The CP0 in front of him was 5 meters tall, wearing a mask, so he couldn't see his face clearly. But there was gloom in his eyes. Will held out his hand. Give me something. CPO held up the box containing devil fruit, Vegapunk first. Obviously, the other party is also afraid of what will do with the things. Then let's go together. We'll let go of Vegapunk's neck. On the opposite side, CP0 also handed over the box. Sengoku and the others held their breath and stared at Will, their fists clenched and their bodies tensed. Fortunately, Will didn't do what they feared. The transaction between the two parties went smoothly. Vegapunk walked to CPO's side, and Will also got the box containing devil fruit. Call. Sengoku exhaled softly. Finally, there were no surprises. They Marine and the world's ZF waste so much energy just to redeem Vegapunk. If something goes wrong, then everything they did was in vain. CP0 takes Vegapunk backwards. Will handed the box containing devil fruit to Jin. At the same time whispered, follow the plan. Yes, Jin nodded, and the whole person flew up, rushing towards the rock's pirate. Meanwhile, Will held out his palm to the large box containing 100 Baileys. Boom! Immediately, a powerful force field acted on several large boxes. These boxes glide quickly on the ice track, heading towards the rock's pirate. Not good. Sengoku, who had been keeping an eye on Will, kept his eyes wide and solid. Careful, Protect Dr. Vegapunk, advertisement. The moment he reminded, Kaido moved. Crackling. A powerful momentum erupted from him, and black and red lightning jumped around him. The mace that has been in his hand is instantly entwined with the armed color and conquerors. Boom. He took a sharp step, the ice surface cracked, and then he rushed towards that CP0. Thunder 8 trigrams. That CP0 couldn't see the change in his face, but the pupils of those eyes shrank. He pushed Vegapunk to another CP. Take him to safety. After shouting these words anxiously, he turned around and stood in front of Kaido. On the other side, Will also pulled out Yanmo and Tnu Zan in an instant. Shua, Shua. At the moment when the knife is drawn, 2 consecutive slashes go straight to the other CP0. He knew that guy was someone with special abilities that Stussy couldn't even find out. Crazy Dragon, you rebellious fellow, there was a roar. Sengoku dodges in front of Slash. His face was full of anger, and his arms had become pitch black. Facing Will's 2 slashing attacks, he pushed forward with both palms. Boom, boom. 2 huge bangs exploded. Sengoku's figure retreated some distance back. And Will's slash was also resolved by him. Sengoku stared at Will, and said coldly, a pirate is a pirate. It's really unbelievable. Hearing Sengoku's words, Yanmo and Tnu Yuzhan held a sword in Will's hand. Looking at Sengoku with a slight sneer, Mr. Sengoku, what you said is meaningless. Our deal is done. As for after the transaction, you didn't say you couldn't attack. Also, I don't believe that you guys will deal honestly. Now, it's just me doing it first, isn't it? Will's words gave Sengoku no confidence to refute. Nor did he want to contradict, after all, he had nothing to say to Will in the first place. The 2 sides are in a hostile relationship. Boom. Click. With a loud bang, the ice passage, which was only about 20 meters wide, completely shattered. Asking for flowers. Over there, Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams bombarded down. Advertisement, but it was blocked by a pitch-black wolf claw. As soon as everyone sank, they were about to fall into the sea. Kuzan, who had been silent for a while, shot, Ice Age. From under his feet, a chill spread to the surroundings. Wherever it passed, the broken ice stabilized, but it didn't end there. The cold air hit Kaido, who was fighting against CP0, and also hit Will. At the same time, the area of the ice layer is rapidly expanding, spreading rapidly towards the direction of the Rocks Pirate. If this continues, perhaps the entire Rocks Pirate fleet will be trapped by Kuzan. Kuzan, do you want to die? Will's faint voice sounded. To stop Kuzan's movements, the extension of the ice stopped. Zero cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Laugh. The next moment, a cold light flashed. Click, Kuzan turned into an ice sculpture, shattered into countless pieces. Looking at the ice cubes under his feet, Will exclaimed in admiration, the elementalization is very skillful. A few meters away from him, a humanoid ice sculpture grew rapidly. Kuzan reappeared there, it's just that his face was a little pale. With lingering fear, he touched his waist. If I was a step slower just now, would I have disappeared? Thinking of Bluzolino's miserable appearance covered in bandages more than half a month ago. He couldn't help shivering. Are you all right, Lien Zan? Sengoku was taken aback just now. Will's movements were too fast and sudden, and by the time he realized it, he had already slowed down a step. It was this step that almost caused Kuzan to have an accident. It's okay, Sengoku Admiral. Kuzan shook his head, but his face was serious. He's strong. This is his first time facing Will. But it looks a bit weak, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Of course he is strong. Wait for you and me to shoot together. Will and Kaido were stopped, and the remaining CPO and CP9 escorted Vegapunk to escape from the battlefield. On the far horizon, several black dots appeared. The muzzles of Marine and Rocks Pirate turn around one after another. The energy cannon on the Thunder Dragon is also accumulating energy. A big battle is about to start. 5, Chapter 140. Don't talk about martial arts. On board the Thunder Dragon, the little girl Hina watched the several large boxes being quickly lifted onto the deck. A pair of big eyes has become a symbol of Pele. 10 billion. How many large dolls can you buy yourself? How many snacks to buy? How much to buy? Jin fell down carrying the devil fruit box. He shouted loudly. Everyone is ready, fire immediately. Hearing Jin's words, Hina resisted the urge to open the box. Convergence of complex emotions. Big, energy cannon ready. Immediately, Miss Guion, Mox, go support Will. Yes. Guy Li, empty, snipe the enemy and create Xiaoyun. Receive. The little girl's face was full of nervousness, but she gave orders one after another like an adult. The others followed her instructions. The current Hina of 977 is no longer the little girl who had never seen the world in the West Blue trend back then. Guion and Mox jumped off the Brontosaurus and moved quickly along the ice road. Bede quickly adjusted the muzzle of the energy cannon. Sweat broke out on his forehead. At this moment, he was still a little nervous. Because he saw it with his own eyes. This energy cannon, at the Morgard Glacier, bombarded the 5 large ships of the Whitebeard Pirates. The energy cannon trembled, because the electric energy was quickly converted into an energy zone. Blazing white light gathered in the barrel. Boom. A loud bang shook people's ears. It made everyone in the audience tremble violently. Then, a blazing pale white energy column instantly spanned the 1,000-meter battlefield. At Sengoku they only had time to turn their heads. The look of horror appeared on the Marine soldier's face. The energy column falls into Marine's camp. Boom boom boom. The leading warship, like paper, was pierced through without any resistance. For a while, fragments and limbs flew around. The screams kept ringing. Nearly 1,000 Marine soldiers on that warship didn't even have a chance to fight the enemy, so they died under this attack. The Marines next to him were heartbroken. For those who are timid, their calves are trembling. Especially the two nearby warships, they just watched helplessly. The warships and their comrades were under this energy column. It was like being buried by gasification. The other party's terrified expression at the end was deeply embedded in their minds. Advertisement, boom boom boom. Following the Brontosaurus energy cannon, the Rocks Pirates fleet began bombardment. They will not be merciful because the enemy is temporarily sluggish. Hundreds of shells crossed a parabola in the air and fell towards the Marine camp. Defense. Counterattack. General Marine reacted first and gave the order immediately. The Marine soldiers also recovered from their panic and began to counterattack in a panic. They're the elite of Marine. It shouldn't have behaved like this. But in the face of Rocks Pirate, who is the head of the four emperors, he still cringes a bit. Especially after this energy cannon. Everyone was worried that the next shot would fall on themselves. Mad Dragon. Sengoku stared at Will with eyes wide open. A raging rage enveloped him. Nearly 1,000 Marine soldiers. Just die. UB ***************, D. Will said calmly. Mr. Sengoku, this is a battlefield, where you live and die. Do you expect me to show mercy to your subordinates? As a Marine admiral, you can't be so childish, can you? Sengoku certainly wouldn't be so childish, but those Marine soldiers died too much to feel worthless. Damn you. Sengoku tore off the cloak behind him. The momentum on his body is also rising sharply, and there is a strong killing intent in his eyes. Call out. Without any nonsense, Sengoku's figure instantly disappeared in place. This is Marine 6 Styles shaved. So fast, Will has seen Iron Body from Garp's Marine 6 Styles. In the original book, Iron Body's record is really a bit horrible. But in Garp's hands, his hard blow didn't even break the opponent's skin. As Sengoku, who is as famous as Garp, his strength is already extremely strong. With Marine 6 Styles shaving, even Will couldn't catch the opponent's trajectory. But, Will's observation hockey runs to ultimate. In an instant, a picture flashed in his mind. He tried his best to capture the content of the screen. Even if he is already familiar with the ability to predict the future. Every time I use it, I feel that this is a squeeze on the spirit. This ability is indeed a bug. But at the same time, when using it, once there is a slight distraction, you will miss the fleeting future picture. Advertisement step half a step sideways, crackling. Dense thunder snakes flashed around him. The high-level armament hockey instantly covered both arms, wrapping around Yanmo and Tien Zan. Drink. Will gave a low cry, and Yanmo and Tien chopped fiercely at the air beside them. Also at this moment, a figure appeared just right in front of the blades of Yanmo and Tien. At the moment of appearance, a pitch-black iron fist with violent power smashed down hard. Sengoku's angry face came into Will's sight. He could even see a trace of astonishment in the other party's eyes. Boom. The iron fist hit Yanmo and Tien Zan heavily. Immediately, there was a sound like gold and iron colliding. The moment sparks splashed, a strong impact erupted. What a strong force. What a powerful force. Feeling the counter-shock force from the arms, the two of them had such thoughts in their hearts at the same time. Sengoku never underestimated Will. But when he confronted the opponent for the first time, he felt the terror of the opponent. This guy. It's really scary. Although he is only a young man in his 20s, his overall strength is on par with those of them who have been famous for a long time. Two thorny spears. When Will confronts Sengoku. Kuzan on the side also moved at the same time. Come on, let's fight with you today. Will's body shape was changing, too, crackling. Using Sengoku's power to leap back, avoid Kuzan's sneak attack. Don't talk about martial arts, Will sighed in his heart, and at the same time that the world was getting worse, he kicked hard on the ice. When the Dragon Man form was completed, 3 ice spears made of condensed ice pierced through the air, aiming towards Will 1.6 feet s waist and abdomen. The characteristics of human beings are also disappearing, replaced by dragon heads, dragon horns, dragon claws. Gee ha ha ha. Facing both Sengoku and Kuzan at the same time, his pressure is still great. B. Will looked at Sengoku and Kuzan again, clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Lightning returns. A layer of silver-white armor covers the body. He was full of fighting spirit. At this time, Rizen's arrogant and rampant laughter sounded in the sky. Chapter 141. The Hell Three-Headed Dog. Sengoku's expression flickered. Shiki. The artillery fire stopped for a moment. Everyone looked up to the sky. Gee ha ha ha. Golden Lion laughed wantonly. Sengoku, we meet again. Sengoku cursed inwardly. Shit stir. Every time this guy shows up, Marine is in trouble. The last time they encircled and suppressed the Whitebeard Pirates, the Golden Lion broke in and disrupted their Marine plan. Last time, Punk Hazard was also because of this guy's help. Let Marine lose a scientific research base for nothing. This time, it actually appeared here again. Who knows what will happen? The corners of Will's mouth curled up slightly. This is one of the ways to open the Golden Lion. Such an easy-to-use ally, it's too wasteful not to use it. Will yells at the Golden Lion in midair, Shiki. He pointed towards Vegapunk. See, I've already sold Vegapunk to Marine. If you want it, grab it. That's worth 10 billion Baileys, 9 devil fruits. It's time to sell it to Marine again, Sengoku. Golden Lion. There was a burst of MMP in the hearts of the two of them. What AD*K? One is purely frustrated by Will's words. One was mad at Will for selling Vegapunk to Marine for such a huge benefit. Why are all the good things taken up by this B****************? D? Ultimately, though, the Golden Lion is one for big things. The eyeballs rolled around. Okay, you help me hold Sengoku and them. Then the whole person jumped off the pirate ship. Fly over to Vegapunk. The flying pirates' fleet turned around and aimed their guns at the Marine camp. Boom boom boom. Cannonballs poured down from above. Marine also launched a counterattack. It's a pity that the benefits of air supremacy are manifested at this moment. Even if the fleet of the flying pirates doesn't move very quickly. But not many of Marine's shells can hit the flying pirates' fleet. This kind of situation where I can hit you but you can't hit me made the members of the flying pirates laugh loudly. So, don't underestimate the Golden Lion's ideal of ruling the sea from the sky. Advertisement, Gia ha ha ha, don't try to run away. Golden Lion's speed is extremely fast, and he quickly catches up with Vegapunk and the others. Reach out to grab Vegapunk. That CP0 suddenly had a happy face. Enough distance. He grabbed Vegapunk's hand and focused on the Marine fleet. Replacement. Shua. The figures of CPO and Vegapunk disappeared instantly. The next moment, two figures appeared in their original positions. Golden Lion's hand just reached over and grabbed the clothes of the person in front of him. Caught you. The joy on his face freezes. Because the person in front of me is not Vegapunk, but a CP0 wearing a mask. It should be said that reappeared in front of him. It is no longer Vegapunk and the original CPO, it's the other two CPOs. He looked around. Soon, Vegapunk and that CP0 were spotted on a warship in the distance. Immediately, a sense of humiliation of being teased came over. Strong anger exuded from Golden Lion. Staring at the two people in front of him, his tone was cold. You guys, very good. At the same time, he raised his right hand and gestured towards the flying pirates above. Suddenly, the entire flying pirates fleet sounded a horn. As they moved towards the Marine, more intensive artillery fire rang out from the Marine side. You two, die for me. Sakurashi and Muku held each in their hands, their bodies filled with killing intent. Swipe, swipe. A sharp blade flashed, and several slashes attacked the two of them. The eyes of the two CP0s were slightly fixed, and they didn't dare to be careless about the legendary pirate Golden Lion. Armed color. Tempest kick. For a moment, the white light flickered, and the chopping waves continued continuously. The other side. Gion and Mox also rushed to Will's side. Gion. The arrival of Gion made Sengoku and Kuzan look a little complicated. The former Marine Rear Admiral, they placed great expectations. But I don't want the other party to become a member of Rock's Pirate now. Sengoku Admiral, Kuzan Vice Admiral. Gion pursed his lips, his eyes hesitated for a moment, but soon became firm again. Clang. Advertisement Jinpira unsheathed, the blade pointed directly at the two of them. The captain's enemy is my enemy. This sentence is more like a hint to myself. But it also showed her attitude. Boom, there was a muffled sound, and then Kaido fell in front of Will. Punch a small hole in the ice. Made. Why is this guy so strong? His ability is still so difficult. He cursed and stood up from the ice pit, there's no injury. However, there are several purple Madara points on his body. That is, Will looked at the CPO, his pupils shrank suddenly. I saw that CP0 has turned into a werewolf form, but it is not an ordinary wolf. That guy has grown a head, 3 heads. Will seemed to have thought of something, and carefully discerned it. Only to find out that this is not a werewolf at all. It's a dog, but 597 is too close to a wolf in form. This guy has something. It is indeed the strongest in this line of CP. The three of you team up and stop Sengoku and Kuzan. Will said, I'll try that guy, Kaido reminded. Be careful, that guy is very strong. One of his heads can spray out venom. Will's eyes flashed. Venom? Extreme Kanglongpo. Here, Will rushed towards CP like a beast. But Kaido blocked the way. He immediately thought of the legendary Hell 3-headed dog. Crackling. Go away. As soon as he made a move, there was no intention of probing. Gion and Mox on the side also stood in front of Kuzan. So, does the opponent still have the ability of flame and freezing? With a strong kick, the figure exploded and shot out. Black and red lightning lingered around him. Dense lightning surged out, condensing a pair of lightning armor on his body. Boom. Armed color and conquerors instantly entangled Yanmo and Tnu Zan. A pair of dragon eyes emit blazing white lights, 3 heads, venom. Don't try to run, Sengoku yelled, and was about to give chase. Who do you think you are? Kaido's momentum soared, he let out a grin, and the mace carried a berserk Liwang to hit Sengoku. Chapter 142 Congratulations, you have collected all 3 character cards. Roar. The resounding dragon chant resounded, captivating. Following Will's rush, a huge black dragon condensed with sword intent appeared amidst the roar. Cover Will's figure in it. He rushed towards that CPO. Let his mind shake. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. For Will, the 4 emperors who had beheaded several strong men one after another. CP0 absolutely dare not have the heart of contempt. Not long ago, John, who was also CP0, also died in the opponent's hands. Armament hockey was sent to ultimate in an instant. The right arm became as black as ink. Put your fingers together to form a sword finger. As the power gathered on it, the power emanating from those 2 fingers became more and more terrifying. That's not all. A flame rose up his arm with a sudden leap. The terrifying heat distorted the air. Even the surrounding temperature suddenly rose by tens of degrees. The flames condensed and compressed towards the 2 fingers. This series of movements is completed within just 2 breaths. Looking at the huge blue dragon that is rushing and biting. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. I am a strong man in CP0, and it is through countless fights that I have come to where I am today. My own fruit ability is in the form of Zone Phantom Beast, a new dog fruit Cerberus 3-headed dog. It is a powerful fruit with 3 abilities of fire, ice and poison. Not that B*********** D. John. Thinking of this, the breath on his body increased sharply. The power condensed by the sword fingers has also reached its peak. Finger pistol biggest wheel Hellscream. Facing the ferocious and approaching huge black dragon, he pointed his sword forward with all his strength. Roar. It was like a roar from hell. Pay attention to the people who are moving here. It seems to have seen a 3-headed giant dog wrapped in raging flames travel through the space and come to this plane. The terrifying finger pistol clicked on the fangs of the biting blue dragon. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying power swept across the audience. Click. The ice layer collapsed, and countless ice cubes splashed. The cracks meandered and spread around. Will only felt that his attack was hitting an invisible wall. Difficult to get in. A pair of dragon eyes flashed white light. Advertisement. This guy is stronger than I imagined. At least on Rayleigh's level, I just don't know if the opponent still has hidden strength. And CP0 was also terrified. With all his strength, he didn't defeat the opponent's attack. And there was a sharp pain in his fingers, which made him feel like his fingers were about to break. Before coming here, he had read Will's information in detail. I also know that the opponent's swordsmanship is extremely powerful. But when you experience it yourself, still amazed. This guy, Quanlong, has amazing swordsmanship, and has reached a very high level of control over power. Crush me. The fierceness in CPO's eyes was even worse, and the power of the whole body was constantly gathering on the fingers. Boom. The next moment, Kanglong paused, then the figure twisted. Unable to withstand CP0's finger, it collapsed, clang. The pitch-black finger pistol clicked on the blades of Yanmo and Tianyu Yuzan. The berserk force gave Will a hard time, but the pitch-black fingers also stopped the offensive. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding and did not make any further attacks, but retreated a certain distance back by the force of the shock. Will stared gravely at that CP0. The strength of the opponent is indeed comparable to Admiral. No wonder it deflated Kaido. Yanmo pulled a sword and broadcast live CPD face to face. You were qualified to let me remember the name. CP0's right arm was trembling, especially those 2 fingers, which felt like they were useless. A trace of bloodline dripped onto the ice along the fingertips. After hearing Will's words, he was silent for a while. Codename, Cerberus, he did not report his name. This is the rule of the CP organization. Except for agents like Stussy, they're usually not allowed to reveal their names. Cerberus, Will suddenly laughed. It seems that your ability is really a hell 3-headed dog. He looked at the other 2 heads on Cerberus' neck. They are not awake. The eyes did not open, and there was no other movement. He asked with interest. I heard that each head of the hell 3-headed dog is independent. They all have their own minds, don't they? Will was indeed curious. That's true of the mythology he knows, but wouldn't it be true if it were manifested in devil fruit abilities? Advertisement CP0, codenamed Cerberus, couldn't help being silent for a while after hearing the words. Just when Will thought that Cerberus would not tell him, the other party spoke. That's right, there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. My abilities are Zone Phantom Beast Inubu Fruit Cerberus 3-headed dog form. This fruit, in essence, does not allow the eater to have 2 more thinking heads. Originally, I could control these 3 heads at the same time and use the 3 abilities at will. But after eating this devil fruit, for some reason, I didn't develop and use the ability correctly, which caused the other 2 heads to gradually have their own consciousness. The so-called split personality. When the last sentence was spoken, the other 2 heads on the neck of Cerberus slowly opened their eyes. The left head suddenly showed anger. Whole Sig, don't keep putting me in a deep sleep. The head on the right mocked. Ha, Sig, are you stupid, scolding yourself? Will blinks. That's it? Sell yourself? Seeger, also known as Cerberus, stretched out 2 palms and pinched 2 heads. Be serious, I met a tricky guy this time, need your help. That's your enemy, not mine, Sieg on the left said with a stinky face. He also yelled at Will. That guy, kill this B******************* D, he won't let me out. Seeger on the right reminded, he died, and you died too. Sieg on the left said indifferently, if you die, you can die. Anyway, I am not much different from being dead now. Let's die together. Will. Mad, even he feels worthless for Sig. One wrong step, one wrong step. Originally, obtaining Zhao's fruit ability of heaven defying, he was dragged down by this strange reason. But an enemy is an enemy, won't show mercy. Crackling. Dense thunder and lightning flashed, converging towards the swords of Yan Mo and Tian Yuyu. When Seeger saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat. He did not persuade the other two personalities. The next moment, thick, dense hair grew rapidly on his body. The last human traits quickly fade away. Instead, there's a hell three-headed dog with three ferocious heads. On the left side of the head, between the opening and closing of the big mouth, there is a scorching breath coming out. On the right side of the head, purple venom dripped from the corner of the mouth from time to time and fell on the ice surface, making a sizzling sound. After a while, several small pits were corroded. As for the head in the middle, there is a cold air coming out. In this way, Sig's ability is clear at a glance, as will guessed. Ice fire, poison, good guy, I have gathered the abilities of Kuzan, Ace, and Magellan. Chapter 143 Chrysanthemums and flowers are cool, a bit cruel. Looking at the hell three-headed dog that is more than 10 meters high in front of him. There was a gleam in Will's dragon eyes. The opponent's form brought him a sense of danger. He trusts his instincts. That means that the opponent is in a very strong state at this time. Sig in the middle said, "Get rid of him, I will give you a year of freedom." Real? The head on the left showed surprise. It's the puppy that's deceiving. The head on the right rolled its eyes. Fool Sig, we are puppies. However, I am also very excited about the promise of the ontology. Sig. I really regret it, however, the two guys were finally appeased. With their help, my strength has increased dramatically. That guy, stupid Sig told me to kill you, you just *****s on me. Hellfire. The head on the left is half tilted, flames are accumulating in the mouth. Regardless of the current scene, raging flames gushed out from his mouth. A huge fireball rolls towards Will. The heat wave scorched the surrounding ice surface to melt rapidly. Looking at the fireball with a size of 30 to 40 meters. Will frowned slightly. This power, this temperature, is comparable to Mera fruit? Although he has never really seen the power of Mera fruit. But judging from the flames currently displayed by Sig, in terms of quality, it is even better than Ace. Especially the flame, he felt that it contained another kind of quality. Fire poison. The fire poison contained in this flame is much higher than ordinary flame 240. It's like it really came from hell. ZZ. The flames rolled in, and at the same time the ice surface it touched was melted. A lot of steam spread out. Shua, Yan Mo streaked across the air, leaving a cold light at the same time. A silver-white slash took shape instantly, and swept towards the huge fireball. Boom. The moment when the silver-white slash and the fireball collided. Like a balloon popping. Then the silver-white slash cut the huge fireball from the middle without any hindrance. Call. At this moment, a purple sphere rushed into the air from behind the fireball. Boom. As Will watched, the purple orb exploded. Lek. Immediately, countless purple liquids poured down like rain. Will frowned. No need to guess, he also knew what it was. Venom. Advertisement similar to the venom produced by Magellan's poison fruit. Interesting. Buzz. There was a buzzing sound. Immediately, with Will as the center, an invisible force field unfolded. A powerful force of repulsion filled this space. Wherever it passed, the cut flames rolled back. The venom, DBFB, falling like rain seems to be pushed away by an invisible big hand. Splash around. It fell on the surrounding ice surface, corroding small holes one by one. Crack. At this moment, a crisp sound came from behind the flame. It's not a crackling sound, it's more like, it seems to have thought of something. Will leapt back a dozen meters. The next moment, icicles full of icicles grew rapidly from the flames, spreading to the position where Will was standing just now. Will's eyes froze when he saw it. Maid, isn't this too cruel? If you get hit like that, is it worth it? Bang, bang, bang. The ice vibrated, and then the hell three-headed dog jumped into the air from the flames that were about to dissipate. The head in the middle exudes a cold breath. He aimed his big mouth at Will below, and suddenly exhaled a large amount of cold air. In an instant, the temperature in this space plummeted. From the tens of degrees just now, it suddenly dropped to below zero. The originally melted and shattered ice surface was invaded by the cold air, and it recovered quickly like a wound healing. On the ice surface, countless ice spikes grow. Will looked a little envious. This guy, this ability, is too buggy, right? It really combines the abilities of Kuzan, Ace, and Magellan. Except that it cannot be elementalized, but its power is really not weak at all. But they are all phantom beasts, so it doesn't matter if they can be elementalized or not, right? Tisk. He smacked his lips. The power of this fruit is not inferior to his own Thunder Dragon fruit. But, if you give him a chance to choose, he will still choose the Thunder Dragon fruit. Crackling. The dense surge of thunder and lightning produced a chain reaction with the lightning armor on Will. Brighten up the area. This level of cold air can't affect me. As his words fell, the next moment, boom, a small crater was blasted on the ice surface, and when the ice cubes splashed, he disappeared instantly. The hell three-headed dog in midair suddenly exploded. A strong crisis hit his heart. The three heads quickly glanced around. Advertisement. Where's that guy? The head on the left yelled. Above. Sig in the middle suddenly shouted loudly. The three heads looked up in unison. What came into view was a figure of Haki carrying a violent thunderbolt. Crackling, black and red lightning burst out instantly, entwining Yanmo and Tianyu's on. His momentum also reached its peak at this moment. The pupils of the three pairs of eyes of the hell three-headed dog shrank. This guy has such a terrifying aura. Sig in the middle shouted angrily. Shoot together, or everyone will have a hard time. As soon as the voice fell, the mouth opened wide, and the chest was fully inhaled. Azure light gathered in his mouth. The bone-chilling temperature radiated out, making the surrounding space seem to be frozen. The head on the left also felt a huge crisis. At the same time, he opened his mouth wide, and the dark yellow flames condensed, and a terrifying high temperature scorched the air until it twisted. The right head did not rest either. The purple venom condensed into a sphere, and as the venom was continuously compressed, the poison sphere also changed from purple to purple-black. Will, who was 100 meters above the sky, moved at this moment. A pair of dragon eyes bloomed with light. Turn your body upside down and kick your feet hard through the air. He rushed down instantly. Buzz. At this moment, he turned into a stream of light and fell towards the hell three-headed dog below. Wherever it passed, the friction between the air and the body caused bursts of humming. It's not over yet, with his speed getting faster and faster. The friction with the atmosphere, the intense high temperature generated, formed a flame like gas flame. Yanmo and Tianyuyu cut each other in front of him. The armed colors and conqueror's Haki wrapped around it are extremely solid. Shoot. He was afraid that if he didn't make a move now, if it was later, he might not have a chance. Its speed was so fast that it crossed a distance of nearly 100 meters in an instant and arrived in front of the opponent. The entire ice layer has sunk several meters because it couldn't bear the powerful pressure. Boom. With the power to destroy the world, he fell to the hell three-headed dog below. Three strikes rushed towards the fallen Will, Dragon God / Comet Horn. Sig in the middle couldn't bear it anymore. Boom. A violent airwave exploded, and his speed surged again. Violent energy poured out from the three big mouths. Will hasn't fallen yet. Boom boom boom. As for the hell three-headed dog who faced Will's blow directly, what he suffered was more direct. At this moment, Will seemed to have really turned into a comet. The ice layer broke into countless pieces. Fire, ice, poison. Chapter 144 Sleep here, this is the end of your journey. The scene here attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. When they saw the magnificent scene, they couldn't help but feel their souls tremble. Who will be the winner of this duel? This idea popped up in everyone's mind. Under their gaze, Will, who fell like a comet, collided with those three terrifying attacks. Boom. The sky-shaking roar resounded throughout the battlefield. A strong impact, shockwave shook, swayed, opened. At this moment, thunder and lightning rage, flames, cold ice, and venom exploded. Suddenly countless fireballs, ice cubes, and liquid splashed. Cover the area and drop to the ice. Will's downward momentum stopped. A steady stream of flames, ice, and venom were hitting his body. Make it difficult for him to move forward. Have you blocked it? When many people saw this scene, they all came up with such thoughts. Sengoku, who was not far away, had a look of expectation in his eyes. If this CPO can stop Will, then Marine has a chance to save the situation in this war. Seeger saw that his attack had successfully blocked Will. I was overjoyed. Sure enough, as long as the other two characters are willing to cooperate, his strength will rise to a higher level. Now, even the famous Quanlong hasn't broken or launched his own attack. Come on, kill that guy. Although the three heads have independent personalities and thoughts. But the mind is interlinked. Immediately, their output became more violent and intense. Will above felt the force of the impact a little stronger. Thunder flashes in the dragon's eyes. Want to stop me? Did you think you were Whitebeard? The arrogance in his heart was stimulated, released, and released. After experiencing so many things, his vision is no longer the same as before. Someone who can make him an enemy. Only Whitebeard, Garp and the like. A mere CP0, celestial dragon's lackey trying to block himself? Crackling. The thunder armor on his body shone brightly. The thunder and lightning attached to it flocked towards Yanmo and Tianyu's on. Let these two knives seem to have turned into two thunder and thunderblades. A richer conqueror's Haki burst. A series of black and red flashes and lightning suddenly appeared, and then wrapped around Yanmo and Tianyu's on. Black, red and pale white are intertwined on the two knives. Drink. Accompanied by Will's low drink, Yanmo and Tianyuyu, who crossed in front of them, chopped down. Boom, flame, ice, and poison exploded. Then, Will broke and opened the flame, ice, and venom with a combined force of blows. Under the terrified eyes of the hell three-headed dog, Yanmo and Tianyu's on bombarded him heavily. What? This unexpected scene made many people's eyes widen. Marine looked terrified and shivered all over. Advertisement. Originally, I thought that the CP pointed out Will's offensive. They even expected that the opponent would be able to counter-kill the Quanlong. Unexpectedly, but in an instant, the situation of both sides reversed. Sure enough, the Mad Dragon is not so easy to defeat. Compared to the loss of Marine, Rock's pirate is turning worry into joy. Captains are captains and they never let them down. Under everyone's gaze, A large amount of blood suddenly appeared on the body of the three-headed hellhound. Then the huge body was blasted down. It smashed heavily into the ice layer below. Boom down. The entire ice layer shook violently. Then the ice layer exploded, and countless ice cubes splashed, and there were not many intact parts of the originally damaged ice layer. The body of the hell three-headed dog smashed through the ice layer and fell into the seawater. Will can be clearly seen above. The bright, red blood dyed the area red. The next moment, the ice layer that had become unstable due to the collapse suddenly stopped shaking. The surrounding temperature dropped a lot in an instant. In that broken, open ice cave, that patch of blood and water is forming ice cubes. And this is just the beginning. With that as the center, the sea area with a radius of nearly a kilometer has all condensed into ice. Will frowned slightly. That guy, in such a situation, can still react? You know, seawater is not friendly to ability users. Once it falls into the sea, if no one saves it, it will basically be cold. But for people with abilities like Kuzan, falling into the sea is basically fine. Seeger has the ability to freeze ice, as long as he reacts in time, of course nothing will happen. Crack. There was a crackling sound from the ice below. The movement is also getting bigger and bigger. Boom. The ice exploded. A head pokes out of it and then a second. The three-headed hellhound crawled out of the ice. When his appearance was shown in front of everyone, many people were taken aback. Because, the hell three-headed dog has become a hell two-headed dog. The head on his left is gone. In other words, it was chopped off by Will. Seeger looked up at Will with resentment in his eyes. No matter how bad the head on the left is, it is still part of his body. Now without that head, his will no longer be able to use flames. This is an unbearable loss for him. Mad Dragon. These two words were almost squeezed out from Sig's teeth. The head on the right reminded, why don't we withdraw? Without that guy, we can't beat him even more. The lessons learned from the past are vivid. He didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the man on the left. Will above looked down at the angry Sig below, and shook his head slightly. Just stay here obediently, why bother to come up and trouble me? Do you have to let me kill you again to be happy? His words made Sig tremble all over, asking for flowers. The anger in his eyes dissipated instantly, turning into a look of panic. Advertisement killing intent. On Will, he felt a killing intent that he didn't have before. Do you know the power of the wind? Will's voice came, making Sig stunned for a moment. What? No direction, no trace, never stay, and never know what the next moment will be. Soft and silent, stepping and invisible, but it's pervasive. Seeger was a little dazed at the moment, unable to understand why Will would say such inexplicable words at such a time. Too bad Peluzalino isn't here. If he was there, he would probably tell him, hurry up, or your life will be lost. Will held Yan Mo in front of him, stroking the blade with his fingers. Sleep here, this is the end of your journey, Kamikaze 1 style Beimo. Yan Mo swung lightly at Sig below. There is no momentum, no exaggerated slashes, and no visions. It was as if Will was just a random gesture, there's no tendency to attack. Pure white is empty, silent, for Beimo. When these words reached Sig's ears, for some reason, all the surrounding voices disappeared. He couldn't feel a single movement, it's as if my own space has been isolated. Obviously there's nothing in front of him, but Ben can tell him that something has been quietly approaching him. Run away, yes, run away. The eyes of the leader on the right were full of fear. It was as if something terrifying was about to appear. However, it has not yet waited for him to make a decision. Next moment. Call. Seeger seemed to hear the sound of the wind flowing, which was inaudible. Then, it seems that there is something invisible, stroking on the body. Chi. In an instant, Sig's eyes widened. A look of despair appeared in the eyes of the head on the right. A streak of blood suddenly appeared on the body, and the pain rushed into the brains of the two heads in an instant, making them almost faint. Laugh. A thin red line appeared on the neck of the right head. His eyes widened and his expression froze. There is only one thought left in my mind. Sure enough, hesitating will lead to defeat. Before his consciousness plunged into darkness, I saw that Bendy's body was full of wounds. Many of them are deeply visible. Laugh. B. Seeger can no longer maintain the three-headed dog form. Return to normal. Thump. At the moment of recovery, he fell to his knees on the ice. He looked down at his chest. There was a deep wound. Through that wound, he could see his beating heart. Only, the frequency and rate of heartbeating gradually slowed down. 3. Chapter 145 Golden Lion and Sengoku, when Sig threw himself on the ice. The audience was silent, deathly silent, immediately. Many people feel the scalp tingling. Mad Dragon, so strong. Terrible swordsmanship. That CPO is comparable to Admiral. 2 tricks. Just 2 tricks. With one move, he cut off one of Sig's heads. And last resort. Seeger died directly. Let me ask, how many people in the field can do it? There was a gleam in Golden Lion's eyes. Looking solemnly at Will in midair, the other party's breath at this time is a bit ethereal. It's not the first time he's seen Will shoot, but the opponent's swordsmanship was definitely not so powerful before. That is, he thought of a possibility, above the great swordsman? Thinking of this, his breathing couldn't help but stagnate. 580. Eyes are also widening at this moment. If it's what he thinks, then Will is terrible. It has been a long time since this sea has been born, a swordsman who is above the great swordsman. Once he also longed for that realm. Later, after knowing that he would never be able to reach that state, he lost his will to continue on the way of the sword. He also believes that in this world, it is very difficult for anyone to step into that realm. And now, we'll let him see the tip of the iceberg of that realm. So strong, really strong, not only is the swordsmanship of that realm strong. I am also amazed by Will's powerful talent. At the age of more than 20 years old, he has reached a realm that most swordsmen can hardly reach in their entire lives. The world's greatest swordsman, the title came to his mind. The world's greatest swordsman, Sengoku murmured such a sentence. This is no longer his compliment to a rising star. But a fact, even if he doesn't admit it, after today, everyone in this sea will think so. This title, this honor, only for Will. His eyes were slightly absent, and his expression was very complicated. Advertisement Mad Dragon is really too powerful. Why are people like this not their marine? He quickly suppressed these unnecessary emotions. The most important thing right now is that they should retreat. Vegapunk has been rescued, although the loss of a CPO was not what they expected. But the current situation is out of control, and it is impossible for Marine to resist the opponent's attack with the joint efforts of Rock's Pirate and Flying Pirates. Retreat, he shouted in the direction of the Marine fleet. This voice made the originally quiet battlefield move again. The Marine fleet began to turn around. Stop them for me. Golden Lion also came back to his senses and ordered immediately. Vegapunk is just around the corner. As long as you snatch the opponent, you will make a lot of money. At that time, whether to keep it or trade with Marine. It is enough to make the strength of the Flying Pirates to a higher level. Don't you see that guy Will? Already exchanged from Marine to 10 billion Baileys and 9 Devil Fruits? Boom boom boom. The Flying Pirates pursued in the air, and countless shells fell from above. Immediately, jets of water exploded. Several warships were accidentally hit by shells, and holes were blasted, either flooding or spreading fire. Make those Marines scramble for a while. Shikiyubi ******** D. Sengoku cursed angrily, but there was nothing he could do. And the other side. The Rock's Pirates fleet began to circle around the ice in front of them and pursued towards the Marine fleet. Buzz. A dazzling golden light burst out, covering the area. In the dazzling light, Sengoku's original size is growing. His body also turned golden. In the blink of an eye, Sengoku transformed into a huge golden Buddha. Kuzan, freeze the sea, stop the Rock's Pirate from pursuing. After a warning, he grabbed Kuzan in his hand and threw it forcefully in the direction of Marine. His movements did not stop. The golden palm is closed at the waist, broken. Then pushed towards Kaido, Gion, and Mox. Boom, a golden shockwave erupted. The powerful impact made it difficult for the three of them to stabilize their bodies and flew upside down. It's not over yet. The golden Buddha turned around and looked at the Flying Pirates fleet in the air. A look of indifference appeared in his eyes. Advertisement. Buzz. A golden light gathered in his hand. Giant Buddha shockwave. Pushing the palm of the hand against the Flying Pirates fleet. Boom. It was as if the air shrank suddenly and then exploded with a bang. The golden shockwave was like a huge golden light beam, impacting towards the Flying Pirates. Sengoku. Seeing this scene, Golden Lion was furious. If this shockwave hits his fleet, will it still suffer heavy losses? Shua, in a flash, he appeared in front of the shockwave. The pitch-black armament hockey instantly covered the arms, wrapping around Sakura Ten and Muku. Crackling. The violent Conqueror's field unfolded, and black and red lightning raged. Here, let's match the Golden Lion with Conqueror's hockey, which is in line with his character design. Although it is not shown in the original book, the life card is not shown, and some people say that it cannot be used because of the rudder. These factors are here. I don't think about it. Two hockey powers are intertwined, making his Sakuragan and Kiho exude terrifying power. Think of the swordplay that was used before, do not know why. The once extinguished sword spirit seemed to wake up again. His eyes snapped open. I am a Golden Lion, not weaker than anyone. Boom. A more violent momentum erupted. Looking at the huge shockwave that had arrived in front of him, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sengoku, you are the Golden Lion. Sakura Ten and Muku moved at the same time. 1.6. Shiki. Immediately, one after another golden slashing waves flew out, meeting the golden shockwave. Golden Lion made dozens of slashes in an instant. Is not weaker than Whitebeard, Garp, their super monsters. Swish, swish, swish. Each golden slash bombards the golden shockwave, and at the same time as it explodes, it will generate a turbulent flow, sweeping in all directions. The two golden colors collided instantly. Boom boom boom. The body is trembling slightly. Neither Sengoku nor Golden Lion are as they appear in the original book. Now the show smashed in front of him. We'll watch the duel between the two with a solemn expression. Lion Chiagiri, a faint fighting spirit exudes. The hands holding Yan Mo and Tianyu Yuzhan are tight. Sengoku. There was a continuous booming sound. Chapter 146. The Whitebeard Pirates enter. Ice Age. In the direction of the Marine fleet in the distance, Kuzan activated the fruit ability. With him as the dividing line, the sea quickly froze into a thick layer of ice. Blocked the way of the Rock's Pirate. Seeing this scene, Will frowned slightly. Helen, transformed into Vegapunk, is still with Marine. Although I believe that Helen herself can escape. But just in case, let's create some confusion. He glanced at the fleet of air pirates chasing Marine. Will winked at Kaido. Kaido nodded. Boom, he smashed the mace on the ice. Then the body change. The characteristics belonging to humans quickly disappeared, and the form of a dragon appeared. The dragon head, dragon scales, four corners and other parts appear. His stature is also lengthening. After a while, he turned into a blue dragon. Kaido soared into the air and flew towards the direction of the Marine fleet. When the distance is less than 100 meters, he opened the dragon's mouth. The violent energy gathers in the mouth. After locking on to the target, the dragon's breath spews out like lava. Boom. The whole space was shaken. The scorching dragon's breath runs through the space like a pillar of energy, heading straight for the Marine fleet. Boom. The warship headed by it was bombarded by heat and instantly exploded into countless fragments. The hot breath offensive continued unabated, passed through the warship, and bombarded the sea. Immediately, waves tens of meters high exploded. The terrifying explosion power caused the waves to surge up instantly, forming a small tsunami. Let this Marine fleet be scattered. The heat continuously bombarded the sea surface, and the fusion and fusion of water and fire produced a large amount of fog. Under its frantic airflow, it spreads towards the surroundings. The area will soon be enveloped. After 10 breaths, Kaido put away the hot breath. The area that was bombarded by heat breath just now seemed to have been dug out. The turbulent sea water poured down. Soon a huge Uzumaki was formed, and the strong suction pulled the surrounding warships towards the center of the Uzumaki. Be careful, don't collide with other warships. Send the warning signal. The Marine fleet was in a panic. Advertisement Kuzan on the periphery frowned. With a flash of stature, he was about to go over to help. Shua. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. An unremarkable knife cut through the air and slashed at his chest. Kuzan paused, kicked off the ice, and jumped back with strength to avoid the blow. Looking at the person in front of him, he frowned slightly. Mox didn't speak, and looked at Kuzan blankly. The blade pointed directly at the opponent, and the next moment, armament hockey was wrapped around the knife, and the man also rushed directly to Kuzan. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. Kuzan continued to condense the ice blade to resist the opponent's attack. Obviously the opponent's attack is so ordinary and simple. It's about the same as those swordsman apprentices who are just getting started. But for some reason, there was an awkward feeling in my heart. It is neither to let him enter nor to retreat. Moreover, from the opponent's swordsmanship, there is always a shadow of the swordsmanship of the Mad Dragon. Here, Kuzan is temporarily held back by Mox. Over there, the flying pirates seized the opportunity and landed on the sea from the air. Surround the Marine fleet in the center of Uzumaki. Boom boom boom. One by one, the shells flew towards the Marine fleet. However, at this time the Marine fleet is spinning in Uzumaki, and at this speed, the shells are difficult to hit. As time went on, more and more seawater filled it. Uzumaki's pulling force is decreasing, and Uzumaki itself is gradually becoming flatter. The Marine fleet is out of danger of being swallowed by Uzumaki. But at this time, they have to face the flying pirates. On the other side of the ice, there are rocks pirates watching. The air pirates wouldn't give Marine a chance to think. Boom boom boom. The sound of artillery fire continued. More than a dozen pirate ships approached those warships, preparing to launch a boarding battle. When the two sides are fighting fiercely and hotly, in midair Will looked down on the entire battlefield. He suddenly looked in another direction. Over there, 2 black dots appeared on the distant sea. 2 pirate ships, one red and one white, approached quickly. His eyes flashed. It came so fast. It was the Whitebeard Pirates who came. Perhaps because of Will's 2 losses, he has a psychological shadow. Advertisement this time they only dispatched 2 pirate ships. Moby D*K and the Golden Jackson, but none of the people on board is weak, they are all elites or cadres. Moby D*K aboard. Whitebeard and the others looked at the battlefield in the distance with extremely solemn expressions. Rayleigh said in a deep voice, "It seems that the deal between Marine and Kwanlong this time is not as smooth as expected. But I didn't expect the Golden Lion to get involved." Whitebeard said coldly, "I'm not surprised at all. That guy, the Mad Dragon, has a big heart. Obviously you have that strength, but you still have to play those tricks. And Sengoku, that's a fox too. It's no wonder that this transaction can be carried out smoothly when 2 guys with ghosts and fetuses get together." He said disdainfully, "But my heart is in MMP. Now he regrets that he didn't read more books before. Otherwise, the current situation of insufficient brains would not occur. When it comes to fighting, everyone's strength is about the same. But playing tricks is no match for others. In this way, even if you start a war with the opponent, you have to be wary, beware of this and that." Afraid of being overshadowed again, Rayleigh was silent for a moment before he opened his mouth and said, "Because of the appearance of 420 Golden Lions, Marine's defeat has also exceeded our expectations. The Rocks Pirate didn't lose much of its strength. Crazy Dragon has already obtained 10 billion Baileys from Marine and 9 Devil Fruits. Rocks Pirate will be stronger if nothing is done. Now, are we going to stick to the plan?" Rayleigh's question and reminder made everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates feel heavy. Rocks Pirate is moving so fast. If this continues, their Whitebeard Pirates will be distanced sooner or later. Whitebeard's eyes flickered. Of course he thought of the consequences. So that's why he decided to get involved in this matter. Dad, why don't we take Vegapunk back? He's so important, so valuable, it's always good to snatch him back. Everyone was taken aback. Then they all looked in the direction of the voice. Joe scratched the back of his head, feeling a little uncomfortable being watched by everyone. Why, what's the matter? He quickly waved his hand. If it doesn't work, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Crack, crack. Marco patted Josie and praised. I didn't expect you don't talk much. The idea is reliable. Rayleigh and Whitebeard glanced at each other, seeing the light in each other's eyes. Vegapunk. Chapter 147 Rocks Pirates' Abnormal Behavior. The arrival of the Whitebeard Pirates temporarily stopped the fighting on the battlefield. Before knowing the purpose of the other party, no one wants to be the enemy. Sengoku's face was extremely gloomy, originally in his expectation. It should be after the transaction is completed, the Marine and Rocks Pirate go to war. See if you have a chance to get those 9 devil fruit back. But he didn't want to, Will did it one step ahead of him. But that's okay, it's going to be a fight anyway. Another purpose of him is to consume the strength of Rocks Pirate. Then wait for the Whitebeard Pirates to come in and harvest. He doesn't mind a temporary alliance with the Whitebeard Pirates as long as he can get rid of the Rocks Pirate and the dragon. However, the appearance of flying pirates. Let the situation that should have been encountered by the Rocks Pirate become their Hanan. Rocks Pirate's strength has not suffered much loss at all. Now, the Whitebeard Pirates enter the scene. Sengoku could conceivably, judging by the current situation. The opponent probably won't fight the Rocks Pirate. And their Marine is the prey among the 3 wolves. If there is a slight mistake, the fleet he brought out will be destroyed here. Even he will be buried here, under the gaze of Marine, Rocks Pirate, and Flying Pirates. The Moby D*K and the Golden Jackson carry the momentum. Rush into the battlefield of Marine and Flying Pirates. Marco turned into a phoenix and hovered in the sky, as if looking for something. When his sight fell on one of the warships, eyes lit up. Father, I found it, he shouted to Whitebeard and others below, and pointed in the direction of Vegapunk. The Moby D*K and the Golden Jackson immediately turned around and rushed towards the warship. Many people present changed their faces. No one thought that the target of the Whitebeard Pirates was also Vegapunk. Both Sengoku and Golden Lion looked bad. Sengoku is not confident, under such circumstances, to protect Vegapunk. There is a high probability that this mission will fail. And Golden Lion felt angry. Newgate, this guy, dared to snatch his prey? Will on the other side frowned. Whitebeard wants Vegapunk? If it's real Vegapunk, that's fine, but it was Helen who changed. Think here. His heart skipped a beat. A bold idea came out of my mind. Hiss. Thinking of this, he couldn't help baring his teeth. Wouldn't it be a little too crazy? Also, if Helen gets exposed, isn't that dangerous? He was still thinking about gains and losses. Both Golden Lion and Sengoku moved at the same time. They temporarily gave up the fight, and chose to prioritize the Whitebeard crisis. Kaido, who turned into a dragon, flew to Will's side. Will, what now? This war is becoming more and more chaotic, and now there are already 4 forces mixing here. No one knows if there will be other forces coming in the next moment. Especially Charlotte Linlin and her Big Mom pirates. Advertisement will look across the battlefield. Looking towards the Marine side, on that warship, Vegapunkshu, was protected by many people from the DP organization. It seems to have a feeling. Helen also looked this way. The eyes of the two looked at each other across the air, and they could only see the outline of each other's face. But it seemed that they really saw each other's eyes. Will hesitated for a moment, his eyes shifted, and he looked at the Whitebeard pirate team. Helen followed her gaze, as the woman who communicated with Will deeply. She understood what Will meant in an instant. His eyes flickered slightly and excitement flashed in his eyes. Nodding unobtrusively. Seeing this scene, Will sighed lightly. Rationally, he hoped that Helen would nod, but in his heart he didn't want her to accept this arrangement. Clang. Clang. Yan Mo and Tien Yu cut into the sheath. This move stunned Kaido on the side. Do not fight? Will stared at Helen and said in a deep voice, retreat. By the way, tell Golden Lion not to put his home in. Good. Kaido nodded. He flew back to the ice below and changed back into a human form. Raise your own mace and shout at the rocks pirate, back off. Will takes one last look over there. He clenched his fists. If something happens to you, no matter how much you pay, I will save you. Rocks Pirate's move was beyond the expectations of the 3 parties. In front of this is a good time to fish in troubled waters. The opponent actually chose to retreat. That was the first thought that popped up in the Whitebeard Pirates. Fraudulent. That insidious guy, Kwanglong, must have some bad idea. Just let them rack their brains to think. I also couldn't figure out what Will was really thinking. What to do? Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates looked at Whitebeard. Whitebeard also had some troubles. In his expectation, the opponent should also come up and get involved, even if he doesn't need Vegapunk. They should also not be allowed to get it. It doesn't matter. Grab it back first and then talk about it. The current situation is not the time for them to think slowly. Golden Lion and Sengoku are coming, above. When Marco found Vegapunk, he also swooped down while reminding him. Bang bang bang. Swish, swish, swish. What greeted him were countless bullets and tempest kick attacks from CP0 and CP9. Marco fanned his wings, flexibly avoiding these attacks. Call out! Call out! 2 masked CPOs dodged in front of him. 2 pitch-black fists slammed Marco. It's the guy from CP0. Marco's face was solemn. He had heard of the name CP0. It is said that the people inside either have special abilities or are powerful people. The 2 in front of them are obviously not weak. The feet that turned into claws of the phoenix kicked towards the 2 of them with their arms wrapped around them. Advertisement, crane claw. Boom, Marco froze. Immediately afterwards, a huge force sent him flying backwards. The strength of these 2 CP0s is not as simple as he imagined. However, the battlefield is changing rapidly. Before the 2 CP0s landed on the warship. Click! It sounded like a shattering mirror. Immediately, a terrifying crisis enveloped them, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Poof! Puff! Only then did they defend themselves, as if their bodies had been hit hard. After spurting a mouthful of blood, he fell into the sea. Snort! Whitebeard retracted his fist, looking stern. Then the eyes fell on Vegapunk, the distance between the 2 sides, not meters. This distance, for the strong like Whitebeard, but in the blink of an eye. The body of the CP0 who had been protecting Vegapunk trembled. He was only sent to carry out this mission because of his special ability. Compared with the previous 2 people, their strength is much worse. Even if they couldn't hold on to Whitebeard, he was even less hopeful. Replacement, don't dare to stay here and wait to die. He teleports away from the warship with Vegapunk. In their original position, 2 Marines appeared. Whitebeard and the others focused their gazes, quickly scanned the audience, and saw 2 figures on another warship. Watched by Whitebeard's gaze, the CP0 could only feel his soul tremble. Teleport with Vegapunk, again. HMPH, little mouse. Whitebeard snorted coldly. He raised his fist, and shimmering light shrouded it. Boom. He punched the air. Click, Dejiao. The next moment, the CP figure who was about to continue fleeing stopped. Cough. A mouthful of blood was sprayed on even Vegapunk, paled a little. It's a good thing Whitebeard wasn't targeting her. Marco swooped down from above, caught Vegapunk, and flew back to Moby D*K County. It was at this time. Golden Lion and Sengoku just arrived. Newgate. Newgate. The 2 spoke at the same time, with anger in their tone. Release Vegapunk. Give me the Vegapunk. Whitebeard grinned. It's in my hands, unless I want to. Otherwise no one can take it away. His words silenced Golden Lion and Sengoku for a while. Little ones, let's go. The Moby D*K and the Golden Jackson turned and were about to leave the battlefield. Don't try to run. Stop them for me, hands on. Get me some Vegapunk back. Golden Lion and Sengoku speak in unison. How could they let the day go away with Vegapunk like this? As soon as the order of the 2 came out, the Marine and Air Pirates, who were originally in love with each other, turned their guns to the Moby D*K and the Golden Jackson. Boom boom boom. Chapter 148 Mahawk. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Shock. The world's #1 swordsman. In a certain area of the Grand Line, a small boat without sails is floating on the sea. A man with short black hair sat on it, wearing a black top hat, a wine-red patterned shirt, a black windbreaker, and a crossknife hanging on his chest. The most noticeable thing is his pair of yellow eyes that are as sharp as eagles. He is Dracul Mahawk. At this moment, he was looking at the newspaper he just got. The eye-catching title above made his eagle-like pupils shrink slightly. The world's greatest swordsman? As far as he knew, no one had sat on this throne before. Who would have thought that someone would become the world's #1 swordsman just after disappearing in the sea for a while? Who is it? Mahawk looked at the contents of the newspaper. Open black lens bracket the world's greatest swordsman rocks D will. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket skilled in swordsmanship. U Dressrosa killed a CP comparable to Admiral with 2 swords. Close black lens bracket. The course of that battle is described in detail above. Mahawk was shocked to see it. A Zone Phantom Beast ability user unexpectedly died under the knife of the Mad Dragon. Golden Lion Shiki, who is also 4 emperors, said that his swordsmanship is not as good as that of Quanlong, and the opponent has half a foot into the realm of 287 above the great swordsman. Quanlong Will is the well-deserved #1 in the world great swordsman. There are many words of praise for Will, including his brilliant achievements. In short, there is only one meaning of this news. Crazy Dragon Will, the world's greatest swordsman. Dissatisfied? You can go pick him up, then you're the new world's #1 swordsman? Mahawk looked at the contents of the newspaper, a little absent-minded. Gabby Sea Incident, Morgard Glacier War, Punk Hazard Incident, Dressrosa Sea Incident. What the hell are these? Did I stay in that sea area for several years, more than 10 years? Why does he basically know the names of the people above, but... There must be too many things that have happened during this period of time, right? Why did Whitebeard lose 2 games in a row? Why does New World have more 4 emperors? Why did the dragon will suddenly become the head of the 4 emperors? A lot of doubts bombarded his mind. He just feels like he doesn't belong to this world anymore. After a long time, Mahawk let out a long sigh, put away the newspaper. Advertisement. The confusion in his eyes disappeared, and his sharpness returned. No matter how many things happen, since that position is occupied. Then challenge him. Look at how strong the world's #1 swordsman is. Look at the realm above the great swordsman, what is it like? Go New World. Find the dragon will. Mihawk set his own goals. Wow. The waves rise and fall, and the boat also rises and falls with the waves. Mihawk looked at the endless sea. Silence for a while. After thinking about it, he hesitated for a long time. He pulled out the famous knife that he had spent several months to find. 12 Crafts of the Supreme Quick Knife Point Knight. The name of the knife is Yi, because it is a black knife, so other people call it a black knife. Yi, as for whether it was practiced by Mihawk himself, or it is originally a black knife, it is not clear. This is definitely his biggest achievement since he went to sea. But after experiencing the bombardment of this news, I feel that this supreme sharp knife is not very fragrant. Mihawk sighed again. Put this supremely sharp knife into the seawater and use it as a paddle. The boat finally stopped drifting with the current, and moved slowly but firmly in one direction. I hope that no one who doesn't have long eyes will see this scene. Dressrosa transaction event. It ended with the Whitebeard Pirates capturing Vegapunk. Marines suffered heavy losses. The CP-0 and CP-9 dispatched by the World ZF are almost dead or injured. The Golden Lion is nothing. Not only did the granules, DBFD, fail, but also a lot of manpower was lost. If it wasn't for Will's reminder, he would have been in even worse trouble. The Big Mom Pirates could sit still until the end of the battle. Lot Linlin still didn't bring anyone in. But the unlucky one is the Kingdom of Dressrosa. Nothing was done. Misfortune fell from heaven, although the battlefields of the four forces are not placed on the mainland of Dressrosa. But it's not far away either. The aftermath of the battle never stopped. Shocks and shocks caused continuous tsunamis. Many buildings collapsed due to the aftermath. Advertisement King Liku made preparations in advance. There were no fatalities, however, after this incident. King Liku deeply realized the importance of power. If you have no strength, then seek the shelter of the strong. Wanokuni. After the Rocks pirate came back with another guy, the Wanokuni crowd rejoiced. In the general's mansion, the cadres and elite members of the Rocks pirate gathered again today. In the center of the hall, there are several large boxes with their lids open. It was full of the biggest Pele's, a total of 10 billion Baileys. It made everyone's eyes dizzy, and at the main seat, on the desk in front of Will, there was a box. That's what's going on today. Devil fruit, 9 devil fruit. Everyone here, as long as they haven't eaten devil fruit, have a chance. Will looked at Shimotsuki Yasui first. Yasui, after the 10 billion Baileys are put into storage, they will be given priority to the research department. Others are released according to the priority level. Shimotsuki Yasui nodded with joy on his face. Will laughed. It seems that you can't wait. Seeing that everyone's eyes were looking at him and the box on the desk. After all, when trading, there by your side, another one is Logia. Suddenly, their eyes widened. Only Kaido and Jin remained calm. But it also allowed him to solve the immediate urgent need. Under their gaze, among you, who has an idea? Will pointed to the 5 zone devil fruits and introduced them every day. As he spoke, he opened the box on the desk. Elephant fruit, oxen fruit giraffe form, snake fruit cobra form, snake fruit python form, salamander fruit hexagonal form. 9. Will took 9 devil fruits out of the box and laid them out on the table. Although 10 billion is not much for a big country like Wanokuni. Those present, who doesn't know the power of Logia? Everyone's breathing was a little short. These 5 zone devil fruits. 6 Co Chapter 149, Devil Fruit Score and Stake Conference. I want that salamander fruit, the hexagonal salamander form. A voice sounded, and there was no discussion in the tone. But everyone dared not say anything, because the person who spoke was Shea from the Scientific Research Department. The Scientific Research Department is the real father of Rock's pirate, dear father speaking, who dares to say otherwise? Because Helen is with the Whitebeard Pirates now. So we'll issue a gag order. Any news about Vegapunk is strictly prohibited. In a short time, Vegapunk will not appear in front of everyone. Acier wanted the salamander fruit, but he didn't eat it himself. This is what Vegapunk research needs. Okay, I'll give you the salamander fruit. Acier came up to take the salamander fruit away. Dory and Brogy, barely squeezed in the corner, exchanged glances. Boss Will. The two of us want those 2 snake fruits. Will looked, a little surprised. Giants are not without abilities, like Lily, she ate mini fruits. However, most giants still choose to rely on their own strength. Especially those strong among giant warriors. Dory shrugged and said, Boss Will, we just joined, we don't have much credit, we shouldn't have fought for it. However, we really want to have these 2 devil fruits. The strength of Brogy and I have reached the limit of what we can achieve. It is very difficult to go further, so we want to use the power of devil fruit. According to their original thinking, they would not eat devil fruit. But after seeing the strength of strong people like Will, they know that if they don't go further, they will be eliminated sooner or later. Elbaf is currently in troubled times, and no one knows whether he will start a war with Marine and the World ZF in the next moment. The more strength they have, the more they can help. Is that so? Will was still looking forward to Dory and Brogy. The strength of the two is not as unbearable as shown in the original book. It can only be said that, like Lao Sha, he played too early and became a bag of experience. Okay, I'll give you these 2 devil fruits. He picked up 2 snake fruit and threw them to Dory and Brogy. As for how to distribute, it depends on them. However, Will's heart skipped a beat. What will happen if the giants eat the Zone Devil Fruit? Is it bigger than ordinary people after eating it? But one thing is certain. Zone's physique increase for the giant race is definitely not small. Advertisement 5 Zones split out 3 at once. For the remaining 2, many people watched eagerly. In the end, the elephant fruit fell into the hands of the first team, and the Neo fruit giraffe form fell into the hands of the third team. Will placed 3 paramecia in the center. After thinking about it, I put away the sweet fruit. Let's keep this devil fruit for now. He pointed to the lush fruit and said, this is the lush fruit. Can manipulate nearby plants and speed up plant growth. The stronger the development, the more plants you can control, and when controlling the growth of plants, you can also change their shape. For example, make plants grow into giant vines. According to Will's guess, if it reaches the awakened state, it can almost achieve the level of wood style. As for the power of the two, it is estimated that lush fruit is definitely not as good as wood style. Many people have green eyes. This ability is also good. They were about to speak. Will said first, but this ability is limited. That's the time to activate the ability. You need to dance your body. The frequency of the dance and the magnitude of the swing will affect the operation of the ability. So, having said that, we'll pause. Everyone should think carefully. After all, everyone understands in seconds. Although the ability is good, but a big man makes that kind of gesture in front of the public. It's really awkward. Give us the fourth team. Gion stood up, walked to the desk, and took away the lush fruit. Their fourth team is all women. In this regard, it has an advantage over men. Although the rest of the people were disappointed, they could accept it. Based on the principle of not wasting, we'll explain to Gion. Whoever eats the lush fruit in your fourth team, let her plant trees in afforestation. It's time to exercise your ability. Gion rolled her eyes when she heard the words. This guy really thinks about it. This time, out of the 9 devil fruits, there are only 2 left. Those who didn't get it all looked at the paramecia helplessly. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Not many people expected the Logia. They knew that this Logia, with their status and qualifications, definitely had no chance. So, this paramecia is their choice. This is paramecia cage fruit. You can make fences to trap enemies, or you can make iron bars to attack enemies. He holds the cage fruit in his hand. Looking at Loki. My suggestion is, let the most powerful among you giant warriors eat it. Cage fruit is actually not very powerful. For someone who can hockey, it is very difficult for you to lock each other. Cleaning up minions is nice. Will doesn't want to waste this devil fruit. It's better to let the giant warriors eat it. If you make a fence, it will be much stronger in scale than in the middle. 0 When 2 major powers are at war, Will can be used for strategic deployment. I believe it will have a good effect. In the same way, the iron bars made by giants will also be larger. At that time, there will be tens or hundreds of them. Thrown by the giants of the 5th team. That scene, even thinking about it, is exciting. Loki hesitated. He looked at Dory and Broby behind him. Their 5th team has already got 2, and if they take it again, the other teams may have opinions. Will looks at the others. Seeing their slightly disappointed looks, he couldn't help laughing and said, "What are you worried about? We have mastered the artificial devil fruit technology. When the sad raw materials are planted, there will be a steady stream of man-made devil fruit. If conditions permit, you can even ask someone from the scientific research department to make a personal order." Will's words immediately brightened everyone's eyes, and the disappointment on their faces disappeared. This is possible. A sense of happiness arises spontaneously. This kind of treatment, which other 4 Emperor's pirates have? Customized devil fruit. That's what they, Rock's pirate, have the confidence to say. For a moment, they looked into Will's eyes, and there was a gleam of light in them. Will had seen it with Enel before. Finally, there is only 1 devil fruit left on the table. Although I can't have that blessing to eat, but I also want to see, who will be the third? Chapter 150 Marine Great Change. Will picks up this Logia devil fruit. Everyone's eyes followed his movements. This Logia devil fruit is an aurora fruit, which can create aurora, phantom, lightning, magnetic field, etc. So strong. People who haven't read the illustrated book just heard what Will said. Immediately, I felt that this aurora fruit looked a little overwhelmed. Will smiled and said, actually, this devil fruit is a bit useless. The attack power of aurora is not very strong, but the phantom is comparable to the phantom fruit. The power of the lightning it creates is also average, and the magnetic field is not very strong. In short, it's a little bit of everything, but it can't produce much power. When everyone heard this, the original excitement disappeared. Disappointment instead. If this is the case, it is not as good as the lush fruit before. Will looked at Gion. Gion, this devil fruit is very suitable for you. 897. Do you want to eat it? Gion's face was startled, and he let himself eat this aurora fruit? After hearing Will's introduction, she also felt that this aurora fruit was a bit incompetent. Eating it can indeed increase one's strength, but it doesn't seem to do much, does it? Why not find a powerful zone devil fruit instead? At least it can make up for this piece of wood that I lack in strength. Seeing Gion's puzzled look, Will also knew what the other party was thinking. Aurora fruit, light, can't compare to sparkling fruit, phantom, can't compare to phantom fruit, thunder and lightning, can't compare to thunder fruit, even my thunder dragon fruit's lightning, magnetic field, can't compare to magnetic fruit. For a powerhouse of our level, it's really useless. Its ability is simply impossible to cause substantial harm to us. But if it is used as an auxiliary ability, it will be different. After hearing Will's words, everyone was stunned. Auxiliary ability? Then his expression became a little weird. Is Boss Will so arrogant? Even the Logia Devil Fruit ability is used as an auxiliary ability? Will explained. Although it seems to have a lot of shortcomings, but in reverse, it is not the same. Aurora Fruit possesses the characteristics of light, can make you elemental like Bluzolino, and not weaker than his speed. Thunder and lightning can stimulate body cells, enhance physical activity, and improve your physique and explosive power. Of course, it can also slightly increase the attack power. The effect of the magnetic field is not small, it can increase your means of fighting the enemy. The most important is, advertisement, its phantom ability. This is also the main ability of Aurora Fruit. Creating Aurora is the easiest way to use it. When the fruit's ability is further developed, it can create illusions like the phantom fruit. As for you, Gion, your major is Kendo. You are following the path of phantom swordsmanship. This Aurora Fruit is the most suitable for you. Gion's eyes lit up. As I said before, her dedication to Kendo is not like those of Mihawk. If there is a suitable devil fruit, she will also choose to eat it. Especially, since following Will witnessed each other's growth. That kind of growth rate is really beyond the reach of human beings. She knew that if this continued, sooner or later, he will be left far behind by Will. Now, since this Aurora Fruit can enhance her own strength, of course she will not refuse. Walk up to Will and take the Aurora Fruit. Since then, the 9 devil fruits extorted from Marine and the world ZF have been distributed. Wait for them to adapt to the fruit ability. The strength of Rock's pirate will go one step further. Inside the marshal's office at Naval Headquarters, Kong slammed his fist on the desk, leaving a deep mark. This is the only survivor in the past few months. In this deal with Rock's pirate, Marine can be said to have lost his wife and lost his army. Not to mention that Vegapunk was not rescued, the 10 billion Baileys and 9 devil fruits were also in vain. He pointed at Sengoku and was speechless for a while. Can Sengoku be blamed? Because in that case, I may not be better than Sengoku. Those are 3-4 Emperor's regiments. Unless all the Marines are dispatched, they will have the strength to fight. So, that B*************** D of the Mad Dragon. Why didn't anything go smoothly with him? Is this guy the scourge of Marine? In short, everything is the Mad Dragon's fault. After Kong scolded Will severely, his mood was relieved a lot. Crane Vice Admiral said, Marshal, we can't go on like this. Advertisement, Elbaf's matter must be resolved, otherwise Marine's combat power will be restrained in the headquarters, and many things will not be able to be done. She looked around the crowd present. We can't give up eating because of choking. Those giants, Vice Admiral, let Elbaf take them back. Suru Vice Admiral's words made the office fall into silence. Why did Elbaf's giant fleet not leave naval headquarters? It is because of Marine that the ZF of the world is reluctant to part with these giants. The two sides debated this matter for a long time. Elbaf's attitude was firm, while Marine's side continued to delay. Sengoku said solemnly, this time, I also agree with Xiaohei's opinion. After experiencing the Dressrosa incident, Sengoku also felt that Marine could not be restrained. Now is the most chaotic time in the sea. If we don't suppress the arrogance of the pirates as soon as possible, order will collapse. Everyone understood what Sengoku meant. As more and more people go to sea, many islands without Marines are plagued by pirates. Those who can't survive will also follow this path. At that time, this snowball will get bigger and bigger. Until their Marines can't hold back, the order of this sea will collapse. Kong thought for a long time, sighing dejectedly, that's it. Arrange the handover and don't let the people below panic. Sengoku reminded. Where's the ZF in the world? Although they Marine made a decision, it still needs a nod from the 5 elders. Kong waved his hand, a bit like Garp, like a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water. I don't care about them, it's a big deal to let those 1.2 guys from my hometown scold them. He looked around the crowd and said solemnly, report the list of capable people under your command. If you are eligible, pick some of them and fill those vacant Vice Admiral positions. After thinking for a while, he said again, promote Enel to Vice Admiral. As soon as this remark came out, Sengoku and the others frowned. Marshal, in this case, will it be too fast? Enel just joined Marine and became Rear Admiral. Not long after that, he was promoted to Vice Admiral again. What would those people who rose through military merit step by step think? Kong said in a deep voice, special times, special treatment. His gaze went to 3 of them in the conference room, and finally to Sengoku. After hesitating for a while, his expression became firm. Starting today, Sengoku is no longer Admiral of Marine. What? Chapter 151 Coercion of the Whitebeard Pirates. Kong's words made everyone in the conference room change their expressions. Although the tasks performed by Sengoku Admiral during this time seem to have not been successfully completed. But none of the people present would be dissatisfied with it. It wouldn't be because of this incident that he would be deprived of his Admiral position, right? Marshal, everyone will cry out for mercy. Quiet. Sengoku let out a loud shout, swallowing what everyone was about to say. Looking at Kong. I accept your arrangement, there was no dissatisfaction in his tone. Kong showed admiration and then smiled and said, why are you so anxious? I haven't finished my words yet. Sengoku has been in Marine for so many years, and he has made countless contributions. I'm not going to deprive him of his position because of these things. Having said that, he restrained his smile. The expression became serious. Everyone, the times are different, this sea is changing all the time. We Marine, we can't stay the same. Starting today, an alternate position of Marshal Marine will be set up, which is equivalent to that of a Deputy Marshal. Assist the Marshal in managing the Marine. Kong briefly talked about the specific functions of the Marshal candidates. To put it simply, only the next Marshal is qualified to serve as 31, and it is also for the purpose of cultivating future Marine Marshals. Maybe Kong didn't even think of it. His move avoided the situation where Sakazuki and Kuzan competed for the Marine Marshal in the original book. He looked at Garp again, a look of resignation on his face. But he still did not give up and asked, Garp, do you want to be Admiral? In Marine, Garp is the only one who can be treated like this. With everyone watching, Garp picked his nose, don't want. The answer was crisp and clear. Kuzan exclaimed, it really is Mr. Garp. This kind of thankless thing, only a fool would do it. Kuzan silently retracted the compliment that was about to be exported. In this conference room, many people who have ideas about Admiral's position, or who have been Admirals, clenched their fists and wanted to beat Garp up. What do you mean, Garp? All of us are fools. The blue veins on Kong's forehead popped out. He just knew he shouldn't have illusions about Garp. It's hard to suppress the grudge against Garp. Only then did they look at Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Peluzolino. The three of you should be diligent during this time, and Marine will also give you momentum. Advertisement, at that time, I will announce to the world that you will be promoted to Marine Admiral. The official appointment will also come down after that. Get ready. In an instant, the eyes of the audience focused on the three of them. Even if they all know, Sakazuki, Kuzan and Peluzolino have a high chance of being Marine Admiral. But others are not without a chance. However, when Kong announced this, the so-called competition disappeared. The place of Admiral has been sealed. Sakazuki, Kuzan and Peluzolino are a bit confused. At first, I thought that I would need to have more than 10 years of experience before I could go up. Didn't expect to reach the sky in one step now? Immediately, he became excited, and a bright smile appeared on his face. From now on, I will grant you corresponding titles. Sakazuki Akainu, Kuzan Aokiji, Peluzolino Kazaru. The information does not detail the time when the three of them won the title, but the plot has come to this point, so let's set it like this. Many Marine generals looked at the three of them enviously. Throughout Marine, there are no titled people who are not famous and powerful. For example, Marshal Kong, whose title is Kong, Sengoku the resourceful general. Garp Iron Fist, Zephyr Black Arm, now there are three more. See the envious looks of the other generals. Kong continued, in the future, a Marine Admiral alternate title will be added. Among Vice Admiral, those who are capable and capable have the opportunity to be awarded this virtual title. And the corresponding title will be awarded. Those generals who had been grievous in their hearts were immediately excited when they heard the news. What is an Admiral alternate? As you can tell by the name, you are qualified to be the next Admiral. What if one of the three Admirals dies in battle? Although it is very unreasonable to think so, but Neji couldn't help but think like this. The discussion on the change of Marine's position is over, and everyone calms down. Kong looked at Sengoku. Vegapunk is now in the hands of the Whitebeard Pirates. No matter what, this matter must be resolved. Whether by trade or through war, Vegapunk must be rescued. Originally, when Vegapunk was in Will's hands, the five elders' instructions were, if you can't save it, kill it. Advertisement, but now, they have all paid such a high price for it. If Vegapunk is not really rescued, then Marine and the ZF of the world will really become a joke. Sengoku frowned and said, do we still need to prepare 10 billion Baileys and 9 devil fruits? Kong sneered, how is that possible? When Elbaf's matter is resolved, Marine dispatches all advanced combat forces. Coercive Whitebeard Pirates. I want to see if Whitebeard will ruin the entire Whitebeard pirate group for Vegapunk. With Will's lessons learned, Kong's first consideration is not to redeem Vegapunk through trading. He doesn't want to lose his wife and lose his army again. While Marine was busy dealing with the fallout from Elbaf. Will wasn't idle here either, just came out of the quilt of Tianyue. He was called to the port of Punk Hazard by Asir. Has it been remodeled? He looked at the huge ship Maria 797 in front of him. Asir nodded. It took a lot of effort and materials. Finally, the renovation has been completed according to your requirements. The Maria was originally a ship used by giants, but now it is requisitioned by Will. The so-called transformation is to change it into a ship that is similar to Enel's Arc motto in the original book. Can fly. However, the kinetic energy required is also huge. Only Will and Enel can meet Maria's flight consumption. In the future, the Maria will be the transport ship of the Rocks Pirate. Notify the people in the scientific research department and arrange for people to accompany you. Dressed like a secretary. If she is still in Ohara, she will pass the exam next year and officially become an archaeologist. Soon, Robin's instructions were conveyed in an orderly manner. The personnel quickly assembled and the materials were loaded on the ship. She was holding a notepad, wearing professional OL attire and a pair of glasses. Assemble the manpower and ship the supplies. Robin, who was following Will, looked serious. The post is Will's secretary, but soldiers, transportation, not material. Trainee. In terms of calculation, in the entire pirate group, Ronan's knowledge 1. The Maria slowly left the sea and entered the airborne. After more than an hour, after Hina, Robin also became a member of Rock's Pirate. Yes, Captain Will. Advertisement chapter 152, a bunch of minions. When the sea is in turmoil, no one expected that Will would leave Qinghai with many people. To be more precise, it went to the infinite land. That is the moon. Looking at the moon that is getting closer and closer, Will sighs a little about the magic of the pirate world. The outer space of this world is not a vacuum. They can breathe freely here without worrying about lack of oxygen. Even the temperature is normal temperature, that's it. Will didn't bother to worry about it anymore. Anyway, such outrageous things happened in time travel. What else is not acceptable? 2 hours later, Maria landed on the moon. The people of Rock's Pirate got off the ship, centered on the Maria, and looked around. All he knew was that there were relics on the moon. But where is not clear. Enel came here more than 20 years later. At this time, there are no cosmic beings dig here. I don't know if those 4 little soldiers were created by Dr. Uajin. I originally wanted to talk about the connection between Drive, Uajin and the moon in detail. The other party may be the same as the Sky Island people, another descendant of the moon people, and the identity arrangement of Vegapunk, but it doesn't promote the plot very much, so I don't like it. These are all close black lens bracket. Vegapunk followed suit. His appearance has been processed by makeup, but no one recognizes him. At this moment, he took the people from the scientific research department to do various tests. After all, it is rare to come to the moon, so we always have to see what is different from Qinghai. 2 days later, someone finally found traces of the people who lived on the moon. After some exploration and digging, I finally found the entrance to the ruins. What unfolded in front of Will and the others was an underground city. Lifting his palm, arcs danced across his fingertips. Crackling. Several arm-thick thunderbolts protruded around like touches and hands. Zzz. With the influx of electricity, the entire underground city started to operate again. The lights illuminate the entire underground city. Will and the others can finally see the situation of this underground city clearly. It's huge. Looking at the overall situation, its size is comparable to the capital of the kingdom. I didn't expect the moon people's technology to be so advanced. Vegapunk looked at the surrounding buildings and facilities, showing admiration. Will is also amazed. It is said that this city is called Burka, and the people on the moon moved because of lack of resources. Advertisement Burka's architectural style is simple and simple, revealing the vicissitudes of history. But among them, it is mixed with the breath of science and technology. For example, light bulbs for lighting, steel pipes, wiring, etc. Boss Will, come alive. At this time, a shout came from a distance. Immediately afterwards, a person ran out of the city in a panic. Seeing this, Jin couldn't help frowning and let out a sharp drink. To be clear, what came to life? The man said nervously. So many little things with wings came to life. Will's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At last it was not a waste of time. Da-da. The sound of uniform footsteps came. Listen to this movement, there are still a lot of them. The Rock's Pirates stood behind Will. After a while, a group of little guys with helmets, white clothes, and short spears appeared in front of them. They are less than 1 meter tall, and they all have a pair of small wings growing on their backs, and they look quite cute. This is the mechanical core that I covet. Will glanced at it, and the number was probably more than 10,000. Da-da. The mechanical core stood a few meters away from Will and the others. A mechanical soldier walked out of it. Standing in front of Will, he looked at them curiously. Did you save us? Will knew what he meant. Nodding with a smile. I woke you up. As he spoke, he stretched out his fingertips, crackling. A tiny thunder snake jumped at his fingertips. This action of his made the eyes of those little soldiers shine, and they all showed excited expressions. They all bowed and said, "Thank you for saving us. Please let us follow you in the future." Will is a little uncomfortable being watched by more than 10,000 cute little soldiers with expectant eyes. However, the actions of these little guys saved him a lot of effort. Okay, from now on you will be my subordinates, haha, great. Hey, I don't have to worry about running out of battery at last. Advertisement, hee hee, I found a long-term meal ticket. Will. Looking at the cheering little soldiers, he always had a sense of déjà vu that he had taken in a bunch of minions. Hope, can these little guys be more reliable? Vegapunk on the side looked at it with bright eyes. He walked up to a small soldier and checked him out. What an advanced technology. They all have independent thinking and have human-like emotions. Can make various expressions and even cry. The soldier who was checked by him was trembling. I always feel that this strange person in front of me is so scary. The ready-made mechanical core is just an addition to this trip. Will's main purpose is to see if the processing plant can still be put into production. This would provide a constant supply of troops for the Rock's Pirate, if only I could. Ask the mechanical minions, they don't know much about it. All I know is that their original owner blocked this place and went to another place because of lack of resources. The latter is not clear. After some experiments, it was found that the processing plant was running fine, but there were many parts that were out of order and needed repairs. Do it at the same time, Will said. Looking at these mechanical soldiers, Will's heart moved and he thought of the pacifist plan. This processing plant is not small. Doctor, you lead someone to study this place clearly and understand the principle. Vegapunk said with some regret. It seems that we can only ship these devices back, or we can build one ourselves. Doctor, Based on these small soldiers, is there a way to develop a mechanical body with a larger size and stronger attack power? After a while, I'll find Golden Lion to take a look. Vegapunk nodded. That's the only way, it's not impossible. Vegapunk is Vegapunk. Vegapunk pondered for a while and then foxed. However, if you ask Golden Lion for help, you can save a lot of effort. These two choices, no matter which one, are not easy. When I study this processing plant and these mechanical soldiers clearly, I should be able to realize it with a little improvement. If the pacifist plan can be realized in his hands, the strength of Rock's pirate will be even stronger. Also, on the moon, there are no resources. There was a smile on Will's face. It is not something that can be done in a short time if you want to disassemble and transport. Promise the money, back to Qinghai. Chapter 153 Mihawk's Wanokuni Challenge Tour. When we'll return to Wanokuni with more than 10,000 mechanical soldiers and 100 people from Sky Island. It was already half a month later. Boss Will, you won't play with me. The Maria had just landed in port. A small pink and red dragon carries Yamato and Hina from afar. Orochi's control over abilities has progressed quite quickly. On top of the Maria, when they saw the soldiers on the Maria, they were stunned. Orochi lost control for a moment, his body became unstable and fell down. Be careful. Will reluctantly stretched out his palm and sucked the fallen three people over. Orochi returned to human form, sticking out his tongue. Then he looked behind Will. They are all strange villains who are about the same height as themselves. There are a pair of wings growing on the back. The first five dress up a bit strangely. Who are they? So cute. Orochi pinched the face of one of them, and touched the wings on the back, his eyes were shining. Hina and Yamato are not far behind. The soldier in knight armor made a knight salute. I am a knight. Orochi blinked. Knight? She took out her revolver and waved it in front of the knight. It's also called a knight. Curiously. You are all knights, who is the best? The knight was pointed at by the black muzzle, and his eyes were a little dizzy. Boom. 010, oh. Orochi covered his head. Will said unhappily. Don't point a gun at your own people. Orochi heard the words, wronged and said, I know, there are no bullets in the gun. It doesn't work without bullets. Oh, Will then introduced them. Small soldiers wearing samurai armor are called ronin. Those who wear green helmets and green uniforms are called sergeants. Wearing a felt hat and wearing a blue uniform called vodka. The last one who wears a martial arts style hanfu and holds a long sword is called shangbatenshio. These 5 soldiers were chosen by Will to manage the mechanical army. The 3 little girls came together in front of Shangba-Tianxia. You're good. Shang Beishan shook his head, then why do you have that name? Shangba-Tianxia looked at Will with resentment on his face. The same goes for several other minions. This new owner has quite a bad taste. Will told Jin beside him, take them to Shimotsuki Yasui. Advertisement, he knows what to do. There is a shortage of manpower in many places in Wanokuni, and these mechanical soldiers will fill in temporarily. After slowing down, go back to the Rocks Pirate. Yes, boss Will. Jin took the mechanical core off the Maria. DBI, yeah, I'm going too. Orochi is about to follow. Will grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up. Why don't you join in the fun? Orochi looked at those mechanical soldiers walking away, and said dejectedly. I still want to ask them if they want to mess with me. A black line appeared on Will's forehead. What do you want to do? Orochi took it for granted. Set up your own fan team. Look, I joined the Rocks Pirate the first time. That big guy Kaido, Sister Gion, and Mox have all become team captains, and I can't fall behind. I want to be the next team leader. Hey, the little girl is not strong enough, but she has a lot of ambition. Will, Hina shouted from the side, what's wrong? A few days ago, a guy came to the Kingdom of Flowers and said he wanted to challenge you. Will frowned, suddenly interested. Hina will not say what the little people say. It shows that the challenger should be a person with good strength. Speaking of the challenger, Orochi also excitedly said, that guy, he's amazing. It's on par with Miss Gion and Mox. Not only Sister Yuan and Mox, but the entire Rocks Pirate cadre, he has basically challenged it. But he was beaten a little bit by Kaido and Bullet. But he's still great, I've decided to let him be my vice captain. Will was surprised. So powerful, needless to say about Mox's strength, he has already stepped into the Great Swordsman with 1 foot. And Gion has also touched the realm of Great Swordsman after the Morgard Glacier War. After eating the Aurora fruit, his strength has greatly increased. Even if he fights with ordinary Great Swordsmen, he can still fight evenly. That person can compete against the two, he is really strong. Hina nodded and said, it's amazing, Sister Gion and Mox think that their kendo talent is not as good as him. Could it be him? Will's heart skipped a beat. There are quite a few strong men who can make both of them think they are inferior. But there are not many who make them bow their heads in the way of swordsmanship. All he could think of was one person, Hawkeye Dracule Mihawk. The man who was supposed to be the #1 swordsman in the world. Is his name Dracule Mihawk? Orochi and Hina looked at him in surprise. How do you know? It really is him. That's weird, how did this guy come to Wanokuni? Suddenly thought of something. Advertisement can't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The world's greatest swordsman? He told Robin, put those Sky Islanders on Punk Hazard's side. After the doctor studies their situation clearly, remember to notify me. The air shell brought down from Sky Island will be handled according to the plan set before. Robin quickly jotted down what Will had to say in a notepad. After explaining the things that should be explained, Will took Hina and the three little girls back to the capital of flowers. As soon as I entered the capital of flowers, I saw that the martial arts field was crowded with people. The martial arts arena is a large arena built by Will. Since Rock's Pirate settled in Wanokuni, the folk customs of Wanokuni have changed a lot. People in Rock's Pirate are pirates, and they are aggressive by nature. People in Wanokuni have many samurai, and they like to fight when they have nothing to do. Fighting in private is not only easy to accidentally injure, but death is a common occurrence. That's why Will built the martial arts arena, and ordered, the whole Wanokuni, only here can compete. Over time, it has become more and more popular. Bullet is a frequent visitor here. When he saw the person above, his eyes lit up. That attire is simply not easy to recognize. It's Mihawk. The person who confronts him is Mox. Mihawk's offensive is fierce, and all knives are aimed at Mox's vital points, regardless of the fact that this is the territory of Rock's Pirate. At this time, he is a sharp knife. Any opponent, anything that stands in front of him, will be cut down without hesitation. And Mox, that is, the opposite, it even looks clumsy. Became what it is now. Boss Will, you're back. However, after competing with Will, who has half a foot on the level of a great swordsman. Every knife is so simple and honest. A strong fighting spirit rose from his body. Mihawk stared at Will with hawk-like eyes. Someone spotted Will, and immediately showed excitement. Very unhappy. Like a beginner, Mihawk and Mox on the martial arts field also stopped fighting. He discarded many things. It's Boss Will, he's like a rock. The two fought for a long time, and it could be seen that Mihawk was quite uncomfortable. I want to challenge you, the world's #1 swordsman. Because there is always an awkward feeling when competing with Mox. He was not like this before, and he was somewhat similar to Mihawk. Chapter 154 Yan Mo is promoted. Mihawk vs Will. Mihawk's words made the martial arts field fall into silence. After getting acquainted, there was an uproar in the martial arts arena. Hey, boy, you are too ignorant. That is, do you think that Boss Will is something you can challenge if you want? Everyone thinks that Mihawk is too arrogant, although it's been a few days. Everyone is familiar with this challenger. His strength has also been recognized by everyone. After all, except for the cadres in the pirate group, the others are basically no opponents. However, it is precisely because of this. Only when he wants to challenge his own boss will he feel furious. After all, the pirate rocks, everyone knows it. Those cadres and Will's boss are not at the same level at all. Mihawk can't even beat Kaido and Bullet. How could he possibly be the opponent of Will's boss? Mihawk is unmoved by the people and words around him. He looked at Will firmly. Accept my challenge, the world's greatest swordsman. His words seemed to remind Will. This is a challenge from a swordsman. Will put down Yamato in his arms, and walk slowly into the master of the martial arts arena. Looking across at the young Mihawk, it's like looking at a junior. Obviously the age difference between the two is only a few years. As if remembering something interesting, Will suddenly chuckled. What are you laughing at? Mihawk frowned. What are you laughing at? Of course Will remembered the scene when Zoro challenged Mihawk in the original book. Challenge me? That's right. Mihawk clenched yi in his hand, and assumed an offensive posture. Why? To be the strongest. Do you know how big the gap is between us? Mihawk was silent for a moment after hearing the words. Whispered. No. On the way to New World from the first half of the Grand Line, he had a detailed understanding of what happened during this period. The more you know, the more frightened you become. Unexpectedly, during the time when he disappeared, the crazy dragon would do so many earth-shattering events. The opponent's strength has reached a terrifying level. He is not a frog in a well. Know how big the strength gap between the two sides is. Challenge the mad dragon, I have no chance of winning at all. But, how difficult is the road of swordsmanship? Hard work will not go far. Only war. Go duel with countless swordsmen on this sea, defeat them, and make yourself stronger. Step by step to the realm that the swordsman dreamed of. But when he learned that Will had stepped into the legendary realm, the longing in his heart prompted him to travel thousands of miles to come here. Challenge the person in front of you. Take a look at what the legendary realm is like. For this, even sacrifice your life. Just one look, die without regret. Advertisement. This is the fate of the swordsman. Aren't you afraid of death? Will looked at Mihawk with interest. He already knew the answer to this question, but still asked. Mihawk said solemnly, it is no regret to die at the hands of the world's #1 swordsman. Get out the knife. A strange light bloomed in his eyes. Let me see, the swordsmanship of the great swordsman. Will smiled and shook his head. I don't suggest you do this. You should challenge me after you step into the great swordsman. He's telling the truth, and not looking down on Mihawk. Instead, he appreciates each other, but if Mihawk's challenge is really accepted today, the other party will definitely have a psychological shadow. It's not despair of Kendo, but despair of him. Despair at the possibility of surpassing him and becoming the world's #1 swordsman in this lifetime. Looking at the people who have seen Will's swordsmanship, Golden Lion felt ashamed, and Sengoku called him the world's #1 swordsman on the spot. Sig is dead. Paluzolino was the first to taste it and then stayed on the bed for half a month. As for Gion, the target is the first person under Will. This is also the result of her less obsession with the way of the sword. Mox. Throw away a lot and start all over again. Making such a decision means denying one's past. It is precisely because of the experience of these people. Will doesn't want Mihawk challenging himself right now. He was afraid of ruining this good seedling. After all, Mihawk's talent in kendo is too strong. If we say, who else is most likely to step into the realm above the great swordsman? He is definitely one. Mihawk didn't listen to Will's advice at all. He looked at Will intently, just like his dedication to kendo. Get out the knife. Let me see what that realm is like. No matter what, he has to take a look. At this point, Will has nothing more to say. Clang. The blade and the scabbard moaned softly, and Yan Mo slowly got out of the sheath. When Mihawk saw Yan Mo's appearance, his evil-like pupils shrank slightly. Black knife. He knew very well that Will didn't use armament hockey at this time. But Yan Mo's blade was black, although the color is still very light, but the fact is the fact. But he knew that the former Yan Mo was not a black sword. Could it be that during this period of time, the Mad Dragon had refined it into a black sword? Will saw Mihawk's surprise and smiled slightly. His fingers caressed Yan Mo's knife. Yan Mo, ranked among the 21 workers of the Great Kuaisao, belongs to the top of the big fast knife. After being refined into a black knife, its quality has reached the level of the supreme fast knife. Seeking flowers 00. That is to say, this Yan Mo is already powerless. Advertisement, on the same level as your knight, in the future, with my continuous refinement, its quality will continue to improve. Until it becomes the head of the supreme sharp knife. Even, having said that, a look of anticipation appeared in Will's eyes. Mihawk and everyone around him watched him with bated breath. It surpasses the supreme sharp knife. When everyone heard Will's words, there was only one thought in their minds. Such a strong confidence. Yan Mo held a knife in Will's hand. Since you want to experience the swordsmanship of that realm, I will grant your wish. Hope, you don't regret it. Mihawk's eyes brightened upon hearing this. His expression also became solemn, like a pilgrim, holy believer. Death without regret. Will nodded. Yan Mo gently raised his hand. This time, the speed was slower than ever before, as if to let Mihawk see clearly. Mihawk watched his every move with rapt attention. Watching Will slowly lift it up, and then gently swing it down again. Pure white as empty, silent, for by Mo, Mihawk, feel the history of the wind. Kamikaze 1 style Beimo. For a moment, Mihawk stared nervously ahead. At the moment Yan Mo fell, for some reason, all the surrounding voices disappeared. He couldn't feel the slightest movement. It's as if my own space has been isolated. Obviously there's nothing in front of him, but instinct told him that something was quietly approaching him. Can't see, can't stop, the thought crossed Mihawk's mind. What he did next shocked the people around him. At this moment, Mihawk actually closed his eyes. He gave up his defense and felt the breath around him. Call. He seemed to hear the sound of the wind flowing, which was inaudible. Then, it seems that there is something invisible, stroking on the body. Chi. In an instant, he suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, a series of flowers appeared on the body. The severe pain hit him, and he almost couldn't help crying out in pain. Ding. After staggering back a dozen steps, Mihawk spat out a mouthful of blood. There were dozens of wounds on his body. But his is getting brighter. There was even a faint smile on his face. So, is that so? Plop 0, Chapter 155 The Sealed Knight, winning 1,000 games in a row. Boss Will. Cheers erupted in the martial arts arena. Although Will beat Mihawk within their expectations. But they are still excited. In particular, Will's understatement made Mihawk fall without the slightest resistance. For a moment, the eyes of these people looking at him were all hot. Will raised his hand slowly. The entire martial arts arena fell silent in an instant. He walked over to Mihawk, who was already very weak by now. But still stubbornly did not pass out. How do you feel? Do you regret it? Mihawk's eyes are sharp and his spirit is radiant. Feels good. Never been better. As he said these words, the breath on his body also changed. In his eyes, there seemed to be something more. If we say, the previous Mihawk was like a sharp knife. Now he has started to slowly retract his knife into its sheath. The breath became restrained. One day after 310 stays, he completely restrains his aura, then he will step into another realm. Will exclaimed. Not bad. As for Mihawk, he is more and more appreciative. He picked up the fallen knight and looked it over. This knife is really good, but in terms of style, it doesn't match me a bit. He held a knife flower in his hand. Under Mihawk's horrified gaze, Will threw his hands away. This supremely sharp knife sliced through the air and sank straight into the word Wu on the archway of the martial arts arena. If you want to get back your knife, just win 1,000 games in a row here. Mihawk's pupils shrank. Winning 1,000 games in a row? This is definitely a difficult challenge for him. Because Will is talking about a winning streak, not 1,000 wins. In other words, as long as he loses one game, he will start all over again. In Wanokuni, there are still many people that he can't fight. He, for a long time, can only look at the knight and cannot touch it. See the appearance of Mihawk hesitant to speak. Will chuckled. Why, you don't want to? Mihawk gritted his teeth. No, if this is the price for challenging the world's #1 swordsman. Then he was lucky. At least my life was saved. Will ordered the people outside the arena Take him down for treatment, don't let him die. Advertisement. After his words fell, people rushed over to carry Mihawk away. Keep Mihawk at Wanokuni in this way, one is his talent. Although in the original book, the opponent is a lone ranger. But I still want to see if I can recruit him to the Rocks Pirate. The second is to use Mihawk to train his subordinates. Whether it's cadres, elites, or ordinary crew members. Competing with Mihawk can promote their growth. Walking out of the martial arts arena, he took the three little girls back to the general's mansion. Will asks, is Lucy still working on her historical text? Hina nodded. Still studying. Will couldn't say anything about his mother's interest. People always have to find something to do, so as not to be so boring. Give me all the newspapers from this period, and let Shimotsuki Yasui come over. Hina trotted to fetch the newspaper. Will took it and looked through it. Open black lens bracket Marine has undergone major changes. The Giant King will be recalled by all. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Elbaf King of Giants returns to Elbaf. Marine crisis ended. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Marine Admiral Sengoku stepped down as Admiral and promoted to Marine Deputy Marshal. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Marine Newcomers Admiral Akainu, Aokiji, Kazaru. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket The youngest Vice Admiral is born. Thor Enel. Close black lens bracket Whitebeard Pirates change. The original Roger Pirates died. Close black lens bracket. Marine powerhouses gather together to lead the fleet into the new world. What is their intention? Open black lens bracket Sand Crocodile becomes the first Shichibukai. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sand Crocodile challenge Whitebeard fiasco. Quit new world. Close black lens bracket. Big Mom Pirates gather. The most grand tea session in the world is about to be held. Close black lens bracket. During the half month that Will was away, a lot of things happened. And it's not trivial, especially the change of Marine personnel. It may be that Will, the butterfly, flaps his wings too hard. Marine actually made such a big change, if he remembers correctly. We are still 10 years away from the Op Fruit incident. At that time Sengoku was still Admiral, that is. Sengoku was promoted to Marine Marshal, Akainu, Kuzan, and Kazaru were promoted to Admiral. It should have been more than 10 years later. So much earlier now, to be honest. With the current strength and qualifications of these three people, it is still a little bit reluctant to be Admiral. What happened to Elbaf did not exceed Will's expectations. However, Marine's next move was beyond his expectation. After what happened to Elbaf, Marine lost a large group of giants to Vice Admiral. There is a big lack of combat power. Advertisement. At this time, they dispatched a large number of high-level combat forces to enter the new world. Its purpose is self-evident. Next, Marine is likely to fight the Whitebeard Pirates. As Crocodile challenged Whitebeard Pale, this is not in his concern. After thinking about it, he took out his phone bug and dialed Stussy's number. My big boss, finally think of me. It took half a month to disappear. Where did he go? The phone was connected, and Stussy's voice of resentment came from over there. True, Will hasn't seen Stussy since the Punk Hazard thing ended. He was a little embarrassed and said, I went to the moon and turned around. About the experience of the past half a month, Stussy's eyes lit up when he heard that. Good guy, my boss went to the moon for a circle and got back a batch of robots and related technologies. She can already imagine. After the new processing plant is built, more and more powerful mechanical soldiers will be produced. When the time comes, how powerful will the Rocks Pirate be? Stussy, what happened to the Whitebeard Pirates? You are the one following up on Helen's matter, is there nothing wrong with her? Speaking of this, Stussy's expression also became serious. Originally after the Battle of the Morgard Glacier, there was an undercurrent in the Whitebeard Pirates, and many people were eyeing the members of the second team. But with Whitebeard and Rayleigh cracking down, nothing happened. After Helen joined the Whitebeard Pirates, although her freedom was restricted, there was no danger. Especially after Helen told them, the Whitebeard Pirates regarded her as a baby. Will listens carefully. Probably, Whitebeard was tempted after learning about technologies such as man-made devil fruit and bloodline factors. If ever. He doesn't care about these things, but since the addition of Will, the great enemy, he had to think about how to improve the overall strength of the Whitebeard Pirates. That way you won't be left behind by 1.3 Rocks Pirate. Then, under Helen's guidance, the Sunbeard Pirates began to build an experimental base. When hearing this, Will almost couldn't help laughing. Of course Helen knew the general procedure. Waiting for the Whitebeard Pirates to spend a lot of manpower and material resources to build an experimental base, but find that they are busy for nothing, and they will probably be mad. Stussy continued. As for the civil unrest in the Whitebeard Pirates, it was something Helen used her abilities to do after gaining a certain degree of freedom. After learning about Helen's current situation, Will finally felt relieved. After pondering for a moment, let Helen stop these actions temporarily. Now that Marine has entered New World, they may start a war with the Whitebeard Pirates at any time. Let's see what happens next. If the situation is wrong, evacuate immediately. Got it. Stussy agreed. By the way, there's already news about the island you're looking for, Vermejo. Chapter 156 Hiyori. Uncle, I want to watch you play games with Mom. Vermeil, the special plants on it can drive the beast into a frenzy. The people on that island have wings growing on their arms, which can fly, but they don't know it. Will didn't know if it was something they were born with, or if it was something they grew up with. It was also because after the Golden Lion took that island into the sky, it was upgraded due to the special environment and the plants. But in any case, that island has great value. Take it under control first, after a while, I'll go find Golden Lion and move it to Wanokuni. Speaking of which, Will hurriedly needed the ability of Lion Fruit more and more. I have changed so much, I don't know if Dark Fruit will appear in advance? At that time, there is no way to cheat this ally. The two discussed many things. At the end, Stussy said coquettishly and flatteringly, "Boss, I have been suffering from chest tightness lately." The doctor said it needs to be unblocked. Will's heart skipped a beat when he heard that, and his breathing became short of breath. Chest tightness needs to be cleared, nothing wrong. He said with a serious expression. So serious? Be patient, wait for 2 days, but I will unblock it for you in person. After ending the call, Shimotsuki Yasui also arrived. Then it was nearly 2 hours of reporting and arrangement. Wait till everything is done. It was nearly evening. Will walked towards the backyard. It is now his residence. The backyard of the general's mansion is not small, and the entire backyard is divided into several courtyards. Guy Lee, Helen, Gion and others all live here, Uncle. Rihei, who was having dinner with Tianue, was surprised when he saw Will. Almost blurted out. It's been a long time since you came to play games with your mother. Tianue Shi's body trembled. Squeezing her red lips lightly, she looked at Will with extremely complicated eyes. Although the freedom is restricted, a copy of the newspaper is sent every day. She is still clear about what happened outside, and Wanokuni changes. Even in this backyard, she can feel it. That kind of atmosphere is completely different from before. Wanokuni becomes stronger and more prosperous. The cohesion of the people is even higher than ever. That's something even Kazuki Oden couldn't do. Maybe it won't be long before anyone remembers the Kazuki clan anymore. Advertisement. What a sad thing is this. For a moment, Tianue was sad in her heart, and shed tears unselfishly. Wanokuni is already like this. What should they do, mother and daughter? Hayo, do you miss uncle? Will came to the dinner table, hugged Rihei, and sat beside Tianue. Think. Hiyori smiled sweetly. It is not clear at all that the uncle in front of him is his father-killing enemy. I once witnessed the picture of him playing games with his mother. While feeding Hiyori, Wenwell looked at Tianue at the same time. It's been so long, haven't you figured it out yet? Although Tianue, this woman is stunning, but there is no shortage of such women around Will. Stussy, Helen, Guy Lee, and Gion are not inferior to Tianue. The reason why I have so much patience with Tianue. Of course it was because of the opponent's fruit ability. Time fruit. If the ability with such a bug disappears because of Tianyushi's death, it will come out again in the future, and I don't know when it will be. Even if it appeared, it might not be his. Tianue pursed her lips and did not speak. The relationship between the two parties is here, how could she turn a blind eye? But my heart is full of confusion about the future. See what she looks like. Will began to think, should he bring Tianue to meet Stussy? He has no doubts about Stussy's ability in this area. Just look at Helen. While he was pondering, Tianue gritted her teeth, her eyes flashed, and then her expression became firm. She leaned over, with a smile on her pretty face. My lord, I have thought it over clearly, and I will follow you from now on. While talking, he even picked up vegetables and fed them to Will himself. That posture was completely different from usual. As the saying goes, if something goes wrong, there must be a demon. If it was another woman, Will wouldn't doubt it, but it's time for the moon in the sky. If there is no ghost in his heart, Will not believe it even if he is beaten to death. Looking at Tianue-shi's pretty face with a smile, he said softly, have you really thought about it? Advertisement. Tianue gave Will a charming look. Look at what you said, we are already like that, what other options do you have? Will laughed in his heart. Why do you have to show off your acting skills in front of me? Kaido can act more than you. That's right, those who know current affairs are the best. This sentence is also suitable for madam. I hate it. Are you still calling me his wife? Tianue said coquettishly. Because I want to be a South thief. Now that you've figured it out, let's talk about what your fruit abilities do. Take Will's thoughts, but when it comes to the word time, it will never be simple. Mysterious, powerful, and heaven-defying. When it comes to her ability, Tianue looks a little hesitant. Will just watched her silently. My ability allows me, or someone I designate, to travel through time and space. But it is only limited to traveling through the future, not the past. After a while, Will looked at her suspiciously. No more? Tianyu's eyes dodged a little. It's gone. 960. Hey, this B***** ch is dishonest. It seems that I have to work harder. I heard that you traveled to the present 800 years ago. Tell me, what happened 800 years ago? Tianue pursed her lips. 800 years ago, the owner of this sea was a huge kingdom. I don't know what happened afterwards. He didn't bother to continue asking those questions. Holding Tianyu's chin, Madam, let me see how sincere you are. I want to watch you play games. Mom, are you going to play a game with Uncle? Okay, I'll let you see how Mom and Uncle play. I was living in a remote sea area at the time, and I didn't know much about the outside world. What he said meant a lot, because after eating devil fruit, I didn't control my ability well, so I crossed over. Let Hiyori go out first. That's it? Will looked at her strangely. He puts a lot of emphasis on the word sincerity. Will raised his mouth and rubbed Hiyori's little head. His eyes flickered slightly. Her voice was very low, and it was already very embarrassing for her to say such a thing on her own initiative. Tianue Shi's lack of cooperation made Will a little angry. I will believe you are a ghost. Tianue nodded. Well, that's it. Hiyori's big eyes looked at the two of them. Chapter 157 Tianue Shi. My lord, slave, home yourself, move. Tianue felt that her daughter was the debtor and master of her previous life and son. That's why in this life, I will be like this, repeatedly letting myself fall into embarrassing situations and places. Will looked at her with a smile. Are you coming by yourself, or am I? Tianue Shi pulled Jin into the corner of his clothes, bit, clenched his teeth. My lord, Wang, Jia, come by yourself. They've all come this far. Tianue Shi simply went all out, in order to gain Will's trust as soon as possible. Untie and open the seastone collar around the neck. It is also worth sacrificing some. As long as her abilities are not restricted, then she will have a chance to escape this devil's cave with her daughter. We'll put Hiyori on the table. Fingers point to the red lips of the sky and the moon. Then he pointed to his own place. Tianyu's breathing stagnated and his eyes widened suddenly. How can he? Why, don't you want to? Will asks back. Tianue gritted his teeth and said, No, slave, my family is willing. Then she ducked under the table. Hiyori on the table blinked. Curiously watching the behavior of the two. Uncle, what is mom doing? Will picks up a piece of fish. Ah, Hiyori ate the fish. Feel the movement under your body. Shang Rihei chuckled and said, Mom is eating ice cream. Ice cream? Rihei Shaolin was puzzled. Mom ate ice cream? Speaking of which, Wanokuni doesn't seem to have ice cream yet. It seems that I have a long way to go. The grown-up ate ice cream. Children must have it too. After 2 years, Wanokuni will develop. Uncle will take you to eat different ice cream. Okay. Rihei happily clapped his little hands. Porp. At this time, the phone bug in Will's arms rang. The movement under the table stopped. Will looked, and Tianue Shi was also looking up at himself. That look. Seeing Will's heart skip a beat. You're busy with your work, don't worry about me. Tianue had no choice but to continue to work hard. Boss Will. After the phone bug was connected, Jin's voice came from the opposite side. What's up? A Murloc broke into Wanokuni, saying he wanted to see Boss Will. Advertisement, Murloc. Det. Easy, Will whispered to Tianue. What? Jin was a little surprised. Will quickly said, It's okay, continue. Oh, Jin was a little confused. He continued. He said that he is a traveler, likes to venture around, and would like to visit you when he passes through the waters of Wanokuni. Do you want to see him, traveler, adventurer, Murloc? Will thought for a while and asked, What's his name? Fisher Tiger. It's him. Will was surprised. He still knew Fisher Tiger quite well. In the future, he will be captured as a slave, and then escaped after 3 years. Afterwards, he climbed onto the Red Earth continent and mainland with his bare hands, sneaked into the World ZF headquarters and made a big fuss in Mariajoy. Rescued thousands of imprisoned slaves of different races and races. Later, the Sun Pirates were formed. This is a great, big man. Even if his starting point is only to rescue fellow Murlocs. His behavior has brought no small impact to the world. Boss Will, do you know him? Will laughed. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. Recruit and wait for him, bring him to see me tomorrow. Okay, Boss Will. After finishing the call, the corner of Will's mouth curled up. Tiger appeared in Wanokuni. Will he be captured as a slave in the future? Will he climb up the red clay land and land with bare hands and make a big fuss in Mariajoy? He looks under the table. Why did it stop? Tianue felt a little wronged. My mouth is a little sore. Will chuckled and said, Looks like I need to practice more in the future. Pat yourself on the leg. Tianue was silent for a while, but still crawled out from under the table. Under the curious gaze of Hiwa's big eyes, sit down slowly. Hiyori looked at his mother strangely. Mom, are you feeling well? Tianue Shi barely squeezed out a smile. No, Rihei innocently said. Then why does mother have such a strange expression? Just a little stretched. Will scratched Hiyori's little nose. Your mother is full. Just take it easy. Oh. Hiyori nodded her head half understanding. Will said softly, Do I need to do it myself? Tianue pondered for a moment. Advertisement, grown-ups. I'm still a slave, come on your own, early the next morning. When Will walks out of us? I ran into Guillaume, who was about to go out. Will is a little embarrassed. It seems that Guillaume is not his own woman who lives in this backyard. Come to the front hall of the general's mansion. Jin is already waiting here. Along with him, there was a red-skinned Murloc who was more than 5 meters tall. Wearing a turban, with thick curly hair, a wide mouth, and a beard. Very recognizable guy. Boss Will, Jin called softly. Will nodded, then looked at Tiger. Are you Fisher Tiger? Boss Will. Tiger shouted respectfully. Tiger dared not show any disrespect to this young man who was 10 years younger than him. This is the head of the 4 emperors, the man at the top of the new world. His deeds have long been familiar. Every piece is shocking. Do not be nervous. Will smiled gently and said, Sit down, treat it as a visit to a friend's house. Tiger sat down a little flattered. I am also sighing in my heart. The four emperors in front of me are really different. I heard you were keen on travel and adventure? Can you tell me about it? Have you encountered any novelty, strange things and islands? Will chatted with Tiger like a friend. Tiger also slowly let go from his restraint at the beginning. There are also many scruples about speaking. Listen to Tiger's adventures. He solemnly said to Will. Boss Will, in fact, this time I came to Wanokuni, in addition to wanting to see your demeanor. The world of pirates, Li Jiao, is the most magical, except Devil Fruit. It is those magical islands, creatures, secret places and so on. Will is also yearning, after talking for a while. Tiger's originally relaxed demeanor became flattered again. At the end, he sighed, if you have a chance, you must visit the islands that Mr. Tiger mentioned. But their experiences and knowledge are a huge treasure. It is also entrusted by people, don't look at them just adventuring all over the sea. Haha, then it's a deal, because the word sir is not used casually. Will is really happy, and he admires Tiger very much. If Boss Will wants to go, I can be your tour guide. In particular, Will is also the head of the four emperors, so it is an honor to be called by him like this. Same as Nolondo hundreds of years ago, Tiger suddenly looked serious. This is a true adventurer. Chapter 158 Complete Land, Sea and Air Systems. For Tiger's words, Will wasn't surprised at all. No one would be so idle that they would run to the territory of the four emperors and say something to pay their respects. Even Mihawk came here with the determination to die. That's Fisher Tiger, it was an honor to be brought before Will. Others were either killed, became members of the Rock's Pirate, or were thrown into the quarry to dig stones. Tell me, who did you entrust, and what can you do with me? After Tiger took a deep breath, he slowly told the whole story. I came out of the Fishmen Island this time, and I was entrusted by King Neptune of the Fishmen Island. Come to the New World and seek refuge with the four emperors. Will frowned slightly, but he remembered something. After the Age of Great Exploration opened, as larger and larger pirates rushed to the sea, the Fishmen Island suffered more than any other island. Because that is the only way for all pirates to enter the New World. Tiger said solemnly. During this time, the Fishmen Island has encountered multiple robberies and kidnappings. Especially those female mermaids, now they can only hide in Dragon Palace City. The other merlocks and mermaids are also having a hard time. Having said that, he looked at Will expectantly at 473. Boss Will, please protect the Fishmen Island. There was silence in the hall. Will looked at Tiger silently for a while. Why choose me? Tiger first apologized. Don't blame Boss Will. In fact, before coming to Wanokuni, I also went to other four emperors. Having said that, his face became bitter. The Whitebeard Pirates are very busy right now, civil strife continues, and Marine is watching from the sidelines. Whitebeard said that the pirate flag can be lent to the Fishmen Island. But they don't have the extra manpower to send to the Fishmen Island. Tiger has been watching Will's face. Seeing that he was not angry, he continued, I also went to Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin's request is that a certain portion of desserts must be served every month. And, he gritted his teeth, grief and indignation flashed in his eyes. She wants to have a baby with me, puff. Will poured out the tea he just drank. Well, it's Charlotte Linlin, she is indeed the ant in his cognition. It is estimated that Tiger's strength is not bad, and I want a product like this. Advertisement needless to say, Tiger did not agree and left Wongguo. What about the flying pirates? Seeing that Tiger was a little embarrassed, Will dropped the topic. Tiger shook his head. I didn't go to the Golden Lion, I came directly to Wanokuni. Speaking of this, there was some amazement in the eyes looking at Will. After entering Wanokuni, I was amazed by what I saw and heard. I have been to many places before, and I have also seen the situation within the forces of the Bearded Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Compared to your Wanokuni, it's a world of difference. I can feel that the smiles of the Wanokuni people are genuine. When they mention you, they all praise you, respect you. The previous conversation with you, let me feel what respect is. You know, we Murlocs have always been discriminated against, so. Tiger's words of praise followed one after another. Will felt relieved to hear it. Jen on the side is also honored. After all, Will is his boss. Tiger asked again, Boss Will, please protect the Fishmen Island. Will looked at Tiger seriously. Tiger, do you know what it means once you accept my asylum? What do you want? Please tell me. Tiger is not surprised by this. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Even if the Fishmen Island accepted the asylum of the Whitebeard Pirates. Also have to pay a certain amount of protection fees. I protect the Fishmen Island, and I guarantee that there will be at least one cadre stationed on the Fishmen Island unless there is a special period. Keep the Fishmen Island from what it is today. I can even let you Murlocs and Merfolk, DBFB, live in the sun. A look of surprise appeared on Tiger's face, the reason why he didn't accept the asylum of the Whitebeard Pirates. It is because of the current situation of the Fishmen Island. It's not something that can be deterred by a pirate flag. Only by dispatching elites and cadres to garrison can the hidden dangers of the Fishmen Island be resolved. Will's last words shocked him even more. This is the dream of the residents of the Fishmen Island. But he knew that the greater the benefits Will gave, the more they had to pay might not be small. I don't need any protection fees from you, and I don't need any desserts or specialties. Will looked at Tiger with burning eyes. My Rock's Pirate, I still need a Murloc team. Tiger, be my crew, become the captain of my 6th team. Advertisement Tiger was a little confused at this moment. Why did the topic come to me in the blink of an eye? Immediately afterwards, his heart beat faster than expected. Invited by one of the 4 emperors, he still joins as the team leader. It's not an honor for everyone, plus Will's promise just now. Tiger is really impressed. He really has a crush on the Rocks pirate and Will. As he said before, Will really sees himself as an equal. Why, do you have any scruples? Seeing Tiger standing there in a daze, Will asked aloud. No, Tiger came back to his senses and hesitated. Still asked aloud. Boss Will, can you really let the residents of the Fishman Island live under the blue sky? Will chuckled. It's not that difficult. Whitebeard pays thunderous vengeance on anyone who hurts his son. And me, whoever dares to harm my people, I will make him regret coming to this world. Tiger, have faith in your captain. The whole Rocks pirate is your back. Tiger was shocked when he heard it. Is this the Haki of the Dragon Will who defeated the Whitebeard Pirates twice? Tiger stood in front of Will and called out respectfully, Captain. Ha ha. Okay, Tiger, welcome to the Rocks pirate. Will smiled very happily. With the addition of Murlocs, the hidden danger of Rocks pirate has been resolved. After all, as artificial devil fruit is made, there will be more and more capable people in the pirate group. The probability of falling into the sea will increase. Murlocs are the best lifesavers. Moreover, with the addition of Murlocs, Rocks pirate sea, land and air combat is not a problem. Porp. The phone bug rang. After connecting, Stussy's voice came from the opposite side. Will, Marine is on the move. They're going to the Whitebeard Pirates. Will's eyes flashed. Are you about to start? Chapter 159. You move, he moves, and I move too. The G5 branch at the New World entrance, since the Elbaf Giant event ended. Here is the state of preparation. A large warship docked here. Countless supplies are transported here and rationed to these warships. Countless elite soldiers gathered here. Today, Marine Marshal Kong visited the G5 branch in person. While the Marine soldiers below were excited, they were also shocked. Because, those who came with the Marshal were all existences that they could only look up to. Marine hero Garp, Crane Vice Admiral, Akainu, Aokiji, and Jia Yuan are 3 new Marine ministers. Vice Admiral Gumir, Jonathan, Dalmesia. Newly promoted Vice Admiral Enel, Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Daubman, Stallo Berry, Hua Xiaoshan. Below them, there are Rear Admiral, Commodore more than 20 people. There are nearly 100 soldiers and officials below the general level. The entire G5 branch, because of their arrival, the atmosphere has become unprecedentedly oppressive. Everyone dared not take a breath. Kong looked around at the crowd. Board. Following his order, the elite soldiers assembled here, under the command, boarded the battleship in an orderly manner. The oppressive atmosphere turned into chill. They all know who their opponent is this time. That's the Whitebeard Pirates who have crossed the sea for many years. And Whitebeard Edward Newgate, his power is beyond doubt. Even if the opponent has broken his halberd at the Quanlong one after another. It's not something they can underestimate. After an hour, a total of 35 large warships sailed out of the G5 branch mightily. On the command ship in the center of the fleet, almost all the generals gathered in the conference room of this battleship. The leader, Kong, glanced at everyone's faces, sweeping. The expression is extremely serious. Everyone, I don't need to say more, everyone knows how powerful the Whitebeard Pirates are. Our original plan was to coerce the Whitebeard Pirates and force them to hand over Vegapunk. But not long ago, we received information. The Whitebeard Pirates started building an experimental base, intending to create artificial evil fruits. Do you know what that means? Everyone looked dignified. Of course they knew what this meant. The Whitebeard Pirates are already strong enough. Advertisement: if you get man-made devil fruit, it will definitely be even more powerful. And, as long as Vegapunk is still in the opponent's hands. Faux devil fruit is just the beginning. Who knows if the other party will come up with other things later. Kong continued. So, our purpose this time, one is to take back Vegapunk, he must be in our hands. The second is to weaken the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates have a feud with the Rocks Pirate, and now they're at a point of balance. So, without external factors, they will not go to war. As long as we weaken the Whitebeard Pirates and break that balance, that guy, Crazy Dragon, will never let go of this opportunity. When the time comes, let the two of them fight in New World. The third is to use this to increase the deterrence of Marine, and also to shock some desperados. So this time with the Whitebeard Pirates, we must not fail. Start assigning tasks now. Kong looked at Crane Vice Admiral and said, Little Crane, after the battle, Garp and I will hold Whitebeard and Rayleigh in check. You command the fleet to encircle and destroy the Whitebeard Pirates. He looked at Kizaru and Enel again. Kizaru, Enel, your mission is to rescue Vegapunk. We'll get Whitebeard's attention and you'll play by ear. Yes, the two agreed. There was a lot of movement on Marine's side. It is impossible to hide your whereabouts. Shortly after their departure, the Whitebeard Pirates got word. After the Battle of the Morgard Glacier, the Whitebeard Pirates have been recuperating for a while. It also recovered a lot of vitality. After all, now is the beginning of the Age of Great Voyages. There are too many people who want to get the treasure and rush into the sea. After witnessing the cruelty of the New World, these people either died in this sea, or joined the Four Emperors' camp. And the most people choose to join the Whitebeard Pirates. Without him. Because there are people from the original Roger Pirates in the Whitebeard Pirates. It is said that those people have the ring of eternal life in their hands. Most of them are here for this purpose. The civil strife provoked by Helen made the Whitebeard Pirates panic. Now, I got the news that Marine is about to kill. The atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates became weird. Rayleigh, what do you think? Advertisement. This sentence has almost become one of Whitebeard's mantras. Rayleigh's heart is also heavy. From the previous deal between Marine and Mad Dragon, we can see how much Marine and the world attach importance to Vegapunk. Asking for flowers. So, Marine's goal this time must be to take back Vegapunk. The question now is, Vegapunk, what to do with it? Their original purpose was not to let the Mad Dragon get Vegapunk, so they snatched him back. Discovering that Vegapunk is indeed a treasure. The technology of man-made devil fruit alone is enough to greatly increase the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates. And the main reason that prompted them to build an experimental base and manufacture man-made devil fruit. It is because of the experimental base of Punk Hazard in the hands of Kwanlong. From Vegapunk's mouth, they also know that Kwanlong has been planting sad raw materials and is preparing to make artificial devil fruit. When they heard it, was it worth it, if nothing? It won't take long for the Rock's pirates' strength to far surpass them. At that time, it goes without saying what will happen to the Whitebeard Pirates. Since the enemy is fighting, they certainly cannot lag behind. But now Marine, but he didn't intend to give them this chance. Marine Marshal Kong came directly with his troops. This time, it was really hard to get off the tiger. Give Vegapunk back to Marine? Someone suggested. After the Morgard Glacier, at the same time, finally, Whitebeard rose to his feet. Everyone discussed for a long time, but they couldn't come to a result. And, if they pay it back, the Whitebeard Pirates would be the laughing stock of the four emperors. Can Vegapunk pay back? They spent a lot of manpower and material resources during this time, and almost emptied their homes before they could barely get enough building materials. As long as they can fight, all are called up. If you give up now, won't all the previous work be in vain? Certainly not. Call everyone, get ready for war. Even the more than 10,000 mechanical soldiers were foreshadowed. The entire Rock's pirate, whether it is an official crew member or an alternate, reserve. This time, the whole Wanokuni is in full swing, will also started to mobilize. Unless it is returned to Marine in a transaction like Kwanlong. Rayleigh shook his head. The other party dispatched so many troops, and they didn't send anyone to negotiate, which shows that their purpose is not just Vegapunk. Will bared his fangs at the Whitebeard Pirates again. Chapter 160 Sea Battle Monster. As Marine gets closer and closer to the sphere of influence of the Whitebeard Pirates. The eyes of the whole New World are gathered here. If the two sides really fight, perhaps, the pattern of New World is about to change again. Any guy with a little ambition, they all called up the staff at the first time. Among them is the Big Mom Pirates. Charlotte Linlin has been coveting the road sign in Whitebeard's hand and the Ring of Immortality for a long time. Whenever there is a chance, she will jump on it desperately. Just as countless forces are watching from the sidelines. The Marine fleet arrives at the sea area where the Whitebeard Pirates are located. The Whitebeard Pirates, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately issued a warning signal. The two sides faced off hundreds of meters apart at sea. None of them launched an attack in the first place. But the atmosphere on the field has become chilling. Marine here. Kong and the others looked solemnly at the Whitebeard Pirates on the opposite side. Even though their combat power surpassed the 4-2-3 Whitebeard Pirates this time, it was not an easy task to defeat each other. Moreover, this is New World, and there are 3 other 4 emperors watching from the sidelines. No one knows whether the other party will take advantage of their war. Step in. Kong asked Crane Vice Admiral beside him. Have you found out about those 3 guys? Hearing Kong's words, Crane Vice Admiral's brows almost knit together. It's weird, strangeness, Crane Vice Admiral nodded. Based on what I know about Kwanlong, he is definitely a very bold guy who knows how to plan. We are at war with the Whitebeard Pirates. No matter who wins, the Whitebeard Pirates will not be happy. Such an opportunity is in front of us, Kwanlong will definitely not miss it. But the information we got is that the other party has indeed left Wanokuni. Only, Kong frowned. Just what? He didn't come here. Crane Vice Admiral smiled wryly. He's coming this way. However, he only drives his Thunder Dragon with a few little girls, Gion, Guy, and Bullet. It's just like, Kong said in a deep voice, come to watch the battle? Crane Vice Admiral nodded. With the number of people brought by the other party, even if we destroy the Whitebeard Pirates, it is impossible to do anything. But the more this happens, the more disturbed I am. Crane Vice Admiral said very solemnly, Kwanlong is too cunning. He must be planning something. It's a pity that he made Wanokuni like an iron barrel, and our people can't detect the situation inside. Having said that, Crane Vice Admiral is also a little helpless. The pirates I dealt with before were all reckless people. Even if they had a bit of brains, they couldn't beat them. Unexpectedly, a different kind named will appeared. This conspiracy is one said after another. Advertisement. Marine can play better than them. Kong thought for a while, strictly monitor his movements, and respond immediately if there is an abnormality. What about the Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin? The Big Mom Pirates have assembled. It may be affected by the Mad Dragon, and there is no further action yet. As for Golden Lion, according to the information sent back by the people lurking in the Flying Pirates, the other party took some cadres and disappeared. Of the 3-4 emperors, 2 of them are unclear about their movements. Kong's brows were almost furrowed. After thinking hard for a while, he finally sighed softly. Be careful. And the Whitebeard Pirates sighed. Whitebeard also has information about Will's movements. He can care less about Charlotte Linlin and Golden Lion. But he needs to know every move of Will at any time. Especially at this crucial moment. In case of being slapped by the opponent again, Whitebeard can't imagine the consequences. The Mad Dragon only brought a few people? Didn't they bring Kaido? No. Rayleigh shook his head, his face full of doubts. Very strange, Newgate, with his character, it is impossible to let go of this great opportunity. It's just that no matter how hard they rack their brains, they can't guess what Will's plan is. Dad, someone from the Marine side came out. Marco reminded Whitebeard and Rayleigh, who were almost stunned. Looking at each other, they couldn't help but smile wryly. They are really too afraid of that guy Kwanlong. Maybe they really came out to get some fresh air, and watch them fight Marine by the way. It's Kong and them. Whitebeard restrained his emotions, looked at Marine, and the leading battleship drove forward for 100 meters. Lean over. Moby D*K also moved forward. The two ships stopped at a distance of about 200 meters. Kong looked at the tall figure opposite, snapped, Whitebeard, hand over the Vegapunk. At the same time, he raised his big hand. Following his movements, the main 15 battleships behind him moved. All the muzzles were turned around. Otherwise, you Whitebeard pirates are doomed today. On the Moby D*K, Whitebeard and others felt heavy. Marine's combat power this time is too strong. If possible, he doesn't want to start a war with Marine. After all, they, the Whitebeard pirates, have an enemy that is even harder to deal with than Marine. Boom. Kong Yunki was slammed on the deck by him. Kong, I haven't seen you for so many years, you are getting old, and your tone is getting louder. This is not the first time the two have met, especially when Kong was admiral. They fought a lot. What Vegapunk? Ken, advertisement? Whitebeard said coldly, take something in exchange. This is a test, to test Marine's attitude. If Marine agrees to this condition, it means that it is not yet necessary to go to war. They, the Whitebeard pirates, had a choice, otherwise, there is only war. Kong sneered, swap? What do you want, 10 billion Baileys? Or Logia devil fruit? It can be seen that Kong was stimulated by the deal with Will. Lost 10 billion Baileys in vain, and there are still 9 devil fruits. These things, to the ZF of the world, are nothing more than trifles. But yes, if it is for Marine's own use, it can increase the strength of Marine. Whitebeard caught the sarcasm in Kong's voice. My heart sank. What do you want? Kong looked stern. I said, hand over the Vegapunk. A cold light flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. Is the other party really disregarding himself and the Whitebeard pirates? Rayleigh held down Whitebeard, who was about to rage. Asked Kong. If we hand over Vegapunk, will you Marines retreat? Rayleigh's words made the Whitebeard pirates frown. This is a little different from what I said before. The same goes for Kong. The choice of the Whitebeard pirates was a bit beyond their expectations. After all, everyone knows that Whitebeard is not one to compromise easily. The more you bully him, he will only strike back with a thunderbolt. Now Marine is considered to be riding a face. How could Whitebeard hold back? Kong may not have imagined that if it was Whitebeard before, it would indeed be like this. 1.7 but Will exists. Let Whitebeard and they learn to compromise, of course, to a certain extent. Kong's next sentence dispelled the last fluke of the Whitebeard pirates. Hand over Vegapunk, and Rogers. Boom. Follow Kong's words. A powerful aura erupted from the Moby D*K. Then you Marines will be buried in this sea. Whitebeard was furious, staring coldly at Kong and the others, as well as the Marine fleet behind them. The shock fruit ability activates. A gleam of light shrouded both fists. Boom. Crack. A shockwave spread out, that is. Many people on Kong's side changed their faces. They are too familiar with this action. Seaquake. They didn't expect that Whitebeard made a sudden move, leaving them completely unprepared. Boom boom boom. Chapter 161. Battle with the Little Prince at Sea. Everybody knows. How powerful is Whitebeard's shock fruit? Can cause airquakes, seaquakes, and earthquakes. Each one is comparable to a natural disaster, especially when at sea, for no one wants to face Whitebeard. A continuous roar came. Everyone present felt the shock coming from under their feet. When they looked into the distance, their souls suddenly froze. On the sea in the distance, a monstrous wave rolled in. As the distance gets closer, the height and volume of the tsunami get bigger and bigger. In the end, it was like covering the sky. If this hundreds of meters high tsunami is photographed, they will definitely be cold. T.O.B. Kong said coldly, Whitebeard, are you going to bury yourself here too? The scope of this tsunami is too large. The Marine can't escape, and the Whitebeard pirates will never have it easy. HMPH, Whitebeard looked indifferent. Of course he knew the consequences of doing so. But in the face of the current situation, fighting with Marine normally, the Whitebeard pirates will not have a good time. It's better to break and stand. Let's talk about destroying the Marine fleet. Let's see who can have the last laugh in this tsunami. In this 31 moments, whether it is a Marine soldier or a member of the Whitebeard pirates. They all looked in horror at the tsunami that would overturn in the next moment. We'll die. Really die. Oh, it's really scary. Kizaru, who had been lying in a hospital bed for half a month, looked at the terrifying tsunami without any panic on his face. Looking at Aokiji next to him, aren't you going to make a move? Among the people present, no one could cope with a tsunami of this magnitude. Even Kizaru has to back off, only Aokiji's frozen fruit. It is the best choice to restrain the tsunami caused by Whitebeard. Akainu looked indifferent and didn't mean to speak. Ha! Aokiji let out a breath of air and took 2 steps forward. The chicken, dog and monkey are getting more and more like Admiral. Call out. His figure disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already in the air at a height of 100 meters. 2 icicles spread out from his hands, quickly extending towards the tsunami. Ice Age, R. Under everyone's gaze, the part of the tsunami touched by the water column began to freeze. Ice cubes formed, then spread rapidly. It's just a dozen or so breaths. The tsunami that covered the sky had already been frozen into a huge iceberg. Looking at the huge iceberg that seemed to be crushed. Oh. Advertisement, countless people's throats rolled and moved. If it falls, the end will not be better than the tsunami just now, right? But somehow he survived. Kuzan Admiral. They looked at the figure in the sky in surprise. My heart is full of security, sure enough, as long as Aokiji Admiral is around. Naval battles are nothing. You get frozen as many times as there are tsunamis in Whitebeard. It's that frozen kid. Whitebeard squinted at Aokiji above. Of course, he is no stranger to this guy who ruined his plan. 2 thorny spears. Aokiji in the air didn't stop, and condensed 3 ice spears in front of him, shooting at Whitebeard below. What an arrogant brat. Disdain flashed in Whitebeard's eyes for Aokiji's actions. Is there no one in Marine? While speaking, his right fist exuded fluorescence, raised his right fist, and blasted in the direction of Aokiji. Let a brat like you be Admiral, crack. 3 ice spears shattered. Aokiji, who was in the air, instantly turned into ice cubes and fell towards the sea below. Boom! As soon as Aokiji touched the surface of the sea, the surrounding seawater instantly condensed into ice, spreading towards the direction of the Whitebeard Pirates. After a while, the sea surface with a radius of several kilometers melted into a thick layer of ice. The Whitebeard Pirates' fleet is trapped in the ice. If we'll seize this, I can't help but sigh. How similar is this opening to the future Summit War? However, the offensive and defensive positions of the 2 sides have changed. Troublesome guy. Whitebeard frowned as this happened. Fire, attack the Whitebeard Pirates, across the way, Kong ordered. Boom boom boom. 35 battleships fired in unison, and shells flew towards the Whitebeard Pirates. Fight back. The Whitebeard Pirates were not to be outdone. Boom boom boom. Both sides began shelling. For a time, bullets flew all over the sky, either collide in the air, explode, or be intercepted. Most of the shells of the Whitebeard Pirates landed on the sea, causing waves of spray. And Marine's shells hit the ice. Between the 2 sides, only a few shells can hit each other's ships. Push the shells up. During the tense situation, Garp raised the cloak behind him on a dog-headed warship. Wearing a capable black suit, he stood at the bow of the ship. Vice Admiral Garp is on the move. The soldiers suddenly showed excitement. Think of the hockey-like doll podium that Garp throws cannonballs. Soon hundreds of shells were pushed up. Advertisement. Garp picked up one and looked at the Whitebeard Pirates on the opposite side. The corner of his mouth grinned. Bonefist meteorite. Call out. The cannonball in his hand was thrown out, and its speed was actually faster than the cannonball. Shish. Garp's arms were almost reduced to afterimages. Cannonballs flew towards the Whitebeard Pirates with a whistling sound. HMPH, that mad dog. The corners of Whitebeard's lips twitched at Garp's move. Don't let that mad dog go too far. I'm coming. Beasta took 2 steps forward and jumped up. The 2 knives at his waist were unsheathed instantly. Swipe down quickly at the incoming shells. Swish, swish, swish. A series of slashes flew out, splitting the cannonball in 2. However, the next moment, more and denser shells flew over. There was no sign of stopping at all, hearing the wild laughter from the dog-headed warship opposite. The corner of Vista's mouth twitched. What a mad dog. Kong stared at the battlefield 693, although the Whitebeard Pirates were trapped, but these artillery fires did not pose a threat to those strong. Crane Vice Admiral reminded. Marshal, late will change, we must defeat the Whitebeard Pirates as soon as possible. She wasn't a little disturbed by Will's abnormality. Her intuition told her that this war would not end so easily. Kong took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. Kong took 2 steps forward, and lifted the marshal's cloak off his shoulders. All the generals obey the order and rush to kill with me. Saying that, the whole person jumped up and rushed to the minister in midair. Looking down at Whitebeard on the Moby DK opposite, he fell towards it. Pedal. The foot hits the air, and the speed increases suddenly. Like a humanoid cannonball, arm muscles nodded. Boom. With a low snort, Kong Yun cut through the air with a buzzing sound. Several figures appeared. The shock fruit ability activates. The momentum on his body soared, and his breath became violent. On top of a frozen tsunami. Boom. Drink. Kong's aura skyrocketed. A pair of thick, strong arms instantly became pitch black. Steel fist meteor. For this former enemy, he is very clear how terrifying the other party is. The right fist, which was accumulating strength, landed heavily on Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked extremely serious. Holding the handle of Kong Yunqi's knife with both hands, he raised it backwards. The moment the two were about to collide, face the menacing Kong. Chapter 162, The Praying Mantis Catching the Cicada and the Oriole Behind. Boom. The two violent forces collided instantly. The huge shock wave generated raged in all directions. The violent turbulence rolled up the surrounding objects and flew into the distance. Many members of the Whitebeard Pirates couldn't resist, and were blown out and hit the ice. Crack. Cracks appear in the hull of the Moby DK. The surrounding ice was cracking, and the ship sank suddenly. Boom. There was a bang. Kong's figure flew back into the air. And Whitebeard left two deep marks on the deck of the Moby DK. This time they fight, the two are evenly matched. Call. Kong Yunchi spun in Whitebeard's hands, making the whistling sound of the wind. The next moment, he took a few steps forward. Afterwards, he leapt high and landed on top of Kong. Looking at Kong below, Whitebeard's eyes were cold. The aura on his body was a little thicker, and he exuded a murderous intent. He understands. Only by defeating Kong can the current crisis of the Whitebeard Pirates be resolved. And, it has to be fast. 1 minute later, the casualties of the Whitebeard Pirates will be greater. Otherwise, even if they beat Marine back in the end, it will also hurt your spirits. When the time comes, that guy Kwang Long will never let go of this opportunity. Thinking of this, Whitebeard took a deep breath. Null. With a loud shout, Kong Yunchi instantly became pitch black. Crackling. Black and red lightning flashed around. The originally violent breath became even more violent. A red light appeared in his eyes, and he stared at Kong firmly. Feel the strong killing intent of Whitebeard. Kong was shocked. This guy Whitebeard, has he reached this level? Dare not have the slightest carelessness. Whitebeard like this is too dangerous. I can't hold back. Whitebeard knew Kong was the key to the battle. Of course he understood it himself. As long as Whitebeard is held down, others can break through the Whitebeard Pirates' defenses. Boom. Thinking of this, his momentum soared. His body shape is also changing. The originally tall figure became taller again. There are thick and dense hairs on the body surface, and the hair grows rapidly. Advertisement. A tail grows from behind. There are sharp fangs protruding from the mouth. After he completed his transformation, he finally presented it. It was actually a half-human figure, resembling an ape. This is the fruit ability of Marine Admiral Kong. Above the iceberg, we'll look down at the battlefield below. Beside him, are Gion, Guy Li, Bullet, Hina, Oro Ka. Is that Marine Admiral Kong? Gion nodded. Yeah. Tisk. Will smacked his lips, eyes full of wonder. When talking with the other party before, you can feel the richness in the other party's voice. Seeing it with my own eyes, it is really strong. You know, Kong at this time is nearly 70. On the other side, you can't feel the breath of aging at all. And, Will looked at Kong with burning eyes. The ability of the other party, after coming to this world, is no secret to him. Many people in the sea know it. Marine Marshal Kong. Its zone phantom beast species monkey fruit King Kong form. Although there is no special ability. But it's powerful, and it's fast and explosive. For a strong physique like Kong, that is 1 + 1 is greater than 2. As expected of someone who can fight Redfield for 10 days and 10 nights. Is this the battlefield? Orojaw looked down excitedly with a small face. Since the last time a shot was fired at the Morgard Glacier, she never came out. She looked up at Will, expectant eyes. Boss Will, when shall we kill? Boom. Will raised his hand and gave her a blowout. Ouch. Why are you hitting me on the head again? Will glared at her. Watch carefully. I'm letting you watch and adapt to the atmosphere of the battlefield. I didn't expect you to kill the enemy. Since Orochiya ate the artificial devil fruit, Will's expectations for Orochiya have changed. Look at how they fight. After a word of advice, Will took out his phone bug and dialed a number. How are you doing over there? The phone was connected, and Uncle Will asked. There are still 2 hours to arrive. The voice of Golden Lion came from over there. What's going on with Marine and the Whitebeard Pirates? Will looked down, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. It's on fire, it's hot. Gee ha ha ha, Kong and Newgate, those two idiots, dog eat dog. Advertisement. I'm looking forward to them seeing me coming in. Hope it doesn't scare them silly. Golden Lion is full of anticipation for the upcoming scene. Will laughs. They'll be scared to death. But. His pondering made the Golden Lion over there stop smiling. Will's tone was flat. Shiki, our goal is to defeat the Whitebeard Pirates. At least clean them out of New World. Don't make what accident for me when the time comes. If it's a small loss, I will consider whether to change an ally. There was a moment of silence over there. Only then came the low laughter of Golden Lion. How could it be? We are doing big things, and I still know the scale. Will rolled his eyes. For Golden Lion's guarantee, it was not at all true. He was afraid that during the battle with the Whitebeard Pirates, Golden Lion would run to catch some Vegapunk, or steal the road sign from Whitebeard. This guy, sometimes that's really unreliable. Especially when there are benefits in front of him. Hope so. After arriving at the designated location, wait for my notification. After hanging up the phone, Will looked at the battlefield below. The fight between Kong and Whitebeard is wild and brutal. Center on 2 people. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, no one dared to approach. The aftermath of the battle between the two never stopped. However, as far as the current situation is concerned, Whitebeard has the upper hand. Whitebeard at his peak and peak period really gave people a feeling that no one can beat him. Even Will, who has already set one foot on top of the great swordsman. It can only barely compete with it. If they fought desperately and fell first, it would most likely be Will. Good Zhao and the other side. Garp and Rayleigh fought together. If only Marine were a little more powerful. So Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji didn't intend to keep their hands. If there are no accidents, accidents will happen. If they were to fight like Whitebeard and Kong, it would be Rayleigh who lost. Now, because the three are considered strong, the line is promoted to Admiral. But sometimes, with a bunch of Vice Admiral Rear Admiral rushed into the Whitebeard Pirates and killed them bloody. At that time, the whole audience played Akainu. It is not impossible to keep the Whitebeard Pirates here. Looking at the fighting posture of the two, it is said that Garp did not release the water. Therefore, credit and performance are needed to stabilize Admiral's position. Unlike some at war, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates was struggling to resist the machine. If nothing else, the defeat of the Whitebeard Pirates is a foregone conclusion. There is still a gap in strength between the two. Follow this rhythm. But well, even if you kill Will, you won't believe it. Chapter 163. Let's make this event more lively. Mommy mommy. A wanton laughter spread throughout the battlefield. The whole battlefield stopped strangely. The expressions of the people in Marine changed. This laugh is so unique. In their memory, there is only one person like this all day long. They looked in the direction of the voice in horror. Charlotte Linlin. Behind her are members of the Big Mom Pirates. All elite cadres. Will, who saw this scene, withdrew from watching the show. The smile on his face disappeared. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Linlin, aren't you in your kingdom? Why are you here? The nearest Garp has a serious face, and the appearance of the opponent will definitely bring variables to this war. Mommy mommy. Charlotte Linlin licked her lips and looked at Garp with a smile. Why am I here? I have to thank Will, it is he who reminded me that Devil Fruit's ability can be used in a variety of ways. Another Mad Dragon. Many people have such thoughts. Garp also frowned. You teamed up with the Mad Dragon. On the iceberg, Will had a strange expression on his face. Guion and the others beside him also looked at him with strange expressions. Charlotte Linlin is also your ally. If that's the case, shouldn't you be on stage now? The guys from their Rocks Pirate haven't arrived yet. Charlotte Linlin can't be so brave, let's help them take the lead with 730, right? Will shook his head lightly, looking down at Charlotte Linlin's inexplicable expression. It's really interesting. It seems that in this big show, some people are not willing to just be a spectator. I want to perform on stage. Down below, hearing Garp's words, Charlotte Linlin smiled and looked towards Whitebeard. Garp, you're going to ask Newgate about that. Everyone looked at Whitebeard in unison. Could it be that Charlotte Linlin was not found by the Mad Dragon? But Whitebeard, not to mention that Marine is a little confused, even many members of the Whitebeard Pirates are also very confused. They didn't know that their father had such an arrangement. After all, the Big Mom Pirates have a grudge against them. Charlotte Linlin asked with a half smile. Newgate, you won't break your promise, will you? Look at Charlotte Linlin's smile. Whitebeard's complexion wasn't much better than Marine's. I'll give you something. I won't pursue what happened before. The premise is that you can help me repel Marine. Mommy mommy. After getting a satisfactory answer, Charlotte Linlin laughed happily. Advertisement. That's good. She looked towards Marine with a playful smile on her face. Garp, are you still, DBFG, fighting again? Her malicious gaze swept over the Marine soldier. Let those Marine soldiers feel a chill. It's all delicious soul. Linlin. A powerful aura erupted from Garp. Glaring at Charlotte Linlin with an angry face. Do you want to die? Charlotte Linlin restrained her smile. Looking apprehensively at Garp. On the command ship, Crane Vice Admiral frowned deeply. The appearance of the Big Mom Pirates really exceeded her expectations. In her vision, the first to appear should be the Mad Dragon. No matter how bad it is, it's that Golden Lion guy. Unfortunately, it's Charlotte Linlin. What was the deal with Whitebeard? The first accident of this war was beyond expectations. It is quite difficult for them Marine to fight against the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates at the same time. But it's not without strength. Thinking of the Mad Dragon that hasn't appeared yet. Crane Vice Admiral can't predict the impact that the other party may have on this war. Because she couldn't understand the other party's thinking. I can't even guess what the other party will do. Although the Mad Dragon and the Whitebeard Pirates have enmity, they are afraid of everything. In case the opponent also attacks Marine, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When I opened my eyes again, there was only indifference in the eyes. With the light of wisdom, he said to the messengers around him, Command. All personnel press down. Follow orders. Let Garp and the others attack with all their strength, and attack the Whitebeard Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. Lines. Also get Kizaru Admiral and Enel Vice Admiral to act now. Get Vegapunk out ASAP. Tell those generals, I want them to stop those people within an hour, even if they die. Yes. The orderly was taken aback by Crane Vice Admiral's order. Is this going to kill you? Although shocked in his heart, he still quickly conveyed the order. When Garp and other generals received the order from he Vice Admiral, their faces changed. Especially people like Garp and Kong who are most familiar with Crane Vice Admiral. They still remember that the last time Vice Admiral issued the same order was more than 10 years ago. That time, Marine won. But at the same time, countless marine generals died in battle. Advertisement. Xiaohei. Garp looked back at the command ship. It's as if I saw the heroic, decisive and ruthless female general back then. Boom. Powerful power erupted from Garp. The whole person is like a raging beast. There were no other colors in his eyes. Yes, just indifference. He looked at Charlotte Linlin and the Big Mom Pirates. Linlin, if I accidentally beat you to death, don't blame me. Charlotte Linlin and the Big Mom Pirates were terrified by Garp's eyes. His words made their hearts jump even more. Boom. Garp's figure instantly disappeared in place. The moment he disappeared, where he was originally standing, the ice collapsed without warning. Charlotte Linlin, the leader, suddenly felt chills, and a terrifying crisis enveloped her. Shua. Garp appeared in front of her as if out of nowhere. A fist as black as ink came into her eyes. Charlotte Linlin's pupils narrowed slightly, and then a terrified expression emerged. Before she had time to respond. Boom. Garp's iron fist hit Charlotte Linlin hard. Hit her plump body deeply, sunk, go. In the next moment, Charlotte Linlin's huge body was blown away. Boom. She smashed through a pirate ship and smashed it heavily on the ice in the distance. Gulu. This scene shocked many people. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates looked at him with horror. So crazy. Is this the marine hero Garp the Fist? Kong, who was confronting Whitebeard, looked away. At the end of the day, I still have to risk my life, Xiaohei. There was some helplessness in his tone. When he looked at Whitebeard again, there was an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. Come on, let's see which of us can't hold on first. Boom. Kong charged Whitebeard with fury and power. Moment. The battlefield that had been stagnant began to function again. Will on the iceberg looked at all this indifferently. I don't know what to think of. The corner of the mouth curled up. Smiling to Bullet beside him. Bullet, get ready. Let's make this grand event a little more lively. Chapter 164 Warriors, Children, Pregnant Women. Marine Command Ship. Crane Vice Admiral's indifferent gaze scanned the battlefield back and forth. With Marine's desperate attack, many members of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates were scared out of their wits. For a while, it was Marine who had the upper hand. The people of the two pirate groups were defeated steadily. Garp pushed Charlotte Linlin into a desperate attack. Beat her a little suspicious of life. If it weren't for her strong physique, her strength would not be weak. It is estimated that he was beaten to the ground long ago. But at this time, he looked embarrassed. There is no arrogance at all when he debuted. Also lost the style of four emperors. Katakuri and others had to step forward to help and share the pressure for Charlotte Linlin. And the other side, Kong forgoes defense entirely, relying on a strong body to head with Whitebeard. At this time, there were many knife wounds and bruises on his body. Either he was cut by Kong Yunchi, or he was hit by Whitebeard's fist containing the power of shock fruit. There is already a lot of bloodline oozing out from the corner of the mouth. And Whitebeard wasn't much better off, facing Kong's desperate play. Even if he hits Kong, he will be attacked violently in return. One part of his sternum has collapsed, and there are many scars on other parts. The power contained in each punch of Kong is extremely violent. The other side, with Charlotte Linlin pinning Garp. Rayleigh was finally able to free up his hands to deal with other people, relieving a lot of pressure on the Whitebeard Pirates. What he is facing now is Admiral Akainu. With his current strength, it is not difficult to fight against Akainu in this period. It can even suppress the opponent. After all, the current Akainu is only about 3,000 years old. In a period of explosive strength, there is still a gap between Rayleigh and a strong player like Rayleigh who is at his peak. As Whitebeard said, 3 people are Admiral, it's still too tender. If only a few years later it would be almost the same. Marco pins down Aokiji. For the rest of Vice Admiral, there are naturally other team captains and people from the Big Mom Pirates to deal with. Generally speaking, in the confrontation of advanced combat power, Marine is slightly inferior. But war is not just about the confrontation of high-level combat power. Marine has a total of 35 warships and more than 30,000 elite soldiers. Following the command of Crane Vice Admiral, all rushed to the ice. Crowds of people flocked to the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Gunshots and artillery fire intertwined and intertwined. Advertisement. The sound of shouting and killing can be heard endlessly. Facing Marine's crazy attack, the two pirate groups struggled to resist. Especially the Whitebeard Pirates, under this tremendous pressure. All the hands had to be dispatched. Just such a situation. 2 light groups, 1 yellow and 1 white, soared into the sky. It shot towards the rear of the Whitebeard Pirates, and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Kizaru, and the Thunder Fruit user. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard's expression changed drastically. At such a time, the other party dared to steal the house. Rayleigh. Hearing Whitebeard shout, Rayleigh understood. But it is not easy to get rid of Akainu's entanglement. Not far away, Perospero of the Big Mom Pirates is paddling. Suddenly his face darkened. Sure enough, foreign aid is foreign aid. If you are not your own person, you are reluctant to work hard. Buzz. The blade groaned softly, and swept out at Akainu. Clang. Akainu blocked with a punch, although he was at a disadvantage. But he still couldn't help but mocked. The famous Pluten Rayleigh, isn't that great? The corner of Rayleigh's mouth curled up. Really? Akainu's heart tightened. The next moment, a foot swept across his body. Boom. Akainu was swept away with a kick. It hit Perospero straight. Perospero, who had been paying attention to the movement here, changed his face instantly. Rayleigh laughed and said, "Do me a favor and hold him back, I have something to do." After speaking, he did not wait for Perospero to reply. The figure flickered, and rushed towards the rear of the Whitebeard pirate group. There are Vegapunk, Momonosuke, and Luku, who is about to enter the production period. I hope Kinemon and the others can stop the enemy. Praying in my heart, Fuli's speed was a little faster again. On the ice ahead, there are several ships stuck there, and Vegapunk and they are on it. When they were about to approach, there was the sound of fierce fighting in front. It should be Kinemon and the others fighting the enemy. This, in turn, relieved Rayleigh. It's not too late for me. Just when a happy look appeared on his face, a tall and wild figure descended from the sky. The whistling sound forced Rayleigh below to stop and look up. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. When seeing the identity of that figure, can't help face drastic change. Boom. That figure hit the ice heavily. Immediately, the ice layer collapsed and a large pit was formed, and ice cubes splashed everywhere. The man stood up slowly, looked at Rayleigh opposite, and grinned. "Pluten Rayleigh, we meet again." Rayleigh's face was extremely solemn. "Douglas Bullet." His heart sank to the bottom. Because Bullet appears here, it means that the Mad Dragon has also arrived. The dragon, Will, is the last person Rayleigh wants to face right now. None of them. Are you looking for Will? Bullet twisted his neck, squeezed his finger bones and walked out of the big hole. Rayleigh frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Where is he?" Bullet grinned. "It seems that you are all afraid of Will." Rayleigh fell silent. "Then why are you not afraid of me?" Boom. The aura on Bullet's body instantly became violent, and a blue arrogance enveloped the surface of his body. Then shrinked quickly, merged with his armament Haki. Devil's descendants Bullet. Bullet looked at Rayleigh and smiled coldly. "You should be afraid of me too." As his words fell, people rushed towards Rayleigh in an instant. Boom. The ice beneath his feet exploded. The corners of the mouth were slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. He looked at several figures that were approaching several hundred meters away. The fist collided with the long knife, and the explosion sounded. The ice under their feet cracked instantly. Bullet was unafraid of the knife with its violent force. As those people approached, their appearances were also clearly seen. When they were fighting, he also became fierce, and the long knife wrapped in armed color and Conqueror's power slashed at the Bullet Wolf. "Hey, if you can do it, try it." Boom. Rayleigh was utterly annoyed by Bullet's stumbling block. Will on the iceberg turned around slowly. Crackling. Damn B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Get out of here. A punch that had accumulated strength suddenly blasted out. Black and red lightning enveloped him. Chapter 165 Momosuke, someone wants me to arrange for you. Denjiro, are we going in the wrong direction? Lu Ju looked puzzled. We seem to be getting closer to the battlefield. Yeah, Denjiro, I can hear the sound of fighting in the distance. A look of horror appeared on Momonosuke's face. If he really got close to the battlefield, what would he do if he was killed? Denjiro raised his eyes to look forward, and saw those familiar figures on the iceberg in the distance. Especially the one at the head. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Correct, haven't heard of it. The most dangerous place. What? Luju and Momonosuke were a little puzzled. Then I also saw the few people in front of me, and the other party was also walking towards me. There were men, women, and children. On the edge of the battlefield, this combination seems very strange. Who are they? Why are they here? Denjiro showed a 563 weird smile at the two of them, and continued what he had just said. It's really dangerous. Roku and Momonosuke were stunned. Why is Denjiro's reaction so strange? However, when the two saw the faces of the few people who were approaching clearly, the body trembled. There was a look of horror on his face. Dragon rocks D-Will. For Will, Roku and Momonosuke are certainly no strangers. In recent months, many news headlines have been taken up by him. They've been keeping an eye on Will's news. Of course, the main reason is still. Will is Momonosuke's father killing enemy and Roku's husband killing enemy. Dengadang. The two entangled and retreated again and again. Momonosuke's legs went limp and he fell on the ice. Luku was not much better. If Denjiro hadn't helped her up, the pregnant woman would have fallen too. Why did he appear here? At this time Will brought Gion and the others approached. Stop at a distance of 10 steps. He first glanced at Momonosuke who was trembling with fright, showing disdain. As the saying goes, the dragon begets the dragon, and the phoenix begets the phoenix. It is unfortunate that a character like Kazuki Oden gave birth to a son like Momonosuke. Moreover, he has been on the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates for so long. I have seen so many influential figures and so many powerful people. Still so timid. Kazuki Oden should have shot him over the wall. Advertisement. He moved his eyes away from Momonosuke, looked at Luju, and looked her up and down. With a slight smile. It's the first time we meet, Luju. At this time, Luju's stomach was already very big. Calculated according to the original time. She was pregnant with Ace for 20 months, and gave birth to Ace 1 year and 3 months after Roger's death. Roger has been dead for almost 5 months now. It was almost time for Ace to be born. At this time Luju has calmed down from the panic when he first met Will. I glanced left and right. No one else was found. A look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Looking deeply at Will in front of him. Mad Dragon, why are you here? Of course it's because of me. Denjiro spoke from the side. His words made Luju and Momonosuke's pupils shrink slightly, and their expressions suddenly changed drastically. Because Denjiro was walking towards Will slowly. Body shape is also changing. When the other party stood next to Will, it was displayed in front of them. She is a woman who has become the ultimate charmer. Woman. The eyes of the two were wide open, with disbelief on their faces. Master, the gift from others is not bad, right? Helen wraps her arms around Will. A gesture of asking for credit. Will pinches her somewhere. Okay, when this matter is over, I will reward you well. He raised his tone on the word, reward. Gion on the side couldn't help curling his lips when he heard the words. He cursed secretly in his heart. Lu Ju recovered from the shock. Looking at Will and Helen in horror. Aren't you Denjiro? Where is Denjiro now? Helen laughed and said, of course I'm not Denjiro. The Denjiro you are looking for. Helen's smile was very playful. Maybe the end is not very good now. Will was curious too. What did you do to him? Helen smiled and said, my ability has improved, and I can temporarily change the appearance of others. That Denjiro, I turned him into a Vegapunk. And, Master. Helen's face lit up. The ability of others is not simple. Originally, I could only simulate and transform into someone else's appearance, but now, I can change other people's appearance for a short time. But with the further development of the ability, I found that the real ability of the Nine-Tails Fox fruit is not to imitate others. Advertisement. Speaking of this, Helen was already very excited. It's about simulating other people's abilities. Will was taken aback. So powerful. Then you can emulate the shock fruit ability. Isn't imitating someone else's ability copying? Helen was a little embarrassed and said, no. People can only simulate zone fruit ability now. As for Paramesha and Logia, no. Her little face was a little sad. I don't know why, every time I want to simulate, I always fail for no reason. And, I can simulate up to 9 zone abilities, once I want to simulate a new one, I have to give up one of the previous ones. Will sighed a little. This is also very powerful. Are there any restrictions? Helen's complexion became even more bitter, and she said dejectedly, the ability to simulate cannot be developed independently, what kind of power you can display when simulating is what it is. Besides, if my physical strength can't keep up with the consumption, if I use it forcefully, it will squeeze me dry. Will nodded, this is the ability that Zone, Phantom Beast, Dog Fruit, Nine-Tails Fox form should have. Before, Helen could only transform into someone else. This is not worthy of the ability of this level of Phantom Beasts, and it is still in the form of a Nine-Tails Fox. Now it has met expectations. Or rather, a little over the top. The Nine-Tails Fox fruit already belongs to the top Phantom Beast species. I saw Will and Helen chatting as if no one else was there. Gion coughed lightly, indicating that there was someone else in front of him. Will just stopped. Looking at Lu Ju, he smiled apologetically, I'm sorry. Although Will said this, the sensitive and sensitive Lu Ju didn't feel the slightest apology from his tone. He ordered Helen. You and Hina, Oroja, bring her back to the Thunder Dragon. Be good. Will rubbed her little head. She still wants to see the upcoming battle. Will looked at Momonosuke on the ground. Lujo's expression changed. Momonosuke is still a child. Luju found that Will had no intention of letting Momonosuke go with them. There is no way, I am such a helpful person, I can only fulfill their wishes. Yes, Master, Helen responded. Will is 2.1 old, I don't want to go back. Orochia protested. Mad Dragon, where is Momonosuke? What do you want to do with him? Oh, he looked at Will in horror, not knowing how the other party would deal with him. Momonosuke was left trembling on the ice. There are quite a few guys who have a lot of resentment towards him, and hope I can arrange him. You cannot do that. Will's eyes became strange. Is he still a child? Lu Ju was still taken away. Oro Joshua pursed her mouth, a little unhappy, but she was very sensible and didn't make trouble anymore. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 166 Momonosuke. It's just an inch or two, not worth mentioning. Momonosuke felt Will's full of evil intentions. It feels like the soul is about to emerge from the body. The killer in front of me is my father's enemy. Definitely won't make yourself feel better. You want to do, what? His teeth chattered, startled and cautious. Do what? Will looked at him with a smile. Of course it's something interesting to do. Originally, many people wanted you to die. Hearing this sentence again, Momonosuke shuddered all over. 1. Tandon and Huang spread from under him. Seeing this, Will gave him a disgusted look. However, who made your mother already my woman? Killing you like this seems a bit unreasonable. What? Hearing Will's words, the fear on Momonosuke's face disappeared instantly. All turned into shock. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Will chuckled, what's impossible? She is the master, she is very active. Momonosuke, do you know what I'm talking about? Will stared at his face curiously. Tisk tisk, it's really strange, you're just a brat, but you already know how to be a woman at 31. Couldn't you be the reincarnation of an evil ghost in selves? Or, is there an adult soul in your body? Momonosuke's expression changed again. Seen through his heart, heart, and nature, he only feels that Will is like a devil. Your own secret is in front of the other party, without reservation. Gion and Guy on the side looked at Momonosuke strangely. As this kid really like what you said? Will laughed and said, otherwise, why would so many people want him to die? Gion was full of doubts. Who wants him to die? Big dude. Will raised his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Despair. In Momonosuke's panic, his figure was uncontrollable and he floated up violently. He raised his eyebrows at Gion and Guile and said, you guys better not look at it from now on. Will affect appetite. Gion and Guy rolled a glance at Will, turned and walked back to the iceberg. Will looked at Momonosuke, whose face was already pale. For the sake of your mother doing her best to serve and serve me. Now, I give you two choices. For some reason, I heard Will mention his mother again. In Momonosuke's heart, an unknown fire rose. A trace of hatred took root and sprouted from the bottom of my heart. Will didn't care what Momonosuke was thinking. Stretch out a finger. One is that I will kill you and give those big guys an explanation. Advertisement. Actually, I'm more inclined towards this. After all, you are really hated. I have been hearing Will always say that he is hated by others, and some people want to die by themselves. Momonosuke was really confused. No matter what, he couldn't remember, when did he offend so many people? Who are those people? Will stretched out his second finger, and at the same time looked at Momonosuke's bottom and face with malicious intent. The second option. Momonosuke followed Will's gaze and looked down and down. Thinking of what Will's second choice would be. Suddenly his face became paler. Will smiled. It seems that you have figured it out. Momonosuke said in horror. No, I don't want it. I'd rather die than lose it. Woo, please, let me go. I will never fight against you again, as long as you let me go. Wanokuni is yours. Mom is yours. Yes, I have a younger sister, she is yours too. Momonosuke had snot and tears all over his face. Will looked at him sarcastically. You take my things and come to negotiate terms with me. Are you stupid, or am I out of my mind? No, I'm stupid, I'm stupid. Momonosuke was frightened by Will and his heart trembled. As long as you let me go, you will be what you say. People are not beautiful in appearance, but they are beautiful in thinking. Will sneered. Since you don't want to give it up, then I'll send you down to meet your father and the others. Remember to say hello to them for me. As he spoke, Will clasped his fingers together, and a ray of lightning shone on his fingers and tips. Fingers slowly probed towards Momonosuke's forehead. Looking at the fingers slowly approaching, and the thunder that would kill him at any time. Momonosuke widened his eyes. Next moment. No, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. I choose the second, I choose the second. He yelled almost hysterically. Will paused and frowned. Which 10 do you choose? Say it clearly. The second. After making this difficult choice, Momonosuke suddenly rotted down like a discouraged and angry skin and ball. Will chuckled and said, a wise choice. If people are gone, then there will be nothing. It's only an inch or two. Without it, you can still live a wonderful life. Looking at Will in front of him, Momonosuke felt that a devil was smiling at him. He barely squeezed out an ugly smile. You're right, it's only an inch or two, but a small scar. Laugh. Momonosuke's eyes widened, and he lowered his head with difficulty, looking downward. In that place, there are red and red bloodlines oozing, coming out. The originally pale face no longer had a trace of blood. My Xiao, Do, and Ding fell on the ice. Advertisement. It is so dazzling. Gone. Just this. Will's shot was crisp and neat, without giving him any defensiveness. How about it? Although it's the first time for me to do this kind of thing, the technique are not bad, right? 2 lines of tears flowed from Momonosuke's eyes. Although he saved his life. But all he felt was darkness ahead. Momonosuke, be happy, as long as you are alive, there is always hope. Will's tone was gentle, and his smile was warm and comforting. Our grievances, the grievances between you and those big guys, are wiped out. Next, let's talk about a deal. Momonosuke looked at Will with unconcealable hatred in his eyes. But he still forced a smile and said, what deal? My subordinates, someone can heal your B*TCH. Will pointed to Momonosuke's bottom and face. It can grow back. Momonosuke's eyes lit up. Will continued. Not only can it grow again, even if you want to change it to a bigger one, it's no problem. Momonosuke's eyes lit up again. After all, your mother is also my woman. Counting it all together, you are also half of my son. Well, you go back to the Whitebeard Pirates and be my eyeliner. If you do well, I'll let my people help you treat it, and the function is better than before. Gulu. Momonosuke swallowed, not just because of the possibility of recovery. Also because of the terrifyingness of Kwanglong. The opponent is obviously so strong. Why is it so dangerous? Against such an enemy, can Uncle Whitebeard really win? Okay, you can go. If you want to pass, please contact me. Will loosened Momonosuke's confinement, and gave him the number of his phone bug. As for how the other party will choose, Will doesn't care either. Momonosuke got his freedom, without even thinking about it, he ran for his life. I'm afraid that the other party will change his mind if he stays for a second longer. Watching Momonosuke flee, a strange smile appeared on Will's face. Momonosuke, use your last remaining energy. Bosses, they say they want you to die, but I can't stop them. After running for a distance, Can't help but look back. Will was already walking slowly back onto the iceberg. Looking at the opponent's back, Momonosuke's eyes were full of hatred. But, feel the pain coming from there, and think of the promise that Will gave. He firmly pulled and clenched his fist. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran again. Chapter 167. Everyone had a great time, take me with you. On the other side, the Whitebeard Pirates' rear. While the Bullet and Rayleigh battle was in full swing. Kizaru and Enel, who broke into the boat, were blocked by Kinemon, Neko Mamushi, Anuarashi, and Kikunojo. But against Kizaru from Sparkling Fruit and Enel from Thunder Fruit. The four of them didn't have much power to fight back. Kizaru said to Enel, Enel, you go find Vegapunk and Roger's wife and children. I'll hold them back. The fighting from outside was quite dynamic and still. He knew that the Whitebeard Pirates must have arrived. Just don't know who was intercepting the other side. Therefore, the top priority now is to find Vegapunk. Instead of solving these four people first. Good. Enel didn't refuse, and turned into a thunderbolt, wandering around the boat. This is also the difference between Sparkling Fruit and Thunder Fruit. Thunder Fruit can turn freely. But Sparkling Fruit can't. Reflex steering can only be performed in a special way. Don't even think about it. Kinemon shouted. Stop him. Kikunojo, who is closest to Enel, is going to chase Enel. Oh, I can't let you ruin this operation. Crane Vice Admiral gave a death order, and even Marshal Kong and Vice Admiral Garp took their lives to fight. If you fail here, but I really have no face to go back. Call out. In a flash, Kizaru appeared in front of Kikunojo. Have you ever been kicked by light? Accompanied by his words, golden light bloomed from the raised right leg. Instantly swept towards Kikunojo. Boom. Kikunojo, who was still in astonishment, didn't react at all, and was swept away directly. It smashed through the hull and hit the ice outside. Kinemon, Maumushi, and Anuarashi broke out in a cold sweat. Kizaru, who has the ability to Sparkling Fruit, is really too strong. However, whether it's Kizaru or Kinemon, when seeing the outside scene through the broken ship hole, his face changed instantly, because they saw who was fighting outside. Rayleigh and Bullet. They were not surprised that Rayleigh was here. But if it's Bullet, then it's scary, okay. For this guy who attacked Wanokuni with the crazy dragon wool, of course he has a deep memory. After all, they were beaten by Bullet. As for Kizaru, it's all because of Will. Bullet has appeared, which means Will must have arrived. The scene of Punk Hazard last time is still fresh in my memory. Oh, it's really scary. His face was serious, this time it was not a joke-like mantra. But it really is. Meanwhile, Enel, who was looking around on the ship, finally found Vegapunk in a room on the ship. The other party was already in a coma at this time. His hands and feet were bound, and even his mouth was stuffed with cloth. The lightning accumulated in his hand turned into a thunderball in the blink of an eye, aiming at the bulkhead. Boom. The thunder flashed, and a large hole was blasted in the chest bulkhead. Enel flew out of the hatch with the Vegapunk in hand. Advertisement. Not good. Rayleigh, who was fighting Bullet, noticed the movement of Enel. Then I saw a thunderbolt flying Vegapunk into the sky. The next moment, a golden light group also shot out from there. Two beams of light, one yellow and one white, took Vegapunk to the direction of the battlefield. Hateful. Rayleigh cursed. He wanted to pursue him, but Bullet was too strong, so he was not given this chance at all. To his comfort, only Vegapunk was taken away. Luju mother and son should be fine. Above the sky, Kizaru and Enel flew Vegapunk over the battlefield. This movement attracted the attention of the people below. Crane Vice Admiral on the command ship saw this scene, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. She gave that order, if Kizaru they didn't succeed. Marine's sacrifice will become meaningless. Fortunately, the two finally lived up to them and brought Vegapunk back. Order. All personnel retreat while fighting, and evacuate in an orderly manner. The most important goal has been achieved, there is no need to continue to fight with the Whitebeard Pirates Big Mom Pirates here. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Pirates tried to stop Kizaru and Enel, but were stopped by the crazy Marine. Seeing that the two of them were about to cross the battlefield with Vegapunk and arrive at Marine. A smile had already begun to appear on Marine's face. And the faces of the Whitebeard Pirates became ugly. Whitebeard also noticed two light clusters streaking overhead, and Vegapunk. Needless to say, Rayleigh must have failed. He didn't have time to wonder why Rayleigh failed. Looking at the two light clusters above, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Little devils, don't be too rampant. Come down for me. His right fist was shrouded in fluorescent light, and his body moved a step sideways. The fist is about to hit the air. Hey, I can't let you stop them. This is the result of our sacrifice of countless talents. In a flash, Kong appeared in front of Whitebeard. The black fist blasted out with all its strength, just blocking Whitebeard's fist. Boom. The two of them flickered, the violent force made their bodies tremble. Kong stepped back a dozen steps. Whitebeard jumped into the air with that huge force. The shock fruit ability in the hand accumulates again. Not good. Kong knew he had been fooled. Still want to step forward to stop. Whitebeard punched the air with a punch containing the shock fruit ability. Click, accompanied by the sound of shattering like a mirror. A shocking force spread. Kizaru and Enel, who were flying rapidly, suddenly had a warning sign in their hearts. A terrible crisis enveloped them. Crack. A clear crackling sound entered the ears. In the next moment, the light ball that the two turned into exploded. Boom, boom. The two light clusters, one yellow and one white, twisted for a bit, and then fell obliquely from above. And Vegapunk flew out of Enel's hand. Advertisement. He who had been in a coma finally woke up. Immediately afterwards, severe pain hit, as if the body was about to be torn apart. Cough. The sudden heavy blow made him suddenly cough up a mouthful of blood. Go grab Vegapunk. Don't let the Whitebeard Pirates take it back. Marine burst into shouts, and those generals rushed towards the direction where Vegapunk fell desperately. Some people have already taken to the sky on the moonwalk. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates are also not far behind. For a time, Vegapunk has become the center of the battlefield. And Vegapunk, no, it should be Denjiro. He endured the severe pain, and when he saw the scene clearly, his expression changed dramatically. Just trying to stabilize his figure, he found that he had been restrained. Only then did I remember. When looking for Vegapunk by yourself. Was attacked by the opponent. But, why did he appear on the battlefield? And, still appear in this sky? Clang. A soft chant sounded, clear and sweet. The sound was obviously not very loud, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears in this chaotic and noisy battlefield. Buzz. Before they could check the source of the sound. Then there was a hum. At the same time as the humming sounded, a dazzling silver-white light suddenly appeared from the sky. Everyone reluctantly watched. Suddenly his face changed drastically. I saw a huge silver-white slash suddenly appearing in the sky. Swept past with an absolute gesture. It's like dividing this space into two. The terrifying coercion made those who wanted to snatch the Vegapunk stop one after another. Because, the target of that huge slash, it is Vegapunk. Denjiro felt nothing but whiteness in front of his eyes. A huge crisis rose from his heart. Next second, his consciousness has been plunged into darkness. A huge silver-white slash swept across the sky and exploded in the distance. Boom. There is only a vast expanse of whiteness left in the world. Will slowly retracted Yanmo into the sheath. Gone. Can you play with me? My heart speeded up unbelievably. Looking up, where is Vegapunk? On top of the frozen tsunami. When everything returns to calm, everyone looked in the other direction in unison. Strong turbulence raged. When they see the man in the middle. Exclamation mark. Clang. Mad Dragon. There were three figures standing proudly on the spot. Vegapunk. Hi, Yinjia seems to be having a great time. His eyes widened instantly, showing off and grinning to the crowd below. Chapter 168 Whitebeard, please, you go, die. Will suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Also beheaded Vegapunk. It exceeded everyone's expectations. When everyone came back to their senses, they were shocked. Mad Dragon B****************** D. Killed Vegapunk. Isn't one of the reasons why Marine and the Whitebeard Pirates fought for Vegapunk. Now Vegapunk, dead. Then what is the meaning of their previous fighting and fighting? How many people did they die? What is it for again? For a time, everyone felt a bit aggrieved. Marine, who gambled and bought everything, felt extremely uncomfortable. The Crane Vice Admiral on the command ship turned pale. She gave that command. Let everyone in Marine work hard for an hour, isn't it just to prevent the accident of the Mad Dragon? Unexpectedly, the other party appeared in advance. Now, those Marines who died on the battlefield are really in vain. Mad Dragon, Mad Dragon, Mad Dragon. This name has been squeezed out from the mouths of many people. They looked at Will with complicated eyes. If they can, they really want to kill this guy Quanglong. Will looked down at the crowd below. He smiled lightly. Why are you looking at me like that? Tisk tisk, look at your eyes, as if you want to cut me into pieces. I solved the root cause of the struggle for you, you should thank me. 390 inches Mad Dragon. Whitebeard snarled. He took a deep breath and looked around the edge of the battlefield. Nobody who found the rocks pirate showed up. Can't help frowning. Could it be that the Mad Dragon really came here just with a few people? But he quickly dismissed the idea. No matter what, he would never believe that the behavior of this guy, Quanglong, would be so simple. Where are your people? Where did you hide them? In the last battle of the Morgard Glacier, the other party used the trick of keeping a secret position. The same is true for Charlotte Linlin today. Since you're here, your people must be here too, right? Although Whitebeard was questioning, his tone was affirmative. Will smiled and said, don't worry, it's just the three of us here. Guy on the side gave him a blank look. There are really only three of them here. But whoever believes in his words is destined to suffer a big loss. Whitebeard and they certainly wouldn't believe it either. I have suffered so many losses from Quanglong. For this insidious guy, it is impossible to believe a word. It's just that news came from his subordinates. Really did not find the shadow of Rock's pirate. Make them suspicious. Could it be that what the Mad Dragon said is true? Will looks at Kong. Advertisement. The Marine Marshal is looking a bit miserable right now. But as his opponent, Whitebeard, is not having a good time. The battle between the two just now was very intense. Nice meeting, Marshal Kong. Mad Dragon. Kong stared deeply at Will, he dared not underestimate this young man in the slightest. The opponent came out of Impel down and weighed everything he did. Thinking about it afterwards, it makes my head, skin hair, and numb. What is your purpose? He didn't believe that the Mad Dragon appeared here without any idea. Will laughed. Purpose. Of course there is. He looked over at Whitebeard, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Marshal Kong, do you want to cooperate once? Keep the Whitebeard Pirates here forever. Kong's eyes flashed. At this moment, he was heart moving. None of the three goals of this conquest and conquest of the Whitebeard Pirates have achieved great success. Vegapunk was killed. If you cooperate with Will, you can achieve the other two goals. That is not unacceptable to Marine. As soon as the Whitebeard Pirates are weakened, Marine retreats immediately. Leave Mad Dragon and Whitebeard to take their time and play. However, his fear of Will forced him to be cautious. I can't believe that you would take action against Whitebeard under such circumstances. Will just smiled lightly at Kong's words. Call out. His figure flashed, already appeared in midair. The feet hit the air, and the whole person fell towards Whitebeard like a cannonball. At the same time, his voice spread and entered the ears of everyone. Then I will prove it with actions. Hope, you Marines won't let me down. Crackling, thunder and lightning flashed on the falling Will, and his figure was changing. At the same time that the form of the Dragon Man appears. Thunder and electricity gathered on his body and surface. Condensed into a pair of thunder armor. Looking at Whitebeard below, a pair of dragon eyes flashed. Whitebeard, please, you go, die. Boom. DBFI, the violent conquerors erupted, forming a field around Will. Dashes of black and red, flashes of color, and flashes of electricity. The roar was endless. Clang. The moment Enma is unsheathed, the jet black armament hockey is covered. Let Yanmo, who had already turned into a black sword, become darker and darker, as black as a deep abyss. Immediately afterwards, the conquerors also wrapped around Yanmo instantly. The dense thunder, and surge converged on the thunder armor. In the blink of an eye, Will in the Dragon Man form was completely surrounded. Dragon God / Comet Horn. Boom. Will's aura sword, a powerful and overwhelming coercion enveloped the entire battlefield. Many people with insufficient strength directly collapsed and fell on the ice. His speed also increased instantly. The whole person seemed to turn into a streamer. Advertisement. As his speed became faster and faster, he rubbed against the air, creating a cloud of gaseous flames. Boom. Everyone in the audience looked at the figure in horror. At this time, the opponent is like a comet carrying the power of Mie and Shi, falling downward. Boom. That powerful, coercive pressure has already compressed the ice layer. Whitebeard is straight, Will facing. His face was extremely serious. Mad Dragon. It's getting stronger again. It's obviously the same move. But the power displayed now is simply incomparable. How strong is this guy's talent? But, Whitebeard's eyes were sharp, and his body exuded a strong killing intent. The violent momentum erupted, crackling. The appearance of black, red, and colored flashes and electricity is not weaker than Will's conqueror's field and field appearance. Take a step back with your right foot. The arm muscles swelled a circle. His eyes were red and glowing. Boom. While the ice layer crumbled. Whitebeard's whole body, rushing, rising up. Kong Yunchi was dragged behind him, but his arms were accumulating strength. Boy, do you want to let me go and die? Still early. At this moment, everyone held their breath. He stared at this scene with wide eyes. Who is stronger, Whitebeard or Quanglong? Under their gaze, the two berserk figures were about to collide with each other in an instant. The arms suddenly, and flung. Kong Yunchi swept towards Will with terrifying power. Boom. The blade cut across the air, causing bursts of explosions. As for Will above, the dragon's eyes flickered with lightning. Yanmo slashed out with all his strength. However, when he looked at Will, it seemed like he was looking at a monster. Let them show a look of disbelief. Looking at the two people who were fiercely confronting and resisting, many people were shocked. The next moment, the battle on the field changed. Boom boom boom, boom. How can such a guy exist? Crackling. Only the aftermath and waves produced by their battles are all resisted. How did they resist that terrifying power? Yanmo and Kong Yunchi hadn't touched, collided, or got together before, a terrifying shock swept out. Between Yanmo and Kong Yunchi, the conquerors of Will and Whitebeard confronted fiercely. Boom. Shocked by Whitebeard's strength. How terrifying. Is this the power of the four emperors, full strike? Accompanied by strong, intense airflow. How can it be? Red light is shining. Chapter 169. A cloud-piercing arrow. Thousands of troops come to meet each other. Will's pair of dragon eyes are full of thunder. Whitebeard is strong. Really strong. In addition to no advantages in speed, there are almost no disadvantages. The tyrannical hockey's cultivation makes him not afraid of anyone, whether it is attacking or defending. Shock fruit gives him more and stronger attack methods. The use of power, combat experience and experience are also at the top of this sea. But there is one thing, he is not as good as Will. That's on Ultimate's explosiveness. When Will casts swordsmanship, the instant explosive power brought by him is even worse than that of Whitebeard. This is the conclusion Will reached after many battles with Whitebeard. So, every time Will fights with Whitebeard, everyone likes to open it up as soon as it comes up. Otherwise, it is to use the advantage of speed to launch a fast break. Rarely confronts Whitebeard head-on. The same is true at this time. After the momentary collision between the two, the explosive power generated by Will's Dragon God / and Comet Horn was also displayed at this time. Boom. A more violent and shocking force was transmitted from Yanmo to Kong Yunchi. That kind of great power. Let Whitebeard's face change dramatically. Then he met Will's eyes. Get down. The moment Will finished speaking, Whitebeard's figure flickered. Although the hockey power was not defeated. But after all, he couldn't resist the violent impact. The whole person is like a cannonball, falling to the ice layer below. Daddy! The members of the Whitebeard Pirates exclaimed, their faces full of worry. It's different than ever. Even if this happened to Whitebeard before, they wouldn't worry about it. Because that's their daddy, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. But also because of the Mad Dragon, their confidence in Whitebeard is not as high as before. Boom! Whitebeard crashed into the ice below with a loud bang. Under this force, the ice layer was smashed into a large pit of more than 20 meters. Countless people watched this scene in horror. They first looked at the large hole in which Whitebeard was. He looked up again at Will in the sky. Whitebeard, the downfall. Although Will knocked Whitebeard down, no one thought he had defeated Whitebeard. But even so, it is already amazing. The power of Whitebeard is well known. There are really few people who can fight head-on and make Whitebeard lose. Will looked around the room. Then looked to Kong. Marshal Kong, how is it? Does my performance reflect my sincerity? His words are undoubtedly reminding Kong. It's time for you Marines to wake up. Kong suddenly wants to join forces with Whitebeard, and kill Will first. Advertisement. It's just that this idea just came to mind. He was ya again. Because that's not realistic. Once he shows such an intention, the other party will definitely leave immediately. They are not sure to keep each other. Think about it. Kong waved his hand. Destroy the Whitebeard Pirates. Following his order, Marine, who was about to retreat, turned around in an instant, and the Whitebeard Pirates came together again. Only, the current situation is completely reversed from just now. Now Marine is fighting against Whitebeard Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. Especially after Kong freed his hand. Originally half-human, he turned into a complete Lu type. It turned into an ancient giant ape with a height of 30 to 40 meters. In the entire battlefield, few people could stop him. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates retreated in a row. And that caused all this. Just because of one person. Mad Dragon will. Just because he blocks Whitebeard, Kong can charge without hesitation. If the Mad Dragon were Marine, how great would it be? Many Marines couldn't help but have such thoughts. The same goes for the crane on the command ship Vice Admiral. If there was no such thing at the beginning, Wood will have been in a different situation. Is it possible that the other party will become a Marine? But such thoughts were quickly thrown out of her mind. Said to the messengers around him, send the lookouts to the surrounding sea or study. If you find Rock's pirate, report it immediately. Send a message to the marshal at the same time, garp them. Don't get too entangled with the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Guaranteed to be able to evacuate at any time. Her orders are all directed at Will and the Rock's pirate. Nor would she believe it. Quanglong will cooperate with Marine obediently. Wait a minute, something is bound to happen. It seems to have thought of something. Crane Vice Admiral turned his head to look over the iceberg. There stood two figures. Guion. Her gaze is complicated, and Guion can be said to have been brought up by her alone. The relationship between the two naturally needless to say. What kind of intentions are you fighting for? Of course, Will is not clear about the arrangement of Crane Vice Admiral. But what choice Marine will make, he can know with his toes. So he's now fully prepared to deal with Whitebeard's attack. Try to delay this war as long as possible. Mad Dragon. Whitebeard was already in a rage. Because of the extra Kong, the Whitebeard Pirates are now in jeopardy. Countless crew members fell in a pool of blood. If this continues, the Whitebeard Pirates will really be destroyed here. Advertisement. Get out of here. Ask for flowers. Accompanied by his roar, Kong Yunchi with the shock fruit ability slashed on the ice. Boom. The ice layer instantly cracked a huge crack. Spread away towards the distance. The entire ice layer shook like an earthquake. Ah, help. Marine, who was chasing and killing the Whitebeard Pirates, was enveloped by his attack and had no power to resist. Dead dead, disabled disabled. Tisk tisk, it's really difficult. For Whitebeard, who was in a rage, Will also had a headache. Before Golden Lion, Kaido and the others arrived. Will wouldn't dare fight Whitebeard. In case Marine suddenly turned his gun on him, he couldn't stop Kong and Garp. Whitebeard, no matter how angry you are, you can't change the situation of the Whitebeard Pirates. Mad Dragon. Whitebeard's eyes were bloodshot, like a wounded beast. UB ********* D. Will dodges Whitebeard's attack and speaks again. Unexpectedly, a signal flare was fired from the Marine side. The actions of the two paused. The next moment, Marine, who was chasing and killing the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, began to retreat. Will frowned watching. Now is the time for Marine to expand his success. The other party actually chose to evacuate. He turned his head to stare at the Marine warship. On a warship, Crane Vice Admiral was also watching Will. The eyes of the two met in the air. Will couldn't help sighing. You deserve to be one of the people I fear. Act decisively and courageously. Not everyone can resist the temptation to destroy the Whitebeard Pirates under such a favorable situation. Crane Vice Admiral, as a female general, was able to retreat bravely and give up all the fat and meat in her mouth. Making such a decision requires a lot of courage. Perhaps, you will be the one who died. A snap of fingers echoed across the battlefield. Whitebeard sneered, really? Will nodded, chuckled lightly and said, don't be too happy to be hungry too early. Whitebeard finally breathed a sigh of relief. His words startled Whitebeard. See Marine retreat. Marine is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Despair. Tisk tisk, don't look at me like that. As long as Marine withdraws. It also seemed to ring in everyone's heart. Next, it's time to settle accounts. It looks like Marine doesn't intend to fight them. They looked at Will Ding in unison. He looked at Will, the murderous intent in his blood-red eyes almost turned into substance, and he repeatedly fell victim to Will's stabbing and ministering. Then Will raised his hand. Even if you try to kill me, it's impossible. Chapter 170 The light of the fireflies also competes with the bright moon. After a snap of Will's fingers. Obviously nothing happened. But for no reason, a deep chill hit their hearts. It's like, something is going to happen. For a while. They looked at Will, full of fear. Mad Dragon, what exactly do you want to do? Mad Dragon. Just as Whitebeard's words came out of his mouth, his expression suddenly froze. Who? It is the whistling sound of objects breaking through the air. And it's fast. Will smiled lightly at the audience. Everyone, I give you a big gift. Hope you guys like it. For some reason, they felt that Will's smile was like a devil's smile. Some penetration. Above, many, 763, powerhouses looked up at the sky. Almost like a chain reaction, everyone looked up at the sky. Next moment, when they saw the scene above the sky, they only felt their scalps go numb. Their souls tremble. Above their heads, at an altitude of more than 2,000 meters. Hundreds of black spots emerged from the clouds. And this is just the beginning. There are more black dots coming out from behind. That is, when those black dots were enlarged, they also saw their true colors clearly. Black pillars. I saw the black pillar falling from the sky, which was 1 meter thick and more than 10 meters long. When the fall of the pillar reaches a certain speed, the friction between those pillars and the air gave off a sharp whistle. Thinking of the power of these pillars falling from a height of more than 2,000 meters. Everyone's expression changed instantly. Mad Dragon. What a ruthless guy. If you let these pillars fall. The people present are absolutely dead and injured. Sure enough, this guy has been simmering in conspiracy. Retreat. All Marines retreat. Vice Admiral and above are ready to intercept the attack, and the rest of the generals will help the soldiers to evacuate. Advertisement. Kong let out a loud cry, his expression extremely serious. Immediately, the Marines who had already started to retreat ran wildly as if they were burned by fire. I was afraid that if I was too late for a second, I would be hit by that pillar. Thanks to Crane Vice Admiral's previous arrangement. Marines' retreat went smoothly. The Big Mom Pirates are not bad, after all, they are all elite cadres. With Charlotte Linlin around, this attack is nothing. But it's not so easy for the Whitebeard Pirates. All their ships were trapped in the ice. If you want to avoid these attacks, you can only run to the edge of the battlefield. Mad Dragon. Whitebeard stared angrily, wanting to eat him alive, and peel him off. The anger in his heart was like billowing magma. Will stared at Whitebeard coldly. Whitebeard, being my enemy is the stupidest thing you've ever done in your life. Laugh. Kong Yunchi was stuck on the ice by him. Whitebeard didn't have time to talk nonsense to Will. He must stop the pillars from falling. The shock fruit ability was activated, and there was a glimmer of light on the fists. Whitebeard, don't you take me too seriously. Will came with a playful voice. It made Whitebeard's face change. The sharp sound of breaking wind was close at hand. The good strength accumulated just now, without even thinking about it, he punched out. Clang. Yanmo collided with Whitebeard's fist. Call out. At the moment when Mars just burst out. Will's figure had disappeared. Whitebeard's heart sank. Will's fighting style, he had already understood it when he was in Gabby Sea territory. At that time, he was still in the mood to play with each other. But right now, he is eager to stop those pillars from falling. There is simply no time to waste here with Will. Crazy dragon, roll my forehead. The fist containing the power of shock fruit continuously bombarded the air around him. The shock and vibration caused greatly affected Will's speed. Daddy, we're here to help you. Marco's voice sounded, and then a blue shock wave hit. Will had to go back a distance. Sparkling collision. Advertisement. A tall figure rushed towards him quickly, his body turned into a shining diamond. Joe's looked like a behemoth rushing towards him. With the evacuation of Marine, finally no one restrained these captains. Will's eyes froze. These guys are really in the way. Shua. A cold light suddenly appeared. A silver-white slash formed instantly, and it slashed towards Joe's. Boom. The diamondized Josie collided with the silver-white slash. Make a huge roar. The silver-white slash pressed him back, and the ice under his feet shattered. Drink. Chowzi let out a loud cry, and stretched out his arms in front of him. Will's silver-white slash soared into the sky. Rondo. Behind Will, the figure of Vista appeared. In the eyes he looked at Will, apart from hatred, there was also desire and longing. This is not the first time that the Whitebeard Pirates have fought the dragon. But as a swordsman, but never fought it. Now, the opponent is already the world's #1 swordsman. The swordsman's instinct made him eager to fight Will. Swish, swish, swish. Vista's arms swung quickly, and the two knives slid across the air, leaving behind trails of cold light. Countless sword chi turned into rose petals. He flew towards Will with Schuiner. As the number of rose flowers and petals increases, it gathers into a red flower dragon. Will held the 2.4 Yanmo, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. The corner of the mouth curled up. It seems that your swordsmanship has improved a lot, which is worthy of praise. Compared with the time of the Morgard Glacier, Vista's rose dance is more exquisite. Hearing Will's words, Vista's expression was complicated. With a trace of pride, with a trace of embarrassment, and with a trace of unwillingness. Proud because he is about to become a great swordsman. Embarrassed is the way Will speaks. The reason for being unwilling is that the other party is obviously only as big as himself, but he is already the world's #1 swordsman, and he has stepped into the realm above the great swordsman. But, Will sneered slightly. The light of the firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. Clang. Tien Yu cuts out of its sheath instantly. Dragon God / two swords flow Shenyu exile. Chapter 171 It's crazy. With Yanmo in one hand and Tien Yu slash in the other, Will swung hundreds of knives forward in an instant. After the cold light, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Vista couldn't help but shuddered. It's as if the soul is frozen. Immediately afterwards, there was a flower in front of my eyes. Opposite him, Will was no longer there. Not only that. Vista was horrified to find that the environment around him had changed. At some point, he appeared in a strange space. There was no sound, nothing, just deathly silence. Suddenly, in front of him, a red light appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was found to be a sphere like the moon, except that the moon was red. A strong suction came from above the red moon. His body fell rapidly towards the red moon. The strong sense of weightlessness made it difficult for him to struggle. He wanted to shout, but couldn't make a sound, wanted to resist, but found that he couldn't move his hands and feet. Powerless and helpless. In the outside world, Marco and the others also changed countenance after Will made the knife. They saw a red moon as red as blood. At the moment when the red moon appeared, my heart and spirit seemed to be sucked into it. Not good. Vista is dangerous. Marco and Josie's expressions changed drastically. Hastily rushed to Vista. Chi. The two had just moved, and there were already wounds on Vista's body. Every dish has a deep bone. What's even more frightening is that Vista has suffered such a heavy blow. Didn't respond. Laugh. Suddenly, Vista's body froze. The confusion in his eyes also disappeared at this moment, and he regained his clarity. All phantoms are gone. Where is the red moon in front of me? Feel the sharp pain coming from the body, and the coolness on the neck. A bitter smile appeared on Vista's face. Fireflies. Reluctantly turned his head to look at Marco and Josie who were rushing. Sorry, Marco, Josie, sorry, Dad. I can't go with you any longer. Vista. Marco and Josie's forward figures stopped. He stared blankly at Vista slowly falling down. At the same time. Hundreds of columns at the time of a dozen breaths. Then they crossed a distance of nearly 2 kilometers and came to the top of everyone. Crack. Advertisement. It sounded like a shattering mirror. Let the downward trend of those pillars suddenly stop. But that's all. Those pillars were not shattered as expected. Everyone who saw this scene changed their faces. That's not a stone pillar. It's an iron pillar. Hundreds of iron pillars. This guy, the Mad Dragon, actually threw an iron pillar from a high altitude. It's simply mournful, heart-sick, and crazy. Shoot all. This time, no one dared to hold back. If these iron pillars fall, the consequences will be disastrous. 8-foot Chong Guyu. Kizaru flew into the air with his arms crossed in front of him. Countless dazzling light bullets were launched, blasting towards those iron pillars. Spear of Elbaf. Weo. Charlotte Linlin also shot. A huge, powerful slash rushed into the sky. Meteor volcano. Boom boom boom. Countless lava fists shot towards the iron pillar. For a time, the scene was incomparably spectacular. All kinds of attacks dyed the sky colorful. Boom. The sound of explosions is endless. The hundreds of iron pillars were either blown away, or hit the ice layer after being buffered, but they had no power anymore. But without exception, these iron pillars are really troublesome. Hard to destroy. Boom. There was a loud roar. The entire ice layer seemed to be shaken by the ground. A fish that escaped the net passed through the intercepting net and bombarded heavily on the ice layer. Click. At the same time as the ice layer shattered, a powerful shock hit. Quote. Immediately followed by the second, the third. Even if these strong men tried their best to intercept them, it was impossible to stop them all in the face of hundreds of iron pillars falling at the same time. Some hit the pirate ship, some hit the crowd, and more hit the ice layer. Let this ice layer, which has already suffered huge damage, become fragmented. Ah, help, run away. Countless screams sounded. Under such an attack, they were no different from ants. Will is the most laid-back character on the battlefield. The Whitebeard Pirates suffered a lot of casualties, and the scene was extremely tragic. Advertisement. There was no mercy in his eyes. Finally, the iron pillar stopped falling. Apart from howling, there was no other sound in the entire battlefield. Marine's men have basically evacuated the ice. But the casualties were not small. From the battle with the Whitebeard Pirates to now after this wave of attacks. Of the more than 30,000 people, only less than 20,000 remained. These are the elite of Marine. Mad Dragon. That B*****************. D. It's so crazy. Crazy. Kong gritted his teeth and looked at Will. And the Whitebeard Pirates were even worse. There are more than a dozen fan teams with a total of more than 1,000 people, but now there are only less than 700 people left. There are more than 20 pirate groups under it. Casualties also exceeded 1/3. The vitality recovered after the Morgard Glacier War was once again severely damaged. Whitebeard's heart was bleeding as he watched the horrific sight. However, when he saw Vista lying in a pool of blood, the body trembled, and the 363 Chun shivered. Vista. The originally blood-red eyes almost turned red. He stared at Will, the killing intent on his body almost turned into substance. The violent momentum emanated from him continuously. Mad Dragon, you should die. Will looked at him contentedly and fearlessly. The voice was extremely cold. I said, being my enemy is the most stupid thing you have ever done in your life. You thought this was the end. His words stopped Whitebeard's violent momentum. The mind dazed by the killing intent also regained its clarity. Many people also reacted, in that much thinner cloud layer. Air Pirates. Followed by the second ship, the third. The Air Pirates have only 3 large ships. But Rock's Pirate, there are 50 or 60 ships, large and small. As they watched, a pirate ship emerged from the clouds. So, those hundreds of iron pillars fell from above. They all looked up to the sky. It seemed like something was coming out of there. Countless people gasped. Rock's Pirate is out in force, right? When the entire Rock's Pirate and Flying Pirates came out of the clouds, he suddenly looked up to the sky. Hiss. That is. Rock's Pirate. Chapter 172 Broken Right Arm. Gulu. The throats of countless people rolled and moved. The Rock's Pirate and the Flying Pirates are coming menacingly. The huge fleet has already flown downward. If nothing else. When the opponent approaches, what greets them is indiscriminate bombing. Retreat. Kong didn't have the heart to stay anymore. Marine has suffered enough casualties today, if they stay here to mess with these 4 emperors. Still don't know what to expect. Regarding Marine's retreat, Will has no intention of blocking it. This is exactly what he hoped for. There is no Marine watching from the sidelines. He can besiege and kill the Whitebeard Pirates with peace of mind. A buzz sounded. Will followed the reputation and saw Whitebeard in the distance. His fist glowed with light. Whitebeard was also looking at him. The blood-red eyes were full of killing intent, and the hatred was even stronger. There was a trace of blood oozing from the gums, which was because he gritted his teeth too hard. He is trying his best to endure and be patient. It's the 3rd time. This is the 3rd time when he faced the Mad Dragon. He was angry but helpless. Every time, the Mad Dragon caused heavy casualties to his pirate group. Every time, when he wished to tear the other party into pieces, he had to make the choice to retreat. If there is a glimmer of hope to kill the Mad Dragon, he will not choose to retreat. Even if you risk your life, you will definitely kill the Mad Dragon. But he knows that this idea is not realistic. Even if the entire Whitebeard Pirates stay to fight the Rock's Pirate, might be able to cripple the Rock's Pirate, can't kill the dragon. And their pirate group will stay here forever. Everyone on board, retreat. He roared the words like a wounded beast. At the same time, a punch containing the ability of shock fruit hit the ice under his feet. Boom. The ice layer collapsed instantly. With him as the center, a shocking force quickly spread out. Wherever it passed, the ice layer was shattered. The originally fragmented ice layer completely turned into fine ice cubes at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the pirate ships fell back into the water. The Whitebeard Pirates climbed aboard, perhaps because it wasn't the first time. They didn't stop Whitebeard from staying and fighting the Rock's Pirate. Seeing this, Will revealed a meaningful smile. Habit is a terrible thing. He was defeated by himself 3 times in a row, and then retreated. The Whitebeard Pirates probably didn't realize it. In their subconscious, they have already planted the seeds that they cannot beat Rock's Pirate. Gia ha ha ha. Golden Lion's wanton laughter came from above. Advertisement. It seems that he likes it every time he goes out and plays. He jumped from the boat above. Stop at a distance of 10 meters. Staring at Whitebeard playfully. Newgate, you have today too. Shiki. Whitebeard stared coldly at the Golden Lion above. This stirring stick will never be absent every time. If it wasn't for the Golden Lion guy this time, why are they so passive? The enemy has touched and reached the top of his head, but he has not found it yet. For Whitebeard's murderous eyes and eyes, Golden Lion didn't care. The corner of his mouth grinned. Last time you ruined my good deed, I haven't settled the score with you yet. This time it's just right. Where's Vegapunk? Where are you hiding people? Better hand it over obediently. Whitebeard's face darkened. Vegapunk is where it all started. If it weren't for him, how would the Whitebeard Pirates become what they are now? Shouldn't have snatched Vegapunk in the first place. Whoever loves will snatch it away. It doesn't have to be like now. They paid a terrible price, but Vegapunk didn't keep it. He was directly beheaded by the Mad Dragon. It's really a loss to Grandma's house. Shiki, Will reminded. Don't forget our purpose this time. He just knew it. Golden Lion, this guy is unreliable. Huh. Golden Lion's eyes flickered. Then he typed a ha ha, I will never forget. Will didn't bother to pay him any attention. He raised Yan Mo in his hand. The moment he raised Yan Mo, the Rock's pirate fleet above moved at the same time. Boom boom boom. There was a bang, and shells poured down towards the Whitebeard Pirates below. HMPH, don't even think about succeeding. Whitebeard snorted coldly, activated the shock fruit ability, 10 punches blasted into the air. Crack. The air oscillated, and the shell that was about to fall exploded instantly. Boom boom boom. All of a sudden, flames filled the sky, and thick smoke filled the sky. Buzz. Whitebeard showed no sign of stopping. We also have to attack the fleet above. Newgate, don't you take me too seriously. Golden Lion's face darkened. Shua Shua. Sakura 10 and Muku flashed in succession, and 2 golden slashes flew towards Whitebeard. He had to change the target of attack. Boom. Before the 2 slashes came to him, they were already there. Call. The next moment, the Golden Lion's figure had passed through the exploding slash. Fly to Whitebeard. The moment they got close, Sakura 10 and Muku slashed down. Clang. Advertisement. Kong Yunkiri blocked Sakura 10 and Muku. Looking at the Golden Lion who was close at hand, his eyes were cold. Shiki, do you want to die? Hey. Golden Lion grinned. If you have the ability, just try it. When Whitebeard and Golden Lion played against each other. Of course Will couldn't be idle. Looking at the Whitebeard Pirates who were evacuating, he smiled. Becoming a member of the Whitebeard Pirates is the biggest mistake of your life. Call out. Will's figure flashed and disappeared in place. When it appeared again, it was already in midair. Buzz. A soft moan. Thick armament hockey wraps around Enma. Let Yan Mo's blade, which has reached the level of the Supreme Sword, become deeper. The raised arm suddenly swung down. Yan Mo streaked across the air, leaving behind a cold glow. A silver-white slash flew out instantly, heading straight for the direction of the Mybitic. Careful. Get out of the way. On the Moby DK, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates looked solemn. No one dared to underestimate the Mad Dragon's slash. Because just now, the opponent killed Beasta with one move. That's the captain of the 5th team. Let me. Denga-denga-dang. Accompanied by a bang, and then hurried footsteps sounded. Next moment, Jaws's tall figure rushed forward quickly. The body is diamondized. Shua, taking the last step, good enough for Zhao, Chaozi jumped up high and slammed into the silver-white slash. He looked at Slash in front of him, as if he was looking at Will, with a fierce look in his eyes. Drink. The diamond-shaped right arm threw a punch with all its strength. Will above watched this scene with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Overreach. So Joe's is still confident. Silver and white enveloped his vision. Because he blocked a slash from Will before. Along with the blood spilled, there is Jaws's right arm. Joe's. A large amount of blood was spilled. Joe's was blasted back. Fear appeared in Jaws's eyes. Only, there was the sound of something breaking. The moment that Slash touched his fist. Crack. His complexion changed suddenly, in Marco's exclamation. While he was uttering these words, Josie also collided with the silver-white sword. Boom. The next moment is good. A huge force came from the fist, accompanied by severe pain. Chapter 173 How about giving me face? Boom. Marco and others caught Jaws's face was pale, and blood flowed from the severed arm. Marco hurriedly treated him with Phoenix Flame. The rest of the captains were startled and angry, wary of Will. Vista was killed, and now even Josie has a broken right arm. Will's strength made them feel powerless. A look of regret flashed across Will's face above. It's just a broken arm. The defense of diamonds is really not blown out. This attack of mine seems ordinary, but it is actually not as simple as it appears on the surface. But, the corners of Will's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Blocked the first time, the second time, the third time. Shua. Following his words, a cold light suddenly appeared. The moment Yan Mo passed through the air, another silver-white slash flew out, directly attacking the Moby DK. The captains who were staring at Will vigilantly had expressions of horror on their faces. This guy, the Mad Dragon, is really endless. Shoot with all your strength, attack and stop. With Jaws's lessons learned, how dare they be careless? Call out. At the moment when they were about to make a move, a figure passed them with a powerful force. That is, Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin stepped on Zeus, facing the silver-white slash. Tang. In 810, Napoleon's shape changed, from a sword to a broadsword, and hot flames lingered on its blade. At the same time, the breath on Charlotte Linlin's body rose sharply. Looking at the silver-white sword, his eyes flashed red. The gun of Elbaf. Napoleon raised her head high, and her aura reached to the peak. Weo. The moment Napoleon swung down vigorously, a juice-shaped slash flew out, rushing towards the silver-white slash. Boom. The two slashes collided together, and the roar resounded through the area. A shock wave swept the audience. After the two slashes stalemate for a dozen breaths, they exploded with a bang. The violent air currents raged in all directions. Will stared down at Charlotte Linlin. His face was gloomy. The tone was unprecedentedly cold. Linlin, do you want to die? Charlotte Linlin also stared at Will with an ugly expression. It's the second time. This is the second time Will has said the same thing in front of her. But it was different from the time on the Malagard Glacier. At this time, Charlotte Linlin was really afraid of Will. The opponent's growth rate is too fast. Advertisement. Rock's pirate is also growing faster than she expected. If this continues, the Big Mom pirates will be left behind sooner or later. Now, she also had to make a move. DBAA, if the Whitebeard Pirates are finished here, it is conceivable that the next turn will be the turn of the Big Mom Pirates. She still understands the truth that lips are dead and teeth are cold. Will, it's almost enough, how about giving me face and letting go? If she could, she really didn't want to be an enemy of Will. Face. Will seemed to have thought of something, a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Linlin, you don't know the grievances between me and the Whitebeard Pirates, do you? He and I are destined to fall down. Now, you want me? He stared at Charlotte Linlin coldly. I thought what you said just now was a joke. Get out of the way, otherwise, I don't mind killing your big mom pirates together. In line with his words, a murderous intent emanated from him. Let Charlotte Linlin be shocked and angry. This guy Will really didn't give her face. Moreover, judging from the killing intent on the opponent, it is absolutely true. I sighed in my heart. Teamed up with Will to fight Whitebeard, now it's the other way around. Team up with Whitebeard to fight Will. It's really an impermanence. Crackling. Black and red lightning suddenly appeared, and the Conqueror's hockey belonging to Charlotte Linlin emanated from her body. Will sees Charlotte Linlin's gesture. His face darkened. Linlin, it seems that you really want to die. Charlotte Linlin sneered. Will, don't talk so full. Who will die and who will live is not sure. Having said that, Charlotte Linlin does not intend to fight Will to the death here. All she has to do is delay and give the Whitebeard Pirates time to escape. Perospero, arrange for them to leave. Yes, mother, Perospero answered on the Moby DK. In the next moment, he felt a chill enveloped him. Look up. I saw Will's cold eyes looking at himself. The murderous intent in his eyes hurt his eyes deeply. It made his soul tremble. Will, I'm still here. Don't be too arrogant. Boom. Charlotte Linlin snarled, grabbed Napoleon with both hands, and swept across Will. Tang. A massive flame slashes at Will. A scorching heat wave hit, and the scorching heat made Will frown. Yan Mo slashed out. A slash met Charlotte Linlin's flaming slash. Boom. The moment the two met, the flame slash exploded. The flames shot up into the sky. Charlotte Linlin's observation hockey was in motion, capturing Will in an instant after the flames. Advertisement. In the next moment, Will, which was hovering in midair, moved. Let her tense up all of a sudden. Will kicks his feet in the air. The whole person swooped down, and the dazzling lightning jumped around him. At this time Will did not enter the dragon form. Instead, the body and surface are covered with dragon scales. But the thunder quickly gathered on his body and surface, completely covering him, like a god of thunder. Thunder and lightning converged on the pitch-black Yan Mo. Make it look like a thunderblade. Boom. The air around him exploded. His speed increased suddenly, like a stream of light passing through the flame, breaking a big hole through it. Crackling. Black and red lightning suddenly appeared, and the conquerors wrapped around Yan Mo, merging with the pale thunder. Thunder god / meteor horn. Will at this moment is like a falling meteor. It made Charlotte Linlin's complexion change instantly. Too fast. Will's speed is so fast that she doesn't have time to gather strength. Prometheus. Napoleon. She snarled, and at the same time burst out with the power of the bat sky. Crackling. Black and red lightning flashed. Prometheus rushed to Will the moment Charlotte Linlin shouted. A huge pillar of fire formed. Boom. The moment Prometheus collided with Will, he let out a scream. Just blocking the moment, it exploded directly. Will unabated, rushed to Charlotte Linlin. Weo. Charlotte Linlin hastily cast Prestige. The next moment, Will was in front of him. Boom. The moment Yan Mo collided with Napoleon, a terrifying force came. It made Charlotte Linlin's complexion change instantly. Not only that, the power carried on it seems to penetrate one's own defense. What a terrifying penetrating power. Of course she knows how strong her own defense is. But the more this happened, the more frightened she became. Because that represents his own defense in front of Will, being weakened by big. Get down. As Will's voice sounded, Charlotte Linlin's prestige collapsed instantly. Yan Mo bombarded her. A very penetrating blow penetrated her defense and blasted into her body. Boom. Charlotte Linlin took Zeus down to the sea below. Chapter 174 Drive the Whitebeard Pirates out of New World. Charlotte Linlin crashed into the sea without accident. Splash a huge wave. Mother. In the Big Mom Pirates, Katakuri and Owen among the first three who were still waiting to watch exclaimed. Sunbell. When Marco saw this scene, he yelled at the Murloc Sunbell of the second team. Clear. Without hesitation, Sunbell jumped into the sea. Will, who had just stabilized his figure, stared indifferently at the place where Charlotte Linlin fell. This is his first match against Charlotte Linlin. I heard before that her defense is amazing. In fact, it was stronger than Will expected. The powerful armament hockey cooperated with her tough body. When the blow he just landed on the opponent's body, he did not break through the opponent's defense. Even if the defense is high. However, Charlotte Linlin's talent is very high, and she is born with terrifying power, which even the giants can't match, and she is dubbed, Natural Destroyer, and, Evil God. No wonder he was still alive and kicking under Garp's crazy iron fist. Even Whitebeard suffered serious injuries in the fight against Kong. He sighed lightly. I really underestimated you before. If Charlotte Linlin's mind is not on making children, but on cultivation. With her talent, I am afraid that the strongest person in this sea is not Whitebeard. Boom. A wave exploded on the sea. Charlotte Linlin was rescued from the sea by Sunbell. Terrified, Zeus stepped forward to catch her. Who? She took a big mouth, breathing heavily. The severe pain in her body and viscera made her bared her teeth uncontrollably. There was more fear in the eyes looking at Will. Will shocked her defense and strange strength. Why isn't she? The opponent's knife just now seemed to penetrate her defense and tear her internal organs to shreds. Lin. Will was about to speak when a figure quickly approached from a distance. Looking at the sound, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Rayleigh. It was Rayleigh who came. After a few jumps, he landed on the deck of the Moby DK. First, look around the audience. Things are going badly for the Whitebeard Pirates right now. The entire Rocks pirate has landed on the surface of the sea, launching a fierce attack on the Whitebeard pirate group. Under the leadership of Kaido, the Whitebeard Pirates retreat steadily. Can only flee in embarrassment. Now, the remaining Whitebeard Pirates have only a dozen or so pirate ships left. Still being chased by Kaido like a duck. Rayleigh's face was gloomy. The loss of the Whitebeard Pirates is more than half. Mad Dragon. Advertisement. He stared at Will resentfully, his eyes almost burning. Will looked around, but couldn't find Bullet, and couldn't help frowning. Where's Bullet? Mad Dragon. Before he could dwell on what happened to Bullet, a loud shout came from behind. Immediately afterwards there was an urgent whistling sound. Will frowned, he recognized the owner of that voice. Without even thinking about it, he turned around and hit his backhand with a knife. Clang. Yanmo supported Kong Yunchi, and under the strength of the masters on both sides, there was a harsh and sharp sound between the two knives. Lift your eyes slightly. He met Whitebeard's murderous eyes. Whitebeard. The successive accidents made Will a little irritable. Newgate. UB****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Lion's distraught voice. At his shout, Whitebeard's eyes flickered. With a little force on his hand, he pushed Will away and landed on a piece of ice floe below. Seeing the scene in front of him, the Golden Lion, who was flying over aggressively, was startled for a moment, and then flew to Will's side. This time, the four emperors of New World are here. Will glanced at the Golden Lion. The meaning is clear. Why didn't Whitebeard be held? Golden Lion looked a little embarrassed by Will. I can't say that I was careless and suffered from Newgate's dark losses, right? Newgate, Rayleigh called out. Whitebeard glanced up at Will and the Golden Lion. He jumped aboard the Moby DK. Charlotte Linlin was next. The three stood side by side at the stern, staring at Will. Let them go like this. Golden Lion was a little unwilling. Will glared at him angrily. If it weren't for your inability to keep Whitebeard, there would be so much trouble. Golden Lion was so choked that he couldn't speak. Will sighed inwardly. It seems that the way of using Golden Lion still needs to be improved. But, he never expected to destroy the Whitebeard Pirates so easily. Marine was dispatched twice, something that almost all of the combat power failed to do. It would be strange if he did it. Anyway, half of my goal has been achieved. The Whitebeard Pirates have been crippled. In one fell swoop, he fell to the bottom of 4 emperors. If what follows next goes well, the 4 emperors are about to become the 3 emperors. As the Moby DK joins the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Kaido temporarily stops his pursuit of the Whitebeard Pirates. There is Whitebeard. Teamfights are a must. Wait until Will and Golden Lion land on Kaido's big ship. Kaido hurriedly asked. What should we do next? Today's results are brilliant enough. From now on, Rock's Pirate is the true head of the 4 emperors. But if they can keep Whitebeard, of course he is happier. Will looked at the Whitebeard Pirates in the distance. Showing a faint smile. Of course we have achieved our goal. Kill the Whitebeard Pirates out of New World. Notify Hina to bring the Thunder Dragon over. Calling all elites, ministry. He told Jin. I will take people to chase down the Whitebeard Pirates. You bring people to take over this sea. 0. Especially some time ago, the Whitebeard Pirates spent huge sums of money to purchase the materials used to build the experimental base. Ship them back to Wanokuni. These resources are all treasures. Will can build another experimental base. Hey, Will. Golden Lion dissatisfied. You are not authentic. I put in a lot of effort. For Will's behavior of directly pocketing the loot, Golden Lion expressed his opinion. I want half of those things. Will was immediately happy when he heard this. Good guy, just meet and share in half. What do you want these materials for? Do you have people who understand technology? Golden Lion was proud. First heard that Marine and the world's ZF are planning to build a new scientific research base. Hey, he winks at Will. When the time comes, I'll secretly snatch him back. Will rolled his eyes when he heard that. This guy really doesn't think it's a big deal. With their own lessons learned. It is estimated that the so-called stealing of people by Golden Lion means taking back people and islands, right? Be missed by the Golden Lion. Marine and the world's ZF are also really unlucky. After thinking about it, he said to Golden Lion, when you take action, remember to call me. Golden Lion, call you. I was stupid to call you. Quickly change the subject. Let's distribute these materials first. Will pouted. If you want these things, I'll accept the road sign. Only then did Golden Lion realize that Whitebeard has a road sign in his hand. After hesitating for a while, he decisively chose the latter. I still want road signs, ding. Chapter 175 Whitebeard wants to do Shichibukai. The battle between Marine and the Whitebeard Pirates has touched everyone's hearts. As the newspapers of the World Economic News Agency spread and spread. The result of that battle. It just dropped Zuo Ren's jaw. Who would have thought that the war between Marine and Whitebeard Pirates would turn out to be so twists and turns? When Marine gains a huge advantage. The sudden intervention of the Big Mom Pirates. The entry harvest of Rocks Pirate and Flying Pirates. After this series, it's like acting in a drama. Full of drama. But, when they saw the content behind, they only felt their heads buzzing. Because, it announced the loss of the Whitebeard Pirates. After fighting Marine, Rocks Pirate and Air Pirates successively. There are more than 20 pirate groups under the Whitebeard Pirates. Now there are only 8 pirate groups left, and they still lost a lot of personnel. The number of 460 is about 2,000 people. And the main group here. The captain of the 5th team, Beasta, died, and the captain of the 3rd team, Josie, was seriously injured with a broken arm. The main group originally consisted of more than 1,000 people. Now there are less than 500 people left. That is. The Whitebeard Pirates dropped sharply from the original 20 million to less than 3,000. Hiss. Everyone gasped. So scary. The Whitebeard Pirates were crippled in no time. The Mad Dragon guy. It's really cruel. They actually dispatched and mobilized all their forces, and joined forces with the Golden Lion. Sure enough, news headlines are news headlines. Every time Quanglong hits the headlines, what he does and what happens is earth-shattering. And, at the end of the newspaper, Morgans also added a sentence. Open black lens bracket currently, Mad Dragon and Golden Lion are chasing and killing the Whitebeard Pirates. The latest news is always here for you, close black lens bracket. Everyone who saw the newspaper fell into silence. Whitebeard Pirates, is it going to be a thing of the past? Boom. On the endless blue sea. A pale white energy column spanned thousands of meters, heading towards a huge pirate ship. Full left rudder, dodge the attack. Hurry up. That B********* D Mad Dragon is attacking again. On the Moby DK, a group of people were in a hurry. Next moment, this energy column barely passed by the hull of the Moby DK. Advertisement. The terrifying power and influence made many people turn pale. The roaring sound brought by this energy column is all around my ears. Until the energy column slowly dissipates. They barely recovered and found that their backs were soaked in cold sweat. This is the 3rd time today. Every time, it seems to pass Shinigami. Maybe next time. They were not so lucky. Daddy. Marco came to Whitebeard with a haggard look, and behind him stood all the captains and captains. We can't go on like this. Whitebeard was silent when he heard the words. Now he is like a wild beast licking its wounds silently. The whole Whitebeard Pirates are waiting for Whitebeard. Wait until he recovers. After an unknown amount of time, he raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked even more haggard than Marco. The mouth and lips trembled slightly. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. Is there no news about Lu Ju? Marco glanced over the stern of the boat. Rayleigh stood there forlornly, looking at a few dark spots in the distance. That's the Rocks Pirate and Air Pirates chasing them. Then he whispered. No. I learned from Momonosuke that Ju fell into the hands of Quanglong. The hatred between the other party and the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates is so deep. They were all worried that Quanglong would attack Lu Ju. However, after 2 days in a row, there was no related news. Whitebeard was silent again. Daddy. Marco called softly. Whitebeard waved his hands and sighed deeply. The Mad Dragon is planning to drive me out of the New World. Father. Let's fight him. Some people have had enough of this wimp. After being kicked out by Quanglong and Golden Lion for 2 days, Tiantiankin was terrified. It would be better to go back and fight the Mad Dragon directly. The big deal is death. That's right, Dad, kill that B*********** D Quanglong. Many people responded, but more silent. Whitebeard swept across the faces of the crowd. Those clamoring to call back gradually quieted down. This time, we lost. A complete defeat. His words made everyone feel a pain in their hearts. Since the establishment of the Whitebeard Pirates, they have experienced countless ups and downs, but they have come through. Even if it was the first 2 battles with the Mad Dragon. Advertisement. The loss was heavy, and they didn't feel that the Whitebeard Pirates were defeated. It can only be said that the Mad Dragon is too insidious. Only this time, they really have nothing to do with the Mad Dragon. The entire Whitebeard Pirates, there are only so few people left now. Although they are all elite. But it can no longer compete with Rock's Pirate. Even the other 4 emperors are far inferior. Whitebeard stood up and lifted Kong Yunchi aside. Turn it around in your hand, and then punch it heavily on the deck. Boom. The depression on him was swept away. Hengmei said coldly. If you lose, there is nothing to be ashamed of. We are pirates, we lost this time, we will get back next time. The old man is still here, you are still here, the Whitebeard Pirates are not dead yet. He looked to the rear of the Moby DK. Didn't the Mad Dragon want to expel me from New World? That's what he wants. Let's go to the first half and re-edit the calendar. Next time, when we return to New World, it will be the time for us to settle accounts with the Mad Dragon. Whitebeard's words lifted everyone's spirits. They are not afraid of failure, even if they escape from the New World in despair. That's okay too. What they are afraid of is that they have no direction. And Daddy is their direction. As long as Dad pulls himself together, no matter what choice he makes, they will follow. Whitebeard came aft and stood shoulder to shoulder with Rayleigh. Have you decided? Rayleigh asked softly. Whitebeard nodded, staring at the Brontosaurus in the distance, as if seeing will. They Roger pirates shouldn't be involved. But Lu Ju can't do anything. The current will is only in his 20s, and the opponent's strength still has a lot of room for improvement. Rayleigh frowned. He's still growing. Whitebeard knew what Rayleigh meant. And they have almost come to an end. I don't mind being a lackey of Marine and the world's ZF. Rayleigh couldn't help but fall silent. If you want to defeat him, you need a stronger force. We pull out of New World. Perhaps, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods that year. Of course rocks can be defeated, and dragons are no exception. Otherwise, he's even better than the rocks back then. Shichibukai. This enemy is stronger than ever before 2.4. Whitebeard turned to Marco and said, tell the Mad Dragon. Unless he can further develop Devil Fruit's ability to reach unprecedented heights.